An unforeseen incident propelled programmer Wu Shidao back to the year 2010, a time when Bitcoin could merely be exchanged for pizza, devoid of kangaroo delivery services, Pinduoduo, and bike-sharing schemes, where a single dollar could procure an entire Bitcoin. In this golden age of the nascent mobile internet, Wu Shidao found himself fortunate, as it brimmed with boundless possibilities and numerous opportunities. With the fortune garnered from World Cup lottery tickets in 2010, Wu Shidao embarked on his extraordinary life, where career, wealth, and beauty awaited him. Adults do not make choices, they desire it all. Chapter 80. The principal has arrived. Not at the moment. Wu Shidao pondered for a moment before providing a vague answer. Not at the moment? Does that count as having or not having? Lu Xuangshuang expressed her dissatisfaction with his response. None. Wu Shidao shrugged. Lu Xuangshuang felt a sense of relief, but was soon reminded of Shun Xiaojing. The last time, she had witnessed and heard Wu Shidao declare his intent to gift Shun Xiaojing an iPhone for alongside Jonah. It seemed Wu Shidao harbored feelings for Shun Xiaojing and had made an attempt at courtship, yet Shun Xiaojing did not reciprocate. As the steak arrived, the two engaged in conversation while dining. Lu Xuangshuang took delicate bites, occasionally brushing aside the stray strands of hair that fell onto her cheek. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on her profile, creating an illusion for Wu Shidao as if stage lights were chasing after her. Observing the renowned beauty and host from his past life seated across from him, he was suddenly engulfed by a surreal sensation. What are you staring at? Lu Xuangshuang noticed Wu Shidao's unwavering gaze, which left her feeling somewhat bashful. Oh, nothing, he replied. Wu Shidao snapped back to reality, took a sip of borscht, and shifted the topic, saying, the matter of work study has even caught the principal's attention. Will these students be able to arrive by noon? They have work in the afternoon. Rest assured, the list has already been sent to me. After we finish eating, I will inform them to gather at the family dormitory, Lu Xuangshuang replied after taking a bite of steak, summoning her courage to tentatively inquire, since you don't have a girlfriend, is there someone you like? Yes. Wu Shidao answered without a moment's hesitation. Is it that girl you intended to gift the iPhone 4 to? Lu Xuangshuang blurted out. Wu Shidao was momentarily taken aback, recalling that she and Zhou Na must have overheard, and he nodded nonchalantly. Indeed. Is your method of pursuing girls solely through lavish gifts? Certainly not. I wish to gift her an iPhone because it aligns with her preferences. I like iPhones too. Why not gift me one? Lu Xuangshuang said half-jokingly, yet her heart raced uncontrollably. Wu Shidao paused, a question mark surfacing in his mind. What did she mean by that? Was she hinting at something? He instinctively scrutinized Lu Xuangshuang, but she kept her head down, focused on her steak, leaving him uncertain whether she was jesting or genuinely hinting at something. I was just teasing you. Lu Xuangshuang lifted her head and smiled at him. Although she had been looking down, the knife in her hand cutting the steak allowed her to clearly observe Wu Shidao's expression. To claim she felt no disappointment would be untrue. I knew you were just joking. Wu Shidao exhaled in relief, smiling as he echoed. What if I were serious? Lu Xuangshuang couldn't help but retort. Then you would gift me one. All right, it's a deal, she replied with a radiant smile. I want the white one. Are you serious? What do you think? I don't know. I think you were joking. Then it is indeed a jest. It's about time. Shall we return? Wu Shidao diverted the topic, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Lu Xuangshuang's ambiguous banter. Very well. Lu Xuangshuang responded with an air of composure, yet she felt a twinge of regret. Her earlier words had taken courage to voice, but when it came to tearing down that veil, she found herself lacking the bravery. Upon returning to the school dormitory, Lu Xuangshuang sat in Wu Shidao's rented room, methodically calling each of the work-study students to inform them to come over. The occupants of dormitory 102 also arrived, and when Wu Shidao inquired about Li Xiang, he mentioned that Zhang Liang had gathered everyone. Wu Shidao felt a surge of emotion. Why is the succubus here with you? Li Xiang inquired discreetly. She is the student council president. I've asked her to assist in arranging some work-study students, Wu Shidao clarified. You need not come specifically to help in the future. Li Xiang nodded, jokingly responding. So that's how it is. I thought you two were secretly together. That's impossible. Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively. Li Xiang, half jokingly and half seriously, remarked, how can that be impossible? Don't you think the succubus has been visiting you rather frequently lately? It's work-related. Wu Shidao pondered, realizing that Lu Xuangshuang's recent visits had indeed been rather frequent. Gradually, 30 students arrived one after another. Lu Xuangshuang, true to her role as student council president, began addressing the students, emphasizing the importance of safety while working and the necessity of handling items with care. Those responsible for delivering goods to the dormitory were reminded to double-check names and order information to avoid errors. She concluded by introducing Wu Shidao and encouraging him to say a few words. Dear students, thank you for your assistance. To facilitate our collaboration, we need to assign tasks accordingly. Wu Shidao stated succinctly before proceeding with the arrangements. He divided the 30 individuals into several small groups for unloading, sorting, and delivery. This is Yang Xian, the student responsible for delivery. If you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult him. Wu Shidao pointed to the quiet Yang Xian. Yang Xian was startled. His first instinct was to decline, yet Zhang Liang, standing nearby, clapped him on the shoulder and whispered, "Old 6, Old 3 trusts you." Those words quelled Yang Xian's urge to protest. Soon after, Jin Gang and Daliu arrived by car. The students assigned to unload began to group together, tackling their tasks. Wu Gu, noticing the gathering crowd, Jin Gang approached Wu Shidao and quietly said, "I need to discuss something with you." The two individuals stepped aside, where Jingong elaborated to Wu Shidao about the collaboration that Daliu proposed, ultimately inquiring, "Brother Wu, do you believe I should engage in this partnership?" Despite Wu Shidao's youth, Jingong did not perceive him as inexperienced. On the contrary, he regarded him as quite astute, considering that Nansen University is a prestigious institution, and Wu Shidao had meticulously contemplated every aspect of the fruit business endeavor. "I believe it is feasible." Wu Shidao pondered for a moment before earnestly responding to Jingong. "First and foremost, engaging in business will undoubtedly yield greater earnings than working for someone else. Furthermore, if you do not partner with Daliu, he will remain uneasy. Indeed, I comprehend his perspective. He fears that I might one day collaborate with another," Jingong remarked while scratching his head. "Business is fundamentally about relationships." Wu Shidao chuckled lightly. "If you find Daliu to be a commendable individual, then let us proceed together. By the way, there is a saying, even among close brothers, accounts should be settled clearly. In partnerships, especially concerning finances, clarity is paramount. Business is business, and friendship is friendship. They must not be conflated. This is especially true regarding profits. Since it is just the two of them as a couple and you alone, the division of earnings must not be equal, lest misunderstandings arise over time." "You speak wisely, Brother Wu," Jingong said, tapping his forehead. "I had not considered that aspect." As the two conversed, a group of individuals resembling teachers approached. Upon noticing them, Liu Shuangshuang hurriedly moved to Wu Shidao's side and remarked, "Principal Zhang is coming." Wu Shidao instinctively cast a glance towards Principal Zhang and his entourage. This marked his second encounter with the principal, the first being at the freshman orientation, at a distance of several dozen meters. As a key university in the nation, Nansen University's principal held a significant rank, belonging to the official department level. "Good day, Principal Zhang." Wu Shidao and Liu Shuangshuang swiftly approached to greet him courteously. "Student Liu, this must be Student Wu Shidao," remarked Wang Xiaoyan, director of the Student Affairs Office, who accompanied the principal. Upon seeing Liu Shuangshuang and Wu Shidao approach, she smiled and offered an introduction to Principal Zhang. "Indeed, Director Wang, I am Wu Shidao." Wu Shidao nodded with a smile. "Your initiative is commendable, Student Wu." Principal Zhang remarked with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the industrious students. "I am here specifically to observe today." "Thank you for your encouragement, Principal Zhang," Wu Shidao replied. And suddenly recalling a phrase, he added, "I shall remain true to my original intentions and continue striving." Principal Zhang's eyes brightened as he inquired, "What were your original intentions?" "Profits, of course. That was a given. Naturally, such sentiments could not be expressed so candidly. My initial intention was to ensure that the students at our school could access affordable fruit, allowing those who work part-time to earn their tuition and living expenses." Wu Shidao stated with unruffled composure, "and to hone my own abilities." "Excellent. Well articulated." Principal Zhang nodded in satisfaction, increasingly finding Wu Shidao agreeable, and jovially asked, "Could you elaborate on the specific processes involved in this endeavor?" He gestured towards the students engaged in their tasks. "Certainly, Principal Zhang." Wu Shidao began leading Principal Zhang and the others through the entire sequence of events, from placing orders online to the delivery of fruits, unloading at the school, sorting, categorizing, and distributing to the dormitories. "Very good," he concluded. After listening, Principal Zhang nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "This is truly commendable. The advent of the internet is meant to transform lives. I believe that your group buying initiative has indeed enhanced the lives of our students, making it more convenient, straightforward, and cost-effective." "Your assessment is spot on, Principal Zhang," Wang Xiaoyan chimed in. "I have previously visited the fruit shops around our university, and their prices are quite steep. While Student Wu's idea may seem simple, orchestrating and realizing all of this is no small feat." Principal Zhang nodded repeatedly. "All right, Student Wu, you may continue your work. We shall not intrude any further. Haha. Safe travels, Principal." Wu Shidao and Liu Shuangshuang bid farewell as they saw them off. With the addition of 30 diligent students, the entire process became significantly more manageable. Before Jingong and Da Liu returned to load the goods, Wu Shidao specifically instructed them to bring a box of apples for the security guard at the entrance when they returned with the delivery. "You are quite thoughtful," Liu Shuangshuang remarked with a smile. One must fulfill promises made. Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively. Moreover, it's a small gesture. A box of apples costs very little. Just then, Liu Shuang's phone rang. After a brief exchange, she hung up and told Wu Shidao, "Prepare yourself. The school newspaper's reporter is coming to interview you." "How should I prepare?" Wu Shidao joked. "Should I bathe and light incense?" "Huh." Liu Shuang couldn't help but laugh. "You are quite amusing." Meanwhile, Shen Xiaojing and two other girls approached the family housing area. "Xiaojing, Xiaoqi, remember not to speak out of turn. Just observe and learn. This is indeed a rare opportunity." A third-year female student advised, "Such student entrepreneurship is quite rare at our university, and typically, the newly recruited interns only come to conduct interviews in their second or third year. Be sure to listen, watch, and learn, all right?" "Thank you, Sister Fei Fei," Shen Xiaojing nodded. "Rest assured, we will not speak out of turn." Xiaoqi nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Sister Fei Fei." Satisfied, Fei Fei replied, "No need for thanks. We are all fellow townsfolk from Yinqing. Consider this an early internship. You will know how to proceed in the future." The trio chatted as they walked, soon arriving at the family housing area. "What is he doing here?" Among the bustling crowd, Shen Xiaojing immediately spotted Wu Shidao and froze momentarily. "Shuang," Fei Fei called out upon seeing Liu Shuang engaged in cheerful conversation with a boy. "You have arrived." Liu Shuang turned, waving at Fei Fei, only to be taken aback when she noticed Shen Xiaojing standing behind her. As for Wu Shidao, he was utterly stunned, exchanging incredulous glances with Shen Xiaojing. Both were filled with astonishment, as he had not expected the so-called school newspaper reporter to be Shen Xiaojing, nor did she anticipate that the interviewee would be Wu Shidao. Regaining her composure, Shen Xiaojing's first instinct was to turn and leave. To be honest, her feelings towards Wu Shidao were rife with disdain, particularly after he had previously offered her an apple for, which she had declined, only to turn around and flaunt his affection with Liu Shuang in the canteen. This incident was enough for Shen Xiaojing to label Wu Shidao as a scoundrel. "Hey, stop staring. You might scare him away," Liu Shuang remarked, feeling a pang of jealousy as she noticed Wu Shidao's unwavering gaze on Shen Xiaojing. "Do you know our school's new reporter?" Fei Fei suddenly inquired. "Indeed, I do." Wu Shidao snapped back to reality, clearing his throat while thinking, "I have known her for decades." "That is excellent news," Fei Fei smiled, as having acquaintances present could facilitate a more engaging interview. She motioned for Shen Xiaojing and Xiaoqi to approach, saying, "Come over here." "Xiaojing, shall we go over there?" Xiaoqi inquired of the lost in thought Shen Xiaojing. Perhaps you should go ahead," Shen Xiaojing replied, snapping back to reality. After a moment's hesitation, she hastily concocted an excuse. "I suddenly feel a bit unwell and wish to return." Indeed, such was her nature. If she harbored disdain for someone, she would scarcely wish to utter a word to them. The mere thought of having to be in close proximity to Wu Shidao filled her with an overwhelming desire to vacate the premises immediately. Xiaoqi was taken aback for a moment, then promptly grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Don't. This is also an opportunity that Sister Fei Fei has arranged for us, as fellow villagers, to secretly conduct an interview and gain experience. Such chances are rare. You must not let this slip away." Chapter 82. She is worthy. The campus newspaper has its regulations. Typically, freshmen entering the editorial team are assigned menial tasks or asked to write articles. It is not until their sophomore year that they're taken out for interviews by seasoned reporters. After all, being a campus publication, there are not many prominent figures or newsworthy events to cover, making each opportunity for an interview quite precious. "Come over here, you two." Fei Fei waved at them enthusiastically. Let us go. "We're here already," Xiaoqi chimed in with a classic remark, tugging at Shen Xiaojing to follow. "Forget it. I'm not going over." Shen Xiaojing's stubbornness ultimately prevailed as she shook off Xiaoqi's hand and turned to leave. This scene left Fei Fei momentarily stunned. There is definitely something off between them. Liu Shuang's beautiful eyes darted around, and she instinctively stole a glance at Wu Shidao, noting the peculiar expression on his face, one that seemed more resigned than angry. "What's wrong with her?" Fei Fei frowned, her displeasure directed towards Xiaoqi. "Xiaojing suddenly feels unwell," Xiaoqi offered weakly. "Unwell?" Fei Fei suppressed a cold laugh, though her face remained impassive. She composed herself and turned to Wu Shidao, asking, "Is there a quieter place where we can talk?" As Shen Xiaojing walked away increasingly briskly, disappearing from sight, Wu Shidao pondered briefly before responding to Fei Fei. "Let us go to my rented apartment." The group arrived at the apartment. Fei Fei took charge of the questioning. Xiaoqi recorded notes, while Liu Shuang sat quietly, observing Wu Shidao intently. The entire interview lasted approximately half an hour. "Thank you for your cooperation, Wu Shidao. I won't trouble you any further," Fei Fei concluded, shaking his hand and exchanging a brief greeting with Liu Shuang before leading Xiaoqi out. For Fei Fei, the entire process was profoundly unsatisfactory. The reason was quite simple. She could sense that Wu Shidao's responses were perfunctory, his answers often formulaic. For instance, when asked why he ventured into selling fruit, he merely stated he wanted students to access affordable produce. Yet, Fei Fei keenly perceived that his true motives were far more complex. Regardless of how persistently she probed, Wu Shidao's answer remained resolutely the same. The brevity of the interview implied a lack of depth. A truly successful interview should evoke a sense of sharing and confession from the interviewee under the journalist's inquiries, resulting in a portrayal that resonates with readers. However, in Fei Fei's view, today's interview could only be described as dismally inadequate. To return and write up the article based on this would be utterly unsatisfactory. Thus, she resolved to conduct another interview. Do you like that girl a lot? After Fei Fei and the others departed, as Wu Shidao prepared to get back to work, he was suddenly interrupted by Lu Shuang's voice from behind. What's the matter? Wu Shidao halted and turned to regard her with curiosity. Lu Shuang replied pensively, I get the impression you really like that girl, don't you? Wu Shidao pondered for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. Yes, that is correct. Why? Lu Shuang pressed further. Why? In that instant, a cascade of memories flashed through Wu Shidao's mind. Moments of their hands intertwined, the years spent together in a rented apartment. Shen Xiaojing's unwavering optimism during their financial struggles, her steadfastness in the face of disapproval from her parents, and her comforting presence when he faced unemployment. All these memories coalesced into a singular thought that slipped from his lips. Because she is worthy. She is worthy? Lu Shuang did not quite grasp his sentiment. But Wu Shidao had already turned to leave, compelling her to follow suit. After observing the now busy Wu Shidao for a moment, she quietly slipped away. Wu Shidao, indeed, noticed her sudden departure, but paid it no mind. He had already resolved to maintain a respectful distance from Lu Shuang moving forward. This decision was influenced by Li Xiang's earlier remark about the recent frequency with which the female demon had been approaching him. Indeed, upon reflection, he realized that their interactions had become rather too frequent of late. Additionally, having stood alongside Shen Xiaojing earlier had raised her suspicions. To prevent any misunderstandings with Shen Xiaojing, as well as to avert any misinterpretations from others, Wu Shidao deemed it prudent to keep a safe distance. In the following days, the group buying project gradually stabilized. Wu Shidao calculated that, apart from an initial surge in orders, the daily volume had consistently hovered around 5 tons, with slight fluctuations. This closely aligned with his earlier expectations. 5 tons may sound substantial, equivalent to a whopping 10,000 pounds, but considering that Nansen University boasted around 50,000 students, the actual distribution amounted to less than a pound per person each day. Meanwhile, the universal cracking store had also reached a steady state. Although daily applications for new apps had significantly decreased, user data from the backend indicated a gradual increase in users. This suggested that, as of now, the developer cooperation plan launched by Wanghu Company was not yielding particularly promising results. Wu Shidao speculated that this might be closely related to the previous Trojan incident involving 91 Assistant and the Android market. Despite Wanghu Company's attempts to employ public relations to rehabilitate its image, user concerns regarding mobile security undeniably took precedence. Furthermore, the incident from early September was too recent for users and the media to have forgotten so quickly. Such a notion seemed overly optimistic. Moreover, despite the rollout of the developer cooperation plan, there had yet to be any standout apps that could attract users to take the risk of downloading 91 Assistant or the Android market. This represented one of the plan's fundamental flaws. While it could draw some developers in, without a compelling app, the initiative would be of little utility. Since completing version 20 of the Universal Cracking Store, Wu Shidao had refrained from further updates, as he awaited September 25th. This date marked the official release of the Unicom contract version of the iPhone 4. He recalled that in his previous life, Unicom had arranged for staff at nearly every service center to assist customers in jailbreaking their newly purchased iPhone 4, subsequently guiding them through the installation of various popular apps via 91 Assistant. Now, the Universal Cracking Store not only possessed jailbreaking capabilities, but also allowed direct downloads from the App Store. It was merely a matter of whether Unicom's staff or those seasoned Apple enthusiasts would recommend it to users. Once the downloads from the Universal Cracking Store surged post-September 25th, Wu Shidao would unveil version 20 of the store. Chapter 83. Do you have a mind at home? Time flew by, and soon it was September 25th. This Saturday morning, Li Xiang called Wu Shidao. Come out with me today. What for? Wu Shidao asked, perplexed. I want to buy a phone. Wu Shidao was taken aback, exclaiming, the iPhone 4? Did you make a reservation? I reserved it last week. Hurry up. I'll meet you at the staff quarters, Li Xiang replied, before hanging up. Today marked the official sale of the Unicom version of the iPhone 4. But reservations had to be made a week in advance, and they were all contract phones with monthly fees running into the hundreds. I wish to purchase a bare machine, but I'm afraid that will require an additional sum. In recent days, the group buying venture has nearly reached a point of seamless operation. The reason Wu Shidao must oversee it every afternoon is quite simple: cash collection. After all, the daily cash flow amounts to a considerable figure, approximately in the tens of thousands, and Wu Shidao cannot entrust such a substantial sum to those diligent students working part-time. Human nature, at times, cannot withstand scrutiny. A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door accompanied by Li Xiang's voice. "Old third, open the door." He had arrived. Wu Shidao secured the door and walked with him towards the school gate. Along the way, he casually inquired, "Don't you already have a phone? Why buy an Apple one?" "I'm buying it for my girlfriend," Li Xiang replied. "What does your family do? You seem quite affluent." Unable to suppress his curiosity, Wu Shidao asked. "My father operates coal mines." Li Xiang shrugged nonchalantly. 2 coal mines, to be precise. "Ah, so you come from a wealthy background." Wu Shidao felt a twinge of envy towards him. Handsome, wealthy, and with a melodious voice. It seemed that all good fortune had favored Li Xiang. "What does it matter to have mines?" Li Xiang sighed, then glanced at Wu Shidao and asked, "What about you? What do your parents do?" "Didn't you see the interview in the school newspaper?" Wu Shidao chuckled. "My parents are just ordinary wage earners." After the last interview, not long passed before Fei Fei called him again, wishing to conduct another interview, claiming the previous one felt too hasty and simplistic, but Wu Shidao declined. He simply did not have that much time to spare for her frivolities. Eventually, Fei Fei had no choice but to craft a report herself. After finishing it, she specifically showed it to Wu Shidao for feedback. To be honest, the report made Wu Shidao chuckle. It praised him for loving to ponder since elementary school and excelling academically, almost painting him as a paragon of virtue. However, Wu Shidao refrained from correcting her. Let her be. He could hardly confess that, in truth, he had never been one for deep thoughts, preferring instead the thrill of video games. Such admissions were certainly not fit for publication. That interview was clearly fabricated. How could I possibly believe it? Li Xiang Skufa. Do you believe it now? Yes. Why? You have no reason to deceive me. So why wouldn't I believe you? Li Xiang retorted. That's a fair point. Wu Shidao smiled. Upon exiting the school, they hailed a taxi and made their way to the largest Unicom service center on Zhongshan Street in Jinshe. Wow, is it really this outrageous? Upon arrival, both Li Xiang and Wu Shidao were taken aback, especially Li Xiang, who was stunned to see a queue stretching almost to the other side of Zhongshan Street. How long will this take? The official sales time was set for 9 o'clock, yet it was only 8:30. And Wu Shidao estimated that there were already around 1,000 people in line. As the clock struck 9, the Unicom Service Center opened its doors, and instantly, the crowd surged forward, prompting the staff to implement crowd control measures, allowing only those who had completed their transactions to exit before admitting the next group. Wu Shidao had not intended to queue, but Li Xiang insisted, forcefully dragging him into the line. With no other option, he resigned himself to waiting alongside Li Xiang. By the way, are you going home for the holiday? Wu Shidao sought to fill the dull silence of the wait. I'm not going home. I'm planning a trip to the capital. I've already bought my plane ticket, Li Xiang replied. Your girlfriend is quite fortunate, Wu Shidao jested. If I were a woman, I would definitely marry you. Then you'd better hurry and undergo gender reassignment surgery, Li Xiang chuckled. I've agreed with her to visit the Great Wall and watch the flag-raising ceremony. Sounds awfully crowded, Wu Shidao teased. It's more about the throngs of people. ISNT it? By the way, do your parents know about your trip? Don't they want you home? Most university students, having left home for the first time, often chose to return home during their first holiday. My mom told me to come back, Li Xiang replied, pausing for a moment before adding, but I don't want to go back. I'm not keen on seeing my dad. Ah, I see. Wu Shidao chose not to delve deeper, recognizing that this matter pertained to personal family issues. Have you ever gambled? Li Xiang suddenly posed. What do you mean? Wu Shidao was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. My father is a good man in many respects, but he has a penchant for gambling, Li Xiang sighed. I just don't understand. What is the appeal of gambling? You know, our family used to own 3 coal mines. One was lost last year due to my father's gambling. To gamble at such stakes? Wu Shidao was astonished. He then earnestly said, you must talk to your father about this. Gambling can lead to ruin. That's impossible to prevent. Li Xiang skufakulli. Initially, neither my mother nor I were aware. Then, one day, people came to our door with a debt note written by my father. That's when we realized he had lost everything in a fit of gambling. He had collateralized a coal mine and lost it all in a single night. Was this gambling done locally? Wu Shidao pondered aloud. Could it be that someone set him up? No, he went to Macau. Li Xiang shook his head. He had frequently visited Macau himself, about 3 or 4 times every few months, but he hadn't gambled excessively, and his mother hadn't paid much mind to it. This is a vice, Wu Shidao stated. Many have lost everything due to gambling. What is the situation now? I'm not sure, Li Xiang admitted. I didn't ask. My mother mentioned that he hasn't been to Macau in a long time. Instead, he has become enamored with computer games, often playing late into the night in his office, sometimes not returning home at all. But at least this is better. He is not gambling anymore. Computer games? Wu Shidao paused, suddenly recalling something, and spoke seriously. You need to ensure your mother looks closely at the type of games he is playing. Chapter 84. Wu Shidao's Developer Collaboration Plan. What is wrong? Seeing Wu Shidao's sudden seriousness, Li Xiang was taken aback. Did your father ever play computer games? Wu Shidao inquired thoughtfully. Almost never. Isn't it odd for someone who has never played computer games to suddenly become obsessed, playing every day and even all night long? Don't you find that unusual? Is it really that strange? Li Xiang scratched his head. I used to play games all night on weekends. That seems normal. Consider this. Your father manages 2 coal mines. Does he have that much free time to play games every day? Moreover, as an adult, what kind of game could captivate him to such an extent? Wu Shidao hesitated, observing Li Xiang's perplexity, and added earnestly, is it possible your father is gambling online? Online gambling? Li Xiang gasped, exclaiming, that's impossible, right? Can you really gamble online? I can assure you, it is indeed possible. Wu Shidao replied with utmost seriousness. In his previous life, Wu Shidao had overheard colleagues gossiping about a co-worker whose family was once wealthy, with assets amounting to 20 to 30 million. After frequent visits to Macau, he found it too distant and began gambling online. By using a particular software provided by others, he could transfer funds via online banking, watching live dealers through video, and placing bets. In just half a year, he lost over 10 million. This occurred around 2010. And it was then Wu Shidao realized that the gambling industry had long since embraced the internet. I called my mother, urging her to take a glance. Upon witnessing Li's serious demeanor, he too adopted a grave expression and promptly retrieved his phone to call his mother, asking her to spare a moment to check on what game his father was engrossed in daily. Naturally, to alleviate any concerns his mother might harbor, and to prevent any erroneous assumptions on Wu Shidao's part, Li refrained from voicing his suspicion regarding his father's potential online gambling activities. Instead, he simply expressed curiosity about the game, claiming he wished to play as well. Around noon, after a lengthy wait, it was finally Wu Shidao and Li's turn. Having pre-selected the contract phone package, they proceeded directly to payment. Li opted for the 5,880 yuan package, which essentially entailed a subsidized phone in exchange for a prepaid amount. The contract spanned 36 months, with a minimum monthly expenditure of 263 yuan, only 163 yuan of which was subsidized for phone calls, necessitating an additional payment of 100 yuan each month. This amounted to a total of 9,468 yuan. However, Li seemed unconcerned, reasoning that he already spent 200 to 300 yuan monthly on calls to his girlfriend. For someone hailing from considerable wealth, such an expense was trivial. While he was occupied with payment and invoicing, Wu Shidao wandered around the service center, seeking out a staff member responsible for after-sales support to pose a query. May I ask if jailbreaking is possible here? The staff member glanced at Wu Shidao and replied, if you jailbreak, there will be no after-sales service. Should your phone encounter issues, we cannot assist you. Wu nodded in acknowledgement. If you wish to jailbreak, download a universal cracking store from your computer at home. It's quite simple and efficient, the staff member added nonchalantly. Thank you, Wu Shidao smiled, feeling that his primary purpose of accompanying Li to purchase the phone had been fulfilled. Li intended to surprise his girlfriend with this phone when he visited her on the 11th, so after acquiring it, he refrained from unwrapping it and instead urged Wu Shidao to accompany him to a nearby mall to purchase a gift box for wrapping. Wu Shidao's comment was that this fellow was quite infatuated. His girlfriend must have been extraordinarily fortunate to encounter him in this lifetime after having knocked on 1,000 wooden fish in a previous one. However, it must be noted that the Unicom contract phone was indeed not inexpensive. Upon returning to school in the afternoon and completing the bustling delivery of group purchases, Wu Shidao logged into the back end of the Universal Cracking Store server to check the download statistics, which had indeed risen by approximately 10,000 compared to the previous day. According to the news, the sales of the Unicom version of the iPhone 4 had reached over 40,000 units today, almost correlating with the increase in back-end figures. Simultaneously, the download speed for the Universal Cracking Store had noticeably slowed down. With new users downloading the Universal Cracking Store, a surge in downloads for various applications was expected. The simultaneous downloads from tens of thousands of new users, coupled with existing users, naturally led to a slower speed. Wu Shidao first updated the Universal Cracking Store to version 20 before commencing the drafting of a developer collaboration proposal. Currently, the Universal Cracking Store boasted around 30 million users, and in the latest version 20, it would adopt a free recommendation approach for high-quality popular apps. The specifics were as follows. To encourage more developers to join, the Universal Cracking Store decided to offer cash rewards for the top 10 apps by monthly download volume. The rewards would be as follows. First place would receive 5,000 yuan. Second place, 3,000 yuan. And third place, 2,000 yuan, with each of the 4th to 10th places receiving 1,000 yuan. Additionally, the Universal Cracking Store firmly opposed any apps containing viruses or Trojans, maintaining a strict review mechanism. Should any developer attempt to upload such apps, they would be banned from collaboration for life. For apps listed on the Universal Cracking Store, there was no requirement for exclusivity or exclusiveness. Developers could collaborate with other app stores as well, with no compulsory stipulations from our side. All developers were welcome to join our collaboration plan to contribute to the creation of a green and secure app store. After completing the proposal, Wu Shidao meticulously reviewed it several times to ensure there were no errors before uploading it to the official website of the Universal Cracking Store and the Weiphone Network Forum. Indeed, this was the case. The developer collaboration plan established by Wanghu Company explicitly required that apps listed on 91 Assistant and Android market possess exclusivity to augment their bargaining power. In contrast, Wu Shidao took a different approach, not only refraining from demanding exclusivity, but also openly declaring that apps could be listed on any app store without interference from the Universal Cracking Store. While Wanghu Company offered free promotional spots, Wu Shidao not only provided them for free, but also rewarded popular quality apps with cash prizes. The total monthly bonuses amounted to a mere 18,000 yuan, and given that the group purchasing business was thriving at Nansen University, Wu Shidao calculated that the average daily net profit from selling 5 tons of fruit after deducting labor costs could reach around 10,000 yuan, even considering the seasonal breaks. The group purchasing endeavor at Nansen University could yield an annual income of at least 2 million yuan, ensuring the sustainability of the Universal Cracking Store without any issue. Shortly after publishing the developer collaboration proposal, Hu Bin called. Old Wu, are you heading home for the holiday on the 11th? If so, let's go together. I'm not going back. I have matters to attend to. I suggest you stay as well. Why? I have work to discuss with you. During the holiday, we aim to establish business at your university. If all goes well, your salary could reach 10,000 yuan in October. Of course, if you're going home, I can find someone else. No, Wu Gu, I'm not in a hurry to go home. Work comes first, and I'm more than happy to serve you. Chapter 85. Wounding Others and Oneself. Are you sure? You haven't been home for over a month. I believe you must miss it. Wu Gu, a true man aspires to travel far and wide. Besides, home isn't he going anywhere. Earning money is paramount. All right, let us meet tomorrow to discuss. Sure thing, Wu Gu. Rest early. Hu Bin spoke with a tone of subservience before hanging up. Monthly income exceeding 10,000? Why go home? Wu Shidao's plan was straightforward. Since the group purchasing business at Nansen University was nearly mature, he should seize the opportunity to expand the business further. Glancing at the clock, it was still early, just past 9 in the evening. Wu Shidao contemplated and then called Jingang. Jingang, are you resting yet? Not yet. I'll rest soon, Jingang replied. What is up? Vuye. Gather Lu and come over. I'll treat you both to barbecue and discuss some matters. Wu Shidao cheerfully suggested. Let us meet near Nansen University, shall we? Sure, I'll call Lu now, and we'll head over shortly, Jingang responded promptly. On the streets outside Nansen University, lined with various shops offering food, drink, and entertainment, Wu Shidao casually chose a barbecue stall with fewer patrons, ordered some food and beer, and before long, Jingang and Lu arrived energetically from taxi. Vuye. Boss Wu. Jingang and Lu took seats beside Wu Shidao. Help yourselves to the beer. Wu Shidao indicated towards the skewers. Feel free to eat. Don't hold back. Lu chuckled heartily. Pouring a glass of beer. Boss Wu, I toast to you. Wu Gu, I also toast to you. Jingang raised his glass too. You two are far too courteous. Wu Shidao clinked glasses with them and downed his drink, stating, by the way, this is the first time the three of us have dined together. I senti it? Indeed. Jingang nodded. We shall have more dining opportunities in the future. Wu Shidao chuckled and remarked, today, the meal is on me. Next time, it will be Mr. Wu's treat. Lu wiped his mouth and replied, just to clarify, I'm treating today. Otherwise, others might think I invited you over because I haven't settled my bill. Wu Shidao smiled. And before Lu could respond, he shifted the conversation, asking, how much cargo can you dispatch from your side in a day at most? Upon hearing the matter of business arise, Lu pondered carefully and provided a figure. If sourced from others, dispatching several dozen tons would be feasible, albeit at a slightly elevated price. However, should the volume be sufficiently large, the cost per kilogram would only increase by a few cents. Last time, Jingang mentioned that you two plan to partner up. Haven't you secured your supply yet? Wu Shidao inquired earnestly. We do have sources, but I wish to take a trip to Guangxi to have a look, Liu explained. I've been quite occupied lately and simply cannot find the time. Then hire a few people. Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively. If everything required personal oversight, it would be impossible to manage. I plan to organize an event during the National Day holiday to open up the channels with the Information Engineering University. However, this means the demand for fruit will increase significantly, at least around 10 tons a day. If we consider the days of the event, we might need around 20 tons daily. Upon hearing this, both Liu and Jingang were instantly filled with excitement. Mr. Wu, are you suggesting that next month's daily sales could potentially double? Liu's breath quickened, his eyes gleaming with fervor. That's about right, though I can't guarantee it. Wu Shidao mused. While I can't assert that it will increase, a doubling of sales should not pose too much of a challenge. The Information Engineering University differs somewhat from Nansen University. To reach the latter, one must walk several hundred meters, while directly across the road from the former lies the entrance to the Postal and Telecommunications University, making the two institutions quite proximate. In Wu Shidao's plans, it would be ideal to secure both universities simultaneously. If Wu Bin puts in a bit more effort, he could easily manage the Postal and Telecommunications University as well. Then I shall head there in the coming days. Departing for Guangxi tomorrow, Liu decisively stated. A quick trip of 4 days should suffice. And I'll certainly return before the National Day holiday. Indeed, during the 7 days of the Golden Week, it will be particularly hectic. So you both must be mentally prepared. If you need to recruit staff, it's best to have them in place before the holiday, Wu Shidao advised seriously. Once their discussions concluded, the three returned to their respective homes to prepare. Back at his residence, Wu Shidao opened his computer and glanced at the forum on Wayphone Network, where his post about the developer collaboration plan had garnered numerous responses. Wow, the Universal Cracking Store now boasts over 30 million users. Impressive. This developer collaboration plan is significantly superior to that of the Wanghu Company, not only offering genuine monetary rewards to encourage creativity, but also not requiring exclusive authorization. Indeed, the most irksome aspect of the Wanghu Company's agreement was the exclusive authorization clause, which prohibited listings on other app stores. The path ahead seems to widen, while the Wanghu Company appears to be narrowing its trajectory. In truth, many developers privately found the Wanghu Company's exclusive authorization agreement quite distasteful. As developers, they naturally hoped that their apps could be launched across multiple channels to maximize visibility among users. More importantly, Wu Shidao openly disclosed the download figures for the Universal Cracking Store, providing those developers with confidence through a solid base of over 30 million users. Mr. Zhou, the Universal Cracking Store has also announced a developer collaboration. The PR manager immediately relayed to Zhou Hao upon seeing Wu Shidao's post. This was one of the tasks Zhou Hao had assigned him, to closely monitor developments at the Universal Cracking Store. Yes, I saw it. Zhou Hao replied before abruptly hanging up, leaving the PR manager to internally berate him. To be honest, the cash incentives initiated by Wu Shidao took Zhou Hao completely by surprise. He had presumed that the Universal Cracking Store was merely backed by a technical team, and that the monetization methods for an app store are quite singular, primarily relying on advertisements, promotional fees, and revenue sharing. Previously, Zhou Hao had eliminated all advertising and promotional fees associated with 91 Assistant and the Android market, retaining only the revenue sharing model. However, he did not anticipate that the Universal Cracking Store would be so aggressive, offering cash rewards for apps that made it to the top 10 on the charts, without demanding a single cent in return. This was akin to a self-inflicted wound. Chapter 86. Eliminate exclusivity. Although the cash subsidies from the Universal Cracking Store are not substantial, totaling just over 10,000 yuan a month, Zhou Hao felt hesitant to proceed. What if the Wanghu Company responded by raising their prices? Would it lead to a costly war? The loss from cutting advertising and promotional fees had already been significant. Adding cash subsidies for developers would complicate future prospects. Frustrated, Zhou Hao lit a cigarette and paced back and forth in his room. Following the announcement of the developer collaboration plan by the Wanghu Company, the number of developers intending to collaborate with 91 Assistant and the Android market was far fewer than he had envisioned. The reality was starkly different from his idealistic expectations. In the week following the launch of the developer collaboration plan, a handful of developers did choose to collaborate with the Wanghu Company, and the number of apps submitted for listing increased by approximately 30. Yet this positive trend was short-lived. After roughly a week, the situation reverted to its previous state, with user numbers dwindling and the quantity of apps submitted for listing gradually declining to earlier levels. Zhou Hao's expectation that eliminating promotional fees would spur a rush of developers to collaborate with the Wanghu company failed to materialize. This issue had already divided the company into two factions, leading to multiple meetings filled with heated debates. The opposing faction bluntly stated during discussions that the developer collaboration plan should be terminated promptly, as it was entirely unfeasible. Not only had it resulted in substantial profit losses, but it had also failed to attract more users, exemplifying the classic case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. As the proponent of this initiative, Zhou Hao naturally supported it, asserting that the time frame was too short to draw conclusions. It has only been a month. How can we gauge the effectiveness of a long-term plan? We must wait at least 6 months to a year to see tangible results. Yet, the opposition had their counterarguments. They insisted that not terminating the plan promptly would lead to escalating losses. To act now is to minimize damages. We could devise a new strategic plan and still have a chance to turn things around. Zhou Hao countered that while losses had indeed decreased, the Wanghu company's rival, the Universal Cracking Store, had fallen silent, clearly indicating that their developer plan had left them at a loss for how to respond. Should the Universal Cracking Store decide to impose advertising and promotional fees, many developers would undoubtedly shift their allegiance to the Wanghu company. Moreover, Zhou Hao firmly believed that the Universal Cracking Store was nothing more than a technical team. They were not engaged in charity. Their creation of a Universal Cracking Store must ultimately lead to profit, or they would struggle to cover their server costs. Once the Universal Cracking Store could no longer sustain itself, the Wanghu company could seize the opportunity to acquire their technical team. Armed with jailbreaking technology, 91 Assistant and the Android market would dominate the landscape, establishing themselves as titans of the mobile internet era. To be honest, Zhou Hao's perspectives and judgments garnered the overwhelming endorsement of the majority within the company. Otherwise, his developer collaboration plan would not have been launched. However, the developer collaboration plan unveiled by Wu Shidao today left Zhou Hao utterly bewildered. Could it be that the Universal Crack Store has found an investor? Zhou Hao contemplated this possibility, and as he did, his phone buzzed once more. Distracted and irritable, he initially considered ignoring the call, but upon seeing it was the CEO, he reluctantly answered. Have you seen that the Universal Crack Store has updated to version 20? The CEO inquired. Yes, I have. Do you believe your judgment might have been erroneous? I suspect that during their recent silence, they were indeed seeking investors. I'm asking you, do you think your judgment was wrong? From the back-end data, it appears that neither 91 Assistant nor the Android market has experienced a significant increase in users since the launch of your developer collaboration plan. In fact, there's been a slight decline. What is your take on this? Mr. Wang, my plan is a long-term strategy. You must understand that the primary criterion for users when selecting an application store is the availability and richness of its apps. Have you considered this from the developer's perspective? Mr. Wang interjected sharply. When developers choose between 91 Assistant and the Universal Crack Store, should they not take into account which store has a larger user base? Might your previous exclusivity lead more developers to opt not to collaborate with us? Mr. Wang, I have taken that into account, which is why I proposed enhancing our cooperation with mobile manufacturers to pre-install our App Store app on their devices. This is a comprehensive strategy. Zhou Hao hastily clarified. I can only grant you 1 more month. Mr. Wang fell silent for a moment before stating, in a month, if there is no significant increase in users or apps, this plan will be terminated. Mr. Wang, the Universal Crack Store has proposed cash subsidies for high-quality popular apps. Zhou Hao hesitated before asking, should we follow suit? How? Mr. Wang retorted, should we also offer cash incentives? Indeed, otherwise we would be at a disadvantage. What I mean is, perhaps we should increase the cash rewards. We only have 2 application stores, 91 Assistant and the Android market, while they have not only the Universal Crack Store, but also alternatives like Wandujia. If you raise the cash rewards, how much should it be? From the developer's viewpoint, is the number of users more critical or the rewards you offer? Zhou Hao, you are profoundly disappointing me. Mr. Wang's voice brimmed with anger. I am telling you, delete the term exclusivity from your previous proposals immediately and announce that there will be no such collaborative terms in the future. Are you still not getting it? Your exclusivity will spell doom for both 91 Assistant and the Android market. If we are abandoned by numerous developers, we will inevitably face abandonment by users. Yes, I understand. Zhou Hao was taken aback and dared not retort further, quickly acknowledging his superior. As the call ended abruptly, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, reflecting on Mr. Wang's final words. Indeed, exclusivity is a double-edged sword. Wielded wisely, it can control the opponent, but wielded poorly, it may inflict self-harm. An urgent statement? On the other end, as Wu Shidao was about to log off for the night, he suddenly stumbled upon a newly posted thread on the Weiphone forum, detailing the Universal Crack Company's amendments to their developer plan. Upon glancing at it, Wu Shidao couldn't help but chuckle. The amendment was straightforward. The previous exclusivity condition was replaced with the option for developers to choose any application store for their app listings, asserting that the Universal Crack Company would not interfere with developers' choices. This was nothing short of a pointless gesture. Wu Shidao shook his head after reading it. Exclusivity is not a trivial matter. As a channel, if you aim to bully your partners, such tactics are futile in the online realm. Chapter 87. Monthly earnings exceeding 10,000. In Wu Shidao's view, for application stores of this type to emerge victorious from fierce competition, the richness of their app offerings is undeniably paramount. This implies that a good application store must house a plethora of popular, high-quality apps, encompassing a diverse range of categories. The Universal Crack Company's strategy is sound. By collaborating with app developers, they aim to enrich both 91 Assistant and the Android market. However, the execution has faltered, primarily due to the term exclusivity. It is essential to recognize that neither 91 Assistant nor the Android market currently holds a monopolistic position. Particularly, 91 Assistant, prior to the emergence of a Universal Crack Store, had nearly monopolized the iOS application store market. Yet, this does not imply that 91 Assistant is irreplaceable or inherently superior. It merely capitalized on the absence of domestic server infrastructure for the App Store. The App Store servers are primarily located overseas, resulting in maddeningly slow download speeds and requiring users to bind overseas credit cards for purchases. The combination of these factors rendered 91 Assistant the sole alternative for iOS users in China. In this context, developers who previously opted to list their apps exclusively on 91 Assistant had no choice but to acquiesce to the company's exorbitant commission rates and promotional fees. However, the advent of the Universal Crack Store swiftly altered the landscape. Firstly, the Universal Crack Store's jailbreaking feature is something 91 Assistant lacks. Although the apps available on the Universal Crack Store were not as abundant as those on 91 Assistant, Wu Shidao had consistently refrained from including cracked or pirated apps, allowing the Universal Crack Store to emerge unscathed from malware incidents. Conversely, 91 Assistant, the Android market, and other stores like Wandugia face scrutiny for harboring apps containing malware. As a result, many users opted to vote with their feet, gravitating towards the Universal Crack Store. This shift was a confluence of favorable timing, circumstances, and human behavior. Faced with a crumbling reputation and user attrition, the Universal Crack Company sought to bind developers with exclusivity, aiming to attract users through high-quality apps. While their strategy was fundamentally sound, they overlooked a crucial point. Would a multitude of developers truly wish to align with them? Eliminating various promotional and advertising fees may seem like a concession to developers. But with the Universal Crack Store's announcement of no exclusivity and their provision of creative subsidies for popular apps, developers would undoubtedly vote with their feet. The Universal Crack Company initially intended to bind developers through exclusivity, aspiring for shared fate. Yet developers are not naive. They will readily abandon a sinking ship. The launch of the iPhone 4 as a contract version saw immediate success. In an era with relatively modest average incomes, owning an iPhone 4 has become a dream for many young individuals. As the internet humorously points out, those who use iPhones often lack pockets when making or receiving calls. They must prominently display the iconic bitten Apple logo, and their ringtones must feature Apple's distinctive melodies. While many domestic manufacturers may harbor resentment towards the iPhone's soaring sales, for Wu Shidao, witnessing such a trend brings immense satisfaction. After all, the more iPhones sold, the greater the influx of users to the Universal Crack Store. On the afternoon of September 30th, many students, eager to leave campus, hurriedly hailed cabs towards the bus station. Wow, you seem to put on quite a bit of weight in the month I've been gone. It seems the food at your university is quite good. After meeting with Hu Bin, Wu Shidao scrutinized him from head to toe. You too, Hu Bin chuckled before complaining. I say, Lao Wu, if you're treating me to a meal, couldn't you choose a better place? A bustling food stall like this? The venue for their meeting was a large food stall outside the Information Engineering University. What's wrong with a food stall? The flavors are delightful. Wu Shidao retorted with a roll of his eyes. Then where would you prefer to eat? I've never been to a 5-star restaurant, Hu Bin replied unabashedly. You really are quite bold. Wu Shidao laughed at his friend, and then suddenly inquired, have you found yourself a girlfriend? How did you know? Hu Bin exclaimed in surprise. Your flamboyant attire gave it away. Scientific studies suggest that when a man begins to pay particular attention to his appearance, it indicates he is either in a romantic relationship or pursuing someone. Your outfit aligns perfectly with that notion. Wu Shidao began to order from the menu. So why hasn't she been introduced to me yet? She went home. I had originally intended for you to meet her, Hu Bin explained, his excitement bubbling over. Lao Wu, what exactly is your proposition? Hu Bin's monthly allowance was meager, amounting to only 1,000 yuan, and since starting a relationship, his expenses had become quite strained. Especially after the official release of the iPhone 4, his girlfriend had been subtly hinting for days that she too desired one. But how could Hu Bin dare to agree? He calculated that, based on the contract phone package pricing, an iPhone would cost at least 10,000 yuan. Although he earned some income working for Wu Shidao, it had already been preemptively spent on his own iPhone. Hu Bin contemplated whether to ask Wu Shidao for an advance on his salary, but then dismissed the idea. He hadn't yet repaid old debts, and accruing new ones seemed unwise. Furthermore, the app review process at the Universal Cracking Shop had noticeably slowed down recently. Although it was gradually picking up again, Hu Bin, being unaware of the specifics, felt hesitant to bring it up with Wu Shidao. I wish to sell fruit near your university and Post and Telecommunications University, Wu Shidao said after handing the menu to the waiter, gesturing towards the gate of the nearby university. I want you to oversee the sales and distribution for both universities. If you handle it well, starting in October, I'll raise your salary to 10,000 yuan. What do you think? Really? Hu Bin trembled with excitement. Earning over 10,000 yuan a month? To be honest, he had never even dreamed of such fortune falling into his lap. After hearing Wu Shidao's previous mention, he had been too excited to sleep properly for days, fearing it was all a jest. Now, hearing it directly, Hu Bin finally felt a sense of relief. Do you think I have time to joke with you when I'm this busy? Wu Shidao replied, rolling his eyes at Hu Bin's exuberance. He understood that the prospect of earning a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 yuan was a dream for many in their country. Brother Wu, you'll be like a real brother to me from now on. Hu Bin grinned obsequiously, eagerly pouring tea into Wu Shidao's cup, and said, just tell me what you need me to do. Chapter 88, An Unexpected Rival Encounter. In truth, the task was not particularly difficult. Rather, aside from a few cumbersome aspects, it was quite straightforward. Wu Shidao outlined the entire process of ordering, stocking, verifying, and delivering to Hu Bin. Your responsibilities will include management. The combined student population of the two universities is approximately 100,000, so you will need at least 2 delivery stations, essentially temporary warehouses, and recruit around 50 work-study students. That was the gist of it. After summarizing, Wu Shidao observed Hu Bin attentively as he pondered over the details. Satisfied with Hu Bin's focus, Wu Shidao felt reassured. Although the entire process sounded simple, there were indeed some challenges. Wu Shidao had not elaborated in detail, wanting to assess Hu Bin's capabilities and see if he could identify the practical difficulties involved. After a few minutes, the waiter brought the dishes, and noticing Hu Bin still deep in thought, Wu Shidao said, Come, think while you eat. Lao Wu. Hu Bin snapped back to reality, picking up his chopsticks to sample the food, and continued, if that's the case, I'll first need to rent 2 properties, right? And I must ensure the security at school is informed. Otherwise, the delivery vehicles won't be allowed in. Precisely, Wu Shidao nodded. Another concern is whether the school faculty will interfere and disallow this. Hu Bin further inquired. Your university might not interfere, but Post and Telecommunications University might. Wu Shidao chuckled. Why is that? Because you're a student at Information Engineering University. Conducting this business at your own school could be seen as student entrepreneurship, which may invite scrutiny. But since neither of us are students at Post and Telecommunications University, do you think they would approve? Hu Bin suddenly realized and slapped his thigh. That makes sense. What if we set up the delivery stations outside, for instance, here? He pointed to the streets on either side. If we establish the delivery stations as you suggested, we would only need to rent a shop. Have you considered the logistics? Wu Shidao shook his head. Once you reach 20 kilograms, how will you deliver it to the dorms? Just think about it. If we rent a shop here, let us not even discuss the availability of suitable locations. How much can you deliver at once? We could simply buy a few tricycles to solve that issue, Hu Bin immediately suggested. In this way, we can reduce some personnel costs and hire fewer people. You make a valid point, Wu Shidao acknowledged. Though acquiring tricycles is essential, that's not the primary concern. The most critical issue is whether the school will agree. Take Post and Telecommunications University, for instance. What if they don't allow your tricycles inside? We can bribe the security a little, ensuring they turn a blind eye, Hu Bin confidently asserted. If we can sort things out with the school, everything else will fall into place. Once the school gives the nod, the security will surely not obstruct us. Wu Shidao shook his head, guiding him. Do you have any way to persuade the faculty? Hu Bin frowned, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. I don't. There are many considerations in business. Wu Shidao smiled gently. If you shift your perspective, you'll find a solution. How do I shift my perspective? Hu Bin asked, bewildered and seeking guidance. You're quite naive. Consider it from the school's viewpoint. What benefits does selling fruit bring to the institution? Wu Shidao's demeanor turned serious as he continued. The first advantage is that it can provide work-study positions for students, which every university needs. You can leverage these positions as a bargaining chip when discussing with the student affairs director at Post and Telecommunications University. Alternatively, you could find a student from there to act as an agent to negotiate with the school, thus supporting their own students' entrepreneurial efforts. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Hubin suddenly had an epiphany, slapping his forehead. You're right. I never considered that angle. I was solely focused on cutting costs and reducing expenses. In business, one must think beyond mere profit and aim for a mutually beneficial outcome. A mindset fixated solely on self-interest will inevitably lead to challenges in sustaining and expanding the business. Wu Shidao shifted the conversation, asking, what did your parents say when you told them you weren't going home for the holiday? I mentioned I was planning to work with you, and they agreed, Hubin replied succinctly. As the brief holiday approached, Wu Shidao succinctly summarized the pressing tasks ahead. First, to secure the student affairs directors at 2 universities, and second, to find suitable accommodations. Additionally, he wished to orchestrate some promotional activities. In summary, there was a plethora of matters to attend to, all of which needed to be resolved within a mere 5 days to facilitate a promotional event before the influx of other students returning to campus, thereby conserving advertising costs. What sort of promotional activities do you envision? Hubin inquired curiously. You shall find out in due course, Wu Shidao teased. He had no intention of advertising at the Information Engineering University and the Post and Telecommunications University. Universities, being relatively insular environments, often rely on word of mouth to achieve sufficient impact. Very well, Hubin replied, finishing a bowl of rice and a few bites before standing up. Time is of the essence. I must inquire early, particularly since there's no telling whether the student affairs directors will be available during the holiday. Rest assured, even during the holiday, there will be personnel on duty. Wu Shidao reassured him, observing Hubin's hurried demeanor with amusement. Have another bite. No, I must go earn some money, Hubin waved dismissively, suddenly recalling something. He added, by the way, do you remember our high school classmate, that troublesome Lu Xia? Yes, but why do you bring her up? Wu Shidao was taken aback, having nearly forgotten her until Hubin mentioned her. She is here at the Post and Telecommunications University. Hubin pointed towards the entrance of the university. I ran in her last week. I almost didn't recognize her, and I hadn't intended to acknowledge her, yet that troublesome girl actually greeted me first. She studies here? Wu Shidao was genuinely surprised, reflecting on whether he had ever inquired about Lu Xia's university during his past life. Indeed, surprising, isn't it? Hubin shrugged. Doesn't this seem like a case of fate? What kind of fate? Just her? She is hardly worthy of such a title. Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively. All right, you go on and take care of your business. Feel free to call anytime. Hubin nodded and departed. Wu Shidao took his time and meandered into the Post and Telecommunications University, wandering around the campus. He primarily explored the vicinity of the dormitory buildings, seeking a suitable location. This was his first visit to the Post and Telecommunications University, and before long, he found himself lost. A glance at a directional sign revealed that the nearby building was the library. As he was about to head toward the campus entrance, he encountered a man and a woman approaching, engaged in lively conversation. Wu Shidao cast a casual glance their way, only to feel a sudden jolt of recognition. The girl was unfamiliar, but the boy was none other than Zhao Lei, the current boyfriend of Shun Xiaojing. Chapter 89. The Curiosity of Lu Xia. Tomorrow, I have a meeting with a fellow townsman. I may not have time to shop with you, Zhao Lei mentioned. Is this fellow townsman male or female? Of course male. He is my high school classmate from Nansen University. Very well. Then would you accompany me shopping the day after tomorrow? Your wardrobe is looking rather worn. I wish to buy you a few new pieces. Xiang, you are too kind to me. However, I appreciate your generosity, though I am financially constrained. I do not wish to spend your money. Zhao Lei, we are in a romantic relationship. I merely wish to gift you some clothing, not anything else. Clothes are merely superficial. I value inner qualities. My material wealth may be meager, but my spirit is abundant. It is your talent that captivates me. The two passed by Wu Shidao, chattering merrily, and Zhao Lei did not recognize him. In fact, even if they stood face to face, Zhao Lei might not have recognized Wu Shidao without a closer look, as they had only met once at the night market in Yen City. Zhao Lei had long since forgotten him. This fellow has certainly moved on quickly, Wu Shidao thought as he walked, glancing back at Zhao Lei. It appeared that Zhao Lei was quite adept at understanding women. Otherwise, he would have found a new partner at the Post and Telecommunications University merely a month into the semester. He recalled that in his previous life, it took Shin Xiaojing a year or two to discover Zhao Lei's duplicity. This indicated that Zhao Lei was skilled at disguise. With this in mind, Wu Shidao felt a surge of inspiration. He took out his phone and turned to snap a photo of Zhao Lei and the girl. Surely, Shen Xiaojing would recognize Zhao Lei from behind. In his previous life, Shen Xiaojing endured considerable anguish upon discovering Zhao Lei's infidelity. Wu Shidao pondered whether he should seize an opportunity to show her the photo, allowing her to see Zhao Lei's true nature sooner. Yet he reconsidered. A mere photo of their backs, without any hand-holding, wouldn't substantiate anything. It would be better to wait until he had more conclusive evidence of Zhao Lei's betrayal before showing it to Shen Xiaojing. Knowing that Zhao Lei was attending the Post and Telecommunications University felt like a small victory for Wu Shidao. His visit today had not been in vain. Wu Shidao. Suddenly, a voice called out. Turning around, Wu Shidao couldn't suppress a slight frown, thinking to himself, what a coincidence. The one calling out was none other than Lucia, the troublesome girl who Ben had mentioned earlier. What a twist of fate, Wu Shidao thought, initially reluctant to engage, but since Lucia had already taken the initiative, he felt compelled to respond. Indeed, what a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here. Lucia approached with a bright smile, as if she had forgotten their previous encounters. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, prompting Wu Shidao to sneeze. He assessed Lucia's appearance and commented blandly, yes, the world is indeed quite small. In contrast to her high school days, Lucia now presented herself with considerable flair, her attire noticeably more revealing. One could hardly deny that, although her beauty was average, her appearance was likely to attract many student gazes. As the saying goes, when beauty is lacking, one resorts to revealing more flesh. Have you not returned home for the holiday? Lucia inquired. I have some matters to attend to, so I did not go home. Wu Shidao replied, shifting the conversation. I have to go. I have other commitments. He truly had no desire to engage in idle chatter with her. Wait a moment. What's your phone number? Lucia hastily asked. Several classmates from our class are also studying in Jean City. Since you haven't returned home for the holiday, let us find an opportunity to gather together. As she spoke, she produced a white iPhone 4. Wu Shidao's eyelids flickered. He recalled Lucia's modest background. Considering her current attire, he wondered if she had become involved with a wealthy benefactor. The thought crossed his mind. Very well. Wu Shidao pondered briefly before providing his phone number to Lucia. They exchanged contact information, and he quickly fabricated an excuse to leave. Though he held Lucia in contempt, as a man with a psychological age of 40, Wu Shidao understood that everyone has their own motives and ways of surviving in this world, as long as her choices did not infringe upon his interests. There was no need to judge her actions based on her lifestyle. Meanwhile, Kubin was brimming with enthusiasm. Upon returning to his dormitory, he took out a sheet of paper and began to jot down calculations. Wu Shidao had hired a total of 50 individuals across the two universities. In comparison to Nansen University, this number was slightly lower, which was to be expected, as Wu Shidao had a vested interest in his own institution and would naturally lean towards it. Kubin divided the 50 positions into two equal halves for two schools. He first consulted his dormitory mates, and upon learning about the enticing monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, two students from modest backgrounds expressed their eagerness to participate immediately. Subsequently, Kubin approached the student council president and shared the initiative concerning work-study opportunities. For the student council president, this presented a chance to enhance his political achievements, naturally piquing his interest. He promptly contacted a teacher from the student affairs office to arrange a meeting the following morning to discuss the matter. Upon their meeting, the teacher from the student affairs office commended Hubin's entrepreneurial spirit and sanctioned the fruit delivery service on campus, proposing that the work-study positions be centrally allocated by the school. The entire process unfolded remarkably smoothly, bolstering Hubin's confidence and filling him with self-assurance regarding his approach to the professors at the Post and Telecommunications University. However, the only acquaintance he had at that university was the gossip-loving Lucia. After some contemplation, Hubin decided to call Lucia. Are you at school? I need to ask if you can find out the phone number of your student council president. What do you need the student council president's number for? Lucia asked, perplexed. That is none of your concern. I surely have my reasons for reaching out to him, Hubin replied patiently. You're quite the character, Lucia's curiosity ignited. If you don't tell me what it's about, how can I help you find out? I intend to conduct some business at your school and need to liaise with your student council president. Is that clear? Hubin thought to himself, cursing inwardly, as he grew increasingly impatient. Business? What kind of business? With whom? Lucia was taken aback and immediately pressed on. Selling fruit, which I will manage myself. Is there a problem with that? Hubin was nearing exasperation. None. But why did you decide to sell fruit? Aren't there plenty of fruit vendors outside the school? Are you planning to sell on campus? Is that profitable? Lucia continued, throwing a barrage of questions at him. Are you ever going to stop? Hubin finally snapped. Irritated, Just tell me if you know the student council president's number. Why all the questions? ISNT it out of concern for you as a fellow student? Lucia huffed. I have a number. Let me look it up for you. All right, jot this down. She relayed the phone number to Hu Bin. After noting it down, Hu Bin hastily responded, got it, goodbye. Without wasting a moment, he hung up. What a person, Lucia muttered, displeased by the abrupt end to their conversation. Men are all the same. Reflecting on the call, she logged into QQ and texted Meng Wenwen. Are you there? I have something to tell you. Hu Bin wants to come to our school to do business. He said he is selling fruit. What does that mean? Meng Wenwen replied, confused. I don't know, but I suspect it's somehow related to Wu Shidao. Lucia speculated earnestly. By the way, I saw Wu Shidao yesterday. After Hu Bin connected with the student council president at the Post and Telecommunications University and mentioned the work-study initiative, the president readily agreed to meet with him on campus. At this moment, Hu Bin found himself increasingly admiring Wu Shidao, for as he had predicted, most student council presidents possess a certain political sensitivity and can quickly gauge the benefits of such initiatives. However, a minor hiccup arose. When Hu Bin mentioned he could only offer 25 work-study positions, the student council president insisted on increasing the number to at least 50, stating that otherwise, the discussion was off the table. Hu Bin, aware that he could not make such decisions unilaterally, contacted Wu Shidao. After some deliberation, Wu Shidao consented to add 5 more positions, but informed Hu Bin that if the president insisted on 50, the salary would have to be reduced. Reduce the salary? That is unacceptable, Hu Bin countered. The student council president, a fourth-year student named Dong Jianwei, donned glasses and had a rather refined appearance. Yet he perceived Hu Bin as somewhat naive. After hearing Hu Bin's relay of the situation, he pondered briefly, shook his head, and, in an authoritative tone, stated, 50 work-study positions, and the salary must remain unchanged at the 3,000 yuan per month you mentioned earlier. As Dong Jianwei was nearing the end of his senior year and preparing for internships, he was troubled by the lack of impressive accomplishments on his resume. Hu Bin's work-study positions seemed like a timely opportunity. If he could add a line to his resume stating that during his tenure as student council president, he had successfully developed numerous on-campus initiatives and provided 100 work-study positions, he was confident it would attract the attention of any employer. The rationale behind the increase from 50 to 100 positions was simple. By splitting the original work hours, he could effectively double the number of positions available. This is impossible. Hu Bin's brow furrowed at the thought. He had already calculated that 30 work-study positions would amount to an annual labor cost of 1 million yuan. 50 positions would escalate to an exorbitant total of 180,000 yuan. 180,000? Dong Jianwei was momentarily speechless, regarding Hu Bin with a look of incredulity. How did you arrive at that figure? If one person earns 36,000 a year, then 50 people would cost 180,000. Wouldn't it? Hu Bin retorted. Do you include the summer and winter breaks? Are there no holidays? Dong Jianwei couldn't help but chuckle. Hu Bin was taken aback, finally realizing his oversight. If we calculate based on 4 months of vacation, it would actually be 120,000. Dong Jianwei quickly recognized the flaw in Hu Bin's reasoning and replied earnestly. So based on your original 12-month calculation, 30 people would total around 100,000, just a mere additional 20,000. Just 20,000? Hu Bin was exasperated and shot back. Do you have 20,000 on hand? I don't, but that doesn't mean the school isn't profitable. Dong Jianwei shrugged nonchalantly. Do you know how much it costs to lease a supermarket for a year? The starting fee is 500,000, and yet the supermarket still turns a profit. So there is no issue with my request for additional work-study positions. Pausing, he added, anyway, you should discuss this with your superior or have them contact me. It's clear you're not in a position to make decisions. Hu Bin immediately sensed Dong Jianwei's disdain. He wanted to say, you're being rather pretentious. You know? However, despite his frustration, he recognized that uttering such words would only worsen the situation. Shifting his approach, he inquired, do the teachers from his student affairs office share the same perspective? Ah, so you intend to bypass me and speak with the student affairs teachers directly? Dong Jianwei shrugged, confident in his standing. My rapport with the teachers is certainly better than yours. Besides, in this matter our interests align. We both aim to secure greater benefits for our students. Do you really think consulting them will be fruitful? All right, I understand. Hu Bin conceded, feeling thwarted. I'll have my superior reach out to you for a discussion. Yes, please expedite that. Dong Jianwei took out his phone and glanced at it, exuding an air of nonchalance as he remarked, I've been rather busy these past few days, but today is the only time I have available. Damn it, Hu Bin muttered under his breath, deeming him a pretentious fool. After parting ways with Dong Jianwei, Hu Bin promptly dialed Wu Shidao's number, relaying Dong Jianwei's words verbatim. Old Wu, you should have seen his smug expression. It's utterly infuriating. I feel like slapping him. He's merely the student council president. Yet he carries himself as if he were some high-ranking official. Are you upset? Wu Shidao chuckled upon hearing Hu Bin's description. I could slap him myself. Do you think I'm not? Hu Bin replied, seething with indignation. No need for that. Wu Shidao pondered for a moment before saying, since he insists on behaving this way, let us allow others to deal with him. What do you mean? Hu Bin paused, then excitedly exclaimed, are you suggesting we get a few people to beat him up? Certainly not. Wu Shidao replied with a smile. Let us devise a plan to have the students from the University of Posts and Telecommunications drown him in their spit. Chapter 91. Digging a pit. Do you have a plan? Hu Bin's spirits lifted instantly. I do, but we need one more person, Wu Shidao mused. It would be ideal if we had a mutual acquaintance at the University of Posts and Telecommunications. Damn, Hu Bin exclaimed, suddenly realizing, I have the perfect candidate. The gossipmonger Lu Xia. You've forgotten about her, haven't you? Indeed. Wu Shidao smacked his forehead. I would have overlooked her if you hadn't mentioned it. This should pose no problem. By the way, have you made arrangements with the Information Engineering University? Yes, it's all set, but you need to come over tomorrow. Hu Bin responded. Today, while conversing with the student affairs teacher, he mentioned that there's a newsstand in the dormitory area looking for someone to take it over. I believe it would be a suitable location for the delivery station you proposed. All right, I'll swing by tomorrow. And we can also meet with that Dong Jianwei from the University of Posts and Telecommunications. Wu Shidao replied cheerfully. As night fell, Dong Jianwei still had not received the anticipated call. However, he remained unperturbed. In his view, since the other party was interested in doing business at the university, they would not easily relinquish their pursuit. It wasn't until lunchtime the following day that Dong Jianwei received a call from an unknown number. Hello, is this Dong Jianwei? Yes. Speaking. Who's this? I am Wu Shidao. My friend contacted you yesterday regarding the work-study positions. Oh, understood. So it's you, Dong Jianwei said, swallowing his food nonchalantly. What is up? Have you made a decision? I would like to meet and discuss, Wu Shidao replied cheerfully. Do you have time now? Not at the moment. I'm eating, Dong Jianwei stated bluntly, feeling that this Wu Shidao was rather presumptuous for calling him during lunch without even offering to treat him. Very well. Enjoy your meal, Wu Shidao said with a smile. Contact me once you're finished. He then hung up the phone. Damn, Dong Jianwei muttered as he heard the dial tone on the other end. You can go meet that pretentious fool. I want to be attending. Seeing Wu Shidao hang up, Hu Bin chimed in, you don't have to go if you don't want to. However, you must assist me while I'm there. Wu Shidao replied with a grin. Assist with what? Hu Bin asked, puzzled. Come, I'll teach you. Open the Universal Cracking Store and download a voice recording app. Wu Shidao said with a smile. When I chat with Dong Jianwei, you just need to activate the recording function. Damn, old Wu, you're quite cunning, Hu Bin exclaimed. Réalising Wu Shidao's intention, sporting à knowing grand. Before long, the app was successfully installed, and after familiarizing himself with its features, Hu Bin gave Wu Shidao an approving thumbs up. Wu Shidao redialed Dong Jianwei's number, and upon connecting, he activated the speakerphone, cheerfully saying, Dong Jianwei, do you have time now? Hu Bin began recording. You really are something else. I just told you I'm busy eating. Dong Jianwei's disgruntled voice came through the receiver. It's only been a few minutes. Can I finish my meal? Oh, I might have something urgent to attend to shortly, so I only have time now. Perhaps you should pause your meal? Wu Shidao said with a grin. After all, what we're discussing is of great importance, concerning thousands of students at the University of Posts and Telecommunications and whether they can access affordable fruit and delivery services. It also pertains to the 25 work-study positions. I believe our matter holds greater significance than your meal. Wouldn't you agree? You have something to attend to later? Very well, we can discuss it after you're done. Dong Jianwei replied with a scoff, thinking, is this a threat or a strategic retreat? Dong Jianwei, I only have time right now. I may not be available for a month or two afterward, Wu Shidao emphasized, deliberately stressing his words. When I called earlier, you mentioned you were eating. It's been over 10 minutes. You should be nearly finished, right? What? Is it a crime to eat slowly? Dong Jianwei retorted, rolling his eyes. If you're going to be unavailable in the future, we can simply forego this discussion. It's entirely up to you. Is it appropriate for you to say that? Dong Jianwei. Wu Shidao's tone turned serious. You must understand that we intend to conduct business at the University of Posts and Telecommunications to provide high-quality, affordable fruit for thousands of students and to offer work-study opportunities for those from less fortunate backgrounds. Does that mean nothing to you? Are you implying that you're threatening me? The fire of anger surged within Dong Jianwei as he exclaimed, You speak so grandiosely. You merely want to profit from your business while dragging others into your narrative. Furthermore, let me clarify that it's not 25 work-study positions, but 50. I apologize, but I cannot provide that many. The maximum I can offer is 25, Wu Shidao replied solemnly. Moreover, for these 25 positions, we can offer a salary of 3,000 each, which is quite generous. 50 work-study positions. If you want to agree to that, Then we have nothing more to discuss. Dong Jianwei stood firm, his tone unwavering. Dong Jianwei, don't you think you should first discuss this with your student affairs office? Wu Shidao said calmly. No need. Dong Jianwei, oblivious to the fact that he was gradually falling into Wu Shidao's trap, stated bluntly, I can make this decision. I truly don't believe that. You're merely the student council president. How could you possibly have authority over the student affairs office? Wu Shidao's tone grew increasingly curt. Huh? Who maintains a better relationship with the student affairs office? You or I? Do they listen to you? Or do they heed my words? Dong Jianwei shot back dismissively. If you insist on this stance, then it seems we need not meet. I cannot agree to your terms. Wu Shidao paused before replying. Very well, I'll reiterate. It's of no concern to me, as you are the ones seeking to conduct business at the university, not I. In Dong Jianwei's eyes, Wu Shidao was merely probing and threatening him. At this juncture, if he were to concede, it would be utterly laughable. Very well, since you feel that way. I believe there is no need for us to continue this conversation, Wu Shidao remarked coolly. Please, continue your meal. I apologize for the interruption. With that, he hung up the phone and turned to Hu Bin, who was stifling a laugh, and said, let us listen to it. Chapter 92. The Incompetence of Your University. Hu Bin played back the recording from earlier. The dialogue between Dong Jianwei and Wu Shidao was crystal clear, despite a faint static hum that posed little distraction. Perfect. Hu Bin exclaimed with excitement. Old Wu, what do you think will happen if this recording gets out? Dong Jianwei will surely face backlash. Wu Shidao shrugged. He might even receive a disciplinary action. A disciplinary action? How is that even possible? Hu Bin questioned, his face a picture of confusion. I believe that even if the students at the Post and Telecommunications University found out, the worst they would do is criticize him. How could he possibly face disciplinary action? Have you forgotten what he said in the recording? Wu Shidao smiled slightly. Who has a better rapport with the Student Affairs Office, you or I? Whose words do you think carry more weight? What do you mean by that? Hu Bin asked, somewhat perplexed, scratching his head. He does have a point, though. Indeed, and yet not quite, Wu Shidao chuckled. In terms of familiarity, it is certainly true that he has a closer relationship with the teachers at the Post and Telecommunications University. However, familiarity aside, he must recognize his own position. Although Dong Jianwei is the student council president, at the end of the day, he is merely a student. Can he truly presume to command authority over the teachers? If you were a teacher in the student affairs office and heard him speak like that, how would you feel? Wouldn't you consider him rather arrogant? Wouldn't you want to set him straight? Ah, I see. Hu Bin suddenly grasped the situation. But if he hasn't committed any wrongdoing, the teachers cannot arbitrarily punish him, right? Do you think losing dozens of work-study positions is a trivial matter? This is a significant issue. Wu Shidao elaborated. In his view, Dong Jianwei was still too naive or perhaps did not comprehend the treacherous nature of human interactions. Very well. Let me teach him a lesson about humility. Ultimately, Dong Jianwei is just an inexperienced university student. A simple trap from me could bury him. The newsstand at the Information Engineering University, which was up for transfer, was situated in a prime location, occupying a mere 5 square meters of space in front of the student dormitory. From the perspective of a delivery station, it was somewhat small. However, upon closer inspection, Wu Shidao decided to proceed with the rental. The area surrounding the newsstand was devoid of any other structures, meaning there was additional space to utilize. And the location was conveniently accessible, allowing vehicles to drive right in. Most importantly, it was situated close to the dormitories. This meant that even if deliveries needed to be brought upstairs, time and effort could be conserved, eliminating the need to purchase a tricycle. At Nansen University, Wu Shidao had already acquired 5 tricycles for Yang Xian and others to deliver goods to the dormitory. Relying solely on manual labor would have been exhausting for them. Moreover, the elderly man managing the newsstand was not asking for a steep price, merely a transfer fee of 20,000 yuan. In recent years, with the continuous advancement of mobile technology, the decline of newspapers and magazines had accelerated, and students predominantly consumed news online. Thus, the old man's business had dwindled, prompting him to seek a transfer. Hu Bin was tasked with guiding the newly recruited work-study students to tidy up the newsstand. Later in the afternoon, Wu Shidao led the group to the staff housing area of Nansen University, where they would participate in distribution and sorting tasks over the next few days, allowing Hu Bin and the others to familiarize themselves with the workflow. On the morning of October 7th, Wu Shidao, accompanied by Hu Bin and dozens of others, set his plan into motion. At the main entrance of the Information Engineering University, he arranged for Jean Gang to bring in 5 tons of apples, instructing the students to sort and package them into bags containing 5 apples each. A banner was unfurled, proclaiming, register and download the group buying app for free apples, with delivery to the dormitory included. Nearby, several printed advertisements displayed offers for information engineering university students, stating that those who purchased 20 pounds of fruit would receive free delivery to their dormitories. Naturally, there were additional promotions highlighting discounted fruits and the benefits of group purchases, enticing students to invite friends to join in. Students passing by were greeted with free bags of apples, provided they downloaded the group buying app. Some students declined, saying, "I don't have a smartphone. I can't download it." "You can still receive a bag for free," the students distributing the apples generously replied. The lively scene at the main entrance of the Information Engineering University attracted students from the nearby Post and Telecommunications University, and a few began to gather and observe. Wu Shidao kept a keen eye on the situation across the street. Spotting the group of students approaching, he walked over with several bags of apples, smiling brightly. "Apples are being given away for free. Just download the group buying app. The fruit here is very affordable. Apples are only 2 yuan per pound. Just like the quality of those in this bag. Thank you. These apples are quite good." A few students responded, pleasantly surprised. One student pulled out his phone and inquired, "So if I download this group buying app, I can get the apples?" "You don't have to download it, but it's better if you do." Wu Shidao replied with a warm smile. "I think I'll download it to check it out. If the fruit is cheap, buying from here seems great." Another student chimed in. Just then, another pointed to the advertisement and asked casually, "So, if we're students at Information Engineering University, we can have 20 pounds of fruit delivered to our dorms for free?" "Indeed," Wu Shidao nodded, adding a knowing touch. "By the way, where are you all from?" "We're from the Post and Telecommunications University," one student replied. "Do you not deliver to our university?" Wu Shidao shrugged. "If you wish to purchase fruit, you'll have to collect it at the delivery point beneath the dormitories at Information Engineering University." As soon as he finished speaking, a student who had downloaded the group buying app opened it out of curiosity, and his eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "No way. The fruit prices here are unbelievably low. Apples for 22 yuan a pound, bananas for 15 yuan a pound? I just bought bananas for 5 yuan a pound a few days ago." The other students nearby leaned in to see. Wu Shidao declared loudly, "Indeed. The fruit prices on the group buying app are approximately half of what you would find at local fruit shops or supermarkets. The more people that buy, the cheaper it gets. For instance, apples are currently 22 yuan a pound, but if another 100 people join in, the price will drop to 21 or even 2 yuan a pound. Plus, if you purchase 20 pounds of fruit, it will be delivered to your dormitory." After a brief pause, he emphasized, however, "This is exclusively for students of the Information Engineering University. Those from the Postal and Telecommunications University are not permitted." Chapter 93, The Wrath of the Masses. "Why?" A few bewildered students from the Postal and Telecommunications University inquired. "Because to deliver to the dormitories, we require permission from school. We had a discussion with your student council president a few days ago." Wu Shidao remarked, "Your student council president is named Dong Jianwei, correct?" "Yes, that's right. It's Senior Dong. Initially, we intended to establish a delivery point on the Postal and Telecommunications University campus, closer to your dormitory buildings. The advantage of this arrangement is that if you only purchase a small quantity, you can conveniently collect it yourself. And if you order more, the delivery students won't be overly fatigued." Wu Shidao stated earnestly. "Furthermore, we plan to hire 25 work-study students from your institution, offering each a salary of 3,000 yuan. That amount is quite substantial. I assent it. 3,000? That's a considerable sum," exclaimed the surprised student. "Their SA classmate in our dormitory who is also doing work-study, and he only earns 1,000 yuan a month. I've heard from seniors in their 4th year that some internship positions pay merely 2,000 yuan a month. That salary is indeed quite generous. Is the work especially arduous?" Someone asked. "Not particularly. It merely involves delivering fruit to the dormitory, typically around 20 kilograms at a time. The frequency depends on the number of orders." Wu Shidao chuckled. "If there are many orders, we just make a few more trips. Overall, it's not exhausting." "Indeed, 20 kilograms is roughly equivalent to the weight of a small bag of rice, which isn't excessively heavy," another remarked. "Then why not set up a delivery point at the Postal and Telecommunications University?" someone questioned. "As I mentioned earlier, it's due to your president Dong Jianwei." Wu Shidao shrugged, displaying a look of helplessness. "You can see that the prices for fruit on the group buying app are quite reasonable, right? At 2 yuan per pound for apples, do you think there's any profit to be made? How much could we possibly earn? We can only offer 25 work-study positions. Calculated. What would be the annual labor cost for these 25 individuals? 90,000. No, accounting for the winter and summer breaks. Let us estimate for 4 months. It should be around 60,000. That's right, 60,000. Wu Shidao nodded and continued. "However, your president Dong Jianwei stated that at least 50 work-study positions must be established before allowing the group buying app to set up a delivery point at the Postal and Telecommunications University. 50 positions would require an annual budget of 120,000. Is that even feasible?" Under such circumstances, we would have to forego the Postal and Telecommunications University. In this era of comparatively low average incomes, the figure of 120,000 was indeed staggering to the students from the Postal and Telecommunications University. Cool me. Enough talk. Take these apples back to enjoy. If you find them satisfactory, you may place an order through the group buying app. But you'll need to collect the fruit from the dormitory at the Information Engineering University. Wu Shidao said with a smile. It's merely a matter of taking a few extra steps. Consider it a form of exercise. A few extra steps? Someone retorted. The distance from our Postal and Telecommunications University dormitory to the dormitory at the Information Engineering University is at least a kilometer. That's 2 kilometers round trip. Well, there's nothing to be done about that. Wu Shidao spread his hands. By the way, you can inform your fellow students that today we are giving away free apples. 1 bag per person, no limits. After today, there won't be any left. The group nodded and turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, more students from the Postal and Telecommunications University approached, eager to join in on the excitement. They quickly grasped the reason behind the lack of deliveries to their university. By the afternoon, while not every student at the Postal and Telecommunications University was aware, at least half had heard about the free apple giveaway through word of mouth. Coincidentally, Dong Jianwei was not in school that day and returned only later in the afternoon, thus oblivious to the pitfall that Wu Shidao had set for him. However, upon returning, Dong Jianwei sensed an unusual atmosphere. He encountered numerous students along the way, all casting peculiar glances in his direction, with some seemingly whispering and pointing at him. Doubt crept into his mind. Was he imagining things? Yet he could distinctly feel the weight of many complex gazes upon him. What on earth is happening? Ah, President Dong, you're back. Upon entering the dormitory, Dong Jianwei was greeted by his roommate. Yes, I'm back, he replied, and then noticed several bags of apples on the dormitory table, large, red, and enticing. Whose apples are these? Who bought so many? I'll have one. He casually picked the most appealing one, wiped it on his sleeve, and took a bite, exclaiming, These apples are truly delightful, quite sweet. President Dong, when you returned, didn't you hear anyone cursing you on the way? His roommate asked lazily. Cursing me? Dong Jianwei froze, swallowing the bite of apple in confusion. What is going on? Why would anyone curse me? Today, the Information Engineering University across the street is holding an event giving away free apples, his roommate explained, his expression complex as he continued, President Dong, you've truly incurred the wrath of the masses. Many students are complaining that, due to you, they have to walk an extra 2 kilometers to buy affordable fruit. Dong Jianwei's expression darkened instantaneously, and he hurriedly defended himself. How can this be attributed to me? I did indeed advocate for more work-study positions. But I'm still the student council president. I must consider the interests of those work-study students. I am fighting for their benefits. Anger surged within him. In recent days, neither Wu Shidao nor Hubin had contacted him. Dong Jianwei had assumed they were merely testing his patience, never imagining they would abandon the Postal and Telecommunications University altogether. I believe you may be advocating for the interests of those work-study students. His roommate glanced at him, unenthusiastically stating, but do others share the same sentiment? President Dong, you have indeed aroused public indignation. To be honest, he held little regard for Dong Jianwei in his heart. The reason was simple. Ever since this fellow became the student council president, he had taken to boastfully flaunting his position, as if he were a figure of great authority. Every gesture and word dripped with self-importance. The entire dormitory had grown weary of Dong Jianwei. But out of respect for his role as student council president and their shared living space, they had all tolerated him. Chapter 94, Defending Himself. Now with this incident, the entire dormitory was reveling in his misfortune, waiting to see the spectacle unfold. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sound of knocking at the door. Moments later, 5 or 6 students pushed the door open and entered. One of the leading students, upon spotting Dong Jianwei, greeted him, President Dong, you're back. We've been looking for you all day. You must be Gong Liang, right? What's the matter? Dong Jianwei vaguely remembered the leading student's name. Yes, that's me. Gong Liang nodded politely. President Dong, we are a few work-study students and have some matters we wish to discuss with you. Upon hearing the term work-study, Dong Jianwei instantly surmised what they were about to inquire. The other dormitory members perked up, eagerly watching the unfolding scenario. In truth, before Dong Jianwei's return, Gong Liang and others had already visited the dormitory once. Upon discovering Dong Jianwei's absence, they naturally erupted into complaints, including themselves. Nearly 40 to 50 students had been eager to secure part-time work within the university. However, the University of Post and Telecommunications did not have sufficient positions to offer them. Gong Liang and his companions had repeatedly inquired with Dong Jianwei, the student union president, who had merely responded, please be patient. The staff at the Student Affairs office are working on arranging something for you. Therefore, upon learning of the situation today, their immediate reaction was one of indignation, unfathomable anger. They felt compelled to confront Dong Jianwei for clarification. Are you here to discuss that group buying app? Dong Jianwei, possessing psychological advantage and experience, preempted their inquiries. This matter has been brought to my attention before. I trust you are aware that I did not refuse them. I merely requested that they provide additional part-time positions. His assertion of not having rejected them implied that it was merely the other party's unwillingness that hindered progress. He deftly deflected responsibility. President Dong, we are puzzled as to why, with over 20 positions available and such generous compensation, you did not agree? Gong Liang, taken aback by Dong's words, found himself at a loss for the previously prepared reproach. Indeed, President Dong, why did you decline? The other students accompanying Gong Liang voiced their dissatisfaction. Please, remain calm. Dong Jianwei said with a smile as he took a bite of his apple, his mind racing. Who told you I did not agree? Was it the representatives from the group buying app? Did you hear it directly from them? They had not. After some contemplation, Gong Liang shook his head, clarifying. They stated they could only provide 25 positions, while you requested 50, resulting in an impasse. See, doesn't that imply my refusal? Dong Jianwei internally sighed in relief and continued. If I had objected, why would I ask for 50 positions? I am indeed in agreement. It is merely that they are unwilling to provide the requested roles. Yet, 25 is not insignificant. Gong Liang, pondering, began to articulate his thoughts. There are still 40 to 50 students in the school yearning for part-time work without available positions. You should have accepted the offer. Dong Jianwei, munching on his apple, retorted, you should not be seeking me for this matter. You ought to approach them instead. Moreover, consider this. The discussion was originally initiated by them, yet now they have not engaged with me directly, but have instead relayed the information to you. Does that not seem rather peculiar? Shifting his tone, Dong's demeanor became serious. Gong Liang, what is your objective in coming to me regarding this issue? Is it not to persuade those individuals to establish a distribution point at our university? However, have you not realized that you may have been manipulated by them, or that they intended for you to approach me, using you as their pawn? This revelation prompted Gong Liang to reflect on Dong's reasoning, and he began to see the situation in a new light. Even those in the same dormitory shared the sentiment that they had inadvertently fallen into a trap. President Dong, what should we do then? Gong Liang's tone softened. His initial confrontational attitude had shifted, realizing he might have been outmaneuvered. You must understand, striving for more positions is not merely for my own benefit, Dong Jianwei expressed with a noble demeanor. I am advocating for the benefit of more students within the university. Correct? Seeing Gong Liang and others nodding in agreement, he elaborated, if we appear too eager to collaborate with them, we become the weaker party. In business, if we exhibit desperation to partner, they will lower their offer, perhaps to only 25 positions. Thus, we must hold our ground, so they are compelled to raise their offer to 50 positions. The realization dawned upon Gong Liang and his peers. So please do not rush. Let's exercise patience. Dong Jianwei waved his hand, smiling. In a few days, we shall surely receive good news. President Dong, I have a question, Gong Liang pondered. What if they insist they can only provide 25 positions? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Dong Jianwei dismissed the notion without hesitation. They will certainly be able to offer more positions. Gong Liang, raising an eyebrow, tactfully countered, President Dong, they have stated that providing 25 positions incurs labor costs of several hundred thousand. For 50 positions, the cost would exceed $1 million, making it unprofitable. It is simply not feasible. They are not profitable? How can that be? Dong Jianwei scoffed. ISNT this apple priced at 5 yuan per gene? What is the wholesale market rate per gene? How can they not earn a profit? Upon hearing this, Gong Liang and the others gazed at him incredulously. Dong Jianwei, bewildered, inquired, what is the matter? President Dong, using that group buying app, apples are only 2 yuan per gene. Gong Liang remarked, furrowing his brow. It is far from the 5 yuan you imagined. How could they possibly offer 50 positions? 2 yuan per gene? Dong Jianwei was momentarily taken aback. That cannot be true. Here, President Dong, take a look. The dormitory leader promptly handed over his phone, smiling as he said, check the prices of various fruits yourself. Dong Jianwei examined the screen closely, his heart racing as he realized that the prices were significantly lower than those at street vendors. Almost all fruits were listed at half price. If sold at these rates, alongside the substantial labor costs, it seemed the other party would indeed not profit much. President, Gong Liang observed the sudden change in Dong Jianwei's expression. You were unaware of this? How did you negotiate with them previously? I had gathered some information earlier. They mentioned their prices were quite low, but I did not anticipate they would be this low, which surprised me. However, They might be running a promotion. Appearances can be deceiving, and I bet that once the promotion ends, prices will surely rise. Dong Jianwei quickly concocted an excuse. All right, I have been busy all day and have yet to eat. You all should return for now. Rest assured, I will resolve this matter for you. When will it be resolved? Gong Liang regarded him skeptically. Let me have another discussion with our manager and aim to provide you with a result within a few days. Sound good? Dong Jianwei employed a stalling tactic, sending Gong Liang and the others on their way. I must say, Hu Bin, you two are quite the troublemakers. Attempting to sell fruit. Is it really that lucrative? In a restaurant outside the university, Lu Xia, the gossip, conversed with Hu Bin over their meal. Wu Shidao had not joined them, primarily due to his reluctance to engage with Lu Xia, thus delegating the task to Hu Bin. Although they had circulated some gossip through the students of the University of Posts and Telecommunications today, Wu Shidao felt the outcome was somewhat underwhelming, necessitating Lu Xia's intervention. As a student of the University of Posts and Telecommunications, the gossip disseminated by Lu Xia is more readily believed. What profit can be made from apples priced at 2 yuan per gene? Wu Bin retorted. 2 yuan? That indeed seems unprofitable. Lu Xia raised an eyebrow, perplexed. If it's unprofitable, why are you all making such a fuss? To serve the people, Hu Bin replied with utmost seriousness. At that moment, Lu Xia, who was chewing on a slice of loofah, abruptly turned her head and coughed vigorously upon hearing his words. Cough, cough, cough. Are you plotting to harm us for profit? She laughed, scolding him playfully. Please be mindful of the timing when joking. Shifting the subject, she continued, so, are you two really not coming to set up a delivery point at our university? It would be quite inconvenient for our students otherwise. We would love to, but... Hu Bin shrugged, exhaling with resignation. The president of your student union is blocking us. You mean Dong Jianwei? Lu Xia's curiosity piqued, her gossip instincts ignited. DS blocking you? Why? I have no idea. Hu Bin feigned nonchalance. Who knows what he's thinking? Lu Xia, this could be a win-win situation. We earn a bit while providing dozens of work-study positions for your students. Yet, who knows what schemes Dong Jianwei has in mind? Pausing, he added, in fact, I can ask you about him today. Do you think he is intentionally obstructing us to extract some benefits in return? Are you implying he wants a kickback before allowing you to set up the delivery point? Lu Xia gasped. Then her eyes darted around as she lowered her voice. Could he really be that bold? But why would he block us? Hu Bin countered. Moreover, he adamantly claims that as long as he disapproves, we want to be able to set up the delivery point. His tone makes it seem as though the staff at the Student Affairs office are practically his relatives. Oh, what did he say? Lu Xia inquired, intrigued. Last time I asked him, I said, aren't you worried I might bypass you and speak directly to the staff at your Student Affairs office? He just laughed and asked me, who has a closer relationship with our staff, you or me? He believes this should benefit the students, but instead, he has focused on personal connections. Indeed, that's what I thought too, but Dong Jianwei insisted that if I didn't believe him, I should try it out. Seeing his confidence, I decided it was best to let it be. What a pity. Lu Xia sighed, her words sincere. From her perspective, if there were a delivery point at the university, it would indeed be very beneficial, affordable, and convenient. So, the students at your university seeking inexpensive fruits must exert extra effort, placing group orders and then having to come to our school to pick them up. Having eaten his fill, Hu Bin remarked, are you done? I'll settle the bill once you are. Lu Xia nodded in agreement. As they stepped out of the restaurant and waved goodbye, Hu Bin deliberately added, today, while handling our business, many students from your university failed to understand our plight. If you hear such discussions at school, you needn't bother explaining. His words were somewhat superfluous. With someone like Lu Xia, who thrived on gossip, how could she resist the opportunity to spread news? That won't do. We're high school classmates. If anyone asks, I will certainly defend you, Lu Xia declared passionately. Hu Bin secretly chuckled, realizing this was precisely what Wu Shidao had instructed him to do, even predicting Lu Xia's reaction accurately. After a long day of toil, Wu Shidao felt exhausted, his back aching after conducting activities at the entrance of the Information Engineering University in the morning and having to return to Nansen University in the afternoon to collect payments. In an era before mobile payment was widespread, dealing with large amounts of cash was indeed bothersome. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Peering through the peephole, Wu Shidao was surprised to see Lu Shuang standing outside, looking lively. What brings you here at this hour? He inquired as he opened the door, but did not invite her inside, speaking through the security gate. Aren't you going to let me in? Lu Shuang arched her brow, smiling sweetly. It's late. It wouldn't be appropriate for a man and woman to be alone in a room, Wu Shidao reasoned. Well, I'm not afraid. Why should you be? Lu Shuang rolled her eyes, somewhat annoyed. I didn't realize you were so traditional. It's not about tradition. It's simply a matter of fact. Wu Shidao replied, opening the security door to let her in. He then noticed she was holding a notebook. Have you really bought a counting machine? Lu Shuang wandered around the room and and couldn't help but laugh when she saw 2 counting machines in his study. What else would I do? I collect quite a bit of cash daily. Counting it myself would surely be a strain. Wu Shidao shrugged, eager to cut to the chase. So what is the matter? I saw you today, while passing by the Information Engineering University, Lu Shuang said as she elegantly settled onto the sofa, her long, fair legs gracefully crossed. You were doing business over there? How come I didn't see you? Wu Shidao was taken aback, as he had no recollection of seeing her amidst the bustling crowd. Of course not. You were so busy. How could you possibly see me? Lu Shuang implied coyly. When I called you earlier to ask whether you were available, you always claimed to be busy. Indeed, since Li Xiang had mentioned that a certain enchanting girl had been visiting him frequently, Wu Shidao had consciously maintained a distance. After Lu Shuang's several calls were met with excuses, he had chosen to end the conversation swiftly. When I am free, it's not a suitable time to meet you. Wu Shidao said, his words laden with double meaning. What do you mean by that? Lu Shuang paused, then realized the implication. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she retorted. It's still about that interview, the report for the school newspaper. Director Wang from the Student Affairs Office has reviewed it and mentioned it's too simplistic. In fact, Wang Xiaoyan had called her several times recently, subtly probing into Lu Shuang's relationship with Wu Shidao. Lu Shuang was candid, admitting she had tried to reach Wu Shidao, only to be rebuffed. Her feminine intuition led her to believe Wu Shidao was deliberately avoiding her, which was why she had not sought him out lately. She had her own pride and could not lower herself to pursue him. However, a heartfelt conversation with Wang Xiaoyan made Lu Shuang reconsider. Who says it's only boys who should chase girls? Girls can't take the initiative? When faced with exceptional girls like you, aren't boys quite proactive? Similarly, why is it wrong for girls to be proactive when it comes to outstanding boys? He seems to have someone he likes, she mused. And what about that girl? Does she like him? I'm not sure, but I've seen them together. From what I've observed lately, that girl has a boyfriend, and doesn't he seem particularly interested in Wu Shidao? He hasn't pursued her again. Doesn't that prove that Wu Shidao has given up on her? Shuang, you must grasp an essential truth. Opportunities must be seized through one's own efforts rather than passively waiting for them to arrive. It was precisely this sentiment expressed by Wang Xiaoyan that prompted Lu Shuang to pay another visit. A simple report is just that, simple. It merely serves to amuse everyone and inform them of the situation at hand, does it not? Upon hearing her mention the word interview, Wu Shidao felt a twinge of annoyance. Had it not been for the interview matter, he would not have been seen by Shun Xiaojing with Lu Shuang last time. Even now, he had yet to find a suitable moment to explain the situation to Shun Xiaojing. Wasn't this a task assigned by the principal? Lu Shuang blinked her beautiful eyes and opened her notebook, attempting to strike up a conversation. I had some matters to attend to recently, and the interview I promised you got delayed. Today, seeing you busy at the Information Engineering University, I thought it could be included in the interview to make it more engaging. I believe it would be better if you didn't think so, Wu Shidao replied. Feeling a headache coming on, perhaps it would be best to drop the interview altogether. That simply won't do. This is a task given to us by the principal and the Student Affairs Office, Lu Shuang declared unabashedly. I cannot refuse. Perhaps you should speak with him instead? She tossed the ball back in his court. Just then, Wu Shidao's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw it was a call from Dong Jianwei. He waved the phone at Lu Shuang, subtly issuing a dismissal. There's a call. Why not take it in the study? Lu Shuang feigned ignorance of his intent. Rest assured, I shall not eavesdrop. Wu Shidao sighed, pondering for a moment before taking the call into the study. Once connected, he feigned ignorance, saying, Hello, who is this? This immediately infuriated Dong Jianwei on the other end, who thought to himself, I still have your number. Did you delete mine? It's Dong Jianwei, he replied, his voice laced with irritation. Have you remembered who I am yet? Apologies, but I do not recognize you. The memory eludes me, Wu Shidao replied, and upon hearing the tone, he couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that Hubin's scheme had not yet come to fruition. Otherwise, Dong Jianwei would not be so brazen. You. Dong Jianwei inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger as he spoke each word deliberately. I am Dong Jianwei, the president of the student union at the Postal and Telecommunications University. Does that ring a bell? Oh, I have a slight recollection, Wu Shidao said, reclining in his chair, casually crossing his legs. What brings you to seek my attention? Are you still planning to conduct your fruit business at the Postal and Telecommunications University? Dong Jianwei inquired, his tone accusatory. Are you threatening me? Wu Shidao retorted. Dong Jianwei's pent-up frustration finally erupted. He had just endured a barrage of skeptical gazes while walking to the school cafeteria, and even during lunch, several students who recognized him approached to inquire about the group purchase app. The implication was clear. This was undoubtedly a good thing. Why was Dong Jianwei obstructing its introduction? By the time he finished his meal, He was exhausted from defending himself. Exiting the cafeteria, his first action was to call Wu Shidao. What do you mean? Wasn't it you who said you were coming to the Postal and Telecommunications University to do business? Dong Jianwei exclaimed angrily. Why are you suddenly acting aloof when I come to discuss this matter? Are you no longer interested in doing business? Huh. Dong Jianwei. Do be mindful of your tone and manner. Wu Shidao replied unhurriedly. I previously mentioned that I could only discuss this matter last time because you were too busy. If that is the case, then perhaps it's best to forego the business at the Postal and Telecommunications University. Farewell. With that, he hung up the phone and promptly called Hu Bin. Old Hu, has that recording been uploaded to the forum at the Postal and Telecommunications University yet? Just uploaded. Hu Bin replied. What is up? Did Dong Jianwei call to apologize? He called, but there was no apology. He still sounded rather arrogant. Wu Shidao chuckled. I suspect they'll be calling you soon. You were quite upset last time, weren't you? I'll let you have your moment of reprisal, and then I'll speak with him again. Chapter 97, Rumors. After ending the call, Wu Shidao felt a headache. Not due to Dong Jianwei, but rather because of Lu Shuangshuang. He pondered what excuse he could concoct to send her away when he turned around to find her standing in the doorway, her beautiful eyes fixed on him with curiosity. Did you not just say you wouldn't eavesdrop? Wu Shidao remarked a bit vexed. I saw you and close the door, so I assumed you wouldn't mind. Lu Shuangshuang replied with a cheerful smile. Moreover, don't you boys already know? Girls' words are often meant to be interpreted in reverse. Before he could respond, she swiftly changed the subject. Her curiosity piqued. Are you planning to sell fruit at the Postal and Telecommunications University again? That was indeed the original plan, but some unforeseen circumstances arose. Wu Shidao stated succinctly. Could you share more details? I'm eager to know, Lu Shuangshuang said, her gaze unwavering. Such intense curiosity is unwise. Humanity's desire to understand why fire ignites and why it is warm led to the birth of civilization. Yet, your curiosity about a man might not lead to such enlightenment. It could, in fact, result in the opposite, he quipped. Rogue. Lu Shuangshuang retorted, her cheeks flushed. Do you enjoy telling risque jokes to girls? How else could you speak so freely? I do enjoy sharing such tales with you. My mistake, Wu Shidao began, only to realize too late the implications of his words. Lu Shuangshuang's ears turned crimson as she averted her gaze. He had intended to share a few risque jokes to dissuade her from lingering, but it backfired spectacularly. Why don't you recount how you came to the decision to sell fruit at the Postal and Telecommunications University? After a moment, Lu Shuangshuang turned back to him. Her expression casual. It had long been in the works, Wu Shidao said, lighting a cigarette and enjoying a solitary puff. In business, one must continually strive for expansion. Seeking growth is only natural. You're only a freshman, and you're contemplating so much? Is your purpose for attending university not to learn, but to make money? Lu Shuangshuang pressed. What is the purpose of education? To acquire knowledge and secure a good job in the future. And what constitutes a good job? One that aligns with your passions, I suppose. After all, there are no inherently good or bad jobs, only those that one enjoys or loathes. If the job you love pays $1,000 a month, and the one you dislike pays $30,000, which would you choose? $30,000, of course. Who would turn away from money? See, since the ultimate goal is to earn money, is it not right to start making it now? Upon hearing Wu Shidao's words, Lu Shuangshuang pondered deeply before shaking her head. You are just being evasive. Learning and earning do not conflict. From elementary school through university, what knowledge have you acquired that specifically teaches you how to earn money? Wu Shidao countered. There, as plenty, she had intended to cite examples. But as she struggled to recall specifics, she found herself at a loss for words. Can't come up with anything, can you? Wu Shidao chuckled. Throughout our education, we've learned various principles on how to conduct ourselves, traditional virtues, numerous truths, and scientific knowledge, yet we were never taught how to earn money. Lu Shuangshuang's mind began to spiral. She wanted to refute Wu Shidao, but his argument seemed to contain some validity, leaving her speechless. What about that Dong Jianwei you mentioned earlier? What does he do? Could you enlighten me? Lu Shuangshuang deftly shifted the topic, realizing that in the art of verbal sparring, she could never best Wu Shidao. The matter at hand was akin to a child without a mother. It's a long story. Wu Shidao nonchalantly remarked. Then let us make it brief. Lu Shuangshuang pressed on. Do you truly wish to know? Observing her relentless curiosity, Wu Shidao cleared his throat and continued. As I was saying last time, meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of the Postal and Telecommunications University, Lucia was engaged in casual conversation with her roommates. Are you all aware of that group buying app? The one giving away free fruit at the Information Engineering University today? One girl chimed in, yes. I went over there and got a bag. Lucia boasted slightly. It was created by a classmate of mine from high school. Really? A classmate from high school? The other girls exclaimed, clearly taken aback. Of course. I just had dinner with him outside, Lu Xia replied. Your classmate sounds impressive. Another girl observed. By the way, why don't they set up a distribution point at our school? I downloaded that app too, and the fruit prices are incredibly low. It's a pity they don't deliver to our school. If only they could establish a point here, I would definitely use that app for my fruit purchases. It's not that my classmate doesn't want to deliver. The situation is quite complicated. There's an insider story. Lu Xia teased, adopting a mysterious demeanor. Would you like to know? What is the inside scoop? The curiosity of the girls was piqued immediately. Actually, my classmate had previously contacted Dong Jianwei from our school, the student council president. And guess what? Lu Xia observed the expectant expressions on their faces, speaking leisurely. Dong Jianwei wanted my classmate to pay him a bribe. When my classmate refused, he claimed that the teachers in the student affairs office are his relatives. If we don't pay him, my classmate can forget about doing business at the postal university. Is that true? Dong Jianwei, is that audacious? Isn't that a form of corruption? The other girls gasped in outrage. No wonder he became the student council president. It turns out he has connections. I have a fellow townsman in the student council who mentioned that Dong Jianwei is difficult to deal with. He has quite the ego and loves to flaunt it. This is outrageous. If he wants to be corrupt, he should find other ways. By blocking your classmate from entering, he is affecting all of us. The other girls erupted into a fervent discussion, their indignation palpable. What is happening? Wild commotion. At that moment, other girls passing by the door, drawn by the noise, curiously entered. We were just talking about Dong Jianwei, one girl mentioned. Dong Jianwei, the student council president? What is going on? Another inquired. Lu Xia quickly interjected. All right, let's not discuss this anymore. My classmate specifically asked me not to spread this around during dinner. Why shouldn't we share this? Dong Jianwei is openly demanding bribes, and we can't say anything? One girl retorted defiantly. Chapter 98. Rumors abound openly demanding bribes? Such explosive words ignited an immediate frenzy of curiosity among the newly arrived girls. What's going on? Tell me more. Do you know why that group buying app isn't delivering to our school? It's because Dong Jianwei said that unless he receives a bribe, they cannot come here. Gossip spreads faster than wildfire, especially in the relatively insular environment of a campus. Within an hour, multiple dormitory buildings were abuzz with the news, and with each retelling, the story morphed into increasingly outrageous versions. Version 1. Dong Jianwei claimed that unless he received a bribe of 10,000 yuan, they could forget about doing business at our school. As long as I don't give the green light, there's no way you can bypass me. My relatives are in the student affairs office. Version 2. Dong Jianwei stated that his uncle is the director of the student affairs office, and if I give him 50,000 yuan, he'll ensure this matter is settled. Version 3. How did Dong Jianwei even become the student council president? It's all because of his uncle being the director of the student affairs office. You all may not see it, but the student council president has his own agenda. Any events must go through him, and bribes start at 50,000 yuan. The group buying app initially wanted to hire students from our school for part-time work, but Dong Jianwei extorted them for 200,000 yuan, scaring them away. Dong Chairman, I heard you demanded 50,000 yuan from the person behind that group buying app. Upon returning to his dorm after being rebuffed by Wu Shidao, Dong Jianwei was utterly stunned by the statement from the dorm leader. What did you just say? Dong Jianwei looked at the dorm leader incredulously, his face a canvas of shock. Yet at that moment, the expression on his face only appeared to confirm the suspicions of the dorm leader. Almost all the students in the school were now aware of this scandal. With a sigh, the dorm leader remarked, Chairman Dong, we are on the brink of graduation. Can't you keep a low profile? And can't you ask for less? Your appetite seems insatiable. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Never mind, I want to say more. Wait, Dong Jianwei snapped back to reality, a dreadful premonition washing over him. He grasped the dorm leader's hand urgently, stating, What did you just say? I demanded 50,000 yuan? Who told you that? Everyone is saying so. My girlfriend just called me and asked if I knew about this. The dorm leader nonchalantly shook off his hand, contemplating the need to distance himself from his character. Everyone, Dong Jianwei leaped to his feet. That can't be true. And it's not 50,000? Is it 10,000? The dorm leader blinked innocently. I never asked for money. Dong Jianwei hastily clarified. By the way, is Director Dong from the Student Affairs Office your uncle? The dorm leader shifted the conversation, a smirk playing on his lips. You've hidden this well. We've lived in the same dorm for 4 years, and I only found out now. Huh? Dong Jianwei was taken aback, blurting out who said that. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, and Gong Liang reappeared, this time accompanied by at least 30 or 40 students, crowding the dormitory to capacity. Some students were left standing outside. Dong Jianwei, what is the meaning of this? Gong Liang glared at Dong Jianwei, his voice steady and commanding. You need to give us students an explanation today. Otherwise, we'll head to the Student Affairs office tomorrow to inquire about your role as Student Council President, which seems to lack any consideration for us. What do you intend to do? Dong Jianwei wiped the sweat from his brow, attempting to uphold his authority. It's not about what we want to do. It's about what you intend to do. That group buying app wanted to collaborate with us and offered 3,000 yuan a month for part-time students. Yet you audaciously demanded 50,000 yuan in bribes, threatening to block their entry. Gong Liang's voice grew louder, finger jabbing at Dong Jianwei. Spittle flying. When I came to see you this afternoon, how did you respond? You're a fraud. A fraud. How heartless can you be to demand 50,000 yuan up front? Even if your uncle is the director of a student affairs office, you can't be this excessive. In the tumultuous atmosphere of the dormitory, voices clamored and fists were raised as someone shouted from the back, "Down with Dong Jianwei." In an instant, chaos engulfed the entire space. Silence. Quiet down. Dong Jianwei, drenched in cold sweat, pleaded with a heart full of despair. Listen to me, it's not what you think. Those are merely rumors. Spare us your nonsense. A student retorted, someone has already posted the recording on the school's forum. Are you not aware? We all downloaded and listened to it. What? Your meal is more significant than the interests of all of us present? More important than the welfare of tens of thousands of students at our university? Recording? What recording? Dong Jianwei frantically wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Still putting on an act, Gong Liang looked at him with disdain, unable to contain his growing fury, and shoved him, clenching his fists. I really want to give you a beating right now. I'm telling you, let us talk this over calmly. No need for violence. Or else I'll have to report you. Dong Jianwei, taken aback, hastily stepped back, only to find his back pressed against the wall. The dormitory was already cramped, and with so many people crowding in, he had nowhere to hide. How dare you try to intimidate us? This remark instantly incited the student's wrath. Beat him up. Take him down. Someone yelled from behind. Even if I get reprimanded, I'll still teach you a lesson. Gong Liang roared, lunging forward to deliver a stinging slap to Dong Jianwei's face. As he struck, the other students surged forward, pummeling Dong Jianwei with fists and feet. Stop! Help! Dong Jianwei crouched down, shielding his head, as he endured a barrage of blows, howling in agony. Let us all just discuss this rationally. The dorm leader pretended to mediate. Yet amidst the turmoil, he delivered 2 hefty kicks to the cowering Dong Jianwei, feeling a sense of relief. He had long harbored disdain for this pretentious figure who strutted around with airs of superiority. Chapter 99. You are terrifying. Dong Jianwei screamed, his voice a heart-wrenching wail. All right, everyone stop. The dorm leader feigned concern, stepping in to shield him. After all, Dong Jianwei was still the student council president, and the group was somewhat restrained in their actions. Particularly, Gong Liang and the others had previously agreed that if they were to physically confront him, it was merely to vent their frustrations, never to cause serious harm. Now that they had released their pent-up anger, Gong Liang and the others began to withdraw. Are you all right? The dorm leader helped Dong Jianwei to his feet, feigning sincerity as he brushed off the footprints from his clothes. The others nearly burst into laughter, for those marks were unmistakably from the dorm leader's earlier kicks. This was hardly concern. It was merely an effort to erase evidence. Thank you, Dong Jianwei gasped, his heart still racing as he glanced at the dorm leader, feeling a surge of gratitude. In this critical moment, it seemed the dorm leader had stood by him. He resolved to keep a low profile in the dorm from then on. Can't we have a civil discussion? The dorm leader scolded Gong Liang and the others with a serious demeanor. Can fighting truly resolve anything? Chairman Dong, your phone is ringing. Dong Jianwei pulled out his phone, glancing at the screen, and his heart sank. It was Director Dong from the Student Affairs office calling. The dorm leader, standing close by, instinctively glanced at the screen and exclaimed, Director Dong is calling? Gong Liang and the others exchanged glances. What of it if Director Dong was calling? They believed the moral high ground was firmly on their side. Even if this escalated to the principal, they were unafraid. Hello, Teacher Dong. Dong Jianwei answered the phone. But before he could finish his greeting, he was met with a cold, emotionless voice. Come to my office immediately. What? Dong Jianwei froze. It was already evening, and moreover, it was the last day of the National Day holiday. Had Director Dong returned to work early? Before he could process this, the call ended abruptly. What did Director Dong say? The dorm leader inquired cautiously. You want me to go to the office right now? Dong Jianwei explained briefly, glancing at Gong Liang and the others, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Please make way. Director Dong is back? We should go with you. Gong Liang and the others clamored. Indeed, let us clarify everything with Teacher Dong. They shouted. Dong Jianwei felt his head spinning. From the tone of Director Dong's voice, he sensed the anger lurking beneath. And the reason? He could guess it was the rumor spread by the dorm leader that suggested a familial connection between him and Director Dong. Heavens above, they were likely distant relatives at best, sharing nothing more than a surname. Who on earth is orchestrating this behind my back? Dong Jianwei lamented silently, realizing that even if he were a fool, he could discern that everything happening was part of a larger scheme, intricately woven together, making it hard not to believe the rumors. The most troubling aspect was the sheer volume of these rumors. For instance, some claimed he demanded bribes. Figures range from 50,000 to 200,000, even 500,000. For a mere student council president to demand such sums was undoubtedly absurd. But was 5,000 too much to ask? And if 5,000 was excessive, what about 1 or 2,000? Conversely, the notion that he never solicited bribes was likely dismissed as implausible. Given the existence of such rumors, it was clear that he had indeed sought something. Was he too cowardly to ask for more, or to ask for less? Dong Jianwei was no fool. After much contemplation, he had nearly deduced the culprits behind his plight. It had to be Hu Bin and Wu Shidao. Although he lacked concrete evidence, they stood to gain the most from tarnishing his reputation. Isn't this excessive? Inside the family dorms of Nansen University, Lu Shuang exclaimed, aghast after listening to Wu Shidao recount the entire sequence of events. Isn't Dong Jianwei doomed? Whether he is doomed or not, that's his affair. Wu Shidao shrugged nonchalantly. You can't blame me for this. Who else would we blame? This is all you're doing. Lu Shuang retorted, exasperated. Me? Or him? Wu Shidao chuckled. I made it clear to him that this matter was of great importance. He mistakenly believed that I needed to beg him to get things done. You are quite a terrifying individual, Lu Shuang concluded. Indeed, you see the truth now. I am no saint, Wu Shidao replied with a double entendre. Have you finished your interview for today? I'm off to sleep. He stretched lazily. I want to walk you back to the dorm. It's safe on campus. All right. Lu Shuang nodded, feeling her day had been fruitful, as she had gained insights into Wu Shidao from various perspectives. Although she had just mentioned how terrifying he was, she secretly resonated with his approach. As the saying goes, evil begets evil. Moreover, she found Wu Shidao quite mature, significantly beyond his years. Upon returning to her dorm, Lu Shuang pondered for a moment, then sent Wu Shidao a text. Are you asleep? After a while, Wu Shidao replied, I've already fallen asleep. Lu Shuang found this amusing. If you're asleep, how can you reply to my message? I have a habit of talking in my sleep. He responded, could you perhaps share another joke? I only know risque, lowbrow jokes. Would you care to hear one? Speak if you dare, for I am ready to listen. I am eager to uncover just how base and depraved your thoughts truly are. It is not my own depravity that troubles me, but rather the contemplation of the multitude inhabiting this world that inevitably leads me to ponder their origins. Each time I delve deeper into this reflection, I realize, much to my dismay, just how naive I remain. What does this signify? Lu Shuang found herself momentarily at a loss, but after mulling over his words, a sudden clarity washed over her. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her heart raced. In feigning ignorance, she texted back, I'm so tired. I'm heading to bed. If you don't share any jokes, then so be it. Women truly excel at pretense. Upon receiving her message, Wu Shidao couldn't help but chuckle. If she genuinely didn't comprehend his words, she would have surely inquired about their meaning. To feign misunderstanding, wasn't he that akin to burying one's head in the sand? As he entertained Lu Shuang with jokes. In the office of the Student Affairs Department at the Postal University, Dong Jianwei found no humor in the situation. Pray tell, what is the matter at hand? Director Dong dismissed the other students, leaving only Dong Jianwei and a representative, Gong Liang, observing Dong Jianwei's disheveled hair and soiled clothing. The director was well aware of the preceding events. However, he was now disinclined to dwell on the past. His sole interest lay in discerning how the situation had escalated to its current state. Among the ludicrous remarks circulating on campus, Director Dong was particularly concerned about one, his familial connection to Dong Jianwei. He even harbored doubts as to whether Dong Jianwei had previously hinted at such matters to other students in private. Otherwise, how could he have spoken so brazenly in that recording circulating on the campus forum, claiming, is your relationship with the teacher better than mine? Indeed, that particular statement from the recording was what weighed heavily on Director Dong's mind. What would others think upon hearing such words? I am a loss. Dong Jianwei lamented, recounting the events in full. I merely thought to seize this opportunity to secure more positions for others. I swear, I had no ulterior motives, nor did I intend to solicit any benefits. Director Dong nodded, his expression unreadable as he contemplated the unfolding narrative. Sensing the tension, Dong Jianwei continued, Director, I truly do not understand how this spiraled out of control. Everyone has misconstrued my intentions. Wait a moment, Director Dong interjected, his brow furrowed as he interrupted. Why did you not inform me from the beginning? I intended to discuss it with the other party before bringing it to your attention, Dong Jianwei hastily clarified. As the president of the student union, do you perceive this as a matter of great significance or triviality? Director Dong countered. Of great significance. Then, if that is the case, why did you not inform me? Do you presume you are capable of making decisions on behalf of the school? Director Dong pressed. Dong Jianwei, you must comprehend this. The app in question is merely a tool for setting up delivery points on campus and providing work-study opportunities. Ultimately, these decisions rest solely with the institution, and you are but an intermediary. They cannot reach me or the principal, hence they approach you, expecting you to relay information to us. Do you understand? Director Dong's gaze remained fixed upon him, devoid of expression. Yes, indeed, Director Dong Jianwei acquiesced, nodding fervently, fully aware of his lack of authority in this matter. Then why did you not communicate this from the outset, instead opting to act unilaterally? Director Dong continued to interrogate. A cold sweat broke out on Dong Jianwei's back as he met the director's piercing gaze, lowering his head in uncertainty. Director Gong Liang interjected, swiftly articulating, I believe Dong Jianwei seeks to claim credit for himself. I do not. Dong Jianwei's instinctive denial surfaced as his internal thoughts were laid bare. I merely wish to secure greater benefits for those students engaged in work study. Director Dong gently rapped the table, his tone grave. Dong Jianwei, I've already made myself quite clear. The school must ultimately decide this matter. Can you represent the institution? If not, what are your true motives? Is it, as others suggest, that you seek to obtain benefits for yourself? Director, I do not. Dong Jianwei sprang to his feet. Akin to a cat with its tail stepped on, fervently defending himself. How could I possibly do such a thing? What then is your true intention? Director Dong interrogated, unyielding. Dong Jianwei fell into silence, realizing the enormity of the situation had far exceeded his expectations. If he were to voice his hidden agenda, what awaited him? Without a doubt, a disciplinary action would be unavoidable, a mark upon his record, and with impending internships on the horizon, he could not afford such a blemish. You choose silence, do you? Director Dong's growing ire became palpable as he enunciated each word deliberately. Do you believe that your silence will shield you from scrutiny? Dong Jianwei, I recall that you are already in your final year. Soon you will embark on your internship. Are you hoping to embellish your resume with an impressive achievement, claiming that during your tenure as student union president, you facilitated the acquisition of more work-study positions, demonstrating exceptional communication and coordination skills? Director Dong's remark struck like a bolt of lightning, illuminating Gong Liang's understanding. This was the very point that had eluded him. Why would Dong Jianwei obstruct such a beneficial initiative for the students of Postal University and suppress communication with the Student Affairs Department? Although rumors suggested he sought personal gain, Gong Liang remained skeptical of that possibility. Director Dong's keen insight unraveled Dong Jianwei's motives, earning Gong Liang's profound respect for the director's astuteness. No wonder he held the position of director. With a mere understanding of the situation, he could discern Dong Jianwei's ulterior motives. Director, I was wrong. Dong Jianwei's face drained of color as he trembled, stammering, I only intended to secure more benefits for the school. And enough, Director Dong interjected, his temper flaring as he interrupted Dong Jianwei's continued defense. Return to your duties. I have comprehended the situation thoroughly. Director, I leave. Do you not understand my words? Director Dong slammed the table in frustration, observing the unmasked disdain on the director's face. Dong Jianwei felt an overwhelming sense of despair as he turned and exited the office. Gong Liang, is it? Director Dong composed himself, turning to Gong Liang with a slight smile to reassure him. Rest assured, the school will address this matter. You should clarify the situation to your classmates. They must understand that Dong Jianwei acted independently without our knowledge. Yes, Director, you're absolutely correct. Gong Liang, enlightened, instantly grasped the underlying message. You can count on me to communicate clearly that it was Dong Jianwei who caused the disruption. By the way, I have the contact number for the app's representative. Would you like it? Oh, you have their number? Director Dong's eyes lit up with appreciation. Please, do share it with me. I will reach out to them shortly to discuss work-study opportunities. For Director Dong, dealing with Dong Jianwei is merely a trifling task, a mere flick of the wrist. The pressing concern at present is to quell the rumors circulating on campus and soothe the emotions of diligent students like Gong Liang, who engage in work-study programs. The punishment for Dong Jianwei is straightforward. He will no longer hold the position of student union president and will receive a formal reprimand. Were it not for his imminent graduation, Director Dong would have seriously contemplated placing him under probation. Meanwhile, Hu Bin, after waiting in vain for Dong Jianwei's call, found himself receiving a phone call from Director Dong instead. With utmost courtesy, Director Dong elucidated the situation and conveyed Dong Jianwei as punishment to Hu Bin. In conclusion, Director Dong graciously mentioned over the phone, if you are still interested in conducting the group purchase app activity at Post and Telecommunications University, feel free to call me anytime. We are very keen on collaborating with you. Understood, Professor Dong. I shall contact you upon my arrival at Post and Telecommunications University, Hu Bin replied, equally polite. After hanging up, he dialed Wu Shidao's number, excitement bubbling in his voice. You were right. That pretentious fool has received a formal reprimand. Old Wu, are we still going to Post and Telecommunications University? His admiration for Wu Shidao had reached new heights. Previously, Wu had joked about the possibility of Dong Jianwei facing a reprimand, and Hu Bin had thought it mere jest. He had never anticipated it would indeed come to pass. What a relief. Of course, why wouldn't we go? Wu Shidao retorted. Didn't Director Dong express interest in collaboration? When shall we go? Hu Bin inquired eagerly. Tomorrow, perhaps? Wu Shidao pondered for a moment. Since he had no major classes tomorrow, he decided it would be best to go at noon. Noon? I thought it was in the morning, Hu Bin remarked, momentarily taken aback. Let us treat Professor Dong to a meal, Wu Shidao suggested with a grin. When conducting business at someone else's school, it's prudent to establish rapport first. That makes sense, Hu Bin nodded. Shall I reach out to you tomorrow at noon? Do you have classes in the morning? Wu Shidao asked. If not, I'll come find you early. Wu Shidao felt a twinge of exasperation. Shouldn't he prepare a bit before inviting someone to a meal? By the time he found Hu Bin at noon, the food would likely have gone cold. Hu Bin, still somewhat naive and inexperienced, was heavily reliant on Wu Shidao for guidance, often seeking his opinion on various matters. This dependency was concerning. In Wu Shidao's plans, both Post and Telecommunications University and Information Engineering University were to be entrusted to Hu Bin for operational management. If Hu Bin continually sought his counsel, it would undoubtedly lead to exhaustion. The following morning, Wu Shidao first visited Information Engineering University to inspect the distribution point, which he found satisfactory, before calling Hu Bin. Upon meeting, Wu Shidao's first words were, as I previously stated, the responsibilities for Post and Telecommunications University and Information Engineering University are now yours. This means you're the person in charge here. From this moment forward, you must adapt to solving issues independently, rather than merely calling me, as you did last night. Do you understand? I understand, Hu Bin replied, scratching his head sheepishly. But given the magnitude of this situation, shouldn't I seek your opinion? I've made it clear that both universities' operations fall under your purview. Do you really need to consult me? Wu Shidao shot him a disapproving glance. It's not as if I've ever interacted with the professors at Post and Telecommunications University before, Hu Bin muttered under his breath. There's a first time for everything. Besides, they're merely university professors. How cunning can they be compared to those devious businessmen? Wu Shidao reassured him, patting Hu Bin on the shoulder. This is a time for you to gain experience and learn. Indeed, Hu Bin nodded. By the way, aren't you meeting with Professor Dong at noon? That's your responsibility, Wu Shidao chuckled. I'm merely there to eat. Hu Bin shot him a playful finger gesture. Though he understood Wu Shidao's point, after selecting a restaurant and reserving a private room, Hu Bin called Director Dong to finalize the arrangements, then began contemplating how to communicate effectively during their meeting. However, he had no prior experience in such matters and found himself at a loss, scratching his head in frustration. Resigned, Hu Bin turned to Wu Shidao, who was engrossed in his phone, and asked Old Wu, how should I approach the conversation? Our bottom line is to offer 5 additional work-study positions, with a total of 30 slots available, Wu Shidao succinctly stated. So, you mean I should just discuss this with him directly? Hu Bin blinked in surprise. Is it really that simple? This is our bottom line. Have you ever seen anyone reveal their bottom line right from the start? Wu Shidao responded incredulously. Isn't that what I'm trying to understand? Hu Bin defended himself awkwardly. Focus on one principle. Always consider the other party's perspective during negotiations, Wu Shidao advised thoughtfully. If the terms are agreeable, we can later tell him that we can add 5 more work-study positions. Why would we mention it after everything is settled? Hu Bin asked, baffled. That's our bottom line. Didn't you grasp that? If we negotiate successfully and then present it, it demonstrates our commitment and consideration for their needs. Do you understand? Wu Shidao rolled his eyes. If we had offered up front, wouldn't he wonder if we could provide even more? Perhaps he'd feel grateful? Hu Bin pondered. Exactly. Even if not gratitude, they'd certainly recognize that we've taken their needs into account, making us a favorable partner, Wu Shidao explained. Fair point, Hu Bin agreed. Nodding vigorously, he then curiously scrutinized Wu Shidao. Old Wu, how come I never noticed before that you have such a sharp mind? You're quite the crafty one. Is that a compliment or a criticism? Wu Shidao retorted, raising an eyebrow. A compliment for you, a self-critique for me, given that we're the same age. Why do you seem so much more mature? Wu bin Zeit. Compared to you, I feel like a fool. You're not foolish, Wu Shidao chuckled. True fools are unaware of their folly and mistakenly believe themselves to be clever. As they chatted, time slipped away swiftly. By around 11 o'clock, a knock echoed from outside the private room, and soon after, Director Dong entered. Upon noticing Wu Shidao and Hu Bin, he was taken aback. He had been aware that the group purchase app was a student initiative, but had assumed it was developed by third or fourth-year students. Yet, it was clear at a glance that these two were first-year students. Truly, the younger generation is pushing the older one forward. I am Dong Xiaojun from Post and Telecommunications University, he said with a warm smile as he greeted them. Hello, Professor Dong, Hu Bin responded, promptly standing up, taking a deep breath to compose himself, and adding with a smile, I am Hu Bin, a student from Information Engineering University, and this is Wu Shidao, a student from Nansen University. Greetings, young men, Dong Xiaojun replied with a nod, comfortably seating himself across from them. We've already placed our order, Wu Shidao mentioned, sliding the menu toward him. Please feel free to choose any additional dishes you fancy. Dong Xiaojun slightly raised his eyebrows, casting a deep glance at Wu Shidao before nodding with a smile. Excellent. He immediately recognized the distinctiveness of Wu Shidao compared to Hu Bin. Although Hu Bin appeared quite relaxed, Dong Xiaojun's discerning eyes, honed as a teacher, could detect a trace of tension in him. In contrast, Wu Shidao exuded a natural and proficient demeanor in his interactions. Although the recording from the school forum had been deleted, Dong Xiaojun had a backup. And since that recording was unedited, it was evident that Wu Shidao was the orchestrator behind the events at the Postal University. Dong Xiaojun quickly arrived at a conclusion, casually flipping through the menu and adding another dish. Once the server departed, he lifted his teacup, took a sip, and smiled at Wu Shidao. I also downloaded that group buying app. It's a brilliant and innovative idea. If I'm not mistaken, you must have conceived it, right? Wu Shidao nodded modestly, replying, Thank you for the compliment, Teacher Dong. To be honest, during my university days, I was rather aimless and clueless. Compared to you two, I was particularly naive and immature. Dong Xiaojun chuckled, then shifted the conversation. After consideration from our student affairs office, Dong Jianwei is no longer permitted to continue as the president of the student council. Furthermore, he took this decision unilaterally, resulting in a significant reprimand from the school. He paused, allowing the information to sink in. Is that so? What a pity, Wu Shidao expressed, feigning regret. Student Wu, that recording was posted by you on our school forum, correct? Dong Xiaojun suddenly inquired, fixing his gaze on him. Yes, Wu Shidao replied with an air of candor. What prompted you to post it online? Nothing particular, he explained. Many students from the Postal University were asking why we weren't attending there. I found it hard to explain, so I thought it best to post it online. This way, everyone would understand the situation at a glance. Ah, I see. Dong Xiaojun chuckled, choosing not to delve into Wu Shidao's intentions, recognizing that the matter had already passed. He continued, I heard you initially planned to recruit 25 work-study students from the Postal University to assist you. Is that correct? Indeed, Teacher Dong. Since you've downloaded the group buying app, you must have seen the prices listed. To be honest, our venture is not profit-driven. It stems from our interest and a desire to hone our skills while serving our fellow students. Wu Shidao replied cheerfully. We calculated and can only provide 20 work-study positions. When we discussed this with Dong Jianwei, he insisted on increasing it to 50 without considering the reality of the situation. We maintained that the maximum we could offer was 25. Hu Bin's eyelids twitched. He realized that Wu Shidao had deftly outmaneuvered Dong Jianwei, and it was no wonder he found himself at a disadvantage. Such discourse, Hu Bin mused, was something Dong Jianwei would likely never articulate. 25 work-study positions do seem a bit inadequate, Dong Xiaojun remarked with a smile, acknowledging the school's regulations regarding business endeavors. I understand, Teacher Dong, Wu Shidao nodded, gesturing towards the dishes that had just been served. Let us eat while we talk. By the way, the matters concerning the Postal University are primarily overseen by Hu Bin. You can discuss specifics with him, as I prefer not to interject too much. Indeed, Teacher Dong, Hu Bin coughed lightly, striving to appear earnest. He has other commitments, and I'm mainly responsible for this side of things. As the three engaged in conversation over their meal, Hu Bin relentlessly reiterated the point that they could only offer 25 work-study positions, leaving Dong Xiaojun with little choice but to acquiesce. After their meal, Dong Xiaojun expressed a desire to visit the Information Engineering University to inspect the distribution point. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Shidao took his leave, accompanied by Hu Bin. After all, the distribution at Nansen University was set to commence, and Wu Shidao needed to oversee the operations. By the afternoon, Hu Bin called Wu Shidao, his voice brimming with excitement. Old Wu, it's settled. Jean Gang and the others are coming to deliver at noon. Teacher Dong observed for a while and then told me we could establish a similar distribution point at the Postal University. I followed your suggestion and added 5 more work-study positions, which took him by surprise. He kept asking if he should consult you. What did you say? Wu Shidao inquired casually. I told him there was no need to consult you. I'm in charge of both universities, Hubin replied proudly. Very well, that sounds promising. I have to get back to work now. We'll discuss this further when we meet, Wu Shidao said before hanging up. Shortly thereafter, Hubin would arrive with money to deliver. Yang Xian led several boys responsible for deliveries, riding back and forth on tricycles, swiftly completing the task. Old 3, are you not done yet? A voice suddenly called out. Looking up, Wu Shidao was surprised to see Zhang Liang had arrived. How did you get here? He asked, glancing around and noticing the absence of Zhou Na. Ever since Zhang Liang and Zhou Na confirmed their relationship, they had been inseparable, nearly moving in together. I have a question for you, Zhang Liang said. It's regarding Li Xiang. Didn't he return to school today? He called me saying he had some matters to attend to and would likely be late returning. His tone seemed rather heavy, and I'm unsure what is going on. You two are close. Do you know anything? Not back at school. Wu Shidao responded, somewhat taken aback. The National Day holiday had just ended, and it was evident that Li Xiang had encountered some issue. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Shidao asked, did he mention what happened? No, Zhang Liang shook his head. From the call, I sensed something was off. All right, I understand. Once I finish my current tasks, I'll call him, Wu Shidao replied thoughtfully. I have some free time. Let me help you out, Zhang Liang suggested, looking around. I can't just eat fruit every day. Then you should help Yang Xian with the deliveries. Otherwise, you'll waste all that energy, Wu Shidao chuckled. Indeed, since the business had become established, their dormitory never lacked for fruit. Jean Gang and Alu would consistently bring back about 100 jean of fruit daily, and the work-study students were diligent, resulting in minimal waste. Most of the fruit was taken back by Yang Xian to the dormitory, living up to the saying that Zhang Liang would eat until he was sick. The female students in Zhou Na's dormitory also enjoyed free fruit. By evening, Hubin arrived with several boys from the Information Engineering University as he felt uneasy coming alone, fearing his money might be stolen along the way. After handing over the money to Wu Shidao, they discussed matters concerning the Postal University. To Wu Shidao's surprise, the order from the Postal University was substantial, with nearly 10 tons scheduled for delivery the next day. After verifying the quantity and varieties for the shipment, it was already past 11 at night. Wu Shidao stretched, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Upon reflection, within a mere month, I have successfully expanded the operations of 3 universities, accumulating a workforce of nearly 100 diligent students engaged in part-time work. While such speed and scale may not rival those of large enterprises, Wu Shidao nonetheless finds great satisfaction in this achievement. He is acutely aware that the rapid and widespread popularity of the group buying app is attributable not only to its competitive pricing, but also to its innovative approach that outmaneuvers conventional marketing strategies. In a sense, Wu Shidao has executed a strategic dimensional assault. The combined student population of these 3 universities is approximately 150,000. Simply put, if I were to earn just 1 yuan from each individual daily, that would translate to a staggering income of 150,000 yuan per day. However, this is evidently unrealistic, as not every individual will make purchases through the group buying app daily. Wu Shidao estimates that roughly 1/5 of this population, around 30,000 people, will engage in transactions each day. Although the spending varies from person to person, the promotional strategy of delivering 20 kilograms to dormitories averages earnings of about 3 yuan per individual, resulting in a gross profit of approximately 100,000 yuan daily. Nevertheless, Wu Shidao employs 100 individuals, and with an average salary of 3,000 yuan per person, the annual labor cost amounts to an astonishing 9 million yuan. However, the gross profit for the year could reach 36 million. In reality, due to the seasonal breaks, both gross profit and labor expenses must be adjusted downwards by a quarter, leading to a final labor expenditure of around 6,300,000 yuan and a gross profit of 27 million yuan. If all goes smoothly by next year, the net profit could be around 18 million yuan. Wu Shidao, with his calculator nearly smoking from overuse, finally tallies his earnings. Gazing at the figures on the screen, he feels a surge of excitement and pride. Just think, by this time next year, he could be a millionaire. This is merely the business of the group buying app. If one were to factor in the universal cracking store, the potential returns could be even greater. Although the universal cracking store is currently still in the stage of net investment without yielding net profits, should Wu Shidao choose to sell it, its estimated valuation based on current user numbers could be around 20 to 30 million yuan, attracting potential buyers. This implies that, in terms of time and return rates, the non-profitable universal cracking store may indeed offer higher yields. Moreover, If all goes according to plan, in 3 years, specifically in 2013, the Universal Cracking Store could replace its predecessor, 91 Assistant, and be acquired by Baidu, resulting in astronomical returns. It is worth noting that the 91 Assistant was sold for $9 billion in the last lifetime, equivalent to over 10 billion yuan. In contrast, the group buying app, at its current scale, might only generate around 20 million yuan annually, necessitating decades of effort to match the earnings of the Universal Cracking Store. In a few days, I plan to establish 2 data centers in both the Jin and Hu markets to enhance bandwidth. Wu Shidao, pondering while smoking, reflects, given that the group buying app currently provides substantial cash flow, further investments in the Universal Cracking Store must be made. Only by enhancing the quality of service can we entice more users to embrace the Universal Cracking Store. Noticing the late hour, Wu Shidao prepares to turn off the lights and retire for the night when a sudden thought strikes him. He has yet to call Li Xiang. In the midst of his busyness, he had completely forgotten. Glancing at the clock, he realizes it's nearly midnight and searches for his phone, only to find it in the restroom. Upon picking it up, he notices several texts from Lu Shuang sent over an hour ago. Where's today's joke? Are you asleep? Never mind, I'm going to sleep too. Good night. Wu Shidao slaps his forehead, contemplating whether to explain, but instead decides to send Li Xiang a message. Are you asleep? No. Li Xiang quickly replies. Wu Shidao promptly calls him, and after a few rings, the call connects. Li Xiang's voice is somewhat hoarse. Hello? Is something wrong? Wu Shidao succinctly states, I heard from Zhang Liang that you extended your leave. Are you at home or in the capital? I'm at home, you guessed right. I'm feeling quite overwhelmed and unsure of what to do. Li Xiang replies after a moment of hesitation, his voice tinged with exhaustion. You guessed correctly? Wu Shidao is taken aback, then suddenly recalls their previous conversation regarding his phone purchase and cautiously inquires, is your father truly gambling online? Yes. Li Xiang affirms with a resigned sigh. I spent 3 days in the capital with my girlfriend before returning home. I asked my mother about what my father was involved in, but she couldn't explain it either. However, she sensed that my father seemed quite anxious. So I came back, and when I caught him playing in his office, I saw that he was indeed gambling online. Though Li Xiang does not explicitly state it, Wu Shidao vaguely suspects the gravity of the situation. Has he lost a significant amount? Everything, haha. Li Xiang replies after a moment of silence, offering a bitter laugh. He has lost everything. Both coal mines are now in someone else's hands, and my mother is still unaware. I feel like I'm on the brink of collapse. My father insists I keep it from her and wants to keep a secret. How can this possibly be kept under wraps? The truth cannot be concealed forever. Wu Shidao exclaims, shocked. Both coal mines lost? How extensive was the gambling? Yet, upon further reflection, he understands that gambling often ensnares individuals, leading them deeper into obsession. When one loses significantly, they often lose their rationality, fixated solely on the hope of winning it back. In such moments, gamblers are devoid of reason, consumed by the singular thought that one win is all it takes. Ultimately, most end up losing everything in their final gamble. You're right. My mother has started to suspect. She has been questioning both me and my father incessantly, and I feel like I'm about to crack under the pressure. Unsure of how to keep it from her, Li Xiang's tears spill over, his voice choked with emotion. What should I do? Sighing deeply, Wu Shidao contemplates before responding. At this juncture, concealing the truth serves little purpose. If I may speak candidly, your father is undoubtedly aware that this charade cannot last forever. It's merely a matter of delaying the inevitable. I know, but what can I do? Li Xiang retorts, his voice quavering. Regardless, you still need to attend school, right? Wu Shidao shifts the topic. To be honest, I've been contemplating dropping out, Li Xiang admits after a brief pause. I've been thinking about this a lot these past few days. Don't make any rash decisions, Wu Shidao urges. Let's put it this way. If you drop out, what purpose does it serve? To stay at home with your mother? Or to work? Quite frankly, dropping out would hold no significance for your family and wouldn't provide any assistance. Reflect on this carefully. Is that not the case? I'm feeling incredibly lost right now. Let us not discuss it for the moment. I need some quiet time, Li Xiang responds after a while. All right, let us pause for now. Just remember, money is transient, and as long as you're safe, that's what truly matters. Wu Shidao offers a dry consolation. Make sure to return soon. Li Xiang remains silent and eventually hangs up the phone. Sighing heavily, Wu Shidao contemplates the gravity of the situation. Wu Shidao let out a sigh, as the drowsiness that had momentarily enveloped him vanished into thin air. He rose and made his way to the study, lighting a cigarette as he did so. From his perspective, the situation was indeed quite intricate. Given Li Xiang's family circumstances, one would expect a life of happiness and contentment. Why then did he resort to gambling? It was difficult to articulate, Perhaps it stemmed from an overly comfortable existence that lacked excitement. Was it this yearning for thrill that drove Li Xiang's father to seek such escapades? Or was it the ease with which money came to him that led to such a transformation? Wu Shidao speculated that perhaps all these factors contributed to the predicament. After pondering for a while, his thoughts inadvertently drifted to Shun Xiaojing. A wry smile crossed Wu Shidao's lips as he mused to himself about the irony of his situation, unable to resolve his own issues, yet attempting to advise others. The following afternoon, Wu Shidao seized the opportunity to visit the Unicom server room in Jinshe, where he signed a server hosting agreement and rented 15 GB of bandwidth. Watching as yet another seven-figure sum vanished with a mere wave of his hand. Naturally, he had opted for a monthly payment plan. The group buying app was still in its infancy, necessitating a substantial daily cash flow, making a lump sum payment impractical. After his busy schedule, Wu Shidao hailed a taxi to the school. As he passed a traffic light, he inadvertently caught sight of a massive banner advertisement on a nearby property, Lingdi Garden. Your ideal pastoral life. Intrigued, he instructed the taxi driver, take me to the Lingdi Garden sales office. The driver glanced at him, surprised, and joked, what, are you looking to buy a house? Wu Shidao nodded. In his previous life, this was Shun Xiaojing's favorite community. Situated just a few hundred meters from Line 1 of the subway, it was adjacent to a wetland park and boasted a mature commercial infrastructure. Most importantly, Lingdi Garden featured a unique stacked villa design, comprising 4 floors split into 2 residences, each with independent elevator access. The lower units came with front and back gardens, totaling around 80 to 90 square meters, and even after many years, the community's greenery remained impressive, rivaling newer developments. The sales office of Lingdi Garden was opulently designed, leading one to conclude that the property would not come at a bargain. Upon entering, Wu Shidao noticed 4 or 5 individuals gathered around a model display, accompanied by several sales staff. 2 saleswomen sat nearby, resting, and when they caught sight of Wu Shidao, they glanced at him before turning away, offering no greeting. This was hardly surprising. Judging by his appearance, it was evident that he was merely a teenager without purchasing power, leading the saleswomen to assume he was there to find someone. Hello, do you have floor plans? Wu Shidao asked, somewhat exasperated, as he approached the 2 saleswomen. Their expressions shifted to surprise. You want to view a property? One of them asked, her tone incredulous. Wu Shidao nodded. Are you helping someone in your family look? She probed further. Something like that, he replied, growing impatient. Do you have a floor plans or not? We only have villas here. And the smallest units start at over 300 square meters. Are you sure you want to look? The saleswoman responded while handing him a few floor plans. What's out the price per square meter? Wu Shidao inquired as he examined the documents. Currently, their SA promotion, 18,000 per square meter, the saleswoman informed him. Wu Shidao scrutinized the plans and pointed to one, asking, is the garden area included? How large is it altogether? The garden is complimentary, approximately 100 square meters. You have a keen eye. This unit is one of the best in our development, she replied instinctively. After saying this, she realized it was a futile exercise to engage in lengthy discussions with a student who likely had no purchasing power. Is there any further discount on the 18,000 per square meter? Wu Shidao calculated in his mind, realizing that even the smallest unit would cost nearly 6 million. Our properties are fully furnished, the saleswoman remarked, glancing at him. Considering the location and the size of the garden, it's not unreasonable for such a property. In Wu Shidao's memory, he recalled that the second-hand prices of this community soared to over 40,000 per square meter in the future. It was not uncommon for properties in prime locations to sell swiftly. All right, thank you, he sighed, reflecting on the balance in his bank account. You're welcome, the saleswoman replied, not overly disappointed. After all, Wu Shidao's youthful appearance suggested he lacked the financial means, and her detailed explanation was more a matter of professional courtesy. At that moment, among the group viewing the model, a middle-aged couple turned to leave. The woman, exuding a certain grace, recognized Wu Shidao and appeared slightly taken aback. Do you know him? Her husband asked, intrigued. A classmate, the woman answered, approaching Wu Shidao with curiosity. Wang Chuzhang, hello. Wu Shidao found her familiar, quickly recalling that she was Wang Xiaoyan from the Student Affairs Office at Nansen University. What brings you here? Wang Xiaoyan asked inquisitively. Just passing by. I saw it look nice, and thought I'd take a look, Wu Shidao replied with a smile. Is that so? Wang Xiaoyan observed him with a knowing smile. Continue browsing, I must be on my way. Goodbye, Director Wang, Wu Shidao politely bid farewell. Students from your school are already coming here to look at houses? They must be quite affluent, Wang Xiaoyan's husband remarked as they exited the sales office. What do you think of this student? Wang Xiaoyan countered, changing the subject. He seems rather ordinary. Why? Her husband asked. I mentioned before that a student from our school developed a group buying app. Do you remember? It's his creation. Oh, is it him? Do you think he can afford property here? Wang Xiaoyun inquired with a serious expression. Not at the moment, her husband mused thoughtfully. But I believe he will be able to in a few months. Are you certain? Wang Xiaoyun pressed. That app has great potential. It may seem inconspicuous, but it's quite profitable. Her husband asserted. What do you think about Shuang being with him? Wang Xiaoyun shifted the conversation. This student could be a promising prospect. Her husband replied, after a moment's contemplation. I can't say whether he came here intentionally or not, but at least he demonstrates good judgment regarding the investment potential of Lingdi Garden. Was the price not too steep? Wang Xiaoyun questioned. Most people instinctively think the price is high, but what do you believe is the core value of real estate? He answered before she could respond. It's all about location. The land near Tiananmen in the capital is vastly different in value compared to rural land, even though they are both technically land. Let us put it this way. The land of this territory's garden occupies one of the prime locations in the Golden City, rendering the villas in other areas utterly incomparable. If Wu Shidao, at his age, can perceive the immense potential here, his vision truly is extraordinary. Did you see that? All that effort just now was in vain, wasn't it? After Wu Shidao departed, another saleswoman chuckled and remarked to Lu Yali, who had just introduced Wu Shidao to the property. Well, since we have nothing better to do, Lu Yali smiled and casually remarked, this is what we call seizing every potential opportunity. Hee hee. The other person laughed heartily. Without further comment, as Wu Shidao sat in the car, heading back to Nansen University, he repeatedly examined the floor plan in his hands, suddenly feeling a pang of regret. He should have visited the site in person. Upon returning home, he casually placed the floor plan in his study and busied himself with the deliveries scheduled for the afternoon. Third brother, a voice called out, and, turning around, Wu Shidao noticed Dong Yukai standing nearby, looking somewhat bashful. What is the matter? Wu Shidao inquired casually. Glancing around, he observed that the diligent work-study students were engrossed in their tasks, oblivious to their conversation. Dong Yukai lowered his voice, appearing reluctant, and said, could you lend me some money? Borrow money? Wu Shidao was somewhat taken aback, but quickly understood. Many college students, managing finances for the first time, often lacked a plan and would deplete their monthly allowance in a mere fortnight. He smiled and asked, how much do you need? Would 2,000 be all right? Dong Yukai hesitated for a moment, tentatively inquiring. I can give it to you tomorrow. That is acceptable. Wu Shidao did not refuse. Thank you, third brother. Dong Yukai visibly relaxed, and then added, I have some free time now. Let me help you with your work. Wu Shidao chuckled, waving his hand. No need for that. Go attend to your own matters. All right. Dong Yukai did not insist, turning to leave. At that moment, Wu Shidao noticed Lu Shuang approaching with a light, lively step, and he furrowed his brow, pondering, what brings her here again? Why didn't he reply to my message? Lu Shuang directly confronted him. I fell asleep last night and forgot to respond. Wu Shidao offered a casual excuse. Then what does your lack of reply today mean? You asked me if I was asleep yesterday. Of course, I woke up during the day today. What do you expect me to say? That I've already woken up? Wu Shidao looked at her bemused. Today, Lu Shuang looked particularly lovely in a white dress, which accentuated her ethereal charm. As she stood there, the surrounding work-study students occasionally stole glances at her while they worked. Do you have any plans this Saturday? Lu Shuang shifted the topic, saying if you're free, how about we go hiking with our 2 dorms? Do you think I have free time? Wu Shidao gestured to the busy students around them, shrugging. I'm occupied every day. I believe you should take a break and relax for a day. It's all about balancing work and leisure. Lu Shuang had anticipated his excuse. Serving my fellow students brings me joy. I do not find it tiring. Wu Shidao replied with utmost seriousness. You really have thick skin. Just admit that earning money is more important. Why all this talk about serving others? Lu Shuang was rendered speechless. Indeed, the world is bustling for profit, and everyone is thriving for gain. Wu Shidao retorted. If making money isn't important, what else in this world could possibly hold significance? You are truly uninteresting. Lu Shuang responded, at a loss for words. You've seen through me. You truly possess discerning eyes. Wu Shidao chuckled, continuing his work. By the way, I noticed Dong Yukai from your dorm speaking with you earlier. What were you discussing? Lu Shuang's beautiful eyes darted around, seeking a topic. Senior Lu, are you probing into my personal affairs? Wu Shidao glanced at her, teasingly inquiring, do you think that is appropriate? Dong Yukai seems to be pursuing Yinlu. Are you aware of this? Lu Shuang suddenly changed the subject. Yinlu? Wu Shidao paused, recollecting a bit, and suddenly recalled the first time he had mingled with Lu Shuang's dorm, exclaiming, the one from your dorm? Yes, but keep your voice down. Lu Shuang instinctively glanced around, and, seeing no one paying attention, continued in a hushed tone, isn't interested in someone like Dong Yukai. You should advise her to stop wasting her efforts and money on him. How do you know this? Wu Shidao inquired. I've been her roommate for 3 years. I know her well enough, Lu Shuang softly replied. Honestly, I find it quite distasteful. Wu Shidao regarded her thoughtfully, then nodded slowly. I will give her a word of advice. Thank you. Rest assured, I won't disclose this information. As long as you understand. Lu Shuang's eyes flickered. Somewhat unwilling to relent. Are you really not considering spending a day out together? I'm busy. I have no time. Wu Shidao reiterated his excuse. All right then. Lu Shuang could only depart in disappointment. On her way, she received a call from Fei at the school newspaper. Shuang, may I ask you something? Go ahead. Could you get in touch with that Wu Shidao again? We'd like to interview him once more this Saturday. Another interview? About what? To be honest, the last report wasn't particularly satisfactory. The teacher summoned me and reprimanded me for being too simplistic and hasty. They suggested we conduct another interview since they heard Wu Shidao has expanded the group buying app to the Information Engineering University. Saturday? You probably won't have time. Lu Shuang pondered aloud. Oh, my dear Chairwoman Shuang, if a stunning beauty like you personally reaches out, what boy wouldn't feel honored? Fei on the other end of the line teased. Please, just do me this favor. We have such a good relationship. It's not that I don't want to help you, Lu Shuang sighed. I just sought him out earlier, but he has some commitments on Saturday. And he outright refused, leaving no room for negotiation. Are you serious? He wouldn't even give you face? Fei exclaimed. Didn't you employ your charms? Can you be serious for once? Lu Shuang was instantly left speechless. Just kidding. But seriously, he really turned you down? Absolutely. He left no room for maneuvering. That's odd. Does he have issues in that regard? What issues? In the mail department. You know what? Forget it. I'm done talking to you. At that moment, Lu Shuang had a sudden thought and shifted the conversation. By the way, I remember you brought 2 freshmen during your last interview? Yes. They're my fellow townsfolk. What about it? Is one of them named Shun Xiaojing? Why don't you have her reach out to Wu Shidao? Let her. What is up? Have you heard something? Is there a story between them? Fei's curiosity surged, bombarding Lu Shuang with questions. As for whether there's a story, I'm not certain, but Wu Shidao might regard Shun Xiaojing differently, Lu Shuang mused. By the way, didn't you say that during the last interview, Wu Shidao was quite perfunctory? If he actually agrees this time, have Shun Xiaojing ask him, and you can take notes? Will that really work? Fei inquired, a bit surprised. Shouldn't it be effective? Why not give it a try and find out? Lu Shuang said ambiguously, adding, by the way, if he truly agrees, do let me know. All right, I'll give it a go, Fei replied, promptly ending the call. During lunch, Fei, with her tray in hand, made a deliberate circuit around the school cafeteria. She spotted Shun Xiaojing sitting alone at a table, and without hesitation, she approached and sat down opposite her, smiling as she asked, There's no one else here, right? Shun Xiaojing shook her head, responding, No one, Fei. Her instincts told her that Fei had ulterior motives for this visit, especially when there were ample empty seats nearby. Ever since the last interview incident, Fei had noticeably distanced herself, often pretending not to see Shun Xiaojing when they crossed paths. How has your studying been lately? Fei began, attempting casual conversation. It's all right. Nothing special, Shun Xiaojing replied. Well, in our major, we don't learn much in class. The key is really applying it in practical work. By the way, I read the article you submitted to the school newspaper. I personally felt it lacked depth, she continued. I will strive to improve, Shun Xiaojing replied. Xiaojing, if you write like this, you will certainly be deemed unqualified when you enter the workforce. First of all, do you love this major? Fei asked earnestly. Initially, I was particularly fond of it, but I think it's not bad now, Shun Xiaojing reflected, adding, Writing quietly can be nice. Indeed, after studying this major for a while, Shun Xiaojing realized that writing quietly and merely revising it afterward could be quite appealing. Xiaojing, that's a misconception. The essence of writing lies in authenticity, rich character portrayals, and profound emotions. You cannot create in a vacuum. By the way, do you have anything planned for Saturday? If not, how about I take you for a character interview? Chapter 107. Are you Shun Xiaojing? Shun Xiaojing was taken aback, gazing at Fei's glimmering eyes. Her immediate reaction was disbelief. Could such good fortune truly fall upon her? She was naive, not foolish. Her mind raced, and she quickly thought of a name. I have plans on Saturday. I might not be able to make it, she replied diplomatically. Xiaojing, you've been with the school newspaper for a while now. You know that such opportunities are fiercely competed for. Fei frowned, appearing displeased. I'm only looking out for you because we're from the same hometown. If it weren't for our connection, I certainly wouldn't come to you. Shun Xiaojing wanted to say, then find someone else for this opportunity, but such words could irreparably damage her relationship with Fei. Senior, I really do have plans, she insisted, firmly refusing. Seeing her persuasion fail, Fei continued to eat while contemplating her next move. A silence enveloped them. Shun Xiaojing quickly finished her meal and stood up, saying, "Senior, I'll head back now. You take your time." "Wait a moment. I'll finish up too," Fei said, abandoning her meal upon seeing Shun Xiaojing's decision. Shun Xiaojing felt increasingly certain that Fei's proposed interview involved that Wu Shidao. "Xiaojing, how do you perceive my attitude towards you?" After exiting the cafeteria, Fei pondered briefly and decided to appeal to emotions. "Senior, you've been quite considerate towards me," Shun Xiaojing replied. This was no mere courtesy. Since entering this major, Fei had indeed aided her greatly, including facilitating her entry into the school newspaper. It was a significant favor, which explained why Shun Xiaojing had chosen to decline politely rather than confront Fei directly. "Xiaojing, I want to hide it from you. I want to interview that Wu Shidao again on Saturday," Fei stated while carefully observing her reaction. "The last report didn't satisfy the teacher. And I heard that Wu Shidao has already reached the Information Engineering University with his group buying app, so I wish to follow up with a series of reports." "Indeed." Shun Xiaojing nodded slightly, speechless, as she grappled with what to say next. This wasn't a matter she could dictate. Moreover, how did interviewing him pertain to her? "I just asked Shuang, our student council president, if she could help arrange it. But Lu Shuang said that Wu Shidao is quite busy and likely won't be available on Saturday," Fei continued. "Then why not reschedule for another day?" Shun Xiaojing was bewildered, thinking this was a straightforward matter. "Did you not grasp the crux of the issue?" Fei responded with exasperation. Shun Xiaojing honestly shook her head. "No, I don't understand. The key is not whether it's Saturday or Monday, but that Wu Shidao has little interest, which is why he was declined." Fei stated plainly. "That's why I came to you for help, to see if you could arrange it." "Me help?" Shun Xiaojing was astonished, unable to fathom how she had become involved. "Senior, what can I possibly do? If I asked him, he surely wouldn't agree." "That's impossible." Upon hearing her outright denial, Fei couldn't believe it, insisting, "Xiaojing, don't you know him? If you didn't, why did you suddenly have something come up last time? Don't deceive me." "Senior, I genuinely don't know him," Shun Xiaojing exclaimed, swearing. "I've only seen him once before. I didn't even know his name until I ran into him at school. I only learned later that his name is Wu Shidao. I met him a mere 5 or 6 times at most." "Really?" Fei scrutinized her, attempting to discern the truth. "Senior, I have no reason to deceive you," Shun Xiaojing insisted earnestly. "I don't understand why you think I can arrange a meeting. Besides, isn't he quite close with Lu Shuang? I saw them together in the cafeteria recently. They seemed quite intimate. You should seek Lu Shuang's assistance instead." Fei remained silent, but based on Shun Xiaojing's expression, she sensed there was no deceit. Why, then, had Lu Shuang said otherwise? After taking a few steps, she suddenly spoke. "It was Lu Shuang who sent me to find you. She said if you reach out to Wu Shidao, he will surely agree." In truth, Lu Shuang had only indicated it was a possibility. How could that be? Shun Xiaojing was astonished. What did Lu Shuang mean by that? "Xiaojing, why not just give him a call to test it out?" Fei urged. "Perhaps Wu Shidao will agree." Shun Xiaojing remained silent. Truthfully, she wanted no association with Wu Shidao, nor did she wish to create misunderstandings with Zhao Lei. Moreover, the last time Wu Shidao inexplicably offered to give her a phone, he swiftly turned and went to the cafeteria with Lu Shuang, which further solidified her belief that Wu Shidao was rather untrustworthy. "Xiaojing, could you do this for me as a favor?" Fei pressed, seeing her hesitation. "Senior, it's not that I don't want to help, but I truly have no connection with him," Shun Xiaojing replied, feeling troubled. "Just make a call. If he declines, I promise I won't bother you again," Fei insisted, employing both charm and persuasion. After some contemplation, Shun Xiaojing finally nodded. "All right, Senior, I'll give it a try, but I assure you, we have no relationship." So he definitely won't agree. At this moment, Fei found herself somewhat perplexed. Observing Shun Xiaojing, she did not appear to be lying. However, Lu Shuang had made such assertions. Could it be that Lu Shuang had misunderstood? Fei retrieved her phone, located Wu Shidao's number, and dialed it, activating the speakerphone feature before handing it to Shun Xiaojing. "Just tell him you wish to interview him this Saturday and inquire if he has the time. By the way, he may have my number, so be sure to introduce yourself first." "All right." Shun Xiaojing nodded, accepting the phone, but to her dismay, the call rang a few times before Wu Shidao abruptly hung up. "Try again," Fei urged. This time, Wu Shidao hung up once more. Just as Fei had surmised, he had indeed saved her number during their last encounter, leading him to dismiss the call immediately. However, the phone rang persistently for a third time, and Wu Shidao somewhat exasperated and irritated, answered, "What do you want? I'm quite busy. I wanted to ask if you have time this Saturday for an interview?" Upon hearing his clearly displeased tone, Shun Xiaojing on the other end of the line had completely forgotten Fei Fei's advice to introduce herself first. Fei Fei stamped her foot and whispered, "State your name." At that very moment, Wu Shidao's astonished voice came through the receiver. You are Shun Xiaojing?" Chapter 108. Shun Xiaojing is a deceiver. Fei Fei was taken aback, and her first instinct was to conclude that Shun Xiaojing had surely lied to her. If she had only met Wu Shidao a few times, how could he recognize her voice so accurately from a single sentence? Shun Xiaojing was equally astonished and instinctively exclaimed, "How did you know? How would I know?" Wu Shidao's mind raced with thoughts. He wished to say, after living together for so many years, how could I possibly fail to recognize your voice? Am I not endowed with ears? Of course, I can discern it. Wu Shidao took a deep breath. Shun Xiaojing was at a loss for words in response to him. Fortunately, Wu Shidao quickly interjected, "What were you saying? Do you have time this Saturday?" "Yes." Shun Xiaojing hastily replied, "Our school newspaper wants to." Before she could finish, Wu Shidao interrupted her gently. "I have time, as long as you are available. I am free at any moment." Shun Xiaojing, the deceiver. Fei Fei couldn't help but inwardly scorn her through the phone. She could sense Wu Shidao's emotional shift, from impatience at the beginning of the call to an overwhelming gentleness. She would be incredulous if they had no relationship at all. "All right then, let's confirm for Saturday." Shun Xiaojing quickly said, "I'll hang up now. We will touch base then." "Sure, anytime." Wu Shidao heard the beeping sound of the call disconnecting before he lowered the phone from his ear, glancing at the number. Indeed, it was the same number from the school newspaper belonging to Fei Fei. "Senior, it's all set." Shun Xiaojing returned the phone to Fei Fei. Thank you." Fei Fei's expression appeared somewhat aloof. Shun Xiaojing, sensing her thoughts, hastily clarified, "Senior, I assure you, I truly have no relationship with Wu Shidao." I know." Fei Fei replied with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Shun Xiaojing, I never realized you could lie so effortlessly, not even batting an eye. How naive of me to have treated you so well before." "Senior, you are misunderstanding." Shun Xiaojing quickly explained. "What am I misunderstanding?" Fei Fei, her emotions tangled, responded, "You just insisted that you had no relationship with him, yet here we are." She shook her phone. I heard it all clearly from the side. "Forget it. No need to explain. An explanation is merely a cover-up, and a cover-up is just storytelling." "Senior, you're truly mistaken." Shun Xiaojing opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. "All right, I will need you to make that call again on Saturday." Fei Fei waved her hand dismissively and walked away. She turned her back, not wishing to say more. She had initially thought this local girl was quite decent, but little did she know she had a fair share of secrets. Shun Xiaojing stood rooted to the spot for a long moment, before angrily stamping her foot. She could not fault Fei Fei for this. If blame were to be placed, it could only be directed at Wu Shidao. If it hadn't been for him, how could Fei Fei have misinterpreted her? Yet, on another note, Shun Xiaojing found it hard to believe that mere words spoken by her could lead Wu Shidao to recognize her voice so instantaneously. Was he endowed with canine-like hearing? Shun Xiaojing was utterly bewildered. "Here, Lao Wu, this is 2,000 yuan. Do you want to count it?" The next day, after their professional class, Wu Shidao called Dong Yukai to a secluded corner and handed him the money. The reason he had not provided it yesterday was that the money was locked in the safe in his bedroom, and he did not wish for Dong Yukai to see it. Otherwise, rumors might spread throughout Nansen University overnight that Wu Shidao had struck it rich with a group buying app and begun storing his wealth in a safe. "Third brother, no need to count. Do you think I don't trust you?" Dong Yukai placed the money away and sincerely said, "Thank you. May I ask you something?" "Go ahead." "Third brother, about your personal matters," Wu Shidao emphasized. Dong Yukai was taken aback and hesitated before nodding. "I heard you were pursuing Yinlo, the girl from Zhou Na's dormitory." Wu Shidao spoke softly. "How did you know?" Dong Yukai was somewhat surprised. He had kept his pursuit of Yinlo very low-key, not wanting to boast about it. He believed that until he had successfully won her over, it would be embarrassing to brag. What if he ultimately failed? Even when he took Yinlo out for outings, he typically waited at the school gate rather than outside her dorm. "I heard about it. The school is quite small. So someone is bound to notice you too?" Wu Shidao chuckled. "What? You think your secrecy has worked well?" "Not really." Dong Yukai scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "I just find it surprising that you found out so quickly. What do you think of Yinlo?" Wu Shidao casually inquired, recalling Lu Shuangshuang's casual remark during their steak dinner. "Do you think I am Yinlo?" He then speculated that Yinlu was likely akin to Meng Wenwen and Lu Xia, the type of person who would not mind receiving gifts but would not entertain the idea of a relationship. "I think she is quite good." Dong Yukai paused, glancing at Wu Shidao with suspicion, and tentatively remarked, "Third brother, are you suggesting that Yin Lu is not a good match? Have you heard any rumors about her?" "No, just a casual inquiry." Wu Shidao waved his hand. He did not know Yin Lu well and would not hastily draw conclusions based on Lu Shuang's words. "Once we confirm our relationship, I'll treat our dorm brothers to a meal." Dong Yukai let out a sigh of relief, smiling before that. "I would appreciate it if third brother could keep it confidential." "You can rest assured." Wu Shidao nodded, casually asking, "By the way, do the people in her dormitory know about you two?" "No." Dong Yukai shook his head, smiling. "We are both quite similar, until we confirm our relationship. We want to go around blabbing." Understood." Wu Shidao thought for a moment and subtly reminded him, "Lao Wu, when pursuing a girl, don't present her with overly extravagant gifts. If a girl expects expensive gifts while dating you, in my experience, she is likely not sincere." Dong Yukai blinked, then suddenly asked, "Third brother, have you confirmed your relationship with the enchanting Lu Xuejia? What relationship do I have with her?" Wu Shidao responded, utterly perplexed. "Not confirmed?" Dong Yukai appeared even more astonished, exclaiming, "Then where did those experiences you mentioned come from? Don't you also lack a girlfriend?" Chapter 109. It's all your fault. Wu Shidao felt a wave of frustration, insisting, "Just remember what I said." "All right." Dong Yukai nodded, though inwardly he remained skeptical. Yin Lu had hinted more than once that she desired an Apple phone, and he had concocted various excuses to extract the remaining tuition for the semester from home. Adding the 2,000 he borrowed from Wu Shidao, Dong Yukai calculated that he had enough to purchase an Apple phone. As for future living expenses, if necessary, he could assist Wu Shidao in delivering fruit, confident that, given their shared dormitory, Wu Shidao would look out for him. He decided to skip afternoon classes and texted Yin Lu. "Are you available? Want to go shopping this afternoon?" "I don't want to go. I'm tired," Yin Lu replied. Having seen it was Dong Yukai messaging her, she casually fabricated an excuse. Having encountered individuals like Dong Yukai frequently at school, Yin Lu was wary of those who sought to take advantage without willingness to invest real money. In her freshman year, she might have been deceived, but after experiencing several campus romances, she had come to realize that everything was illusory. Only those willing to spend money on her were genuine. Thus, her criteria for dating had become straightforward. Either someone she genuinely liked or someone willing to spend on her. "Don't you want an Apple phone?" Dong Yukai sent another text. Surprised, Yin Lu pondered for a moment, deliberately delaying her response by a few minutes before replying, "Oh, and what about it? I'll buy it for you." "Really? That's too expensive. Besides, where will you get the money?" "Don't concern yourself with where I acquire the funds. As long as it's something you desire, I will certainly fulfill your wish." "You are so kind." Just those 3 words brought immense joy to Dong Yukai, who quickly replied, "Hurry and come out." "Okay, wait for me a moment." Yin Lu took her time applying makeup in her dormitory before leisurely arriving at the school entrance. Dressed to the nines, she appeared even more radiant than usual, further endearing herself to Dong Yukai. After hailing a taxi, they sat side by side in the back seat, and Yin Lu subtly took hold of Dong Yotsai's hand, softly asking, "Are you really going to give me an Apple phone?" It was Dong Yotsai's first time feeling her hand, and he was enveloped by the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her. Holding her delicate hand, he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and boldly declared, "It's just an Apple phone. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. But it's too expensive. It costs several thousand. What does that matter? Your happiness is what counts. You are truly wonderful. I feel unworthy of your kindness." "Fool, what are you saying? In my eyes, you are the best." As they nestled together in the back seat, they seemed to regard the taxi driver as mere air. Yin Lu chose a white 8G version of the Apple 4 phone, and as they paid, Dong Yukai felt a twinge of regret, how exorbitantly priced it was. Yet, upon witnessing Yin Li's delight as she played with the phone, his discomfort swiftly dissipated. Afterward, they didn't return to school, but instead strolled to a nearby park. All the while, Dong Yukai held onto Yin Li's hand, and upon reaching a secluded area in the park, she half-heartedly encouraged him to steal a few kisses, which he gladly obliged. In stark contrast to Dong Yotsai's elation, Li Xiang's mood had plunged to unimaginable depths. Just yesterday, his father had finally confessed. The reason was painfully simple. The truth could no longer be concealed. The ownership of the coal mines and all related business documentation had been transferred, an eventuality that could not escape Li's mother's notice. Upon learning that her husband had gambled away both coal mines, she fainted on the spot. The 2 men hurriedly rushed her to the hospital for emergency care. When she regained consciousness, rather than wailing uncontrollably, Li Xiang's mother silently wept. Li Xiang's father sat despondently against the wall, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. Li Xiang felt at a loss for words, merely attempting to console his mother to take it easy. After spending a day in the hospital, Li Xiang's mother insisted on being discharged. Shortly after returning home, Li Xiang's father received a phone call and stepped out. Li Xiang chose to ignore him, harboring deep resentment towards his father. What had once been a harmonious family had disintegrated due to his father's gambling addiction. He considered preparing a meal for his mother, but she shook her head, signaling her lack of appetite. Li Xiang understood. She had lived in ignorance until now, and the revelation had devastated her. How could she possibly eat? Li Xiang, unable to cook, ventured downstairs for a bite to eat, but found himself lacking an appetite, aimlessly consuming a bowl of noodles before returning home. As he approached the community entrance, a chilling sight met his eyes. An assembly of people gathered below his building. His heart raced uncontrollably, fear gripping him as he hurried forward. The wailing sirens of an ambulance echoed from a distance, growing closer. Upon reaching the crowd's edge and peering inside, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. His limbs weakened, and he felt as if his very soul had detached from his body. There lay his mother, lifeless in a pool of blood. Li Xiang, Li Xiang. A neighbor, spotting the dazed Li Xiang, rushed to embrace him, attempting to pull him away. Mom! Li Xiang let out a heart-wrenching scream, akin to a wounded beast, shoving the neighbor aside and frantically rushing to his mother's side, cradling her. His heart plummeted. Her body was cold and stiff. Mom! He howled in despair. When the ambulance arrived, medical personnel disembarked, and one doctor approached Li Xiang, checking his mother's pulse. With a heavy sigh, he exchanged glances with his colleagues. A stretcher was brought forth, and several neighbors tried to pull Li Xiang aside as the medical team gently placed his mother on the stretcher, covering her with a white sheet. In a fit of rage and despair, he lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself in a hospital. His grandparents had rushed over. Embracing his family, he sobbed uncontrollably, overwhelmed by self-loathing. If only he had gone downstairs for a meal, perhaps his mother wouldn't have jumped. Li Xiang's father, appearing utterly lost, entered the room. Return my mother's life. Seeing his father, Li Xiang erupted, leaping from the hospital bed and confronting him with wild fists. It's all your fault. You killed my mother. Chapter 110. Zhao Lei arrives. Boss, have you heard from Li Xiang these past few days? After class, Wu Shidao approached Zhang Liang, inquiring. I called him yesterday, but his phone was off. No, Zhang Liang shook his head. The counselor asked me the day before when Li Xiang would return to school. I tried calling him too, but it was unreachable. I have no idea what's going on with him. Wu Shidao furrowed his brow, sensing that something must have happened at Li Xiang's home. But there was nothing they could do but wait. In recent days, neither Shen Xiaojing nor Fei Fei had reached out to him. Even Lu Shuang, who had been relentless in her request for jokes just days prior, seemed to have vanished. However, Wu Shidao was indifferent. If he vanished, so be it, for he had no desire to become entangled with Lu Shuang. As night fell, Fei Fei's call came through, discussing the interview scheduled for the following day. Will you be the only one attending tomorrow? No, Shen Xiaojing will accompany me. Understood. We shall communicate via phone tomorrow. With that, Wu Shidao felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The next morning, he rose early, took a shower, and donned a fresh set of clothes. As he paced around his room, he noticed the disarray within. Initially intending to tidy up, he suddenly entertained a thought. Why not head to the school as playground instead, thus avoiding the need to clean? Just then, Fei Fei called to confirm their meeting place, after which she proceeded to find Shen Xiaojing. Upon reaching the dormitory, a fellow resident informed her that Shen Xiaojing was downstairs. Peering out the window, Fei Fei spotted Shen Xiaojing conversing with a young man beneath a large tree outside the dorm. Why didn't you give me a heads up before coming over? Zhao Lei said with a cheerful grin. I wanted to surprise you. Shen Xiaojing replied, feeling somewhat awkward. I happen to have something to attend to today. The school newspaper is conducting an interview. Perfect. I have nothing planned, so I might as well accompany you. Zhao Lei casually suggested. Shen Xiaojing was taken aback. What a joke. What would happen if Zhao Lei encountered Wu Shidao? She was quite aware of Zhao Lei's sensitive and suspicious nature. It's not convenient for you to tag along, she said nervously. Why not? Zhao Lei immediately noticed the fleeting panic in her eyes. I'll just stand by and observe. I won't say a word. Is that not permissible? We're visiting someone else's home, and you wouldn't be able to enter. Shen Xiaojing hastily fabricated an excuse, knowing Wu Shidao had rented a place near the family dormitory. Then I can wait for you outside, can't I? After the interview, you won't have anything else to do today, right? I still need to organize the materials. She replied, why don't you head back for now and come find me tomorrow? Okay? It's Saturday. Shouldn't you be resting? Cao Lei frowned, his instincts telling him Shen Xiaojing was trying to dismiss him. You can also organize the materials tomorrow. It's the same. Xiaojing. Fei Fei hastily descended the stairs, casting a curious glance at Zhao Lei before redirecting her attention to Shen Xiaojing. Let us go. Wu Shidao has been waiting for us at the playground. Zhao Lei, this is my senior. We're off now. You should head back, Shen Xiaojing said, not paying attention to Fei Fei's words, focused solely on ushering Zhao Lei away. At the playground? Cao Lei inquired, somewhat surprised. Turning to him, Fei Fei smiled politely. Hello, senior. Ime Zhao Lei, Sheng Xiaojing's boyfriend. I heard you're going for an interview today? Boyfriend? Fei Fei froze momentarily, instinctively casting a deep glance at Shen Xiaojing. Her mind racing with questions. What then is her relationship with Wu Shidao? Is she straddling two boats? Indeed, she pondered, nodding slowly. Is the interview taking place at the playground? Xiaojing just mentioned going to someone else's house. Zhao Lei asked cheerfully. The location was changed last minute, Fei Fei explained. He said his home was too messy, so we moved it to the playground. I'm here to spend time with Xiaojing today. Zhao Lei continued with a smile. Senior, how long do you expect the interview to take? I could wait nearby without interrupting you. That last sentence revealed his true intention. The duration of the interview is uncertain. You could explore the campus while you wait, Shen Xiaojing interjected, startled by Zhao Lei's persistence. Let us go, shall we? Wu Shidao has been waiting for quite a while, Fei Fei urged. Come on, the sooner we finish the interview, the sooner you'll be free. Cao Lei Gaimding. But then he recalled Shen Xiaojing's earlier words and turned to Fei Fei, asking, Senior, when will the interview notes be released? Is there any rush? Shen Xiaojing immediately sensed Zhao Lei's growing suspicion. No rush. They'll be published at the end of the month. So we have another 2 weeks, Fei Fei casually replied. Senior, I suddenly have a stomachache. Why don't you go alone? Shen Xiaojing thought quickly, resorting to feigning illness. What? Fei Fei exclaimed, dumbfounded. You seem fine just now. How can you suddenly have a stomachache? I don't know, Shen Xiaojing moaned, crouching down. Xiaojing, Wu Shidao is waiting for your interview. If you don't go, what is the point of me going alone? Fei Fei said, somewhat displeased. Zhao Lei's expression darkened. Xiaojing, who is this Wu Shidao? What is your connection to him? I have nothing to do with him. He is merely an alumnus. Shen Xiaojing retorted, avoiding his gaze. I don't believe you. Zhao Lei's brows furrowed. Believe what you will. I'm not feeling well, and I'm heading back. With that, Shen Xiaojing resolved to return to the dormitory. Determined to keep Zhao Lei from discovering Wu Shidao's presence at Nansen University, knowing full well that Zhao Lei's temperament would escalate the situation. Xiaojing. Fei Fei stomped her foot in frustration. Senior, Zhao Lei narrowed his eyes, observing Shen Xiaojing's retreating figure. Suddenly, he raised his voice to Fei Fei. I want to see this Wu Shidao. Can you lead me to him? Chapter 111. Are you sick? Shen Xiaojing halted in her tracks. She spun around, glaring at Zhao Lei, and strode toward him. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? I wish to ask you the same. Cao Lei scolded. If you have no connection to Wu Shidao, why are you so anxious? Why do you flinch at the mere mention of his name? Anxious? Shen Xiaojing retorted, her anger flaring. What would I have to be anxious about? I haven't done anything to betray you. I simply don't want you to overthink or become angry. If you have no ties to him, why would I overthink? Why would I be angry? Cao Lei countered emphatically. Fei Fei, witnessing their escalating argument, glanced at her watch, stamped her foot, and said firmly, Xiaojing, are you going or not? They've been waiting for us for ages. Let us go. Before Shen Xiaojing could respond, Zhao Lei interjected, why not? Let us go. Right now. He reached out to grab her arm. Don't touch me. Shen Xiaojing pulled away forcefully. I can walk on my own. Fine, then let us go. Zhao Lei said, his face a mask of frustration, trailing closely behind her. Thus, the three of them formed a peculiar trio, clearly together, yet each walking their own path. As they approached from a distance, Wu Shidao, seated beneath a tree on the playground, caught sight of Shen Xiaojing and Fei Fei. At first, he did not recognize Zhao Lei, but as the three of them drew nearer, Wu Shidao discerned the palpable fury emanating from Zhao Lei. What was he doing here? Wu Shidao was taken aback, pondering in his mind. What on earth has transpired? You are Wu Shidao? Upon their approach, Zhao Lei was the first to speak, scrutinizing Wu Shidao closely, feeling a sense of familiarity as if they had met before. Desperately trying to recall. Who are you? Wu Shidao glanced at him, responding with a cool indifference. In that instant, Zhao Lei's appearance suddenly triggered a memory of where they had crossed paths before, just a few months ago at the night market in Yen City. How could he be here? Zhao Lei was utterly astonished. Observing his expression, Shen Xiaojing realized that Zhao Lei had likely recalled where he had seen Wu Shidao. Ahem, my apologies for our tardiness. Fei Fei coughed lightly, glancing at Zhao Lei's tumultuous expression, then at the nonchalant Wu Shidao, and finally at the displeased Shen Xiaojing. Pondering internally, what is the nature of their relationship? To be honest, Fei Fei was intensely curious. This triangular dynamic was far more intriguing than any interview. What do you do? Wu Shidao pointed at Zhao Lei, feigning ignorance. What are you pretending for? Zhao Lei snapped back to reality, scoffing. We've met before. With that, he turned his head, casting a cold smirk at Shun Xiaojing, demanding, what is your relationship with him? Just an ordinary alumni relationship. Zhao Lei, don't overreact. Shun Xiaojing's expression was equally grim. Zhao Lei's repeated displays of contempt in front of others had already angered her. The phrase overreact pricked Zhao Lei's heart deeply, and he retorted with a sneer. Am I overreacting? What about you? You seem rather guilty. I remember you now, Wu Shidao interjected, looking Zhao Lei up and down, suddenly laughing. You study at the University of Posts and Telecommunications, right? What of it? Cao Lei yaft. The last time I visited the university, I saw you with a girl, laughing and chatting as you exited the library. Wu Shidao said with a smile, you two seemed quite close. What nonsense are you spouting? A flicker of panic crossed Zhao Lei's eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. Nonsense? Wu Shidao grinned, waving his phone in front of Zhao Lei, teasingly stating, I even took a picture of you two that day. Yes, you were wearing the same outfit as you are now. Zhao Lei was taken aback, momentarily unsure whether Wu Shidao was bluffing or had indeed captured a photograph of him. Is this true? Shun Xiaojing's expression turned icy as she glanced between Zhao Lei and Wu Shidao. Is it really a photo? Xiaojing, do you believe him or me? Zhao Lei attempted to maintain his composure. Look at you, you're scared. Wu Shidao chuckled. What a joke. What do I have to fear? Cao Lei retorted defiantly. Fei Fei remained silent, internally marveling at the unfolding drama. Zhao Lei had come to confront them with bravado, yet now he found himself ensnared by Wu Shidao's clever retorts. While Shun Xiaojing, who had initially appeared hesitant, grew bolder. This series of dramatic twists made Fei Fei nearly forget the reason for her presence today. If you're not afraid, then show me the photo. Shun Xiaojing inhaled deeply, urging Wu Shidao. Her instincts told her that Wu Shidao's words might hold truth. Given her understanding of Zhao Lei, she could easily discern that he was now defensive and obstinate. What do you mean, Shun Xiaojing? Zhao Lei exploded, his cheeks puffed up as he glared at her, angrily demanding, first, tell me your relationship with him. Why are you both at the same school? No wonder a few months ago, when we encountered him at the night market in Yin City, you acted strangely. Tell me, have you two been together for a while? A few months ago, at the night market in Yin City? Fei Fei's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling the thrill of the revelation. Are you out of your mind? Shun Xiaojing's face paled with rage, trembling all over. Zhao Lei, does he need to inform me of which school he attends? How would I know he would be at this university? That was the first time I met him. If you're going to lose your mind, then keep your distance. Huh, do you think I can't figure it out? Have you two been secretly together, planning to attend Jin City University together? Zhao Lei, overwhelmed by jealousy, blurted out, I knew it all along. Now that you're both at the same school, you can be together every day, pretending not to know each other in front of me? Shun Xiaojing, you're truly a piece of work. Before he could finish, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Then, Zhao Lei felt stars exploding before his eyes, his mind buzzing as he staggered a few steps back. Mind your words. Hearing him insult Shun Xiaojing, Wu Shidao could no longer contain himself, delivering a sharp slap to Zhao Lei's face. Pointing at the still-dazed Zhao Lei, he coldly remarked, if you dare to insult her again, believe me, I'll knock your teeth out. Chapter 112. The only one who wouldn't deceive you. Zhao Lei, seeing Wu Shidao's somewhat menacing expression, felt a chill run down his spine. After a moment's hesitation, he spat out through clenched teeth, just you wait, I'm not finished with you. With that, he turned and stormed away. Cao Lei, Shun Xiaojing hesitated for a moment, then chose to follow after him. Zhao Lei ignored her, quickening his pace until Shun Xiaojing finally stopped, standing still and exhaling deeply. She too was at a loss as to how the situation had escalated so drastically. Are we still conducting interviews today? Wu Shidao glanced at Shun Xiaojing, then turned to Fei Fei and shrugged. Perhaps we should postpone to another day? That is fine. Tomorrow works too. Fei Fei nodded repeatedly, realizing that today was indeed not conducive for an interview. Xiaojing. She hurried to Shun Xiaojing's side, observing her expression, and comfortingly said, it's all right, don't be upset. Let us put off the interview for now. Shun Xiaojing nodded, casting a glance at Wu Shidao, and said to Fei Fei, Senior, you can head back. I have a few questions I want to ask him. All right, Fei Fei replied, though she secretly wished to remain, but found no justification for it. Are you still angry? Seeing Shun Xiaojing approach him, Wu Shidao's tone softened. Did you really see it? Is there truly a photo? Shun Xiaojing stared at him intently. Wu Shidao pondered for a moment, then nodded, explaining it was an accidental sighting. Show me. Shun Xiaojing extended her hand. Wu Shidao retrieved the photo from his phone and handed it to her. It was merely a silhouette. Shen Xiaojing remained silent as she took the phone. Glancing at it briefly, she instantly recognized Zhao Lei, as they were quite familiar, and as Wu Shidao had mentioned, Zhao Lei was still wearing the same outfit. However, the photograph, to be honest, revealed little. Although they were quite close, they were not holding hands, and it merely captured their backs, devoid of any expressions. After studying it for a moment, Shen Xiaojing felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. She returned the phone to Wu Shidao, saying nonchalantly, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Wu Shidao casually tucked the phone away, gesturing toward the nearby grass, tentatively suggesting, "Would you like to talk for a bit?" Shen Xiaojing's initial instinct was to decline, but upon seeing the earnestness in Wu Shidao's eyes, her heart softened unexpectedly. After a moment of hesitation, she gently nodded. At that moment, Wu Shidao's heart blossomed with delight. He had already mentally prepared himself for the possibility that Shen Xiaojing would ignore him, especially after he had just struck Zhao Lei right in front of her. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have struck harder. Reflecting on this, a sense of regret stirred within him. The two sat on the grass beneath the shade of a tree. However, Shen Xiaojing turned slightly away from Wu Shidao, maintaining a distance of about 2 meters. "Can you tell me why you took that photo? What was your intention?" Shen Xiaojing asked, not even glancing at him. "My thoughts were rather simple. I merely hoped you could see Zhao Lei for who he truly is," Wu Shidao replied earnestly. "You must have taken that photo long ago, didn't you?" Shen Xiaojing said after a moment of silence. "Why have you never shown it to me? I was afraid you might misunderstand." "Misunderstand what?" "Misunderstand, Zhao Lei." "Or misunderstand you. I feared you might misconstrue my intentions, believing I was trying to sow discord between you two. In truth, had Zhao Lei not displayed such an attitude earlier, I would not have mentioned the photo at all." Wu Shidao wished to gauge Shen Xiaojing's expression, but alas, due to the angle, he could only see her profile, her thick eyelashes fluttering. Yet, the truth was evident. If he were not guilty, why would he react so strongly? "Are you not attempting to sow discord right now?" Shen Xiaojing replied coolly. "You have merely seen the photo," Wu Shidao sighed. "However, I passed by them and overheard their conversation. By the way, Zhao Lei came to find you on October 1st, correct?" Shen Xiaojing pondered the implication of his words, then retorted, "What did they say? You did not see me that day, did you?" Wu Shidao countered with a question. "Had Zhao Lei visited you and spent the entire day with you, would that not disprove the notion that I was trying to incite discord?" Realization dawned on Shen Xiaojing, and after a moment of hesitation, she nodded. "Indeed, he came to see me on the 11th. Zhao Lei told that girl he could not accompany her shopping on the 11th because he had to meet a fellow countryman, and when she offered to buy him clothes, he declined." Wu Shidao shrugged. "I swear, not a word of that was false." Shen Xiaojing turned to him, locking her gaze with his, and softly inquired, "Can I trust you?" This question transported Wu Shidao back to a moment before his rebirth. "Mom, I believe Wu Shidao will not be a delivery man forever. He is exceptional, merely lacking in luck." In that instant, he felt an urge to weep. The one who believed in him was the woman before him. The one who doubted him was also her. He turned away, inhaled deeply to regain his composure, and after a moment, he spoke deliberately, "I may deceive others, but in this world, I will never deceive you." Shen Xiaojing looked surprised. Just moments before, Wu Shidao's expression had been peculiar, a mixture of wanting to cry and laugh, and his turning away clearly indicated he wished to conceal his emotional turmoil. This person is truly peculiar. "Thank you for your trust," Shen Xiaojing murmured softly. "Do not thank me," Wu Shidao sighed, his emotions complex. "If thanks are to be given, it ought to be I who thanks you. Thank you for your trust. By the way, may I ask you something? Why did you inquire about my decision not to apply for a finance major? How did you know my preferences?" Shen Xiaojing suddenly recalled this matter. "I cannot divulge that." Wu Shidao contemplated before responding. Shen Xiaojing keenly noted his choice of words, indicating he knew but was unwilling to share. "But I can tell you this." Wu Shidao looked her in the eye and said slowly, "The sole reason I came to Nancy University was because of you." "Huh?" Shen Xiaojing was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. Wu Shidao's expression was earnest, so sincere it left her feeling half convinced yet utterly perplexed. She blurted out, "Are you joking? How could you possibly know I would apply to Nancy University?" "Of course I knew." Wu Shidao sighed, raising his gaze to the sky. He had so much he wished to convey to Shen Xiaojing, but was at a loss for words. After a moment, he finally said, "Have you ever had that kind of dream? Where you dream of certain people and events, and then, days or even years later, you realize everything feels eerily familiar, as if you had already envisioned these people and occurrences in your dreams?" "I have had such dreams," Shen Xiaojing nodded, recalling instances where she dreamt of events that later unfolded, a phenomenon both extraordinary and inexplicable. Do you know? I once had an exceptionally long dream. Wu Shidao gazed intently at Shen Xiaojing. I dreamed of you in the finance major at Nansen University, for you had a fondness for accounting. Eventually, you graduated, and we married, remaining in Jean City, purchasing a home, and even having a child. Shen Xiaojing's face flushed crimson. Yet her intuition told her that Wu Shidao was not jesting. Nevertheless, the events he described seemed too fantastical to comprehend. What bewildered her further was that everything he mentioned about her was indeed accurate. She had indeed aspired to become an accountant, and her first choice had been finance. But due to insufficient scores, she had to accept a different major. Are you implying that your inquiry about my choice not to apply for a finance major stemmed from a dream you had? Shen Xiaojing asked, her cheeks still flushed. Wu Shidao nodded. I genuinely cannot fathom this, Shen Xiaojing mused. You place such unwavering faith in your dreams. I am not from Xiang province. Wu Shidao regarded her earnestly. Do you recall our first encounter? Are you referring to the Yin City night market? Shen Xiaojing replied. I dreamed you were a native of Yin City, and your home was near that night market. However, I forgot the exact location, so I made a special trip to Yin City to find you. Wu Shidao fixed his gaze on her, speaking with a double entendre. I was contemplating whether my dream was indeed a reality, for I feared it might be false and that I would not find you. Shen Xiaojing felt a chill run down her spine, for her home was indeed in that vicinity. At that moment, she began to believe. Shen Xiaojing found herself at a loss for words. Wu Shidao's revelations were overwhelmingly astonishing, and she seemed to grasp why he harbored such a unique sentiment towards her. Although their encounters had not always been pleasant, she could distinctly feel that he held affection for her. Do you know why I created the group buying app? Noticing her silence, Wu Shidao continued to speak to himself. Because in the dream, after we were together, life became quite difficult. I made many promises to you, but fulfilled very few, and eventually I lost my job, leaving me without any income. Yet you continued to support me, believing in my potential, stating that I was exceptional and merely unfortunate. Therefore, I must earn money, tirelessly striving to fulfill all your dreams and bring you happiness. Besides the group buying app, I also developed an application called the Universal Cracking Store. I will share a secret with you. I have disclosed this to no one but you. Although the Universal Cracking Store is not profitable at present, it will be worth a considerable sum in a few years. Furthermore, I plan to expand the group buying app's operations to encompass all the universities surrounding the college town over the next 4 years. The business of group buying apps is poised to yield some profits for me next year. The other day, when I encountered you, I suddenly recalled your fondness for Apple phones, which prompted me to impulsively express my desire to gift you one. My intention was not to curry favor, but simply to fulfill a wish of yours. Wu Shidao rambled on incessantly. His words were not mere impulsivity. Rather, he yearned to share everything with Shen Xiaojing. Unbeknownst to him, on a subconscious level, he sought to demonstrate to Shen Xiaojing that she had not erred in her faith in him. Meeting his gaze, Shen Xiaojing turned her head, remaining silent for a while before softly uttering, "Thank you. You need not thank me," Wu Shidao replied earnestly. "Everyone in this world may express their gratitude to me, except for you." He silently added, "Because all of this is owed to you." Despite appearing as a teenager, Wu Shidao's essence, or the true self within, bore the weight of decades of life experience. Having navigated the vicissitudes of society, he had witnessed the coldness of human interactions and the harsh realities of life, which led him to cherish and appreciate Shen Xiaojing immensely. The reason for his appreciation was that such a woman existed. She could easily choose a life far superior to her current one, yet she steadfastly opted to share both joy and hardship with him, never abandoning him due to poverty or adversity. Living life is not akin to courting. In their previous mundane existence, Shen Xiaojing never complained about his helplessness nor blamed him for his inability to provide for the family. Even during the days of his unemployment and lack of income, she remained optimistic and unwavering in her belief in him, preparing herself to endure a lifetime of hardship alongside him. She firmly believed that as long as they were together, they could weather any storm. Thus, Wu Shidao always felt indebted to her. My gratitude signifies my appreciation for your honesty and also my thanks for your affection towards me. Shen Xiaojing was at a loss for words. If in the past she had harbored a sense of aversion or even disdain towards Wu Shidao, his current words had thoroughly transformed her perception of him. With a sigh, she stood up, gently dusted off her clothes, glanced at Wu Shidao, and said, "I shall take my leave. Allow me to accompany you back." Wu Shidao responded promptly. Shen Xiaojing remained silent, slowly walking away. His heart leapt with joy. This was her nature. If she did not oppose, it meant acquiescence. They walked side by side, albeit at a slight distance. Yet Wu Shidao was immensely satisfied, as this marked a significant advancement in their relationship. As they approached the girls' dormitory building, they fortuitously encountered Lu Shuangshuang. She halted, fixated on Wu Shidao and Shun Xiaojing. Wu Shidao, with poise, met her gaze and gave a slight nod and smile. Lu Shuangshuang's expression remained impassive, her eyes fixed on Shun Xiaojing's face. Unable to suppress her curiosity about their relationship, she found herself perplexed. From Lu Shuangshuang's perspective, she could not fathom why Wu Shidao seemed enchanted by Shun Xiaojing. Despite her previous overt hints to Wu Shidao, he remained indifferent. If Shun Xiaojing were indeed more beautiful or accomplished, Lu Shuangshuang would willingly concede defeat. Yet, in terms of appearance and academic performance, Shun Xiaojing clearly fell short, fueling Lu Shuangshuang's sense of indignation. "I am leaving," Shun Xiaojing remarked, casting a glance at Lu Shuangshuang before lowering her gaze and quietly bidding Wu Shidao farewell, turning away without awaiting his response. Chapter 114, The Library. Wait a moment. Noticing Wu Shidao preparing to depart, Lu Shuangshuang raised her voice slightly, ensuring that Shun Xiaojing would hear. "Is there something you need?" Wu Shidao paused. "Did you not claim to be very busy today?" Lu Shuangshuang furrowed her brows, fixing Wu Shidao with an intense stare. "How is it that you have time to be with others? You hardly appear busy at all." For several days, she had ignored Wu Shidao, harboring a sense of resentment. Feifei had informed her that once Shun Xiaojing invited Wu Shidao for an interview, he had immediately acquiesced, stating he was available at any time. This revelation had infuriated Lu Shuangshuang to the point of skipping a meal. Wu Shidao chuckled, countering, "Senior, are you interrogating me?" "I am not interrogating you. I am merely inquiring," Lu Shuangshuang replied, her demeanor softening. "What I choose to do is my prerogative, is it not?" Wu Shidao replied with a smile. "Moreover, I have no obligation to explain myself to you, correct?" "You." Lu Shuangshuang was instantly exasperated, glaring at him and gritting her teeth. "All right, fine. You win. Farewell." Wu Shidao waved cheerfully as he departed. Lu Shuangshuang stomped her foot in frustration. Which boy at Nansen University did not bend over backwards to please her? Even if not for her sake, they would at least feign gallantry. Yet, Wu Shidao was the sole exception. This fellow seemed to delight in opposing her at every turn. "What is the matter?" Feifei's voice chimed in from the side. "Oh, nothing. Just pondering some thoughts." Lu Shuangshuang snapped back to reality, noticing Feifei standing nearby with a lunch tray, looking at her with curiosity. She recalled Feifei mentioning the interview. "By the way, I just saw Wu Shidao. Did you not say you had an interview with him today? How is it that I only saw Shun Xiaojing returning with him?" "Oh, it's a long story," Feifei exclaimed, her excitement evident as she whispered. "Today's interview did not materialize, but instead, I witnessed quite the spectacle." "What spectacle?" Lu Shuangshuang's curiosity was instantly piqued. Feifei embellished the events of the day, sharing her insights and speculations. "So, you mean to say that Zhao Lei is Shun Xiaojing's boyfriend, and Wu Shidao knows him? Furthermore, Wu Shidao is pursuing Shun Xiaojing, and Zhao Lei is aware of this? The three of them even crossed paths at the Qing night market. Thus, Zhao Lei harbors suspicions about Wu Shidao, and Wu Shidao has seen Zhao Lei with other girls at the Post and Telecommunications University, leading Shun Xiaojing to doubt Zhao Lei." Lu Shuangshuang pondered aloud, nearly dizzy from the convoluted narrative. "Exactly," Feifei affirmed. "It feels akin to a game of Snake, where you eat me, and I eat you." Lu Shuangshuang found herself at a loss for words, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. Then a thought struck her, and she blurted out, "But Wu Shidao isn't from Yancheng. How could they meet there?" "I cannot say." Feifei shook her head. "Only Shun Xiaojing knows the specifics of the situation." Shun Xiaojing's heart was in turmoil, caught between her feelings for Wu Shidao and Zhao Lei. Truthfully, even now, she struggled to accept Wu Shidao's words. Yet, he articulated certain truths with such clarity, like her previous major in finance and her aspiration to become an accountant, as well as the fact that her home was near the night market. All these details left Shun Xiaojing bewildered and incredulous, compelling her to believe, even against her better judgment. Could it be that fate truly had a hand in their lives? Shun Xiaojing pondered, her heart racing with unease and even fear. It is one thing for a stranger to articulate your secrets, but to assert that you would be together in the future, such a notion would evoke not joy, but dread in most people. As her thoughts returned to Zhao Lei, Shun Xiaojing pondered for a moment before devising a plan. Since her arrival in Jin City, she had only visited the University of Posts and Telecommunications once, during which Zhao Lei had guided her on a brief tour of the campus. If Zhao Lei had truly become involved with someone else, straddling two boats, she would undoubtedly be able to discern it within the confines of the university. Deep down, Shen Xiaojing harbored a desire to remain oblivious to such a sight, convinced of its falsity. Much like the words Wu Shidao had spoken when he showed her the photograph, its significance was trivial. What truly mattered were Zhao Lei's words at that moment. Furthermore, Zhao Lei had indeed come to visit her during the National Day holiday, spending 2 days in her company before claiming he needed to return to his studies. He was an earnest student, a fact Shen Xiaojing had recognized during their high school years, and thus, she had no doubts regarding his integrity. During the holiday at school, Shen Xiaojing had not encountered Wu Shidao, though he had accurately stated that Zhao Lei had visited her on the day of the holiday. Yet, that proved little. What if Wu Shidao had seen her with Zhao Lei without their awareness? Such a possibility existed. Shen Xiaojing continued to admire Zhao Lei, despite his humble background. He was intelligent, diligent in his studies, and harbored lofty aspirations. She found it hard to believe he would indulge in infidelity. On a Sunday morning, Shen Xiaojing rose early, tidied herself up, and made her way to the University of Posts and Telecommunications. She deliberately donned a pair of ordinary jeans and a newly purchased short-sleeve shirt, tying her hair into a ponytail. On her way, she bought a sun hat to obscure her identity from Zhao Lei. She was aware of the location of his dormitory building. Purchasing a bottle of mineral water, she stood in a nearby shaded area, feigning interest in the boys playing basketball. In reality, her attention was fixated on the dormitory building. After waiting for over an hour without seeing Zhao Lei emerge, she suddenly felt a twinge of foolishness. What if he had already left? What should she do then? Furrowing her brows in contemplation, she suddenly recalled a potential location, the library. When Zhao Lei had visited her during the holiday, they had gone to the library at Nanshan University. Knowing his financial constraints, she would not insist on dragging him to the shops. After inquiring along the way, she arrived at the library at the University of Posts and Telecommunications. As she pushed the door open and stepped inside, her gaze swept across the room, only to freeze in place upon spotting Zhao Lei in a corner not far from the entrance. Beside him sat a girl, their proximity suggesting a familiarity as they exchanged whispers from time to time. Shen Xiaojing took a deep breath, casually selecting a book and approaching their vicinity. Zhao Lei glanced up casually, failing to recognize her, before turning back to the girl and whispering, "Shall we go out this afternoon?" Chapter 115. You make me feel sick. Not all, the girl retorted, rolling her eyes at him. From Shen Xiaojing's perspective, she could clearly discern the girl's demeanor. It was evident that the girl was not genuinely upset. Rather, it was playful banter. A surge of anger welled up within Shen Xiaojing, as this detail confirmed her suspicions about Zhao Lei's relationship with the girl. Wu Shidao had not deceived her. "Is this all you boys think about?" The girl scoffed. "By heaven, I do not. You know me. My heart belongs only to you. When I can't see you, I feel as if I'm going mad, yearning to be with you every single moment." Zhao Lei professed with profound sincerity. Their voices were low, so despite the proximity, Shen Xiaojing could not hear their words. She could only observe the girl stifling her laughter in response to Zhao Lei's declarations. The subsequent scene shattered Shen Xiaojing's heart. Zhao Lei reached out, taking the girl's hand, and she offered no resistance. Shen Xiaojing inhaled sharply and closed her eyes, hearing something within her shatter into fragments. She could not fathom how quickly Zhao Lei had become entangled with someone else. What had she done to deserve this? After several minutes, her emotions steadied. She stood, returned the book she had taken to its rightful place, and gradually approached Zhao Lei and the girl. Under Zhao Lei's astonished gaze, she removed her sun hat. Zhao Lei stood there, dumbfounded, as if paralyzed. "Who is she?" the girl queried, glancing curiously at Shen Xiaojing before casting a bewildered look toward Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei remained silent, his mind racing to comprehend the situation unfolding before him. "Step outside with me," Shen Xiaojing said calmly, her eyes fixed on him. "I have something to ask you." The girl fell silent, narrowing her eyes at Zhao Lei. "Wait for me here," he finally managed to say to the girl, who pondered for a moment before giving a slight nod. Shen Xiaojing turned and walked outside, with Zhao Lei following closely behind. Once they exited the library, Shen Xiaojing paused, but Zhao Lei strode past her, quickly stating, "Let's talk over there." Shen Xiaojing considered this before matching his pace. Zhao Lei continued walking briskly for several dozen meters before coming to a halt, glancing back at the library and noticing the girl had not followed them, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He turned to Shen Xiaojing, whose expression was devoid of emotion, and spoke first. "What brings you here? Why?" Shen Xiaojing fixed her gaze upon him, countering with a question. "Can you tell me the reason? What are you talking about? I don't understand." Zhao Lei attempted to feign ignorance. "You know precisely what I'm asking," Shen Xiaojing replied, unwavering in her scrutiny. "My relationship with her is nothing more than a platonic friendship." "Zhao Lei acerte de staborni." Shen Xiaojing chuckled, a bitter, resigned smile forming on her lips. At this point, having witnessed it with my own eyes, you still wish to deceive me? It was you who first entangled yourself with Wu Shidao. Zhao Lei's eyes darted, the accuser becoming the accused. Is that your idea of cleverness? Shun Xiaojing, disinclined to engage in arguments or explanations, merely stated, we have known each other for 4 years, and have been together for over a year. You know what kind of person I am. I simply cannot comprehend how your heart could change so swiftly. All I seek is an explanation. Is that so difficult? I have no relationship with her. What do you want me to explain? Zhao Lei continued to deflect. But you, I believe, should be the one to clarify your relationship with Wu Shidao. Shun Xiaojing, her emotions a tumultuous blend, regarded him thoughtfully before letting out a sigh. Fine. I won't disturb you any longer. I wish you happiness. With that, she turned to leave. Stop right there. Zhao Lei couldn't hold back any longer. Shun Xiaojing ignored him, quickening her pace. Witnessing this scene and reflecting on their past together, Zhao Lei could no longer restrain himself. In a swift motion, he stepped in front of Shun Xiaojing, exclaiming in frustration, Shun Xiaojing, what are you pretending to be so virtuous for? Shun Xiaojing raised an eyebrow, quietly observing him. You wanted an explanation, didn't you? Very well. I'll provide one. Zhao Lei, consumed by anger, retorted with fervor, after all this time together, aside from letting me hold your hand, what else have you given me? Others have long since gone to hotels. Why do you insist on putting on airs in front of me? You won't even let me touch you. Is this the kind of girlfriend you are? Shun Xiaojing's gaze began to turn scornful as she coldly replied. Is that truly the basis for your grievance? Indeed, it is. I am a man. I have biological needs. What's wrong with that? Cao Lai scolded. You genuinely make me feel sick, Shun Xiaojing declared. Casting this final remark aside, as she maneuvered around Zhao Lei and walked away. Do you not find the surname, Shun, revolting? What pretense of moral superiority are you putting on? Zhao Lei shouted angrily at her retreating figure. If you had only agreed to my request before, even if it was just to let me touch you, I wouldn't have sought someone else. Shun Xiaojing quickened her pace, unable to believe such words could escape Zhao Lei's lips. Indeed, he had previously made such a request, but she had firmly rejected him. It was a source of profound sorrow for her, particularly as she realized the sorrow stemmed from her own naivety. How blind she had been. Upon returning to her dormitory in a single breath, Shun Xiaojing did not even bother to change her clothes. She simply collapsed onto her bed, feeling utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Wu Shidao remained oblivious to all this. The group buying app was flourishing, and Hubin was gradually making significant progress, with everything falling into place, including the universal cracking shop, which was also developing in an orderly manner. After a bout of turmoil, Wang Hu Company had fallen silent, and Wu Shidao had seen in the news that they were now collaborating with mobile manufacturers for pre-installations. It was undoubtedly a clever strategy. Some apps that had emerged and even gone public in later years were adopting a similar approach to accumulate users. Wu Shidao had contemplated partnering with mobile manufacturers, but realized that such a plan could only be executed next year. The group buying app was still in its infancy, appearing to have ample cash flow, yet expenses were numerous. Only after accumulating a certain savings by next year could they consider pre-installed software. In contrast to the situation with the group buying app, he was far more concerned about Li Xiang. November was fast approaching, and Li Xiang's phone remained unreachable, with no news whatsoever. Strangely, the counselor had not pressed Zhang Liang about him, as if Li Xiang had been forgotten altogether. That afternoon, students engaged in work-study programs began to arrive at the family housing area to prepare for their tasks. Yang Xian rushed in and sought out Wu Shidao. His first words being, "Third brother, Li Xiang is back." Oh, Wu Shidao was taken aback, immediately asking, "When?" "About half an hour ago," Yang Xian replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. He seems completely different. You should go back and see for yourself. All right, keep an eye on things here for me. Wu Shidao nodded thoughtfully. As he stepped into the dormitory building, an unfamiliar sensation washed over him. It had been quite a while since he had lived there. He encountered Zhang Liang exiting a room, who paused abruptly upon seeing Wu Shidao, instinctively glancing back before whispering, "Li Xiang has returned. You know?" Wu Shidao nodded. "What happened to him?" "It feels as though his soul has been lost," Zhang Liang said, scratching his head. This burly man wore a worried expression. When you talk to him, he doesn't respond, as if he hasn't heard you. But after a moment, he might engage again, although his eyes seem so vacant. How can I describe it? Lifeless? Is it that severe? Wu Shidao quickly realized that a significant upheaval must have occurred in Li Xiang's life. Indeed. Zhang Liang rubbed his hands together, sighing, "You should try talking to him. I'm at a loss for what to do. Whenever I ask him what happened, he won't say a word. It's truly maddening." In all honesty, among the residents of Dormitory 102, Li Xiang had always been the most beloved. While Wu Shidao was typically cheerful, he maintained a certain distance from everyone. Since the end of military training, he had moved out of the dormitory, unlike Li Xiang, who spent every day in close quarters with Zhang Liang and the others. Li Xiang was known for his loyalty and warm-heartedness, often reluctant to refuse anyone in need. Don't fret, go grab a bite to eat. I'll check on the situation. Noticing Zhang Liang's troubled expression, Wu Shidao offered a few words of comfort before turning to enter the dormitory. Upon seeing Li Xiang for the first time, Wu Shidao was taken aback. It had only been about a month, yet Li Xiang appeared as if he had battled a grave illness. His complexion was sallow, he had lost considerable weight, and his usually well-kept hair was now a tangled mess. Most alarming of all, as Wu Shidao stood before him, Li Xiang lay vacantly on the bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling without a flicker of recognition. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Shidao produced a cigarette and offered it to Li Xiang. Have one. This elicited a slight response from Li Xiang. His gaze seemed to refocus, and he slowly reached out for the smoke. Wu Shidao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Li Xiang's current state had truly startled him. After lighting Li Xiang's cigarette, Wu Shidao remained silent, lighting one for himself as well. As they finished the cigarette, Li Xiang had yet to utter a single word. Shall we take a walk? Wu Shidao suggested. Li Xiang remained silent. Wu Shidao did not press him, patiently observing. After a few more minutes, Li Xiang finally stood, his voice hoarse as he said, "Let us go." The two left the dormitory, the sunlight greeting them warmly. Li Xiang squinted against the brightness, staring blankly into the distance as he followed Wu Shidao to the playground. The midday sun blazed down, and the playground was deserted. Wu Shidao guided him to a shaded area beneath a tree, sitting down first, leaning against the trunk. He offered Li Xiang a cigarette, tentatively suggesting, "Care for another?" Li Xiang accepted, igniting it and taking a deep drag. "Try to lighten up. There is no obstacle in life that one cannot overcome," Wu Shidao said softly, keeping his eyes closed. "Everything shall pass." Li Xiang smiled, though it was a sorrowful smile. "My mother has passed away," he said, his voice raspy. Wu Shidao froze, then suddenly understood, realizing why the counselor had ceased to pressure Zhang Liang. He must have known all along. He placed a hand on Li Xiang's shoulder, contemplating his words before softly saying, "My condolences. I want to pry into the details. For asking would only reopen your wounds. Death is the inevitable conclusion for everyone, a final resting place for us all. Your mother merely departed a little earlier. Perhaps you'll meet again someday. Do you believe in the soul?" Li Xiang asked quietly. "I do," Wu Shidao replied without hesitation. In his previous life, he had identified as an atheist, but the experiences of this life had led him to believe in the concept of reincarnation. "I believe too," Li Xiang whispered. "I used to be a skeptic." Wu Shidao pondered for a moment, grasping Li Xiang's meaning. In the face of losing a loved one, perhaps only the belief in the soul could offer some solace. "What about your girlfriend?" Wu Shidao inquired, attempting to shift the conversation to a lighter topic, as this one felt overwhelmingly heavy. "We broke up," Li Xiang replied, his expression blank, devoid of emotion, as though discussing an entirely different matter. "Why?" Wu Shidao was taken aback. Previously, Li Xiang and his girlfriend had spent countless hours on the phone, never ceasing until their batteries were drained. "Because I ran out of money," Li Xiang chuckled hollowly. "I told her my mother had passed, and my father had lost all the family's money. The coal mine is no longer ours." She comforted me for a moment, then hung up. When I called her again, her attitude had changed. Eventually, she stopped answering altogether and sent me a text saying we were too far apart, that she intended to stay in the capital and focus on her studies, urging me to live well and not disturb her anymore. Wu Shidao was at a loss for words. In the end, he could only pat Li Xiang on the shoulder and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Looking at it from a different perspective can be quite beneficial. Since she is that kind of person, discovering it early means parting ways sooner, which is ultimately better for you. It's irrelevant now. If it's time to separate, then let it be." Li Xiang replied nonchalantly, "Life is like this. It's rather dull. Asan, what do you think is the purpose of living? Is it merely for the sake of money? After all, money cannot be brought into this world at birth, nor can it be taken away in death." Wu Shidao pondered for a moment and responded, "No matter how wealthy you are, ultimately, what you leave behind is all that matters. Life is merely a process, as the outcomes are predetermined." Li Xiang countered with another question. "If that is the case, why does everyone care so much about money?" Wu Shidao repeated this to himself, lost in thought for a long while before saying, "Perhaps it's because money can bring happiness, or something of that sort." Li Xiang's voice was hoarse as he replied, "I believe money only brings suffering. If it weren't for money, my father wouldn't have turned to gambling, and none of this would have happened." Wu Shidao reflected, "One cannot assert such things. Money is merely an external entity. What truly influences a person is their inner self. You fail to grasp this." Li Xiang exhaled a cloud of smoke, gazing into the distance as he muttered, "Money is the root of all evil." Wu Shidao chose to remain silent. After all, the only person who can truly persuade someone is themselves. Others cannot awaken them. As for Li Xiang, he would have to rely on time to heal his sorrow. The days that followed were uneventful. Wu Shidao continued to immerse himself in his work with a group buying app, unable to extricate himself from this task until mobile payments became prevalent. The primary issue was that he lacked trustworthy assistance. He had faith in Shen Xiaojing, but since the last incident, he had seldom seen her. Wu Shidao subtly inquired about her situation and learned that Zhao Lei had not sought her out during this period. She often wandered alone, becoming increasingly reclusive. Wu Shidao was uncertain about what had transpired between her and Zhao Lei. He only remembered that they had broken up in their sophomore year in his previous life. If his presence had caused their separation to occur sooner in this life, he was unsure whether to consider it a blessing or a curse. Wu Shidao recognized that his arrival at Nansen University had subtly altered Shen Xiaojing as fate. In light of this, he hesitated to act rashly, uncertain whether destiny would shift again. Thus, he often found himself conflicted regarding Shen Xiaojing, desiring to draw closer, yet fearing unintended consequences from doing so. As for Li Xiang, Wu Shidao felt confident in him. Although their acquaintance had not been lengthy, Li Xiang's kind nature shone through, evident in the way he dealt with his breakup. Only a kind-hearted individual would willingly endure suffering. As the weather gradually turned cooler, Christmas approached. Wu Shidao had little interest in this Western holiday, yet it seemed that most people had taken to celebrating it. Following Hu Bin's suggestion, Wu Shidao introduced peace apples on the group buying app at 5 yuan each, a price that garnered enthusiastic support from students at several universities, yielding a modest profit. In stark contrast, the fruit shop proprietors outside Nansen University and 2 other institutions were facing dire straits. The majority of them could no longer sustain their businesses. Initially, they had anticipated making comfortable profits once the students returned in September, but unexpectedly, business had plummeted since November, deteriorating day by day. Some astute owners had already sold their shops and fled, while others, after enduring for a while, inquired why students were no longer purchasing fruits. They reluctantly decided to change professions. The reason was simple. They recognized they could not compete with Wu Shidao. The fruit prices on the group buying app were entirely unsustainable for these shop owners, burdened as they were with high utility and rent costs. Unless they could increase sales to several tons daily, engaging in a price war with the group buying app would only hasten their demise. Moreover, most people are inherently lazy when it comes to shopping. If they can avoid an extra step, they certainly will. No one is inclined to forego home delivery to venture off campus for overpriced fruit. As time passed, the once dejected Li Xiang gradually emerged from his shadow. Compared to before, he seemed transformed. The sunny and cheerful boy who used to smile frequently had turned into a cynical figure, evolving from a prince of love songs to a notorious canon king. This nickname was discreetly bestowed upon him by Yang Xian. It was well known that Li Xiang had made quite an impression during the freshman welcome party, receiving love letters from no less than 100 girls. The former Li Xiang, steadfast in his affections, had now become someone willing to date any girl who caught his eye, viewing it as a mutually beneficial arrangement. On weekends, he would frequently stay out all night, not knowing which girl he had gone to a hotel with. Dong Yukai, filled with envy and jealousy, had dubbed him Canon King. Upon learning of this, Li Xiang merely smiled, indifferent to the moniker. "Ah-san, I think you should find time to talk to Li Xiang," Yang Xian said, expressing concern after delivering goods one day. "He can't continue to wallow in this state. Who can persuade whom?" Wu Shidao sighed, contemplating before replying. "I'll give it a try." After Yang Xian left, Wu Shidao retrieved Li Xiang's number from his phone and dialed. After a few rings, Li Xiang's drowsy voice answered. "Who is it?" "It's me, Wu Shidao." "Oh, Ah-san, what is up? Where are you? Why are you still sleeping at this hour?" Wu Shidao found it somewhat absurd. It was barely 7 in the evening, hardly late enough to be sleeping. "I was a bit tired last night." "What is the matter?" Li Xiang yonut. "It's been a while since we've seen each other. Care to come over for a drink?" Wu Shidao suggested tentatively. "All right, I'll come over shortly," Li Xiang agreed after a moment's hesitation. Wu Shidao slipped into the campus supermarket, grabbed a pack of beer and some peanuts as snacks, and returned to his apartment. Upon arrival, he found Li Xiang already seated on the steps, smoking. "When did you arrive? Why didn't you call me?" Wu Shidao casually asked. "I figured you'd be back soon, so I didn't bother," Li Xiang replied, tossing away his cigarette, but he accepted the beer from Wu Shidao and followed him inside, glancing around before casually opening a bottle with his teeth and taking a swig. Munching on peanuts as he initiated small talk. "How has your fruit business been lately?" "Not bad. Do you want some fruit?" Wu Shidao gestured towards the boxes stacked against the wall. "Help yourself?" "No thanks," Li Xiang waved his hand dismissively. "Yang Xian brings back some every day." I'm already sick of it. Even Zhang Liang has stopped eating it, claiming he feels nauseated just seeing fruit. Wu Shidao chuckled, raising his beer to clink with Li Xiang's before inquiring. So how have you been? Just the same, Li Xiang replied with a cynical smile, getting by, I suppose. It's fine, but do you find it interesting living like this? Wu Shidao asked. Not all. Li Xiang ignited a cigarette, leaning back against the wall. Gazing at the ceiling as if engaging in a soliloquy, he murmured, what difference does it make? Did you not say before that every individual's ultimate destination is death? It's merely a journey we undertake. Since the conclusion is predetermined, why bother struggling? We might as well muddle through life. Chapter 118, Avoiding Extremes. Upon hearing his declarations, Wu Shidao discerned that Li Xiang had not truly emerged from the shadows. He had merely adopted a different means to vent his concealed anguish. Life should not be approached with extremes. Wu Shidao lit a cigarette of his own. Do you believe I am acting in extremes? I fail to perceive it. It is effortless for one to recognize the flaws in others while being oblivious to their own shortcomings. So what do you have to say? Wu Shidao continued. The person you were before and the one you are now seem like two distinct individuals. The former you was bright, cheerful, and righteous. The current you is despondent and cynical. Do you see the clock hanging on the wall? Wu Shidao pointed to a clock that had been there for over a decade, still resolutely ticking. Li Xiang turned to glance at it, contemplating the meaning behind Wu Shidao's words. Observe the pendulum's arc. Does it not swing from one side to the other? Wu Shidao prompted, this is what it means to act in extremes. I have heard you have become quite the womanizer lately? Li Xiang chuckled, nonchalantly nodding. That's merely because they are willing. Isn't that a manifestation of extremism? The former you believed in love, keeping a distance from other women. If you were on the other side of that clock, then now you have swung to this side, where you no longer believe in love and are indifferent towards everyone. Wu Shidao articulated earnestly. What is love? Li Xiang took a drag of his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, and replied in a nonchalant tone, it's all just nonsense. Once you have money, love can be found with anyone. You cannot dismiss the entirety of the world because of a single person. Wu Shidao fixed his gaze on him. Some girls, after experiencing heartbreak with a worthless man in their first relationship, proclaim that there are no good men left in the world, that all men are scoundrels. This is a classic example of extremism. There are no two identical leaves in existence, nor are there two identical people. Isn't it foolish to negate all others based on one individual? Li Xiang fell silent, taking a deep swig from the bottle. After a moment, he slowly nodded. You are correct. That is indeed rather foolish. In truth, if you dismiss what I say, then I would have no further words to offer. Wu Shidao took a sip of his drink, smiling as he said, you have not disappointed me. What do you mean? Li Xiang looked at him, puzzled. If you always consider yourself infallible, then no matter what I say, it would be in vain. Wu Shidao offered him another bottle of beer. I have a principle when advising others. I only do so if the person is worth advising and capable of listening. If they cannot listen, then it is best to refrain from unnecessary words to avoid irritating them. Li Xiang laua fartili, biting off the cap from the bottle and gulping down a mouthful of beer, sighing, I'm not that foolish. I can still discern good advice from bad. It's just that I feel a deep ache inside. Do you understand? As he spoke, his eyes began to glisten. I understand. The others in the dormitory are aware as well. Wu Shidao gazed at him earnestly, but what difference does it make? Ultimately, your suffering is something you must navigate yourself. What can we do to assist you? Tell me, how can I help? I won't refuse if you ask. Li Xiang raised the bottle to his lips, taking several swigs before reigniting a cigarette. You are right. Honestly, when I hear others trying to console me, it only irritates me more. What good does it do? Can it bring my mother back to life? Each person's wounds must eventually heal on their own. Wu Shidao looked him in the eye and said with deliberate clarity, Li Xiang, think of your mother. Think of Annie. Do you believe she wishes to see you living bravely and joyfully, or languishing in this haze of despair? Ask yourself. Li Xiang's body jolted at the words, and he turned away, avoiding his gaze. After a moment, he wiped the tears from his face, downed the remaining beer in one go, and closed his eyes, saying, you are right. Starting tomorrow, come and help me with work. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Shidao replied, I am quite busy. If you come to assist me, it will lighten my load as well. What can I help you with? You will find out once you arrive. There is plenty to do here, Wu Shidao insisted. It's settled then. If you don't show up tomorrow, I will come to the dormitory and drag you here. That seems unnecessary. I will come, Li Xiang chuckled. The following noon, Li Xiang arrived with Yang Xian. This relieved Wu Shidao's heart. It appeared that this fellow was, at least, redeemable. What do you need me to do? Once Li Xiang arrived, he looked around, noticing that everyone was preoccupied with their tasks. And he felt uncertain about what he should do. Go move some fruits, or sort them, or ride the electric tricycle to deliver them. It's all up to you. Wu Shidao gestured casually, Just choose what you want to do. Then I will move the fruits, Li Xiang decided after a moment. Very well, Wu Shidao nodded. Li Xiang approached, beginning to haul fruits off the truck alongside the diligent student workers. At first, it felt relatively easy, but after moving just a few boxes, fatigue set in. Sweat dripped down his face, and his arms grew sore. Yet upon lifting his head, he saw the students working effortlessly, and he gritted his teeth to persevere. After finally unloading one truck, another load arrived shortly thereafter. The students surged forward to unload it once more. After a brief rest, Li Xiang stood up, feeling an ache in his back and a complete lack of strength. He gritted his teeth and lifted another box. But he could hardly manage it any longer. Alcohol is a toxic poison. Lust is a razor-sharp knife. Wu Shidao had long noticed his state and approached, patting him on the shoulder. I'll have you running around like this every day. Li Xiang chuckled sheepishly, self-deprecatingly remarking, I'm feeling a bit weak. Right now. It's just a bit weak. If this continues, it might become a matter of life and death. Wu Shidao pointed to a nearby table. Go sit over there and handle the payments, verify the orders. I need to keep you occupied. As long as you have something to do, you won't have time to brood or think about other matters. They worked tirelessly until the afternoon, and by evening, after dinner, Li Xiang returned to the dormitory and collapsed in a bed, unlike before when he would lie awake all night. In the days that followed, Wu Shidao urged Li Xiang to come and work daily, from loading and unloading to sorting and verifying orders. He experienced the entire process of the group purchase app. As January approached, the first semester of the freshman year was nearing its end. As exams drew closer, everyone began to take things seriously. The library became perpetually crowded, with students who often dozed off in class now borrowing notes and cramming for their studies. Wu Shidao merely glanced at the content of his major classes, not caring much for the elective courses, confident that the professors would not allow him to fail. Hubin had called early on to discuss purchasing tickets to return home. During these days, orders for the group purchase app had begun to dwindle dramatically, with sales dropping to about 1/10 of the usual. However, Jean Gang and the others were not worried, for the new year was fast approaching, and customers at the fruit wholesale market were plentiful. Once the exams concluded, many students packed their belongings and left for home almost immediately, transforming the usually bustling campus into a serene silence. Wu Shidao had purchased a ticket to return home the day after tomorrow, as the university would not be on break for another 2 days. He planned to wait for Hu Bin to return home with him. Some belongings remained in the dormitory cupboard, prompting Wu Shidao to return to his residence. Upon entering, he discovered that the room had been tidied up impeccably, with only Li Xiang lounging on the upper bunk, idly playing with his phone. You didn't go home? Wu Shidao inquired, somewhat surprised. Not this year, Li Xiang replied, glancing at him. Wu Shidao immediately understood and, after a moment of contemplation, tentatively asked, Do you have any plans? Just staying at school? Well, I was hoping to discuss the possibility of moving into the family housing for a while, Li Xiang stated. The dormitory feels rather desolate when alone. How about coming home with me for the new year? Wu Shidao suggested. Li Xiang hesitated, visibly tempted, and asked, Would that be convenient? There's nothing inconvenient about it. Wu Shidao replied with a smile. In October, his family had purchased a new apartment with the money he had left behind, a spacious 3-bedroom unit exceeding 100 square meters. Had they still been the previous 2-bedroom residence, he wouldn't have extended the invitation, as Li Xiang would have had to sleep on the sofa. Would it be appropriate for me to go? Li Xiang expressed some concern. Ever since his altercation with his father, they hadn't spoken on the phone for months, and his living expenses were relying on his grandfather. As the holiday approached, witnessing others eagerly anticipate returning home left Li Xiang feeling quite out of sorts. Yet he was reluctant to go back. You're overthinking it. Just go if I say so. Why all the questions? Wu Shidao chuckled, tidying up his belongings. Make sure to bring a few warm clothes. It gets cold where I live in winter. Just 2 or 3 pieces, Li Xiang remarked as he opened the cupboard. After a moment's thought, Wu Shidao closed it and said, Then let's not bother with them now. We can buy some when we return. You'll be working for me for about a month, and I'll pay you 5,000 yuan. Huh? That seems excessive, Li Xiang exclaimed, shaking his head repeatedly. It doesn't feel right. I'm just doing simple tasks, and I'm not working as hard as Yang Xian and the others. Indeed, in his view, whether it was unloading fruit or sorting, Yang Xian and his team, racing around campus on their tricycles delivering goods, had a much tougher job. They were only earning 3,000 yuan, after all. You are different, Wu Shidao replied, tossing him a cigarette. When you return after the new year, I intend to entrust you with overseeing the operations at Nansen University, which warrants a higher salary. Although Yang Xian was undoubtedly the most familiar with the work due to his longer tenure, he struggled with communication. Despite improvements in his speech, he still found himself anxious and stuttering when dealing with strangers, which diminished his confidence. Thus, Entrusting Yang Xian with the responsibilities at Nansen University was not feasible at this time. The best candidate was undoubtedly Li Xiang. Entrust me with the responsibilities? What about you? Li Xiang asked, surprised. Naturally, I'll be exploring new business opportunities, Wu Shidao replied cheerfully. I aim to expand this venture throughout the entire university town within 3 years. 3 years? Why not next year? Li Xiang pundaratalote. Some secrets cannot be divulged, Wu Shidao shrugged. In truth, the marketing strategy of the group buying app was poised to surpass that of other fruit vendors in this era. Wu Shidao's success was primarily due to this superior marketing approach. To illustrate, if the marketing model of the group buying app was akin to advanced weaponry, then that of other supermarket fruit wholesalers was still relying on outdated means. The former would easily outclass the latter. However, mobile payment solutions had yet to emerge, with true implementation not occurring until July of the following year, when Alipay introduced its scan-to-pay feature. It wasn't until 2013 that mobile payment truly proliferated, accelerated further by WeChat's involvement. Currently, cash transactions remain the primary impediment to the growth of the group buying app. For instance, while this model could be promoted in areas outside the campus, what would happen if a malicious competitor placed random orders? With mobile payment, it would be akin to the future where payment must accompany ordering, thus mitigating the risk of disruption from competitors. Aren't you worried I might not manage it well? Li Xiang pundarat. If I were worried, I wouldn't be considering you for the role, Wu Shidao laughed heartily. The greatest virtue of Li Xiang was his sense of responsibility. Whatever task he committed to, he would devote himself entirely to its execution. Hence, Wu Shidao had no cause for concern. After tidying up briefly, with nothing pressing to attend to, Wu Shidao and Li Xiang visited the fruit wholesale market. Vuye, Boss Wu, upon arriving at the stalls of the Lu and Jing gang. The busy duo greeted Wu Shidao warmly. Li Xiang also exchanged pleasantries with them, having become familiar over multiple encounters. How have things been these past few days? Wu Shidao inquired jovially. The stock is certainly less than before, but we didn't order too much, just enough to suffice, the Lu replied with a grin. We'll wrap things up in about half a month, and then we'll head home for the new year. Returning before the new year? Wu Shidao remarked with surprise. Doesn't that mean you'll earn less? The fruit sales during the new year are typically a peak season, as every household purchases some fruit for the festivities. One can never have enough profit, the Lu chuckled. Thanks to you, we've already made quite a bit this year. So my wife and I decided to take a break and head home early for the new year. Indeed, although their earnings in the first half of the year were modest, their partnership with Wu Shidao had significantly increased their sales volume, especially after they began supplying to Postal University and Information Engineering University in October. The Lu's daily sales figures made others in the wholesale market envious. Yes, thanks to you. Boss Wu, we've earned quite a sum this year, the Lu's wife chimed in, smiling at Wu Shidao. Sister-in-law, you are far too kind. Our success is a result of our collaboration. If it were solely my efforts, I couldn't have achieved this, Wu Shidao humbly replied. Vuye, you've come at the perfect time, Jing Gang said, having just seen off a customer. He approached Wu Shidao with a smile. I was just telling to Lu and his wife that since you're about to head home, we thought it would be nice to treat you to a meal before you leave. How about later today? Yes, Liu nodded vigorously. The earlier we start, the better, and with fewer people around today, we can close up shop soon and enjoy a good meal together. A meal sounds good, Wu Shidao agreed, as he had intended to dine with them to strengthen their bond. However, he added, but on one condition, I'll be treating tonight, so please don't rush to pay the bill. You've all worked the hardest these past few months. Boss, that is simply not right. The Lu's wife interjected anxiously. It should be us treating you. Sister-in-law, if you insist on arguing over this, I'll just not go, Wu Shidao interrupted with a smile. So it's settled then. Let us go with Boss Wu's decision, Jing Gang declared with a hearty wave, insisting that the boss cover the bill. This doesn't seem right. Lu's wife was still eager to engage in the conversation when Lu interrupted her, saying, let us heed Boss Wu's advice. Today, allow him to treat us. However, Boss Wu, let us agree in advance that when you return from your holiday, we shall host you, shall we? No problem, Boss Wu replied with a smile. And upon noticing another customer approaching to inquire about the fruit prices, he added, you all carry on. We will take a stroll around the market and return shortly. All right. Brother Wu, we shall close up in about half an hour, Jing Gang remarked, glancing at his watch. No rush. I have no pressing matters. Business takes precedence. Boss Wu waved his hand dismissively, and he and Li Xiang began to meander through the market. Don't you need to buy something to take back? Li Xiang casually asked. I do wish to buy something, but I haven't decided what, and with the train being crowded, it would be inconvenient to carry too much. Boss Wu had already contemplated this issue. Just then, a middle-aged man walked by, smiling politely at him. You must be Boss Wu? Do you remember me? Boss Wu was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the man for a few moments, finding him vaguely familiar, but unable to recall who he was. He replied courteously, "And you are?" "I used to work for Jin Gang," Li Dong said, his smile somewhat obsequious. "You even discussed a potential partnership with me before." "Oh, it's you," Boss Wu finally remembered, responding nonchalantly. "Is there something you need?" "Boss Wu, are you busy?" Li Dong pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Boss Wu, extending an invitation. "If you're not busy, why not come over to my place for a cup of tea?" "Thank you, but I'll pass on the cigarette." Boss Wu waved his hand in refusal. "I have matters to attend to." Yet, Li Dong appeared to be oblivious to his rejection, smiling broadly. "Boss Wu, please carry on. I will wait for you." Boss Wu's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded him with a half-smile. "Li Dong, if there is something you wish to discuss, please state it directly." Even without Li Dong's words, Boss Wu could surmise some of the underlying matters. Jin Yang had previously mentioned that Li Dong's fruit wholesale operations were directly aligned with certain supermarket business models. However, it was evident that Li Dong could not monopolize all supermarkets in Jin City. He merely supplied several supermarkets in a specific district. After Boss Wu's group buying app had almost monopolized fruit sales around Nansen, information engineering, and post and telecommunications universities, the impact was felt not only by the small fruit shops surrounding these universities. The fruit offerings in those chain supermarkets were also significantly affected, as nearly all shops in the vicinity catered primarily to the student population, with few local residents. "Boss Wu, I was previously too short-sighted," Li Dong remarked with a somewhat ingratiating smile. "I hope you one T hold my previous attitude against me." "I'm afraid I don't quite grasp your meaning." Li Dong, Boss Wu replied, unwilling to engage in lengthy discussions, stating bluntly, "If you have something to say, please just say it. Let us discuss this in my shop instead. It's rather inconvenient to converse here with so many people," Li Dong suggested, his demeanor subservient, as if he were pleading with Boss Wu. After a moment of contemplation, Boss Wu slowly nodded. "All right then. This way, please," Boss Wu, Li Dong said, visibly relieved and eager to lead the way. "Should I accompany you?" Li Xiang tentatively inquired. "Perhaps I should wait outside for you both." "You should come along," Boss Wu decided after a moment's thought, taking Li Xiang with him to Li Dong's shop. This establishment was distinct from the warehouse where Jin Gang had previously worked. It merely displayed a sign and housed a few simple fruit items alongside a quaint tea table. Li Dong warmly invited both men to sit down and busied himself preparing tea, eventually serving it to Boss Wu and Li Xiang. "Boss Wu, this is my tea. I hope you enjoy its flavor." Not being well-versed in tea, Boss Wu took a delicate sip, finding it fragrant and sweet, with a barely perceptible bitterness. He offered a perfunctory, "Yes, it's quite good. This tea must cost at least 1,000 yuan per pound," Li Xiang concluded after sampling it, surprising Li Dong, who smiled and asked, "May I ask your surname?" "Esteemed classmate." "Li. Then we're like family from 500 years ago," Li Dong laughed. "It seems you have a discerning palate for tea." "I was merely jesting," Li Xiang humbly replied, noting that he had consumed much tea brought home by his father. After a few light exchanges, Li Dong steered the conversation back to business, smiling as he said, "Boss Wu, I must admit my earlier judgment was lacking. This cup of tea serves as my apology." "Your words are overly gracious, Li Dong," Boss Wu responded, being younger. "It's natural for you to have overlooked me when we discuss collaboration. I am curious about the purpose of your visit today. I prefer straightforwardness and dislike beating around the bush." Clearing his throat, Li Dong said, "Since Jin Gang moved on to collaborate with Lu, his business has flourished. I have privately inquired and regret not partnering with you earlier. However, it is too late for that now. I can only blame myself, not others." After a pause, he continued, "In truth, I'm here simply to apologize, hoping you can overlook my previous demeanor. I hope that if we have an opportunity to collaborate in the future, you might consider my proposal. I'm currently doing well in partnership with Lu." Boss Wu regarded Li Dong with a slightly elevated opinion, acknowledging his humility. Good business is not about making enemies, and since Li Dong had taken the initiative to admit his misstep, Boss Wu opted not to harbor resentment. He understood that, as a student, Li Dong might find the prospect of discussing a partnership unreliable from his perspective. Yet, understanding aside, unless Li Dong could offer Boss Wu tangible benefits, why would he choose to collaborate with him over others? "Boss Wu, I understand," Li Dong replied, sensing the implications of his words. After a moment as contemplation, he said, "If we have the opportunity to collaborate, I can assure you of better prices, lower than what Lu offers you." "Are you attempting to poach from me?" Boss Wu chuckled incredulously. No, Boss Wu. I assure you that is not my intention at all." Li Dong rapidly shook his head. "I merely wish to express my sincerity. I genuinely hope to work with you." "How much lower?" Boss Wu inquired casually. "For any type of goods, I can offer you an additional 20% discount off their prices," Li Dong replied readily. Boss Wu, taken aback, scrutinized him, tentatively asking, "In that case, Li Dong, will you still make a profit?" The fruit business can be lucrative, but the wastage is substantial, often Wholesale profit margins are lower than those of retailers because wholesalers do not dare to hold excess inventory, relying instead on volume sales, while retailers profit by raising prices. To be frank, this price merely ensures I don't incur losses, Li Dong admitted with a wry smile. I wonder if you might consider this? An 8% discount was a compelling proposition for Boss Wu. With the rapid turnover of the group buying app, if costs could be reduced further, it could translate into an additional 3 to 4 million yuan in profit over the year. At present, I have no intention of collaborating with others. Wu Shidao pondered for a moment before politely stating, I can only say that if an opportunity arises in the future, I will consider collaborating with Boss Li. Boss Li. Li Dong gritted his teeth and offered a 30 discount. The best I can do is give you a 30 discount. What do you think? Chapter 121, The Landscape. A 30 discount? Wu Shidao was genuinely taken aback. He gazed incredulously at Li Dong and after a while inquired, Boss Li, why? Indeed, Wu Shidao could not fathom why Li Dong would make such an offer. With a 30 discount, Li Dong might have to incur additional losses himself. Business is fundamentally about profit. What significance does a loss-making venture hold? Boss Wu, everyone has their own difficulties, Li Dong sighed, lighting a cigarette. I won't go into details. Then I believe it is unnecessary for us to continue this discussion, Wu Shidao replied with a smile. Your offered price is too low, which makes me uneasy. I will be candid with you. If someone approached you with such a deal, what would your first reaction be? I would surmise that the other party is likely facing some challenges, Li Dong answered, sipping his tea with a wry smile. Otherwise, what reason would there be for them to act this way? That is merely one reason. There may be a second, Wu Shidao remarked with a chuckle. Lighting a cigarette and taking a puff, he fixed his gaze on Li Dong and said, it is possible that the other party aims to undercut their previous partners with low prices, and once they have secured their foothold, they could suddenly increase prices when their business expands, creating a dependency between partners. This is indeed a strategy. What he described was a tactic frequently employed by many large enterprises in later generations. When competition in the market intensifies, larger companies often resort to price reductions, inflicting self-harm to undermine their rivals. Initially, smaller enterprises might manage to keep pace, but when larger companies drive prices below cost, smaller firms face bankruptcy or acquisition as their only recourse. Wu Shidao now suspected that Li Dong harbored such intentions, deliberately enticing him with low prices for collaboration, only to raise prices suddenly once he had established his market presence. At that point, Wu would find himself in a precarious situation, unable to refuse Li Dong's inflated prices due to a lack of sufficient supply. Li Dong had been entrenched in the fruit wholesale market for many years, and his connections ran far deeper than Wu's. Should that time come, if it were forced to source goods from a market to fill the gap, and if Li Dong allied with other wholesalers to inflate prices, Wu would inevitably be at a disadvantage. The supply from smaller wholesalers would be woefully inadequate for his sales needs. Thus, Wu Shidao had to remain vigilant. This lesson stemmed from Wu Shidao's past experience of fleeing with a bucket after being owed wages by a former employer. The reason for that bankruptcy became apparent. A longtime business partner had betrayed the boss by suddenly doubling the price of promised goods just before delivery. If the boss acquiesced, the loss would be monumental, amounting to years of profit squandered. Conversely, if he refused, having already collected money from downstream customers and with contracts outstanding, the compensation could lead to his ruin. Ultimately, after much deliberation, the boss had no choice but to flee. Li Dong was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Wu Shidao, then sighed with a wry smile. Boss Wu, you are indeed very cautious. In light of this, I must speak candidly. My willingness to supply you at a low price is born of necessity. My business has expanded significantly, primarily serving stable, long-term clients, and I have contracted with farmers to secure their produce. Currently, my sales channels are nearly blocked by your competition, and my warehouse is almost full. However, I must continue to purchase from the farmers, so even at a lower price, as long as I can break even or incur only slight losses, I can accept it. In the fruit business, as you well know, there's a guaranteed period. If the fruit does not sell while still fresh, losses will follow. Wu Shidao then realized the situation. Signing planting and purchasing agreements with farmers is a common strategy among large fruit merchants. This approach allows farmers to plant confidently, knowing their harvest will not rot in the fields due to lack of buyers, while merchants can avoid the hassle of sourcing produce from various places and lock in prices. When fortune smiles, merchants can reap substantial profits. For instance, during a year when poor weather in a major apple-producing region drastically reduced yields, farmers in other areas could still sell their apples at previously agreed prices, while market prices soared due to scarcity. Thus, merchants who had procured apples at normal rates could profit handsomely. Of course, in years of bountiful harvests, an oversupply of certain fruits may lead to plummeting prices, causing merchants to incur losses as well. This is a normal aspect of the business. However, Li Dong's current predicament differed. His sales channels were unable to move stock. And since the channels were responsible for sales, unsold goods would ultimately be returned to him. Li Xiong, sitting nearby, merely sipped his tea, grasping little of the discussion between the two. Boss Li, after a moment of contemplation, Wu Shidao spoke slowly. You are aware of the current situation. With students on holiday, even if I wished to collaborate with you, I would find myself powerless. Yes, I understand, Boss Wu. Li Dong nodded. However, after the new year, if the opportunity arises, we can collaborate. Wu Shidao took a puff of his cigarette and thoughtfully remarked, I do not require you to supply me at a 30 discount. A 10 discount would suffice. What do you think? Huh? Li Dong jolted, staring at Wu Shidao in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. Even Li Xiong found it perplexing, questioning whether Wu Shidao had lost his senses, opting for a more expensive option over the cheaper one. What was this man truly up to? What's wrong? Is Boss Li unwilling? Wu Shidao asked with a smile. No, it's not a matter of unwillingness. I'd agree. Of course, Li Dong stammered, regaining his composure, excitedly pouring tea for Wu Shidao. Is this real? Boss Li, you understand that if I lower the price for you now, you would have no choice but to comply with the farmer's purchase agreement since, for the time being, you would find channels to sell such a large quantity of goods. Wu Shidao raised his teacup, drinking while stating, ultimately, you will certainly incur significant losses. Li Dong nodded. What Boss Wu says is true. In business, I believe in a win-win scenario. Wu Shidao shifted the conversation, stating earnestly, the reason I seek a 10 discount is that it allows you to avert losses and even earn a bit, albeit less than before. This reduced margin is something you can accept, as you still profit. I have no intention of cornering you. In business, having more friends opens more avenues. Would you not agree? Chapter 122, Learning to Paint a Pie. Li Dong regarded him with a complex expression, and, after a pause, a wry smile graced his face as he raised his teacup. Boss Wu, I find myself rethinking my approach to business. I admit, I previously underestimated you due to your youth, but I am genuinely impressed now. Your vision surpasses that of many seasoned business people. Speaking sincerely, he continued, Boss Wu, I toast you with this cup of tea. Should I have the fortune to collaborate with you, rest assured, I will ensure everything is executed flawlessly. You flatter me. Boss Li, Wu Shidao responded, raising his teacup to gently clink against Li Dong's. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from King Kong. He surmised that the event on their end had concluded. Wu Shidao said to Li Dong, Boss Li, let us leave it at this for today. After the new year, I will come to discuss in detail when there is an opportunity. Let us exchange contact information for future correspondence. What do you think? Boss Wu, I couldn't ask for anything more, Li Dong replied. He took out his phone, asked for Wu Shidao's number and called him. After saving each other's numbers, Li Dong insisted on giving Wu Shidao 2 packets of tea, expressing that even if they didn't collaborate in the future, he wished to cultivate a friendship with him. In the spirit of camaraderie, Wu Shidao initially hesitated but graciously accepted. Once outside, Li asked Wu Shidao about his past experiences. After listening, he complimented, Old 3, your vision is indeed quite expansive. You think too highly of me. It's not about having a grand vision, Wu Shidao chuckled, responding earnestly, from a pragmatic standpoint, I need a supplier with Li Dong's capabilities. You may not realize it, but although the supply from the 3 universities is manageable, King Kong and Luda frequently rely on sourcing from others. After all, compared to Li Dong, their strength falls short. He harbored an unspoken concern. The supply chain should not be solely entrusted to King Kong and Luda, as relying on a single supplier posed significant risks. If anything were to happen to that supplier, what would Wu Shidao do? Currently, Li Dong is willing to offer me lower prices out of necessity. Once he stabilizes or finds other sales channels, he certainly won't be able to maintain these prices. Wu Shidao continued, if I refrain from undercutting his prices and instead increase them slightly, he will appreciate my gesture. Therefore, from a long-term collaboration perspective, why would I settle for a temporary discount when I could consistently procure goods at a 10% discount? You're absolutely right, a savvy businessman, Li remarked, giving him a thumbs up. Don't misunderstand. When I call you a savvy businessman, it's the highest compliment I can give. And I must thank you. Wu Shidao retorted with a playful eye roll. The trio from King Kong had finished their packing. Anticipating an evening of drinking, the 5 decided to travel in a single vehicle, specifically Luda's pickup truck. Wu Shidao jested, Luda, aren't you due for a new car next year? Luda pondered the remark before jokingly replying, that depends on whether Boss Wu is willing to let me change it. The group erupted in laughter. They chose a restaurant with a delightful ambience, reserved a private room, and after ordering their dishes, began to drink and chat. Initially, The conversation revolved around business matters. Gradually, discussions shifted to Wu Shidao. Boss Wu, to be candid, despite your youth, you hold a significant place in my regard. Luda, flushed from drink, praised Wu Shidao. Your business acumen is unparalleled among those I've encountered. With just a few strategies, you've captured the business of all 3 universities. It's truly impressive. You flatter me too much, Wu Shidao humbly smiled. No, it's not flattery. It's the truth, King Kong chimed in, agreeing when you first approached me about collaboration. I thought you were joking. However, I soon realized you were genuinely capable of establishing and expanding this business, and I hold you in high esteem. How should I put it? Times have changed, Wu Shidao contemplated before asserting. Our mindset must evolve in tandem with the changing times. If we cling to outdated practices and rely solely on past experiences, we will swiftly be cast aside by the current era. Take this mobile phone, for instance. He raised his phone. If I were to say that the opportunities for future development lie within this device, would you believe me? A mobile phone? I don't believe it, the others responded skeptically. Why do you say that? Li pondered, inquiring further. What era are we in? Wu Shidao interjected before they could respond, emphasizing, we are in the internet age. Surely you've heard this phrase before? What characterizes the internet age? It accelerates the speed of information and communication beyond what was previously possible. And mobile phones serve as an excellent medium, ensuring that information remains accessible around the clock. And their portability is unmatched. With the rapid proliferation of smartphones, in a few years, you will find it impossible to live without them. Their conversation flowed for approximately 3 hours over dinner. During the meal, Wu Shidao subtly shared his visions for the future, noting that the fruit business was merely a fraction of his commercial aspirations. When the time was ripe, he would venture into other endeavors. Although Luda and the others were not technically Wu Shidao as subordinates, they operated under his influence. Naturally, hearing about Wu Shidao's grand ambitions delighted them, as a success would also benefit them. This marked Wu Shidao's first attempt at painting a grand vision for others for some times. It is essential to illustrate such a vision to galvanize others to toil alongside you. By the end of the meal, aside from Wu Shidao, the others had indulged quite a bit. Particularly, Li was quite inebriated, lamenting loudly despite others' attempts to soothe him. Fortunately, aside from his ramblings, he caused no further trouble. Ultimately, the group managed to place Li into the vehicle and return him to the dormitory at Nansen University. Thankfully, the pickup truck frequently traversed the campus. And although students were on break, the security recognized the license plate and allowed them entry. The following afternoon, Li awoke groggily, having completely forgotten the events of the previous night. By afternoon, after Hu Bin's exams concluded, they boarded their evening train together. After a long journey involving over 10 hours by train and several hours by bus, the trio finally arrived home. Wu Shidao had preemptively informed Li's parents of his situation, and upon learning the details, they expressed no objections. Before entering the house, Li insisted on purchasing some gifts at the supermarket, and Wu Shidao obliged him. Li, in his earnestness, chose the most expensive items available, totaling nearly 2,000 yuan. Upon arriving upstairs, Wu's mother saw him and exclaimed, "You must be Li Xiang. What a charming young man you are." "Hello, Auntie," Li replied with a hint of shyness. "Why would you bring gifts to our home?" Wu's mother soon noticed the numerous bags he carried and expressed her discontent, saying, "Are you treating us as strangers, or do you consider yourself an outsider?" I told him not to buy anything, but he insisted. Wu Shidao chuckled, placing down the luggage and explaining he specifically chose only the expensive items, which totaled nearly 2,000 yuan. "Oh dear, why would you spend so much?" Wu's mother gasped, quickly asking, "Is it possible to return any of it?" "Auntie, it's already bought. What is done is done," Li responded. "It's merely a token of goodwill, nothing extravagant. The supermarket surely doesn't accept returns." Wu Shidao approached, guiding his mother to the sofa and instructed Li Xiang, "Go wash your hands, then come over for dinner." "All right," Li Xiang replied, as Wu's father pointed him toward the restroom. "Why haven't you moved into the new house?" Wu Shidao inquired, initially assuming that they would be staying in the new place upon his return. However, he was surprised to learn from his mother during the train ride that they had not relocated and were still residing in the old house. After washing his hands, Li Xiang returned to the living room, where the 4 of them settled in. Wu's mother encouraged Li Xiang to sit down and eat, saying, "Don't be polite. Consider this your home. If you're overly courteous, it makes everyone uncomfortable, right?" "Auntie, you're absolutely right. Rest assured, I won't be overly formal." Li Xiang replied with a grateful smile, realizing the truth in her words. If everyone acted too formally, it would lead to discomfort all around. "The new house is all set up. Initially, your father and I planned to move there for the new year, but when we heard that you were coming back to celebrate with us, we decided to postpone our move," Wu's mother said cheerfully while serving dishes to both him and Li Xiang. We thought it would be more comfortable for you two to stay there, while your father and I remained here. Li Xiang felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this, inhaling deeply to steady himself before responding. Annie, you are too kind. You and Uncle should stay in the new house while Li Xiang and I remain here. It's not the same, Wu's father interjected. Your aunt and I have lived here for over a decade, and it's close to our workplaces, making it convenient for us. You and Shidao should stay in the new house. It's spacious and quiet, perfect for your late-night computer gaming without any disturbances. Yes, Li Xiang. Just follow your uncle and aunt's arrangements, Wu's mother added with a smile. Thank you, uncle and aunt. Li Xiang's voice trembled slightly with emotion. Wu's parents exchanged glances, and Wu's father changed the subject, casting a reproachful look at Wu Shidao, saying, Why didn't you bring us anything when you came back? Other kids at least bring back some local specialties for their parents. I did bring you gifts, Wu Shidao replied with a grin. Where are they? Wu's father had only meant to divert the conversation, but was taken aback when his son confirmed he had indeed brought something. What did you bring? I didn't bring it with me. I'll take you to get it tomorrow, Wu Shidao said, still smiling. Tomorrow to get it? Wu's father pondered, suddenly enlightened, and retorted. Stop trying to fool your old man. If you didn't bring it, you didn't bring it. No need to make up stories about tomorrow. Father, I'm not lying to you, Wu Shidao said, his expression turning serious. I promise to take you to retrieve it tomorrow, and you'll be satisfied. Really? Wu's father asked, half skeptical. You'll find out tomorrow. Wu Shidao nudged Li Xiang and pointed to a plate of fried fish on the table, saying, Try this fish. My mom fries it to perfection. I think it's far better than what you get in restaurants. Don't flatter me too much. Wu's mother shot back with a playful glare. I just made it haphazardly. Li Xiang took a piece, bit into it, and his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Annie, this is truly delicious. If you like it, eat more. Wu's mother encouraged with a smile. After dinner, Li Xiang insisted on washing the dishes. But Wu's mother shooed him away with a broom. Wu's father then led them, carrying Li Xiang's luggage, to the new house. So, this is the community you once said you wanted to buy into. It's over 300 yuan more per square meter than the other two new developments. Wu's father chattered as they ascended the stairs. When your mother heard the total cost of the house, she was adamant against it. It amounted to nearly 40,000 yuan more. Eventually, I convinced her that this was your choice, and she agreed. This community has a prime location. Purchasing a house is all about location, Wu Shidao chimed in, recalling that after the town's redevelopment, this area had become one of the finest in the county. Upon entering, Wu's father turned on the lights, proudly gesturing around the house. What do you think of the decor? I selected most of it myself. Wu Shidao glanced briefly and remained silent, while Li Xiang smiled and remarked, Uncle, you have a good eye for aesthetics. The style of the decoration suggested that Wu's father favored a traditional Chinese aesthetic, but Wu Shidao found it somewhat outdated. Primarily, it was a modest apartment. Such a style would be exquisite in a spacious villa of 300 or 400 square meters, complete with a garden. It's not bad, is it? Wu's father nodded proudly, leading them on a tour through the house. There are 3 bedrooms. Each of you can pick one. All the bedding is brand new and already washed, so feel free to use it. Moreover, there are toiletries. Your aunt specifically bought 2 sets for you. You can choose whichever you prefer. Li Xiang felt a lump in his throat, nodding vigorously. I understand, Uncle. Please thank Annie for me. Don't mention it. Just make yourselves comfortable and call if you need anything, Wu's father said, patting him on the shoulder. As he reached the door, he paused, turning back to Wu Shidao and asked, By the way, you're not pulling my leg about the gifts, are you? Oh, Dad, do you really doubt me that much? Wu Shidao replied, exasperated yet amused. Who would I fool if not you? That's more like it, Wu's father replied, satisfied. Does your mother know about it? Wu Shidao pondered for a moment before vaguely responding. She should like it too. That's good enough, Wu's father said as he departed. I truly envy you, Li Xiang said, plopping down on the sofa with a complex expression. Envy me for what? Wu Shidao asked casually. Envy the atmosphere in your home, Li Xiang sighed. When my mother was alive, even though we were quite well off, my parents always fought. My mother once told me that they had come from humble beginnings and had lived a hard life. Even after we became wealthy, she never spent extravagantly. Sometimes I think it would have been better if she had just spent freely. Don't think that way, Wu Shidao said earnestly as he sat beside him. There is no such thing as if only in life. By the way, I need a favor from you tomorrow. He shifted the topic. What favor? Li Xiang asked. I want to buy my dad a car. Since you have some knowledge about cars, could you help me figure out what would suit him at his age? I'll handle the finances. You just take care of the rest, Wu Shidao said with a smile. Sure, leave it to me. Li Xiang agreed eagerly, then curiously asked. You play the guitar too? This was prompted by noticing a wooden guitar in one of the bedrooms. I bought it back in middle school and learned for a while, but I put it down when high school got busy, Wu Shidao explained. I assume my mom brought it over from the old house. How about you? Can you play? I'm the prince of love songs. Do you think I can't? Li Xiang retorted. I just haven't played in a long time. I have one at home too, planning to buy another for college, but I lost interest. After spending several hours on the road, both felt fatigued and, after a bit of idle chat, each retreated to a room for rest. This sleep marked the longest and most comfortable Li Xiang had had since Wu Shidao entered university. He was awakened by the strumming of a guitar. In a state between slumber and wakefulness, Wu Shidao could discern that Li Xiang played rather well. "You're up quite early," Wu Shidao yawned as he stepped out of his room, catching sight of Li Xiang sitting on the balcony with his guitar, serenading the world outside. "You're the one who stayed up too late. Hurry up, don't you have to go look at cars?" Li Xiang urged. "If there's an available one, we could pick it up before this afternoon. Let us not dawdle. Have you decided on which car you want?" Wu Shidao inquired while brushing his teeth and washing his face. "It depends on your budget," Li Xiang replied. "If the budget allows. I think the Audi A6 is quite nice, subtle, and understated, fitting for an uncle. If it seems too pricey, then we could consider the Magotan. I was also thinking of the A6. Does that count as a meeting of minds?" Wu Shidao chuckled. "It certainly does," Li Xiang replied. "I find that Mercedes tends to be a bit ostentatious, and BMW as well. Comparatively, Audi is a better choice." After tidying themselves up, the two descended and grabbed a quick bite before hailing a taxi to the Audi dealership. This was made possible by the relatively large population in their county. Otherwise, an Audi dealership would not exist. There were quite a few people at the dealership, likely due to the upcoming new year. Some were returning with cars purchased from afar, while others had earned money and decided to buy a car upon returning home. Wu Shidao belonged to the latter category. Given their age, the sales personnel merely approached to offer a cursory greeting before attempting to depart. "Is there an A6 available for immediate purchase? How much if I want to take it today?" Wu Shidao asked, pointing to a 30T Audi A6. "Unfortunately not," the salesperson replied, finally giving him a serious look. "We'll likely have to wait until after the new year for available stock." "What about the A8? Wu Shidao gestured towards a black Audi A8 nearby. "That model is available," the salesperson said, raising an eyebrow and cautiously adding, "but it will cost around 800,000. What do you think of the A8? Wu Shidao turned to Li Xiang. "Certainly superior to the A6, but only if your budget permits." Li Xiang rolled his eyes. "Over 800,000? How much discount can we get?" Wu Shidao pondered, considering his bank balance. He felt it would not pose significant pressure. His business had been thriving, with 2 data centers, one in Jinshi on a monthly payment plan, and the other in the provincial capital having been paid in full initially for a discount. Thus, over the next year, he anticipated no financial strain. After accumulating wealth this semester, Wu Shidao had over 7 million in his bank account. And as long as he did not splurge on a villa in Jinshi Lindengarten, purchasing a car would be manageable. Perhaps a discount of 7 to 8%. The salesperson mused. Wu Shidao nodded. "Please consult your supervisor. If you can offer a few more points of discount, I'll make the purchase." He paused, adding with a knowing tone, "Just don't want her off for a smoke and return with news of a better discount." The salesperson hesitated, then chuckled awkwardly. It was a common tactic among car salespeople to consult with a manager, often just an excuse to step away for a smoke or a restroom break. "All right, please wait a moment." The salesperson politely escorted them to a nearby waiting area before hurrying off. "What did you mean by that?" Li Xiang seized the opportunity to ask. Wu Shidao briefly explained. "Impressive. You seem to know the ins and outs of this," Li Xiang remarked with a hint of admiration. "But to be fair, the A8 is indeed understated luxury. It seems you've made quite a fortune selling fruit." His comment was devoid of envy, filled instead with genuine respect. As he spent more time with Wu Shidao, he increasingly felt that despite their similar ages, Wu Shidao conducted himself with much more sophistication. He believed he had learned a great deal from him. "It's all right, just made a bit of money. Otherwise, why work so hard every day?" Wu Shidao smiled lightly. After a few minutes of casual conversation, the earlier salesperson returned, accompanied by a striking female manager in high heels. "Good day, gentlemen. Are you considering the 30T luxury version of the Audi A8? The manager inquired, her gaze scrutinizing Wu Shidao. "If you take delivery today, I can offer a 12% discount. The list price is 958,000. After the discount, it would be around 850,000. But with taxes and other fees, it will still exceed 900,000. "That discount is rather meager," Li Xiang interjected bluntly. A8 discounts generally hover around 16%. If you genuinely wish to conclude this deal, a discount of at least 20% is warranted. The manager blinked, then chuckled in disbelief, scrutinizing Li Xiang, particularly lingering on his handsome visage. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, 20% is quite excessive, but how about we settle for 16%? 18%. Wu Shidao countered after a moment's thought. An 18% discount. And if we purchase insurance from your dealership, if that seems reasonable, we can continue negotiations. If not, we'll simply explore other brands. This was the reality of the current era. In a decade or so, both the list price and discount would likely diminish further. Chapter 125. The Saleswoman Seeking a Straight Path. Upon hearing Wu Shidao's adept bargaining, the female manager realized she was dealing with an expert. 4S dealerships. Income is derived from several streams: vehicle sales, manufacturer rebates, insurance sales, and maintenance revenues. Individually, each stream may not amount to much, but collectively they add up. After a series of negotiations, including taxes and insurance, the final price settled at $888,000. Wu Shidao found this figure acceptable and satisfactory. It was revealed that the two had concluded the deal in just over half an hour, prompting two young female salespeople in their 20s to frequently approach Wu Shidao and Li Xiang under various pretenses, seeking to engage them in conversation. They would casually ask if they wanted water, or try to ascertain what the two were doing, particularly expressing interest in Wu Shidao. Upon learning that he was a businessman purchasing the car as a gift for his father, that he was a local, their eyes nearly sparkled with desire. They each sought to obtain Wu Shidao's phone number, suggesting they could provide assistance with any queries regarding the vehicle in the future. Moreover, the top two buttons of the female salesperson's white shirt were left unbuttoned. The two women maintained a frequency of pouring water for Wu Shidao every 10 minutes, intentionally bending down to reveal a glimpse of their décolletage. This led Wu Shidao to reflect on the notion that, in the realm of finances, even the charming Li Xiang could not compete with him. Naturally, if they wished to flaunt their allure, he had no objections. After all, they were deliberately showcasing it for his attention, making it nearly impossible not to notice. "Hey, handsome, where do you usually hang out? What neighborhood do you live in?" The two female salespeople engaged in endless small talk, and had Wu Shidao not been seated on a single sofa, he would have suspected they would invent excuses like inquiring about the fabric of his shirt or suggesting it was dirty to squeeze in beside him. Such situations might not arise in first or second-tier cities. In this quaint county, a freshman at Nancy University, merely 18 or 19 years of age, ventured into entrepreneurship and, without a moment's hesitation, swiped his card to purchase a luxurious Audi A8 worth around $1 million for his father. To the two young saleswomen, he undoubtedly epitomized the quintessential affluent and handsome gentleman. Seizing this opportunity could not only elevate one's life to new heights, but potentially save 2 decades of arduous toil. Remarkably, these two saleswomen were only in their early 20s, confident in their ability to charm this young lad, Wu Shidao. Even if he sought an excuse to step outside for a smoke, they persistently devised various strategies to follow him out, engaging him in casual conversation. This scene elicited a quiet chuckle from Li Xiang, who couldn't help but reflect on the undeniable allure of wealth. Of course, credit must also be given to Wu Shidao's appearance, which, while not extraordinary compared to Li Xiang, still held a certain appeal when measured against the average individual. "If this car isn't maintained properly, I reckon those two saleswomen might just follow you home," Li Xiang teased, confidently steering the new vehicle as they exited the dealership. "They wouldn't come home with me," Wu Shidao replied, comfortably reclining in his seat with eyes closed. "They do want to go home with them." "Really?" Li Xiang's curiosity was piqued. "Did they say that?" "One mentioned that her parents were out, and she was afraid to sleep alone at night. Another invited me for drinks, claiming she lived alone in a rented apartment." Wu Shidao shrugged, not wanting to be too overt. Li Xiang burst into laughter. "So, are you going to oblige them? What if they're too scared to sleep at night? Then they can keep their eyes open until dawn," Wu Shidao remarked, rolling down the window and lighting a cigarette. He had noticed his smoking habit intensifying lately, after initially smoking little during his freshman year. The demands of his group buying app business had led him to stay up late and gradually increase his consumption. "You truly lack appreciation for delicate sentiments," Li Xiang chided lightly. "Are they not simply drawn to wealth?" Wu Shidao retorted coldly. "They must possess some grace for that to matter." Sighing, Li Xiang paused at a traffic light, gently stroking the steering wheel and gazing ahead before suddenly posing an unexpected question. "Do you believe that pure love exists in this world? What constitutes pure love?" Wu Shidao queried, glancing at her. "Well, it's about genuinely caring for someone's well-being, wanting nothing more than their happiness, without any ulterior motives," Li Xiang pondered aloud. "If you can ensure their happiness, then every sacrifice made is worthwhile, even if it means giving everything. You describe an idealistic notion of love, akin to selfless devotion." Wu Shidao mused. "Is that so?" She probed. "If you love someone, wouldn't you hope for their happiness? Wouldn't you be willing to give for them? Such giving should be reciprocal, not one-sided. If one person solely gives while the other only takes, is that not also a form of devotion? In such a dynamic, the giver often finds themselves moved, while the recipient may simply view them as a foolish sycophant." "Wu Shidao, I find your maturity astonishing. Your reasoning is quite incisive, leaving me at a loss for words." It's not my maturity. It's your naivety, he replied. Everyone has their moments of immaturity. How does one attain maturity like yours? Li Xiang inquira ternasly. Quite simply, Wu Shidao said, tossing his cigarette but out the window. When you begin to see yesterday's self as foolish, that is when maturity begins to take root. Are you implying that I'm foolish? Li Xiang laughed, feigning indignation. I speak with sincerity, he countered. Maturity involves confronting and rejecting one's past self. Only by doing so can one recognize their mistakes, amend them, and ultimately transform. Li Xiang contemplated his somewhat convoluted words, eventually murmuring, there seems to be some truth in that. She then shifted the topic, asking, what in your view, does true love resemble? True love ought to be characterized by mutual giving, growth, and progress. Wu Shidao's thoughts drifted back to memories of his previous life. He closed his eyes and murmured, two individuals willing to sacrifice for each other, to compromise, and to strive together, like a race where the leader waits for the other to catch up, while the latter endeavors to improve themselves to keep pace, motivating one another until they both reach the finish line. Your perspective is quite novel. Li Xiang reflected on his words, finding some merit in them. But does such love truly exist? Indeed, it does. For instance, between myself and Shen Xiaojing, Wu Shidao suddenly felt a jolt, his heart racing as he abruptly fell silent, inwardly cursing himself for nearly revealing a significant secret. What is going on between you and Shen Xiaojing? Li Xiang, oblivious to Wu Shidao's near slip, casually asked while driving. Isn't she the girl from the School of Media? Yes, from the School of Media. What I meant to say is, if I were to be with Shen Xiaojing, it would likely resemble that, he thought quickly, maintaining his composure as a cold sweat trickled down his back, silently vowing to exercise utmost caution in future conversations, steering clear of any mention of Shen Xiaojing. Are you so enamored with her? Li Xiang mused, attempting to recall Shen Xiaojing's appearance. I can't quite remember. She didn't seem as stunning as some others, right? The enchantress has such long legs, and it seems she has a bit of interest in you. Preferences vary. Wu Shidao said, deftly redirecting the conversation as they approached a turn. Just turn left here. We'll be home shortly. Just stop downstairs. Understood. Li Xiang expertly maneuvered the car, pulling up to a stop, then turned to Wu Shidao, asking, why not give your uncle a call? Surprise him? He hasn't finished work yet. Wu Shidao replied, glancing at his phone. He still has about half an hour. Just then, his phone rang. It was his mother. So, are you and Li Xiang coming home? Your father and I are done with work and are picking up some groceries to cook. His mother inquired. What does Li Xiang like to eat? She is asking about you. Wu Shidao turned on the speakerphone, smiling at Li Xiang. In the confined space of the car, Li Xiang heard his mother's question and quickly responded, Auntie, I'm happy with anything. As long as it's made by you, I'll love it. You're such a sweet talker, Wu's mother chuckled. I noticed you seem to enjoy the spicy shredded potatoes, so I figured you might like something spicy. I'll make spicy chicken for you today. Li Xiang's eyes glistened with gratitude. She anticipated Wu's mother's thoughtfulness. Taking a deep breath, she replied, Annie, maybe we should skip cooking today and eat out instead. I do like to treat you and uncle to a meal. Why spend money on that? It's fine for me to cook for you, his mother insisted. Wu's mother chuckled and said, all right, just like that. You two stay at home for a while. Or perhaps you can go to that internet cafe and play for a bit. Once the meal is ready, you can come back. Let us keep it that way for now. Goodbye. Li Xiang rolled down the car window, gazing outside. After a moment, he suddenly inquired, are you not planning to tell Uncle and Annie about your earnings? On their way back, Wu Shidao advised him not to disclose his business endeavors at school just yet. Li Xiang, unsure of the motives behind Wu Shidao's words, naturally agreed. I'll surprise them later, Wu Shidao remarked, patting the seat. Aren't you going to buy Annie a gift? Li Xiang pressed further. Well, how should I put it? Wu Shidao pondered. I haven't decided what to get her yet. Do you have any ideas? Li Xiang nodded and then shook his head, suddenly exclaiming, Third brother, is it true that you want me to manage the group buying app for Nansen University this new semester? Of course it's true, Wu Shidao replied, his thoughts struggling to keep pace with Li Xiang's rapid transitions. After a while, the two sat in the car, witnessing Wu's parents arriving downstairs on their electric scooter. The basket of Wu's mother was laden with several plastic bags. They honked the horn. Wu Shidao chuckled softly. His childlike glee ignited as he anticipated his father's reaction upon seeing the A8. Li Xiang cooperatively pressed the horn. Wu's parents instinctively turned to glance, but paid them no heed, merely casting a fleeting look before turning away. Li Xiang honked again. Wu's parents, carrying groceries upstairs, continued on their way. Li Xiang honked once more. Wu's father, becoming somewhat irritated by the noise, turned to glare, muttering, so what if it's an Audi? Quit honking. Wu's mother, feeling puzzled, squinted towards the car. Li Xiang waved at her, and she paused momentarily, scrutinizing the vehicle, uncertainly murmuring, "Is that Li Xiang?" "What?" Wu's father blinked, not comprehending her words, but soon noticed Wu Shidao stepping out of the car and waving at him. They both froze. "Dad, come take a look," Wu Shidao called out. Wu's father snapped back to reality. A sudden, daring thought surged within him. Could this Audi be the gift his son mentioned yesterday? But he quickly dismissed the notion. Being a car enthusiast, he knew at first glance that this Audi was an A6, worth several $100,000. Such a vehicle, in Wu's father's mind, was merely a distant dream, something he would never attain in his lifetime. "What is it?" Wu's mother asked, confused. "Dad, this is the gift I got for you," Wu Shidao said, noticing his father's gaze fixated on him. He patted the car roof, smiling broadly. "Come see if you like it." "For me?" Wu's father's mouth fell open in disbelief, the groceries he held slipping to the ground unnoticed. He blinked, dreamily asking the astonished Wu's mother, "Did our son say this car is for me? Is that what he said?" Li Xiang exited the car, grinning as he watched Wu's father oscillate between bewilderment and delight. He hurried over, handing him the keys. "Uncle, here are your keys." Wu's father squeezed the car keys tightly. Once he regained his senses, the immense surprise spread throughout his body. He tried to appear nonchalant, but excitement coursed through him, his smile blooming like flowers as he stammered, "Is this Audi A6 truly for me?" Chapter 127. Driving is truly exhausting. "Of course not." Wu Shidao's smile vanished in an instant as he earnestly replied, "How could I possibly buy you an Audi A6? You little rascal." Wu's father felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him, his excitement swiftly replaced by profound disappointment. Glancing at the keys in his hand, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Well, that makes sense. An Audi A6 costs over several $100,000. So what's the deal with these keys?" Wu's mother asked, thoroughly puzzled. "They're your gift from me," Wu Shidao stated with utmost seriousness. "But, you just said this Audi A6 isn't for me?" Wu's father was utterly confused. "Of course not." Wu Shidao suddenly burst into laughter, wrapping his arm around his father's shoulders, playfully saying, "Because I bought you an Audi A8 instead." "An A8? You mean this car is an Audi A8? It's a gift for me?" Wu's father was once again taken aback. "Indeed, uncle, this is an A8, not an A6. Come take a look." Li Xiang chuckled to himself, witnessing Wu's father oscillate between joy and disappointment. It was his first time seeing Wu Shidao play such tricks on others. In his memory, Wu Shidao had always been quite mature. "You little rascal, how dare you fool me?" Wu's father finally reacted, bemused, as he playfully kicked Wu Shidao's backside. "I see you're itching for trouble." As he spoke, he jogged over to the car, reaching out to touch the door, circling around it. Upon spotting the A8 emblem on the rear, immense satisfaction washed over him, and his face flushed as if he were tipsy, feeling dizzy with joy. He opened the door, settled into the driver's seat, caressed the leather steering wheel, touched the gear shift and the leather seats, then began examining the dashboard, murmuring to himself, "So nice, so nice." Observing his father like a child who had just received a cherished toy, Wu Shidao felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction and accomplishment rise within him. Perhaps the essence of earning money lies in moments like this, granting loved ones the gifts they desire. "Honey, come check this out, take a seat," Wu's father exclaimed, reveling in the car, glancing left and right. After a while, he suddenly remembered, poking his head out and enthusiastically calling to Wu's mother, "Look at how happy I am." "You're quite the sight," Wu's mother scolded, approaching with the groceries. She forcefully pulled open the car door, intending to sit inside. When Wu's father noticed the groceries in her hands and shouted, "Put that down on the ground. Don't dirty the car." Wu's mother shot him an incredulous look, but complied, placing the groceries on the ground, playfully chiding, "What? Do you think carrying groceries will dirty your precious car? It's a new car, do you understand?" Wu's father declared, tenderly caressing the steering wheel. All right, a new car, I get it." Wu's mother replied dismissively, but once seated, she too was excitedly looking around. Wu Shidao and Li Xiang brought the groceries inside. He approached Wu's father, suggesting, "How about we go out for a meal later? How much did this car cost? Which model is it?" Wu's father didn't even glance at him, responding evasively. "Altogether, it came to 888,000. Wu Shidao replied, grinning, "The 30 luxury version." "How much?" Wu's mother's voice shot up an octave, her hands freezing in disbelief as she looked at Wu Shidao incredulously. 888,000? Where did you get that money? Exactly. Where did you find so much money? Wu's father finally snapped back to reality. "I've been doing some business at school, and I made a little profit. Didn't you mention wanting to buy a car last time we visited home? So I thought I'd get you one." Wu Shidao said with a cheeky grin. "Business? What kind of business? You sound quite cocky. This is nearly $1 million, and you call a little profit?" Wu's mother was both shocked and speechless. Just selling some fruit. Wu Shidao winked at them, causing Wu father and Wu mother to momentarily pause, before they quickly realized that Li Xiang was still present. The two of them immediately understood that this was not the appropriate time for an in-depth inquiry. However, Wu father could not help but exclaim, "Is it really possible to earn so much money from selling fruit? Li Xiang, is he truly selling fruit at school?" "Yes, Uncle," Li Xiang nodded succinctly, stating, "Not only at our school, but also at the nearby Post and Telecommunications University and Information Engineering University. To put it plainly, students from all three universities purchase fruit from Wu Shidao." Wu father and Wu mother listened in astonishment. "Let's find a place to eat first. We've been busy all day and are quite hungry," Wu Shidao interjected, smiling as he suggested, "We can talk while we eat. I'm not going anywhere. And the rest no need to rush, right?" Yes, you're absolutely right," Wu mother nodded, though inwardly she felt a pang of regret, thinking about the 880,000 yuan, almost $1 million, just for this one car. This boy is truly extravagant. "Dad, you drive? It's so cold today, let us find a place for hot pot." Wu Shidao and Li Xiang took their seats in the back. I'm a bit hesitant to drive," Wu father hesitated, chuckling awkwardly. "I haven't touched a car in years since getting my license." "You can't just drive the instructor-S car, can you?" Wu Shidao laughed, teasing him. "Of course I can. Why wouldn't I?" Wu mother shot him a glance, exasperated. "And yet you still complain about wanting to buy a car? Now that you have one, you're too scared to drive it. Isn't it too expensive? What if I accidentally scratch it?" Wu father explained, feeling embarrassed. "Uncle, it's fine. Just drive slowly. Automatic transmission is very simple," Li Xiang chimed in from the back, encouraged by the others. Wu father finally started the car and began to move. It is no exaggeration to say he was merely inching forward. The speed was only slightly faster than that of an electric bike, especially when exiting the community where the roads were narrow. Wu father craned his neck like a large goose, peering ahead nervously as he said to Wu mother in the passenger seat, "Do you think we're about to scrape against the curb?" "How can I tell?" Wu mother replied, perplexed. Li Xiang stifled a laugh from the back. "It's fine. Uncle, we're still half a meter away. Why do I feel like we're about to hit it?" Wu father said anxiously, "This car is just too wide." "Uncle, look at that car in front." Li Xiang pointed to a nearby Volkswagen. "See how wide it is? Your car is about the same width. Just take your time and keep an eye on the side mirrors." They crawled along at a snail's pace, honked at by countless vehicles. Wu father, thick-skinned, pretended not to hear and continued to drive as slowly as possible. The cars behind could only fume, as no one dared to collide with a vehicle bearing the A8 insignia. Upon arriving at their destination, Li Xiang switched places with Wu father to park the car. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wu father let out a sigh, self-deprecatingly stating, "Driving is truly exhausting." In Chapter 128, the debate. "Uncle, you're just too tense. Your body is too stiff. When driving, you need to relax and maintain your focus," Li Xiang said with understanding, smiling as he added, "I was also very nervous when I first drove on the road, but you get used to it after a few tries." "Yes, you are right," Wu father agreed, nodding. Just before entering the restaurant, he turned back to glance at the brand-new Audi A8, reluctantly entering the establishment. After ordering their meals, Wu Shidao took the opportunity during the wait to briefly explain to his parents about the business he was running at university. It was then that Wu mother and Wu father began to comprehend, with the only lingering doubt being whether selling fruit could indeed yield such substantial profits. Just then, Li Xiang excused himself to the restroom, prompting Wu mother to seize the moment and quietly inquire, "Son, how much have you earned this semester?" Wu father was equally curious. About 5 to 6 million. Wu Shidao pondered for a moment, slightly underestimating the figure. "So much?" The elderly couple was instantly taken aback. 5 to 6 million? To them, both working professionals, this sum felt astronomical. "Even if I lived to 100, I couldn't earn that much," Wu father calculated briefly. His emotions complex, as he remarked, "You're quite the capable young man. Of course, just look at whose son he is," Wu mother beamed with pride. Wu father rolled his eyes, exasperated, and scoffed. Yes, he is your son. Isn't he also my son? Look at you flaunting it. Be a bit more low-key." "Dad, Mom, what I mean is if you two don't want to work, you don't have to. I can support you now," Wu Shidao said earnestly. "That's out of the question." Wu mother immediately shook her head. "Although you're earning money now, can you guarantee you'll always earn this much? Besides, you're spending too extravagantly. You should give me your money, and I'll help you save it. I'm worried you'll squander it." "That's not going to happen." Wu Shidao shook his head. "I have other uses for this money. Besides the fruit business, I have other ventures that require funds." "Other ventures?" Wu mother was somewhat surprised, but quickly adopted a firmer tone. "Then you should keep a few 100,000. No, at least 100,000 as capital. And you must hand over the rest to me." Wu Shidao was left speechless, half amused and half exasperated. "Mom, don't joke around. I spend tens of thousands daily just on inventory and settling accounts. It's not that I'm stingy or unwilling to give you money. If you want to buy something, I can give you $1 million to spend, but that money can't be saved. I want to spend it. I'll save it for you, she retorted. Enough, Wu father interjected, speaking with an authoritative tone. Stop meddling. Our son isn't a child anymore. He has his own thoughts. I'm just worried he waste it. Wu mother argued defiantly. Even if he does, it's his money, Wu father stated seriously. If you know how to spend money, you'll know how to earn it. Who doesn't know how to spend money? Wu mother retorted angrily. Anyone with a functioning brain knows how to spend money. How many can actually earn it? Wasting money and spending it wisely are two different matters. Don't confuse the two. Wu father shot her a glare before turning back to Wu Shidao. Son, you earned that money. You should manage it yourself. You're grown up now. A man should do what he wants. Don't just listen to your mother. If he doesn't listen to me, who will he listen to? You? Wu mother protested. Dad, Mom, please don't argue, Wu Shidao said, feeling a bit of a headache as he waved his hand. He spoke earnestly. Let me tell you something. Although you are my parents, that only proves our familial bond, especially you, Mom. He looked at his mother, speaking seriously. If what you say is right, I will certainly listen to you. But can you guarantee that what you do and say is entirely correct? You must understand one thing. The constraints of our original family. You and Dad have spent your entire lives working. Frankly speaking, what perspective do you possess? You need to realize that your routine of going to work and coming home each day confines your worldview. If you insist on imposing your ideas on me, then my greatest achievement in life would be to work as a laborer or a supervisor at your workplace. The most I could do is take a step or two beyond your current foundation. Upon hearing his words, Wu mother fell silent. What my son says is true. Wu father contemplated carefully, nodding slowly. What is wrong with that? Wu's mother shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, remember this. I am your mother, and I am undoubtedly acting in your best interest. I would never harm you. Besides, I have lived several decades longer than you. Is it not reasonable to assume that I possess more experience than you? Mom, what is experience? Wu Shidao chuckled. Experience is the culmination of events you have encountered, followed by reflection and evaluation. That is experience. However, experience is inherently subjective and not universally correct. It is only relatively accurate. Just as in the tale of the little horse crossing the river, where the squirrel claims it could drown, while the elephant regards it as a mere trickle. Both perspectives are valid within their respective contexts, yet is this experience unequivocally correct? I concede you're older than I am. He continued, but consider this. What value does the experience of a centenarian farmer who has never ventured beyond his village hold for a mechanic, a businessman, a politician, or a soldier? We cannot categorically dismiss his experience as worthless. However, for others, it may only possess marginal relevance. Yet for a young man destined to toil in the fields for a lifetime, that elder's wisdom is undoubtedly invaluable. With a sigh, Wu's mother fell silent, acknowledging the truth in her son's words. Let's not dwell on this, she said, sensing her own discontent. Wu's father, seeking to change the topic, remarked, work is still necessary. After all, it provides the means to earn a salary. He added, that's why I say, if you want to work, do so. If not, then don't. Wu Shidao took a sip of water and explained, if you find it boring, then go to work for the sake of having something to do. As for that meager salary, do you know how it is defined in Das Kapital? Both parents shook their heads in unison. Just then, Li Xiang walked in and casually interjected, isn't salary just another term for wages? Wu Shidao rolled his eyes and clarified, salary is essentially the cost of living. To elaborate, it is the expenditure required to sustain basic life, defined in Das Kapital as the cost necessary for the reproduction of labor power. Thus, salary serves merely as a guarantee to meet the minimum standards of survival for workers, given that we no longer need to satisfy such basic requirements. What then is the purpose of work? He turned to his parents, speaking earnestly. If you feel aimless at home, you may continue working, but I believe it is unnecessary. Life is fleeting. If all your time is consumed by work, what meaning does it hold? Are you now in a position to lecture us, you little rascal? Wu's father chuckled, playfully scolding him as he picked up his chopsticks. All right, let us eat first. Your mother and I will discuss our matters later. He then called out to Li Xiang, come, let us eat. The atmosphere grew lively as they began their meal. Throughout, Wu Shidao's phone buzzed several times. He merely glanced at it, neither answering nor dismissing it, opting instead to silence the device. After dinner, as they walked, Li Xiang mischievously inquired, who was calling you? It wouldn't happen to be those two female sales representatives, would it? Wu Shidao merely hummed in response. Having just acquired a new vehicle, Wu's father was reluctant to return home, instead driving them aimlessly around the outskirts of the county. That's right, uncle, just like that. Don't be anxious, relax a bit. Li Xiang encouraged Wu's father. This is not acceptable, Wu's father replied, still visibly tense and gripping the steering wheel stiffly. I'm afraid I might hit someone. Anxiety is not something one can easily control. Father, just drive confidently. The nervous ones should be as passengers, Wu Shidao remarked, adding, and those pedestrians by the roadside, what are you worried about? Wu's father paused, momentarily taken aback before retorting, you little brat, do you want me to smack you? After over an hour of driving, Wu's father gradually grew more adept and began to regain his confidence. In the meantime, the two female sales representatives continued to bombard Wu Shidao with messages, testing his patience. Li Xiang, watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. Eventually, Wu's father drove them home, and upon arrival, Li Xiang teased, those two saleswomen are quite forward. Why not consider going out for a drink with them? Forget it. I have no interest. Wu Shidao waved dismissively. Li Xiang picked up a guitar and began strumming, suddenly recalling something as he reminisced, humming a melody. After a moment, he asked, what do you think of this tune? You just hummed it? Wu Shidao inquired. Li Xiang nodded. It's average. Nothing special, Wu Shidao replied casually. Really? Li Xiang pressed. Are you sure it's not special? Wu Shidao affirmed with a nod. This is an original of mine, Li Xiang stated proudly. When I was in middle school, our music teacher praised me for it. Are you certain? Wu Shidao chuckled. Are you sure your teacher was complimenting you? Not merely encouraging you? Li Xiang pondered for a moment before rolling his eyes. What do you mean? Just the literal meaning, Wu Shidao shrugged, speaking candidly. It's quite average. While I admit your singing is commendable, your songwriting leaves much to be desired. At least I can write songs, which is more than you can say. Li Xiang retorted. How do you know yours is better than mine? Wu Shidao laughed, to be honest. I've written a few songs myself. Any one of them could easily outshine yours. Keep dreaming, Li Xiang scoffed, utterly unconvinced, and handed the guitar to Wu Shidao. Play one of your originals for me. Taking the guitar, Wu Shidao contemplated what to play when suddenly his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he promptly hung up. Was that a call from the saleswomen? Li Xiang couldn't resist laughing. What else with people these days? In that moment, a song flickered into Wu Shidao's mind, a rather obscure piece. He tuned the guitar to C and, after testing a few chords, declared seriously, this is a song I wrote about love. It's titled The Girl Worth 450. What on earth is that? Li Xiang exclaimed, dumbfounded. Wu Shidao cleared his throat and, recalling the lyrics, began to strum and hum. The night has fallen, and you feel melancholic. You say that in this world, one cannot find a girl worth 450. You lament the plight of all creation, lacking a girl worth 450. What is the matter? You're left with just over $5 in your pocket. He sang a few lines before stopping. Is this your composition? Li Xiang stared at him wide-eyed, astonished. Yes, what do you think? Wu Shidao nodded, silently apologizing to the neighbor, old fan. Well, it's passable, Li Xiang mused. The lyrics have a certain charm. The arrangement is mediocre, but the melody is decent. The lyrics suddenly reminded him of his ex-girlfriend. All right, let us wash up and get some sleep, Wu Shidao said, tossing the guitar back to Li Xiang. You only hummed part of it. What about the second half? Li Xiang stopped him. It's from many years ago. I've forgotten the second half. Wu Shidao scratched his head. Think about it before you sleep, Li Xiang advised earnestly. I believe this song could gain some traction online. What? Do you want to pursue an idol career? Wu Shidao asked half jokingly, half seriously. Not all. I'm just playing around, Li Xiang shrugged. All right, I'll think about the lyrics in a bit. Wu Shidao nodded in agreement, completed his morning ablutions, and returned to his room, where he opened his computer. This particular device had previously resided in their old house, but upon the completion of renovations in their new home, Wu's father had relocated it here. As he rummaged through the drawers, Wu Shidao discovered the USB drive. This habit of his father's, never discarding anything belonging to his son, but rather organizing it all, was indeed commendable. When the computer was moved, Wu's father had called to inform him, and Wu Shidao had asked him to bring everything from the computer desk drawers along. For Wu Shidao, this USB drive was undoubtedly one of the most significant items, as it contained numerous secrets. After inserting the USB drive into the computer, Wu Shidao took a moment to gently lock the door behind him before returning to the screen, entering his password, and accessing the drive. Upon seeing the recorded Bitcoin wallet addresses, he logged into the wallet to check the Bitcoins, then perused the timeline of events documented on the USB drive. Finally, he retrieved the lyrics to 450's Girl from a folder labeled Songs. Accompanying the lyrics was a recording he had made back then. Fortunately, Wu Shidao had the foresight to meticulously document all memories, regardless of their perceived usefulness. Chapter 130, The Plagiarist King. Of course, the songs by the neighboring artist Lao Fan were not to Wu Shidao's liking, hence he possessed only a few of them. The reason was simple. His lyrics tended to be excessively melancholic and despondent. In contrast, in his previous life, Wu Wu Shidao had a greater affinity for Zhao Lei's music. Donning headphones, he listened to several songs, humming along quietly to deepen his impressions. He felt an immense sense of gratitude for his earlier decision to meticulously record all his memories. It had become evident that despite having returned to life for over half a year, he had forgotten many things. The human brain resembles a warehouse. Items that are seldom accessed gradually find themselves stored away in some forgotten corner, becoming elusive when one seeks to retrieve them without regular maintenance. After removing the USB drive, Wu Shidao took out paper and pen to jot down a few song titles, closing his eyes to thoughtfully ponder. If one were to consider appearance, Li Xiang indeed seemed well suited for the idol route. On a moral level, Li Xiang was not an ungrateful person. Wu Shidao noted that he was quite sentimental. What benefits would arise from crafting Li Xiang into an idol? Wu Shidao quickly arrived at the conclusion: immeasurable advantages. Regardless of the time, idols wield significant influence. Especially in a few years, as the era of short videos dawns, the impact of a super internet celebrity will be astonishing. Wu Shidao acknowledged that he approached his endeavors with a certain level of purposefulness and utilitarianism. But so what? At least he did not intend to harm others, and moreover, no matter how one attempts to beautify the world, it ultimately adheres to the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, a truth every mature adult understands. The following morning, Wu Shidao was roused from his slumber by the sound of Li Xiang's guitar. In his dazed state, Wu Shidao suddenly noticed that the current Li Xiang bore more melancholy and concerns than when they first met. This was entirely normal. Regardless of how strong Li Xiang's inner self might seem, he was still merely a teenager. Even the best of facades would inevitably reveal cracks in unguarded moments. Wu Shidao listened intently, recognizing that Li Xiang was humming 450's Girl. Indeed, this song resonated deeply with Li Xiang, reminding him of his ex-girlfriend. Once, Li Xiang believed he would walk down the aisle with his former partner, having fantasized on multiple occasions about playing their teenage photos on their wedding day. Yet reality had shattered his dreams. Upon returning to school, Li Xiang fell into a period of decline, during which he perceived the girls he encountered as superficial. In his youth, Li Xiang had adored reading, particularly Jin Yang's martial arts novels. He yearned for a love that was unwavering and eternal, akin to the bond between Yanghua and Zai Longnu. But he now realized that all that was beautiful seemed to exist solely in books and fantasies, with the real world offering little in comparison. "You're up quite early," Wu Shidao yawned as he stepped outside. "Why don't you say you're the one who woke up too late?" Li Xiang raturta. "What is winter break for?" Wu Shidao chuckled. "Isn't it for resting?" "What about the lyrics?" Li Xiang, unwilling to argue further, asked if he remembered them. "Of course I remember." Wu Shidao yawned again, handing over a piece of paper. "Here you go." Li Xiang took it and saw that, besides the lyrics to 450's Girl, there was another song titled I Remember. "I carry burdens heavier than my body, swimming to the depths of an isle, passing through lightning, seeing a host of halos, unsure if this is the place. I see a few people standing together, scissors in hand, taking away my luggage, wiping my head, with no chance to return." Upon reading this, Li Xiang felt utterly baffled, unable to grasp the meaning of the lyrics. However, the subsequent lines gradually began to resonate with him. "On the road, I met someone who had passed away many years ago. She was so young. Time and space form a circle. Whether we go straight or turn, we will ultimately meet again." Li Xiang felt a pang in his heart, nearly brought to tears. He realized that this line struck a chord deep within him, as if it had been tailor-made for his experience. Since his mother's passing, countless nights have been spent in restless contemplation, pondering the existence of souls in this world. "What do you think of this song?" Wu Shidao's voice suddenly broke through, startling Li Xiang. "You wrote this too?" Li Xiang snapped back to reality, wiping his tears with a hint of embarrassment, genuinely exclaiming, "It's beautifully written." "Indeed," Wu Shidao replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. This was not mere boasting. He truly believed the lyrics, to I Remember, were exceptionally well crafted. "Is there no score?" Li Xiang pointed at the few simple chords recorded above, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Just a couple of chords? This is too rudimentary." Wu Shidao took the guitar from Li Xiang's hands, flexed his fingers, and began to strum the strings while singing. "Come and hold me tight. I've finally found you." As he hummed, Li Xiang followed the melody in his heart, tears shimmering in his eyes. "How was that?" After finishing the melody, Wu Shidao handed the guitar back to him. "This is the most incredible song I've ever heard, bar none." Li Xiang offered a rare high praise, which, of course, was influenced by his own experiences. He took a deep breath, controlled his emotions, and tentatively asked, "Is this song dedicated to your mother?" Wu Shidao nodded. "Brother San, I truly admire you at this moment." Li Xiang earnestly regarded him, giving a thumbs up and sincerely stating, "From now on, you are my idol." Let's not go that far, Wu Shidao chuckled, waving his hand. No, this song, both the lyrics and melody, are exceptional. It's a very mature piece. Li Xian insista. Why didn't you release it back then? How could I release it? Wu Shidao replied with a smile. Don't you think the arrangement is too simplistic? If I were to release it, I would need to put more effort into the arrangement. I didn't have the funds back then to hire anyone. After a brief pause, he tentatively inquired, "What's the matter? Are you interested? If so, why not give it a try?" Chapter 131, Envy. What should I try? Li Xiang was perplexed by his words. You should sing this song. I will arrange for someone to recompose and produce it for release, Wu Shidao said earnestly. Li Xiang widened his eyes in astonishment as he gazed at Wu Shidao, and after a moment, he replied, Is that appropriate? Why would it be? Wu Shidao retorted. But, this is your creation, Li Xiang scratched his head. Who says that the lyricist and composer must perform? Wu Shidao chuckled, countering. Feng Wenshan has written many lyrics, but he hasn't sung them, has he? That was a valid point. Li Xiang felt a flutter in his heart, primarily because he cherished the lyrics of both songs, as if they were penned directly from his own soul. Then it's settled. Wu Shidao decided after a moment of contemplation. Since we have nothing else to do today, why don't we take a trip to the provincial capital? Before the holiday rush begins, let's secure this matter. Is it really that urgent? Li Xiang expressed surprise and hesitated. I haven't quite made up my mind yet. What's there to think about? Wu Shidao remarked while getting dressed, simultaneously calling his mother on his phone. Mom, Li Xiang and I are heading to the provincial capital, and we might not return tonight. If all goes well, we'll definitely be back tomorrow. All right, that is settled. After hanging up, he smiled at Li Xiang. Come on. Let's not waste time. It will take us several hours to reach the provincial capital. Wu Shidao found himself reminiscing about the days when high-speed trains made such journeys swifter. As the two of them set off for the provincial capital, Wu's father was experiencing a pinnacle moment in his life at work. When a brand new Audi A8 arrived at the factory gate, the security guard, Old Zhao, approached the driver's side with a courteous smile. As the window rolled down, Wu's father clearly saw the unmistakable astonishment in Old Zhao's eyes. Old Zhao, it's me. Could you open the gate? Old Zhao rubbed his eyes, incredulous as he stared at Wu's father, his mouth agape in disbelief. How can it be you? Did you win a lottery? When did you buy an Audi A6? Indeed, the workers at the factory typically drove modest vehicles, usually costing around 50 to 60,000 yuan, like domestic brands such as Great Wall. Those with slightly better financial standings might own a Volkswagen worth over 100,000, which would elicit envy and curiosity from many of their peers. Even a factory director only drove a Passat worth just over 200,000. Wu's father driving an Audi A6? Oh, I didn't win the lottery. Wu's father feigned nonchalance, sensing the burning envy in Old Zhao's gaze. My son is in business and made a bit of money, knowing I love cars. He quietly bought me this A8 yesterday. This is an A8? Old Zhao was once again taken aback, hastily walking to the back of the car to take a look. The gleaming letters A8 momentarily blinded him, and a thought flashed through his mind. Could this guy have merely swapped the badge from an A6 to an A8? But upon closer inspection, he dismissed that notion. Though the A6 and A8 bore a resemblance at first glance, careful observation revealed subtle differences. This car must have cost nearly $1 million, right? Old Zhao exclaimed in awe. Yes, it's close to $1 million. These young people, they get a little money and become so boastful. I believe a car should simply be functional. Why spend so much? Wu's father stepped out of the car and offered Old Zhao a cigarette, lighting it for him with a lighter. In that moment, Old Zhao felt a mix of surprise and honor, quickly shielding the flame with both hands. After taking a puff, he remarked, but it's different. Just look at the presence of this A8 compared to those cars worth a few thousand. When parked, who would stop and stare? He then said enviously, Old Wu, I remember your son just started university in September, right? Has he made money so quickly? Oh, that little rascal is doing business at university, Wu's father nodded. He had intended for his son to go to college to gain knowledge. Yet here he was, running a business instead. Truly a misplacement of priorities. One shouldn't say that. Old Zhao shook his head, somewhat sourly. Isn't studying meant to lead to earning money? Old Wu, you're really fortunate. If I were you, I'd just enjoy life at home instead of coming to this drab job. Old Zhao, to be honest, my little rascal says the same thing, Wu's father nodded. He also tells me not to work, but you know me, I can't sit still. When idle, I feel restless. I suppose I was born to be busy. Besides, I'm still young, not even 60 yet. If I stop working now, what would I do all day at home? That's true, Old Zhao agreed. Once someone gets used to working, idleness can feel truly unfulfilling. Your son is quite impressive. It's genuinely enviable. Why envy? That little rascal has caused me no small amount of worry in the past. Though Wu's father said this, the pride and satisfaction in his demeanor were unmistakable. Old man, How long are you going to ramble on? Wu's mother emerged from the car, her face stern as she scolded Wu's father. We're going to be late. What are you still chatting about? Right, my memory is terrible. I forget everything once I start talking. Wu's father chuckled, patting his forehead. Old Zhao, please open the gate. We're going to be late. Sure thing. Old Zhao nodded, pressing the remote to raise the gate. As he watched Wu's father drive into the factory, he muttered enviously, that guy really is fortunate. Typically, at Wu's workplace, there was a pre-shift meeting held before work commenced. Besides checking attendance for latecomers, they also reiterated safety protocols. Today, after the attendance was taken, the on-duty supervisor briefly reviewed the safety regulations before turning his gaze toward Wu's father. Clearing his throat, he remarked, Old Wu, did you win the lottery? You're driving an Audi A8 now? Oh, I didn't win any lottery, Wu's father replied, a proud smile gracing his face as he recounted the earlier conversation with old Zhao. That little rascal of mine went to university, but ended up doing business instead. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of workers in the attendance room cast envious glances at Wu's father. Old Wu, you've certainly raised a remarkable son. The supervisor cleared his throat again. All right, you're all dismissed. Old Wu, please stay behind. Once the crowd dispersed, they didn't rush back to their posts, but instead gathered around Wu's father's car, admiring it. The supervisor spoke to Wu's father in a conspiratorial tone. Old Wu, you have the keys, right? How about you let me in so I can experience it for myself? Chapter 132. Are you selling this song? Throughout the day, nearly all the workers in the factory came to admire Wu's father's car. Of course, they had seen Audi A8s on the road before, but they had never encountered someone in their midst driving such a luxury vehicle. People are inherently like that. When something feels distant and unattainable, it doesn't evoke much feeling. However, when that same object is suddenly close by, visible and tangible, it can leave a profound impact on their hearts. By the end of the day, Wu's father and mother wore smiles that were almost frozen in place. Their most immediate realization was that, alongside the myriad of envious glances, the attitude of their colleagues had subtly shifted. They had all become markedly more courteous. Particularly among the workshop directors, Wu's parents felt an overwhelming sense of politeness emanating from them. In the past, when addressing Wu's parents, while they were not overtly condescending, their demeanor often conveyed a sense of superiority. However, today, upon conversing with the couple, they approached them with smiles before uttering a word, and their tone was markedly gentler. The phrase "mother relies on her son's success" resonated profoundly with Wu's mother, who grasped its true significance. This society, indeed, is starkly pragmatic. When one finds themselves in dire straits, it becomes exceedingly challenging to perceive the goodwill of those around, as most individuals are acutely aware that such a person cannot offer them assistance, thus serving as a tacit affirmation of their own lack of capability. Conversely, when one is wealthy, they are often surrounded by kindness, as many harbor the hope of seeking favors from them someday, naturally leading to a more courteous demeanor. Although Wu's parents lacked any particular prowess, their son was a different matter altogether. Having just embarked on his university journey, he had already ventured into business and amassed considerable wealth, even purchasing his parents a luxury vehicle worth millions. The potential for his future accomplishments seemed boundless, which naturally elicited greater respect from those around Wu's parents. After Wu Shidao and Li Xiang emerged from the bus station, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. They found a modest spot to satiate their hunger and, once their appetites were quelled, hailed a taxi to a place known as Ale Studio. Wu Shidao had a faint recollection of this studio, recalling that in his previous life, it had hosted numerous music festivals, each time providing sound equipment and a competent band. How may I assist you? Upon entering, they were greeted by an array of sound equipment and instruments, along with a small bar where a young man with braided hair observed them curiously. Hello, I would like to inquire if you offer arrangement services. Wu Shidao approached the young man with a friendly smile. Arrangement? The young man's eyes lit up with understanding as he replied. Are you looking to arrange your own composition? Wu Shidao nodded and explained, yes, we are seeking a place to arrange and record our music. You've come to the right place, the young man replied with a smile, sizing them up. We can handle arrangement, accompaniment, and recording, though the prices may be a bit steep. To put it plainly, the typical cost for arranging and accompanying a song is around 8,000 yuan. If you require string instruments, it could range from 20 to 50,000. That's rather expensive, Li Xiang remarked, surprised, as he had anticipated a price closer to 1 or 2,000 yuan, never expecting the starting point to be 10,000. There are more economical options. Around 500 yuan, the young man replied, unfazed by Li Xiang's astonishment. However, in terms of quality, one could only describe it as passable. Our services are professional and, naturally, come a premium. 20 to 50,000? Wu Shidao nodded. That sounds reasonable. We could discuss our specific requirements, correct? Absolutely. The young man observed Wu Shidao and felt reassured. He stepped out from behind the bar and gestured toward a nearby small table. My name is Zhou. Let's sit over there and chat. I'll pour you some water. By the way, do you have your sheet music with you? I'd love to take a look. Of course. After taking their seats, Wu Shidao handed Zhou and the pages marked with lyrics and simplified notation. Please have a seat. Let me take a look. Zhou received the two sheets and scrutinized them carefully. He began with 4 blocks and 5 girls, humming along softly with the simplified notation. This song is of decent quality. Did you write it? After humming it through, Zhou looked up surprised, recognizing that he could discern the caliber of a song as a professional. Wu Shidao and Li Xiang appear to be students. And for individuals of their age to compose such a piece was, in Zhou view, quite impressive. Indeed, Wu Shidao replied with a composed nod. The act of lying becomes effortless with repetition, to the extent that one may start to believe their own fabrications. After all, the true authors of these 2 songs had yet to emerge, and from a certain perspective, whoever creates it first can rightfully claim it as their own. This song could potentially gain some traction online, Zhou mused, offering a fair assessment before flipping to the next piece. As he followed the simplified notation and hummed a few lines, he became somewhat perplexed by the lyrics, unsure of their meaning. However, as the lyrics progressed, he began to feel a stirring, gradually grasping the essence of the song. I remember this one. It's a song dedicated to a mother. I senti it. After humming it through twice, Zhou lifted his gaze, incredulously regarding Wu Shidao and Li Xiang, unable to conceal his astonishment. Which of you wrote these lyrics? It was him, Li Xiang interjected, pointing at Wu Shidao. That's right. It's dedicated to my mother. What do you think, Zhou? Wu Shidao inquired with a cheerful demeanor. This song is of exceptionally high caliber. It has reached a level of quality suitable for release, Zhou remarked, gazing at Wu Shidao with admiration. The folk song was indeed remarkable, and its lyrics, while dedicated to a mother, never explicitly mentioned the word mother, capturing the very essence of folk music. What is the essence of folk music? Li Xiang interjected with curiosity. Ideals, solitude, and the distant horizon. Zhou shot him a glance before turning his intense gaze back to Wu Shidao, tentatively asking, Classmate, are you interested in selling this song? Upon hearing Zhou's inquiry, Wu Shidao was not surprised. After all, this song had been a classic in his previous life, cherished by many. It was only natural that Zhou, as a professional, could discern its commercial value. If he failed to recognize the song's worth, it would indeed raise doubts about his proficiency. Meanwhile, Li Xiang was utterly taken aback. He never imagined that Wu Shidao's casual composition could reach such a professional level. To Li Xiang, Wu Shidao's lyrics and melody were commendable. But to achieve this level of quality, Li Xiang's astonishment was not mere hyperbole. In his perspective, Wu Shidao was simply a freshman like himself. Consequently, he unconsciously categorized Wu Shidao within the same skill level as himself, a level that, frankly speaking, was merely that of an ordinary student indulging in spontaneous creativity. What price are you offering? Wu Shidao inquired with a smile. Zhou pondered for a moment. Earlier, when he mentioned that the cost for arrangement and string instruments could range from 20 to 50,000, Wu Shidao's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at the sheet music again. He calculated and suggested, how about 20,000? Not for sale, Wu Shidao shook his head. 25,000? Not for sale. What is your ideal price? Approximately 200,000. Hiss. Upon hearing Wu Shidao's response, both Zhou and Li Xiang gasped, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Li Xiang was taken aback by Wu Shidao's audacious pricing. Zhou, however, began to grasp the implications, realizing that Wu Shidao held exceedingly high expectations for this song, hence the exorbitant figure. Indeed, to demand 200,000 for a single song is a rarity in the domestic music scene, where few dare to set such a price. With a resigned smile, Zhou acknowledged his admiration for the song and his desire to purchase it for his own performance and release, but Wu Shidao's price quickly extinguished that notion. He then cleared his throat and inquired, do you have any specific requirements regarding the arrangement and orchestration? I would like to incorporate some orchestral elements into this song. Wu Shidao replied, recalling the version performed by Zhao Lei at a concert in his previous life. He believed that adding orchestral components would elevate the emotional intensity during the latter half of the chorus, making it more poignant than the version intended for release. Zhou jotted down Wu Shidao's requests on paper, mentally envisioning the interpretation. 2 hours later, surveying the documented requirements, Zhou pondered before speaking. Xiao Wu. The total cost for the arrangement and recording of both songs will be approximately 30,000 yuan. What do you think? That much? Li Xiang interjected. Did you not say around 8,000 before? This song, The Girl of 4 and 5, will cost you 6,000, which is a bit of a discount overall, Zhou explained. Since it is a pop song, the arrangement is not overly complex, making it relatively straightforward. The other song, however, is pricier due to the orchestral elements and the inclusion of various instruments, so it will be around 24,000, possibly a little more. That seems reasonable, Wu Shidao said, not allowing Li Xiang to speak. What is the deposit? 25,000 yuan, Zhou Yunin responded. The final payment will be settled once everything is complete and you're satisfied. How long will it take? Wu Shidao asked. Can it be ready before the new year? Before the new year, we can only prepare a demo. Zhou Yunin contemplated before continuing. It should be ready about a week after the new year. That works, Wu Shidao nodded, explaining, we start school at the end of February. And we want to finalize this before then, or we want to have time to return. I see, Zhou Yunin said with understanding. I will provide you with a demo for listening in a week, and I will strive to record it before the Lantern Festival. By the way, are you two a duo? What is your name? Yes, we are a duo, Li Xiang replied with a smile. We haven't decided on a name yet, but we will let you know. All right. Zhou Yunin exchanged contact information, and after Wu Shidao paid the deposit, he turned to Li Xiang and remarked, What nonsense about a duo? You can just sing it yourself. I won't be involved. That's not acceptable. Li Xiang shook his head, his tone serious. Sangu, you heard Zhou Yunan's words. That song has reached a level suitable for release. If I sing your song, what does that signify? He continued without waiting for Wu Shidao's reply. If this is merely a casual endeavor, then so be it. But what if it becomes a hit? We must consider that. If it becomes popular, you will gain fame. Wu Shidao shrugged and chuckled. And what about you? He countered. If you become a beloved idol, don't forget about me. That simply won't do. Li Xiang disregarded Wu Shidao's jest, insisting, Sangu, we either form a duo to sing together, or you sing solo while I refrain. This is your song. Is it really necessary to delineate so clearly? Wu Shidao felt a headache coming on, never anticipating Li Xiang's newfound seriousness. Even brothers must keep accounts clear, right? Ultimately, this is my perspective, Li Xiang stated. Observing the time, Wu Shidao waved down a taxi, saying, We should head back now to catch the last bus. Li Xiang naturally had no objections. They barely managed to catch the final bus back to the county. Once aboard, Wu Shidao contemplated, perhaps I should buy a car for myself, considering the need to develop business at other universities after school started. He realized that lacking a vehicle would be quite inconvenient, especially during holidays when he had to rely on buses. Singa, just then Li Xiang leaned over and said, I've thought of a name for our duo. What name? Wu Shidao paused, caught off guard, then furrowed his brow and asked, What is it? Li Xian articulata carafuli. Seeing Dao Zhou Dao. How about that? Chapter 134, Divergent Ideas. Wu Shidao was momentarily speechless, gazing at Li Xiang's earnest expression. He rubbed his nose and said, I don't find it appealing. Is it really that bad? Our names each take a character, and they're a phonetic play on words. Li Xiang defended his chosen name proudly. I still think you should sing solo. Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively. You have the vocal and visual appeal to pursue an idol career, while I'm merely mediocre in comparison. Surely I am better than Luo Dayo? Li Xiang shot him a look, asserting if someone like Luo Dayo could sing with his vocal quality, why can't you? How about this? Wu Shidao conceded. Realizing Li Xiang was determined to form a duo. We could be a duo, but my condition is that you take the lead while I handle the harmonies. How does that sound? That one T suffice. It must be a verse each. Li Xiang firmly disagreed, envisioning a dynamic akin to Power Station or Yuquan. If you refuse, then forget it. Wu Shidao stood his ground. After an hour of heated debate over this matter, Li Xiang reluctantly agreed to Wu Shidao's terms, settling on singing harmonies. Wu Shidao then shared his plans about purchasing a car, only to find that Li Xiang shared similar sentiments. Singo, if you buy a car, I suggest you get a Bora. It's affordable and won't draw too much attention, Li Xiang advised earnestly. I think so too, Wu Shidao nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the county, it was already late, so they grabbed some barbecue. The next morning, as they prepared to visit a car dealership, Hu Bin called. I'm so bored, Lao Wu. What are you and Li Xiang up to? Let's find a place to hang out. Hu Bin exclaimed over the phone. In the days following their return, Hu Bin found the novelty had worn off. Unlike the group buying app business, the work at the universal hacking shop required daily attention, even during breaks. However, since he had recruited 2 junior students to handle routine tasks, he primarily oversaw final reviews in the evenings, leaving him to spend most of his time in boredom. We're planning to go car shopping. Are you interested? Wu Shidao asked with a smile. Car shopping. Hu Bin perked up, exclaiming, You're buying a car? Count me in. Why not? After agreeing on a meeting place, Hu Bin rushed downstairs and hailed a taxi. In the past, he would have certainly ridden his electric bike, but times had changed. After taking charge of the business for the University of Posts and Telecommunications and the University of Information Engineering, Wu Shidao indeed raised Hu Bin's salary to 10,000 yuan. In this era, A monthly income exceeding 10,000 made Hu Bin feel an unprecedented sense of confidence. He truly experienced the adage that having money is wonderful. Hailing a taxi felt trivial. Wasn't that a rather casual affair? After meeting up with Lao Wu and Li Xiang, Hu Bin greeted them briefly before eagerly turning to Wu Shidao, inquiring, "Are you buying a car? Is it true? What kind of car? A Mercedes or a BMW?" Although Wu Shidao had never disclosed his earnings, Hu Bin, responsible for the business of 2 universities, had a vague idea of the figures. Just considering these 2 universities, the salaries of the dozens of work-study students he recruited, along with his own, amounted to roughly 200,000 yuan monthly. He estimated that Wu Shidao had to be earning at least 100,000 yuan each month. Of course, this was merely Hu Bin's speculation. As for someone his age, a figure in the tens of thousands was already the upper limit of his imagination. "A Volkswagen Bora," Wu Shidao said, observing Hu Bin's enthusiastic demeanor. "Bora?" Hu Bin was immediately taken aback, incredulously digging at his ears. "Are you sure it's a Bora and not a BMW?" "I am quite certain," Wu Shidao nodded. And the 3 of them headed towards the nearby Volkswagen 4S dealership. "Are you joking?" Hu Bin asked in confusion. "Why not buy a BMW or a Mercedes? That would be so impressive." Indeed, in Hu Bin's eyes, starting to drive a luxury car before turning 20 would undoubtedly elevate one's status. Who wouldn't regard such a person with admiration? Is status derived from such superficial things? Wu Shidao retorted, glancing at Hu Bin's bewildered expression. After a moment's thought, he continued, "Someone begging on the streets driving a BMW or a Mercedes would only attract suspicion that the car was stolen. Conversely, if Li Ka-shing were to wear a pair of 10 yuan cloth shoes, people would assume that those shoes must be worth at least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. The so-called face is not granted by external possessions. Do you understand?" Hu Bin pondered for a moment, shook his head, and replied frankly, "I don't understand." "Well, if you don't understand, then so be it. You will in due time," Wu Shidao said, no longer wishing to elaborate. "Some lessons can only be grasped through experience. Any explanation beforehand is futile." Upon arriving at the Volkswagen 4S dealership, they completed the bargaining and deposit process in about an hour. As for the car, it would only arrive before the Lantern Festival, just in time for the start of the new semester, thus sparing them the hassle of squeezing onto a train next time they returned to school. Although Hu Bin pretended to look down on Volkswagen, once at the dealership, he perused every vehicle, secretly calculating his options. By the way, after leaving the Volkswagen dealership, and while meandering aimlessly on the street, Hu Bin recalled something and glanced at Wu Shidao. Tentatively, he said, "Our high school classmates are clamoring for a reunion on the 7th day of the new year. Are you going?" "I won't be attending," Wu Shidao replied bluntly, showing no interest. "I have neither the time nor the inclination." "I knew you would say that." Hu Bin shrugged, "So I went ahead and declined for you." "Then why did you even ask?" Wu Shidao rolled his eyes. "Just looking for something to chat about out of boredom," Hu Bin chuckled. "Since we have nothing to do, how about the 3 of us go to an internet cafe and play some games?" Wu Shidao considered it for a moment. During this time of year, he indeed had little else to occupy his time. Since his rebirth, he had been perpetually busy and had not truly rested. He glanced at Li Xiang. "Shall we go?" Chapter 135, Happy New Year. "Let us go." Li Xiang readily agreed. The 3 of them played at the internet cafe until nightfall. Wu Shidao had a splendid time. In those hours of gaming, he momentarily cast aside all his worries and simply enjoyed the experience. As the weather grew colder, the festive spirit of the new year became increasingly palpable. The streetlights lining the county town began to adorn themselves with red lanterns. Traditionally, on New Year's Eve, Wu Shidao would return to his grandparents' home in the countryside with his parents to celebrate, gathering with uncles and cousins, creating a lively atmosphere. However, this year, since Li Xiang was at home, Wu's parents decided, after some deliberation, to spend New Year's Eve at home instead of returning to the countryside, planning to visit for the new year on the first day instead. In the days leading up to it, Wu's parents had also made arrangements, intending to continue working for the time being. After so many years, they found it hard to adjust to the prospect of quitting their jobs entirely. They were unsure what to do with themselves if they weren't working. Upon understanding their concerns, Wu Shidao smiled. He had long been formulating a plan in his mind. "Mom, Dad, I have an idea. Why not open a supermarket?" During dinner, Wu Shidao earnestly proposed to his parents. "Open a supermarket?" Wu's father paused, contemplating. "That could work." Wu's mother, visibly excited, added, "I've always thought that when we get older, it would be nice to run a small shop and just sit there collecting money. The thing is, your dad and I have no experience running a supermarket. I wonder if we can manage." "Mom, the supermarket I'm talking about isn't the small one you envision." Wu Shidao swallowed his food, clarifying, "I mean a nationally renowned one." "Can a supermarket even achieve national fame?" Wu's parents looked at him incredulously. "Are you referring to a chain supermarket?" Li Xiang interjected. Something along those lines. Wu Shidao replied thoughtfully. But it will differ from those chain supermarkets. We will focus on differentiated competition. What does differentiated competition mean? Wu's father asked, somewhat perplexed. It refers to different business models. Simply put, the focus differs, Wu Shidao explained with a smile. Here's the plan. If you both wish to pursue this, my suggestion is to quit your jobs and first work in local malls and supermarkets. Of course, the salary isn't the primary concern. The goal is to learn their distribution models. After all, you haven't done this before, so you should first gain some knowledge before we open our own. Learn their distribution models? Wu's father questioned, still uncertain. Didn't you just mention differentiated competition? Haha, Dad, learning distribution models doesn't contradict differentiated competition, Wu Shidao patiently clarified. We will learn the operational methods of those larger malls and supermarkets and analyze their strengths and weaknesses. Will that truly lead to a nationally renowned supermarket? Wu's mother expressed skepticism. If it were that simple, wouldn't someone have already succeeded? If it were merely that, it certainly wouldn't suffice. Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively. Let us eat first. We can discuss this next year, or rather, the year after. There's no rush. In his vision for the business landscape, once the universal cracking shop was sold, he planned to expand offline. Wu Shidao believed that despite entering the mobile internet era, establishing physical stores remained crucial. This sentiment resonated with many industry giants in later years, as evidenced by Xiaomi and Huawei, who also established offline retail locations. Finally, New Year's Eve arrived. Early in the morning, Wu's mother arrived at the new house, calling out to Li Xiang and Wu Shidao to wake them up, bringing along 2 sets of new clothes, one for each of them. Upon seeing Li Xiang donned in new attire, standing before her, Mother Wu nodded in satisfaction. Reaching out to smooth the creases on his clothes, and with a beaming smile, remarked, not bad at all, quite handsome. Thank you, Auntie, Li Xiang replied, touched by her kindness. Ah, my child, there's no need to keep saying thank you. Mother Wu waved her hand dismissively, smiling as she added, it suits you well. Subsequently, Wu Shidao and Li Xiang descended the stairs to set off firecrackers and affix couplets to the new house. After a flurry of activity, they returned home for lunch. Father Wu had risen early to prepare a sumptuous meal, and by the time they returned, the table was already laden with dishes and a bottle of white liquor. Father Wu poured a glass for both Wu Shidao and Li Xiang, grinning as he proclaimed, Today is New Year's. Let's have a toast. Uncle, I raise my glass to you for all the dishes you've prepared. Your efforts are greatly appreciated, Li Xiang said, standing up voluntarily, lowering his glass to clink with Father Wu's. He earnestly continued, Uncle, I am young and lack eloquence, so I'll finish this glass in your honor, but please, do drink in moderation. With that, he downed the drink in one go, then filled his glass again, raising it towards Mother Wu. Auntie, thank you for your care and hospitality. I toast to you as well. He drank again, and after 2 glasses, his face visibly flushed. Recalling the last time this fellow had drunk too much and caused a ruckus, Wu Shidao hastily interjected, All right, just a little is enough. Do try not to overindulge like last time. Li Xiang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shot him a glance and assured, Don't worry, I won't drink excessively. Here, this is your lucky money, Mother Wu said after finishing her meal. She went into the bedroom and emerged with 2 red envelopes, which she handed to Li Xiang and Wu Shidao respectively. Li Xiang hesitated briefly, but ultimately accepted it without protest. As night fell and the Spring Festival Gala began to air, Wu Shidao's phone buzzed incessantly. Jin Gang and Lu each called to extend their New Year wishes. Students from Nanshan University, engaged in work-study programs, also reached out with phone calls and messages. The dormitory friends exchanged New Year greetings as well. What surprised Wu Shidao was that Lu Shuang had also sent him a New Year message, clearly crafted by her own hand rather than a forwarded one. Li Xiang called his grandparents to convey his greetings, while his father called, only to be abruptly hung up by Li Xiang. As midnight approached, Wu Shidao had yet to receive any communication from Shen Xiaojing. Finally, he took the initiative to send her a text. Happy New Year. After a brief interval, Shen Xiaojing replied, Happy New Year. Chapter 136, the recording. Beyond that, neither of them continued the conversation. Wu Shidao found himself at a loss for words with Shen Xiaojing. Although she had broken up with Zhao Lei, their paths had only intertwined after graduation in their previous life. Had he not intervened prematurely, Shen Xiaojing would likely still be together with Zhao Lei, not having experienced a breakup. Fearing unintended consequences, Wu Shidao resolved to adhere to the timeline of his previous life. Intending to pursue Shen Xiaojing only after graduation, he decided to devote these university years entirely to earning money. Little did he know, upon receiving his message, Shen Xiaojing felt quite conflicted. She had initially wished to ask Wu Shidao what he had done during the holiday, but after composing the message, she ultimately deleted it. Men and women think differently. During her time at home, Shun Xiaojing pondered extensively, her thoughts predominantly revolving around Wu Shidao. From their first meeting to the last encounter on the playground, she meticulously reflected on their shared experiences. It dawned on her that she had harbored some biases against Wu Shidao. Take their first meeting, for instance. If Wu Shidao's words were truthful, then she could indeed empathize with his demeanor at that time. During their various encounters in university, he had always maintained a respectful distance, unlike other boys who would relentlessly pursue a girl. On the contrary, Wu Shidao had consistently exhibited decorum. Most importantly, during the winter break, Shun Xiaojing had a dream wherein she and Wu Shidao were together, each working at different jobs. Although their salaries were modest, they enjoyed each other's company and eventually married. Upon waking, she chuckled at the absurdity of the dream, suspecting it was influenced by Wu Shidao's previous remarks. Amidst the sounds of fireworks and firecrackers, the first day of the new year dawned. Li Xiang did not accompany Wu Shidao's family to the countryside, as that would have felt inappropriate. Instead, he remained in his room, strumming his guitar and singing repeatedly. Meanwhile, Wu Shidao's family, upon returning to the countryside, naturally became the focal point of the family gathering. Father Wu acted as the chauffeur, ferrying siblings and parents around the village. Wu Shidao's cousins gathered around him, eager to hear tales of his entrepreneurial endeavors at university. Without exception, both uncle and several other relatives remarked in unison that Wu Shidao had indeed made something of himself, bringing honor to the Wu family. After a lively day in the countryside, as evening approached, Wu Shidao discreetly placed 10,000 yuan under his grandparents' pillows. He wished to leave more, but knowing their frugal nature, he opted for a modest sum, just to show his appreciation. In the blink of an eye, it was the 9th day of the new year. That morning, Wu Shidao and Li Xiang rose early, having listened to the demo of the arrangement sent by Zhou in the previous night, and found it satisfactory. However, Wu Shidao wanted to tweak a few details, believing that since I Remember was being unveiled, it should make a resounding impact. The Bora he had ordered before the new year had also arrived at the dealership. The two arrived early, settled the final payment, and took care of the registration and tinting, among other errands. By the time they finished, it was already noon. In a hurry, they grabbed a quick bite before setting off towards the provincial capital. They arrived at the city around 3 o'clock, and, upon reaching the IUS studio, Wu Shidao communicated the necessary modifications and additions to Zhou. Such matters were challenging to discuss over the phone. Once the musicians were in place, they labored for several hours before finally completing the arrangement. Exhausted from the day's efforts, Zhou suggested they take a break to recharge and return for recording the next day, to which both Wu Shidao and Li Xiang readily agreed. They checked into a hotel, enjoyed a hearty meal, and retired early. The following day, upon entering the recording studio at IUS, Wu Shidao glanced at Li Xiang and jested. "You're not feeling nervous, are you? Are you kidding?" Li Xiang shrugged. "I participated in 7 or 8 campus song competitions. How could I possibly be nervous?" "Well, as long as you're not, I look forward to your performance," Wu Shidao chuckled. For him, it was merely a formality. He just needed to add some harmonies during the chorus. Zhou, seated outside the studio, gestured to the two. Once they acknowledged with a nod and an OK sign, Zhou raised 3 fingers, then sequentially lowered them before initiating the equipment. The opening guitar riff resonated in Li Xiang's headphones. He closed his eyes, reminiscing about his childhood and the visage of his mother. "I carry luggage heavier than my body, swimming into the depths of a Nile, passing through flashes of lightning." He began to sing. Listening to his melodious voice, Wu Shidao stole a glance at him. He noticed that Li Xiang had his eyes tightly shut, his expression remarkably solemn. Yet, as the lyrics unfolded in layers, Li Xiang's demeanor began to shift, from sternness to gentleness, from gentleness to nostalgia, and from nostalgia to longing. This lad had a remarkable grasp of his emotions. Outside the recording studio, Zhou, listening to the song emanating from the speakers, silently praised him. As the song reached its chorus, Wu Shidao perked up and began to hum along. He observed that when the lyrics come, embrace me, were sung, Li Xiang's eyes glistened with unshed tears, accompanied by a hint of nasal tone. By the conclusion of the song, his voice had taken on a slightly hoarse quality, which caused Wu Shidao to feel a twinge of concern. However, Zhou, who was responsible for the recording and monitoring outside, displayed no signs of worry. Once the music faded away, Li Xiang remained with his eyes closed, wearing headphones, standing motionless like a statue. Wu Shidao glanced outside, and upon seeing Zhou give him an approving thumbs up, he nudged Li Xiang, asking if he needed a break. Li Xiang composed himself, took a deep breath, and nodded gently. After stepping out of the recording booth, Zhou gave Li Xiang a thumbs up, exclaiming, "One take. Impressive. Thank you." Li Xiang managed a faint smile. "You both give it a listen," Zhou said, increasing the volume and playing back the recently recorded track. Li Xiang's voice, now enhanced with reverb, resonated from the speakers. The raw sound he had heard in the recording booth transformed into something distinctly different, especially the previously concerning hoarseness, which now added an unexpected depth to the performance. The line "Come, embrace me" delivered with a touch of hoarseness evoked a profound sense of sorrow in Wu Shidao, almost bringing him to tears. Chapter 137, The Unnoticed. "You sang beautifully." Wu Shidao inhaled deeply, patting Li Xiang on the shoulder, softly assuring him she will hear it. As she naturally referred to Li Xiang's mother. At this, Li Xiang nodded vigorously. Indeed, while singing, he had been thinking of his mother, contemplating the possibility of a reunion in another life. Just like the lyric suggests, time is a circle. Whether we move straight or turn, we will ultimately meet again. This line was his favorite in the song. Though technically it may have lacked some finesse, the emotional weight more than compensated for it. Zhou, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "I have a premonition that this song is bound to become a hit." "I appreciate your kind words," Li Xiang responded, though he remained largely indifferent. For him, the commercial success of the song was secondary to the heartfelt message he had conveyed through it. "Let us take a moment to compose ourselves and then record the next song," Zhou suggested, bringing Li Xiang a glass of water. Taking this opportunity, he engaged in casual conversation with Wu Shidao and Li Xiang, learning that Wu Shidao had already begun a business venture in college, which made Zhou regard him with newfound respect. After a while, Li Xiang stood up and took Wu Shidao into the recording booth. "This song is different from the last one I remember," he noted. Li Xiang sang this new piece 3 or 4 times. And not only Zhou, but even he himself felt unsatisfied with the results. "To me, a song is akin to a story," Li Xiang reflected. Seeing Li Xiang struggle to find his rhythm, Zhou suggested, "Some songs need to be told gradually. Some are confessions, and others are cries of anguish. Each song has its own essence. Ultimately, technique is just one aspect. Minor imperfections are acceptable, yet it is the emotional resonance that truly captivates the audience. Right now, I sense you are still ensnared in the previous song's emotions." "You are right, Zhou," Li Xiang admitted, nodding. "I have indeed not adjusted yet. The last song was steeped in sorrow, infused with hope and reminiscence, while this one carries a sense of despair." Zhou carefully analyzed. "Your expression of despair is sufficient, but it lacks the confusion that often accompanies it." "Confusion and despair?" Li Xiang pondered, a glimmer of understanding dawning upon him. "What do you mean by that?" Zhou elucidated. "Just like in real life, some people succumb to despair and remain stagnant, while others, amidst their confusion, embark on a journey of self-discovery, ultimately giving voice to their cries." Zhou continued, "The specific feeling is something you must savor for yourself. It's difficult to articulate. However, I believe this song's despair is merely superficial. Beneath that lies a yearning cry emerging from confusion, especially in the chorus. I hope you can convey this intricate emotional tapestry." One cannot deny that Zhou possesses considerable insight. His description, in Wu Shidao's view, truly encapsulated the core message the song aimed to convey. "Understood, Shu Yi." "I will search for that feeling," Li Xiang affirmed, contemplating, "When I enter, please assist me with an instrumental segment first. I'll seek the emotion, and once I find it, I'll signal you to commence the official recording." "Agreed," Zhou replied. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 11. In his mind, as long as they could finish recording this song today, it would be a significant achievement. Recording can be both a complex and straightforward task. Some artists, in peak form, can complete 5 or 6 songs in a day, while others may take 3 to 5 days for a single song if they struggle to find their footing. Inside the recording studio, wearing headphones and absorbing the melody, Li Xiang reflected on past memories with his ex-girlfriend. Gradually, his thoughts drifted back to the conversation he had with Wu Shidao while car shopping, specifically the question, what is love? True love should be about mutual giving, striving together, and growing together. Li Xiang seemed to grasp what he was searching for. He gestured to Zhou outside. The music momentarily halted, only to resume shortly thereafter. "The night has fallen, and you are melancholic," Li Xiang began to sing. This time, he finally achieved a flawless take. After completing the recording, Li Xiang, still wearing the headphones and with his eyes closed, savored the profound sense of loneliness and confusion within him. A few minutes later, he removed the headphones and stepped outside. "This was excellent," Zhou praised, giving him a thumbs up. "Li, in your spare time, hone your singing skills. I believe you will undoubtedly thrive in the music industry." "Thank you for your kind words, Zhou," Li Xiang replied, feeling slightly embarrassed. In truth, he felt that these two songs were still somewhat lacking. Zhounan expressed regret to Wu Shidao. If you had written a few more songs back then to complete an album, you could have considered funding its promotion. It might have taken off unexpectedly. Haha, it was just a playful endeavor, Wu Shidao chuckled. Perhaps I will continue writing when I find the time. Well, I still need to handle the post-production. I will deliver the finished product to you tomorrow. Zhounan checked the time, suggesting they come by the next afternoon. Wu Shidao and Li Xiang had no objections. In the following hours, the two drove around the outskirts of the provincial city. By the afternoon of the next day, they arrived at the studio to collect the master copies, bidding farewell to Zhounan. They received 2 master copies, one for the instrumental and the other for the finished product. Upon returning home to the county, Wu Shidao promptly transferred the songs to his computer and uploaded them to QQ Music. Li Xiang shared his immense anticipation as they both kept refreshing the page. However, an hour had passed, yet the number of listeners remained scant, barely enough to constitute 5 fingers. It seemed that the prospect of a breakout success was utterly unattainable. Upon witnessing this outcome, Li Xiang shrugged his shoulders, feeling no profound disappointment. After all, he had never harbored significant hopes. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Without hope, there could naturally be no disappointment. Even if the songs did not achieve great acclaim, surely they would not be completely overlooked, would they? Wu Shidao felt somewhat disheartened, and, after careful contemplation, he discerned the root of the issue: a lack of publicity. Many artists, prior to releasing a new album, engage in extensive promotional campaigns, utilizing every available medium: radio stations, television programs, and any platform that can air music. Otherwise, when they release a new album, how would anyone even know? Having identified this crucial point, Wu Shidao began to weigh the necessity of promotional efforts. Chapter 138. Are you prepared? This indeed posed a dilemma. It is essential to understand that the cost of comprehensive promotion can be quite unpredictable. The process of promotion is akin to renovating a house, with no upper limit. A 200 square meter house can be outfitted for 300,000 or even 3 million. Similarly, promoting these 2 songs could require 10,000 or 1 million, with the commonality being that the more money spent, the better the outcome. Yet, this raises a pertinent question. Is it worth it? Indeed, if 500,000 were invested in promoting these 2 songs, it cannot be said that every radio station across the nation would participate, but at the very least, each city station could spend 50,000 to promote them. It merely becomes a matter of the duration of the promotion. However, is it truly necessary? Li Xiang was merely a university student. If these 2 songs were to become popular, what then? Would he abandon his studies to embark on a nationwide tour? Such a notion is certainly unrealistic. Would he be signed by another music company? Equally implausible. Of course, there is another alternative: conducting a promotional campaign on the homepage of a universal cracking shop. The effects would undoubtedly be commendable. But if the promotion succeeds, what would follow? At present, Wu Shidao saw no tangible points of return. It seemed he had previously underestimated the situation. As Wu Shidao pondered, he instinctively lit a cigarette. What are you thinking? Li Xiang, observing his furrowed brow, assumed he was contemplating the reasons behind the song's lack of popularity and offered words of comfort. All right, stop thinking about it. Just consider it a fun endeavor. You could deduct the recording costs from my salary. Let's split it. Don't be ridiculous. Coming back to reality, Wu Shidao found himself both amused and exasperated by his friend's words. He waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's not about the amount. I am contemplating the issue of promotion." Promotion? Li Xiang failed to grasp his meaning. Wu Shidao succinctly explained, and, at last, Li Xiang had a moment of clarity. "What are your thoughts?" Wu Shidao inquired tentatively. "Do you think we should promote it? Let's forget it." Without a moment's consideration, Li Xiang waved his hand resolutely, stating, "There is no need. It's meant to be just for fun." Indeed, while it is a game, it should be played well. Wu Shidao corrected him earnestly. "I was actually contemplating how to carry out the promotion, but the issue lies in what happens if it really takes off." "What do you mean?" This time, Li Xiang did not comprehend his words. "What if it becomes a hit? What will you do next? Continue your studies? Or abandon your education to pursue a career as an idol? Or perhaps sign with a music company?" Wu Shidao laid out his considerations before Li Xiang, who realized these scenarios were unrealistic. Li Xiang pondered seriously and shook his head, saying, "Right now, I only want to finish my university studies. I will think about other matters after graduation." Indeed, Wu Shidao's suggestions had not crossed Li Xiang's mind even once. "Well then, let's leave it at that." Wu Shidao mused before suddenly suggesting, "How about we shoot a music video?" He recalled that the song Old Boys had gained immense popularity due to a single video. What's the point? Li Xiang found himself at a loss for words regarding this whimsical idea. "Not much point, really. It's just a thought," Wu Shidao said with a grin, then shifted his tone. "How about this? We won't make any deliberate efforts to promote it. Once school starts, we can play it on a few campuses. What do you think? After all, campus radio stations don't charge. Suit yourself. There is no need to spend money on promotion at this time. Li Xiang replied indifferently. Nansen University commenced its semester at the end of February. Wu Shidao informed his parents, then, with Li Xiang and Hu Bin, returned to Jin City 2 days in advance. After all, in addition to his student identity, he was also the owner of a group buying app, necessitating some preparations. Wu Shidao had considered asking his parents to resign and accompany him to Jin City, where they could assist in overseeing new business ventures. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it. The operations of the app, while seemingly straightforward, were fraught with complexities, and he doubted his parents would manage well. This was partly due to their personalities. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Wu Shidao and Li Xiang unexpectedly encountered someone, Zhang Liang. You're here so early? Li Xiang exclaimed in surprise. You two are also here early? Zhang Liang responded, equally astonished. What brings you here so early? Li Xiang casually inquired. Nothing in particular, just bored at home, Zhang Liang replied, clearing his throat. Wu Shidao pondered for a moment and with a smile said, Zhona is here too, right? Yes, Zhang Liang grinned. Li Xiang then realized, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Naturally, Zhang Liang remarked, glancing at the time. How about we grab lunch together? Sounds good. I'll treat, Wu Shidao replied cheerfully. He had a favorable impression of Zhona, and if these two would end up together, it would indeed make for a lovely story. I'll call Zhona and have her wait for us downstairs, Zhang Liang said, picking up his phone and dialing Zhona's number to convey the plan. Once outside the dormitory, Li Xiang pressed the key fob, and the headlights of the car parked at the entrance flickered on with a couple of beeps. Hey, where did this car come from? Zhang Liang queried, surprised. Of course. It belongs to Boss Wu, Li Xiang chuckled. Come on, let us get in. Indeed, it was a testament to the life of a business owner already driving a car. Zhang Liang, feeling a twinge of envy, circled the vehicle and asked Wu Shidao, how much did it cost? 100,000? About that, Wu Shidao replied, opening the passenger door. You and Zhona sit in the back. Upon arriving at the girls' dormitory, Wu Shidao spotted a white Audi TT parked by the roadside. With a student-like figure seated inside, a large bouquet of roses placed in the passenger seat, seemingly waiting for someone. Who is that? Li Xiang inquired curiously. Wu Shidao examined the scene closely and shook his head. I don't recognize them. They might not be from our school. You can tell that just by looking? Zhang Liang asked, intrigued. Just a guess. Wu Shidao chuckled, displaying a sense of confidence. If they were from our school, I'd have seen them before. That makes sense. Li Xiang contemplated, agreeing. At that moment, a girl swiftly emerged from the 11th girls' dormitory. The young man, upon witnessing the scene, alighted from the car, took up the bouquet of roses, leaned against the vehicle, and gazed at the young woman with a beaming smile. As she approached, he presented the flowers to her, and shortly thereafter, the two departed in the car. This spectacle did not escape the notice of Wu Shidao, who instinctively furrowed his brow. For the young woman was none other than Yinlu. Chapter 139. A favor what troubles you? Li Xiang inquired, having noticed the change in Wu Shidao's expression. Curiosity piqued. That girl just now was Yinlu, wasn't she? Wu Shidao remarked. I think so, Li Xiang replied, somewhat uncertain, as his recollection of Yinlu was rather faint. He had not seen her since the last social gathering. Wu Shidao had initially intended to mention that Dong Yukai was quite fond of her, but reconsidered, choosing to remain silent. Zhona soon descended, and the group exchanged greetings, wishing each other a belated Happy New Year, as Li Xiang drove them out of the campus. Zhang Liang queried Zhona, is Yinlu here as well? Indeed, you all saw her just now, right? Zhona replied, having caught a glimpse of Yinlu entering that Audi TT sports car from her dormitory window. Smirking as she added, she arrived a day earlier than I did. Who is that young man? Wu Shidao, seated in the front passenger seat, inquired without turning around, probing, is he your boyfriend? Perhaps. Zhona hesitated, I didn't ask. Though uncertain, she was aware that Dong Yukai frequently sought out Yinlu, their relationship seemingly ambiguous. She had even subtly inquired if Yinlu was dating Dong Yukai, to which Yinlu had replied that he wished to pursue her. From her words, Wu Shidao discerned a hint of something deeper. Had Zhona been unaware, she would likely have simply stated she did not know or had not inquired. The emphasis on perhaps suggested she had indeed asked, but perhaps refrained from divulging due to a desire to avoid meddling. Reflecting on Dong Yotsai's earlier words, Wu Shidao could only shake his head. The four of them soon found a restaurant outside the campus, ordered several dishes, and began to eat. Zhona, I need to ask you for a favor. Wu Shidao spoke between bites. What is it? Zhona responded, momentarily taken aback, her first thought being that it might pertain to Yinlu or Dong Yukai. I have 2 new songs I'd like your assistance in getting aired on the school's radio station, Wu Shidao said with a grin. The radio station? Zhou Na replied, slightly bewildered, instinctively retorting, that doesn't concern me. You should speak to Shuang Shuang about this. Wu Shidao merely smiled and continued eating, remaining silent. Observing his demeanor, Zhou Na pondered for a moment before realization dawned upon her. You mean for me to help relay the message, correct? She clarified. Wu Shidao nodded, praising her intellect precisely. Why not approach her yourself? Zhou Na retorted, pouting. We had a minor disagreement, and we haven't been in touch much since, Wu Shidao candidly explained. Huh, you sly fox. Zhou Na replied with a smirk. I see now. This dinner was merely a pretext to ask for a favor. Instantly exasperated, she shot him a glare. I've noticed you become rather cunning lately. You used to be quite straightforward. How is it that since you started your business, you've turned so devious? You overthink it. A meal is just a meal. Are you saying our friendship isn't sufficient for you to assist with this minor task? Wu Shidao said with a smile. Zhang Liang is the leader of our dorm. Shouldn't you lend a hand? I'm genuinely impressed. You always have a point, Zhou Na remarked, half amused. What new songs? Surely just 2 songs shouldn't require assistance? Zhang Liang interjected, taking a sip of beer. What's this? Are you actually singing? Zhou Na exclaimed. In a strict sense. I contributed as well, Wu Shidao admitted. What do you mean? Both Zhang Liang and Zhou Na were intrigued. Zhou Na quickly asked, is it really you singing? Li Xiang is the lead vocalist. I merely provide backing vocals, Wu Shidao clarified. Where can I listen? Zhou Na asked eagerly. Indeed, Li Xiang and I have released 2 new songs. This is undoubtedly the most intriguing news for Zhou Na and the others, Wu Shidao responded. Don't rush. Just tell me whether you'll help, he said with a smile. Of course I'll help, Zhou Na exclaimed without hesitation, her enthusiasm palpable. Had you mentioned it was your song? How could I refuse? Besides, it's not a significant matter. Hurry, I want to listen. Do you have QQ Music on your phone? If so, search for the song titled Xiang Dao Zhui Dao. Li Xiang interjected to explain. That's the name of our duo. All right, impressive, Zhang Liang praised, giving them a thumbs up. You two are quite remarkable. When I brag to others, I'll have a topic to discuss. Our dorm's brothers released a new song in their freshman year. From his perspective, his admiration for Wu Shidao grew, considering he had begun a business venture as a freshman and now formed a duo. Zhou Na searched for the name on QQ Music and, indeed, found it. Clicking on it, she discovered 2 songs. For Kuai Wu's Girl? What a peculiar title. Which of these songs is good? Surely they are both delightful, Wu Shidao replied cheerfully. Let's listen to For Kuai Wu's Girl, Zhang Liang urged. Zhou Na rolled her eyes, but complied, increasing the volume to its maximum. As the introduction of the music began, both Zhou Na and Zhang Liang were taken aback. In their subconscious, they had anticipated Wu Shidao and Li Xiang's new song to be the typical acoustic guitar strumming of campus music. However, upon listening, they realized the introduction was clearly a professional arrangement. Once the introduction concluded, Li Xiang's voice resonated. The night has fallen, and you seem melancholic. The professional studio recording showcased Li Xiang's vocal nuances exquisitely, moving Zhou Na to glance at him instinctively. Halfway through the song, Zhang Liang could no longer contain himself and applauded. Impressive. It's fantastic. Old 4. I'll be your devoted fan from now on. Remember to sign for me later. Once you become famous, I can sell your autograph. Chapter 140. Jealousy. Stop joking around. Li Xiang rolled his eyes. I'm serious, Zhang Liang replied earnestly. I genuinely believe you could pursue a career as a singer. Can you be quiet? Zhou Na interjected, pinching his arm, her tone sharp. We're trying to listen. Zhang Liang promptly fell silent. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Upon the song's conclusion, Zhou Na sincerely complimented, scrutinizing Li Xiang from head to toe. Did you record this in a studio? It sounds exceptionally professional. Yes, we specifically sought out a studio for arrangement and recording. Li Xiang nodded, feeling a sense of happiness from her praise. That must have cost quite a bit, right? Zhang Liang asked tentatively. This song cost 8,000, and the other, which had a more complex arrangement, was over 20,000. Li Xian explained. Wow, over 20,000? Nah, you must listen to that song. Zhang Liang was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Wu Shidao. For students like them, a semester's living expenses hardly amounted to 20,000 yuan. Yet these two had spent around 30,000 on recording just 2 songs? Truly extravagant. Without his prompting, Zhou Na also clicked on the song I Remember, quickly followed by Come Hug Me, I Finally Found You. Having only listened to half of the first song, Zhou Na was already able to hum along softly, though she still found the lyrics somewhat elusive and difficult to grasp. However, beside her, Zhang Liang had an inkling of understanding. They were delightful tunes, both of them. After listening, Zhou Na gave Li Xiang a thumbs up, exclaiming, You sing beautifully. You should seriously consider becoming a singer. Li Xiang smiled, but remained silent. Did you two write these songs? Zhang Liang inquired. For I Remember struck him as a piece penned for a mother. The lyrics and melody were all crafted by Lao San. Li Xiang gestured towards Wu Shidao. Wow! Zhou Na exclaimed, looking at Wu Shidao with exaggerated admiration. What a genius! How come I never noticed your talent before? Oh, it's nothing special, just third-rate. Wu Shidao humbly waved his hand. These creations are from many years ago. Lao San, why do I suddenly feel like punching you? Zhang Liang feigned rolling up his sleeves and exclaimed, you can earn money and write songs. How can you be this exceptional? With your brilliance. How am I supposed to survive? Then perhaps just endure. Wu Shidao laughed heartily, standing up. All right, Zhou Na, I'll leave this to you. I have things to attend to. Sure, but you both need to give me your autographs. Zhou Na nodded, though a tinge of regret crossed her mind as she thought. Wu Shidao is truly remarkable. How did I not see it before? But then she reassured herself, Lu Shuang was far superior to her. Yet, Wu Shidao maintained his distance from her too. After all, Zhang Liang treated her quite well. After the four parted ways, Li Xiang drove to the fruit wholesale market with Wu Shidao, while Zhou Na and Zhang Liang returned to school. On the way back, Zhang Liang was unusually silent. Initially, Zhou Na did not notice his odd demeanor, but after a while, she suddenly realized that something was amiss with Zhang Liang. She nudged him and asked, what is wrong with you? Oh, nothing. Zhang Liang came back to his senses, speaking absent-mindedly. Really nothing? Zhou Na raised her eyebrows slightly, fixing her gaze on Zhang Liang. Come on, confess. What were you pondering just now? Zhang Liang hesitated. It's nothing. Zhou Na's delicate face hardened. Is it, or is it not? Seeing her angry, Zhang Liang was startled and quickly reassured her. Really, it's nothing. I just think they are too much, especially Wu Shidao. He coughed slightly as he spoke. Zhou Na was puzzled and, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly enlightened, pointing at Zhang Liang. Were you thinking about whether I might like Wu Shidao? Zhang Liang's inner thoughts were laid bare, and he awkwardly chuckled. No. Zhou Na pinched him hard, and seeing Zhang Liang yelp in pain, she finally released him, saying irritably, do you think I'm the type to think like that? You're just jealous because I praise him a bit? I'm not jealous. Zhang Liang weakly protested. I just lack confidence. I warn you, don't get jealous for no reason in the future. Zhou Na huffed, taking a few steps before glancing back at Zhang Liang, hesitating before saying, you know Dong Yukai from your dorm likes Yinlu, right? Didn't you mention this to me before? Zhang Liang replied casually. Yinlu is quite attractive. It's normal for Dong Yukai to like her. More attractive than me, right? Zhou Na teased, her hand playfully resting on Zhang Liang's waist. Nana, I was wrong. I shouldn't have looked around. Zhang Liang quickly surrendered. Zhou Na playfully pinched him again, saying, if I'm not mistaken, that Apple phone belonging to Yinlu was bought for her by Dong Yukai. What? Zhang Liang was taken aback. Are you saying Dong Yukai is pursuing Yinlu? How did I not know about this? Actually, I've seen Dong Yukai waiting for Yinlu at the school gate several times. You just weren't aware. Zhou Na said earnestly. Once, after Yinlu went out with Dong Yukai, her phone became an Apple. Wasn't he that a gift from him? Then what about that guy who drove the sports car? I actually asked Yinlu about it. She said he has her boyfriend. So what does that make Dong Yukai? A backup? How could Yinlu act like this? Zhang Liang furrowed his brow. Isn't she supposed to be pretty? Zhou Na shot him a glance. You should find an opportunity to tell Dong Yukai not to be foolish and be a backup. Upon arriving at the fruit wholesale market, Wu Shidao and Li Xiang made their way to Luda's stall. Given that the new year had just passed, the market was relatively empty, and Luda's wife was basking in the sun. From a distance, she spotted Wu Shidao and Li Xiang and hurried over to greet them warmly, saying, you're back to school? Hello, sister-in-law. We start classes in 2 days, so we came back a bit early, Wu Shidao explained with a smile. We're Luda and Jingang. I don't see them. They're playing cards nearby. Let me call them, Luda's wife replied, Wu boss. You two can sit down and help yourselves to whatever you want. I want to be polite. She quickly dashed to a nearby shop, and before long, Luda and Jingang followed her out. After exchanging greetings and chatting for a while, Wu Shidao didn't linger long. His primary purpose was to make an appearance and take a quick look around. As they drove back to Nansen University, Wu Shidao said to Li Xiang, let us not rush back. Let us take a tour around the university town first. Sure, Li Xiang replied, turning the steering wheel to circle around the outer ring of the university town. Suddenly, he recalled that during the first days of the previous semester, Wu Shidao had also pulled him into a taxi, asking the driver to take a round on this very road. In the blink of an eye, that was already last year. Time indeed flies, reflecting on his past self compared to the present. Li Xiang suddenly comprehended the essence of Wu Shidao's previous remark. True maturity is realizing how foolish one was in the past. In contrast to Li Xiang's whimsical thoughts, Wu Shidao was meticulously observing the geographical layout surrounding the university town. Apart from relocating all the universities within the city to this area, there were also residents who had settled here. Let's south turn down this road and take a look. Wu Shidao pointed to a side street. All right, boss. Li Xiang snapped back to reality, jokingly replying. Wu Shidao lit a cigarette, rolled down the window, and took a puff, prompting Li Xiang to say, "Give me one too." "You can skip it." Idle, Wu Shidao, half jokingly, half seriously advised, "Take care of your voice." Me fine, Li Xiang insisted. "I'm being serious." Wu Shidao's expression turned sober as he said, "Really, from now on, practice your voice daily and quit smoking." "Just for singing?" Li Xiang shot him a glance. "Not just for singing," Wu Shidao replied. "Do you remember when you asked me that question? What is the meaning of life? Do you remember?" "Ido," Li Xiang affirmed. "The essence of life lies in creating a tumultuous ruckus and departing quietly." Wu Shidao flicked the ash from a cigarette and remarked, "We come into this world for the sake of enjoyment, to leave a mark behind. Isn't it intriguing to ponder this? For instance, when you read works like Records of the Grand Historian or Tao Te Ching, what do you feel?" "They are too profound for my comprehension," Li Xiang replied earnestly. "I only occasionally peruse Journey to the West or Jin Ping Mei." "That is commendable as well," Wu Shidao chuckled softly. "Take Journey to the West as an example. When you delve into its pages, do you not feel as though you are traversing through time, experiencing the thoughts of ancient sages? Is it truly so?" Li Xiang countered. "Is it not? Reflect on it." Wu Shidao insisted earnestly. "In truth, aside from textbooks, every book encapsulates the author's thoughts. Through reading, you engage in a dialogue with the author on a conceptual level, a discourse unbound by time and space, much like music." "That does seem to hold merit," Li Xiang pondered. "So, your implication is for me to safeguard my voice and leave something behind in this world?" "Precisely," Wu Shidao nodded, discarding the half-consumed cigarette. He sighed, "We are born ordinary. Hence we must strive to leave a semblance of our existence in this world, to affirm that we have been here. If you choose to drift aimlessly through life and depart in mediocrity, that is entirely your prerogative." As he spoke, he opened the cigarette case and offered it to Li Xiang. Li Xiang, fixated on the road ahead, remained silent for a few moments and finally conceded, "All right, I'll heed your advice and refrain from smoking. Let's find a place to pull over." Wu Shidao tucked the cigarette case away, glanced at the sides of the road, and pointed, "There's a parking spot over there." Li Xiang parked the car, and they both alighted. Wu Shidao gestured towards the road ahead, saying, "Let's explore that direction." Li Xiang nodded, scanning the surroundings. On either side of the road lay two residential complexes, adorned with lush greenery and thriving trees. One side featured the wall of a neighborhood, while the opposite side showcased the entrance of another complex, flanked by street-level shops. "Are you not curious to visit the nearby university?" Li Xiang inquired, following Wu Shidao. "What are we here to observe?" he asked, perplexed. "To examine the demographic situation in this area," Wu Shidao replied casually. The shops lining the street were predominantly eateries, with pharmacies and barbershops comprising a smaller fraction, alongside a few scattered supermarkets. After a brief stroll, they returned to the car and continued their journey. This time, they arrived near the north gate of the Information Engineering University, where Wu Shidao instructed Li Xiang to stop once more. They exited the vehicle and began to wander again. The north gate faced the south gate of the Postal University, and along this street, aside from supermarkets, the predominant establishments were restaurants. Since both universities were not yet in session, the streets were relatively deserted. At around 2 in the afternoon, most eateries were closed. As they ambled about, they noticed a restaurant named Wei Ji Xiang was open, with a middle-aged man seated behind the bar, engrossed in his computer. "Let us go take a look," Wu Shidao said, halting his steps and leading the way inside. Li Xiang followed, uncertain of Wu Shidao's intentions. "We're on break, no meals being served," the middle-aged man remarked, glancing up at the sound of footsteps. "Boss, I'm not here for a meal. I'd like to have a chat. Do you have a moment?" Wu Shidao replied with a cheerful demeanor. "Asha?" The middle-aged man seemed surprised, scrutinizing Wu Shidao closely. "All right, you can find a place to sit. I'm currently busy with a game of Do Di Ju." "Wait a moment." "Sure." Wu Shidao nodded in agreement and, along with Li Xiang, settled into a nearby seat. He glanced at the menu posted on the wall, particularly scrutinizing the prices. "My apologies. Let me get you some water," the man said a few minutes later, rising to fetch a kettle and pouring water into 2 cups before sitting nearby, intrigued. "You two must be university students, am I correct?" Wu Shidao nodded with a smile. "Indeed, we are from Nancy University. My surname is Wu, and this is Li. May I ask your surname, boss?" "Liu," the middle-aged man replied. "So, what did you wish to discuss?" "Ah, so you are Boss Liu?" Wu Shidao said with a grin. "Naturally, we are here to discuss business. We cannot simply talk about studies, can we?" He joked. "Business? Huh, are you implying a partnership or something else?" Boss Liu laughed, teasingly. "Are you interested in student entrepreneurship?" "More or less," Wu Shidao nodded. hoping to explore potential collaboration with Boss Lu. Li Xiang listened intently, bewildered by Wu Shidao's musings, sipping his water as he engaged in their conversation. What kind of collaboration do you have in mind? Boss Lu inquired with interest. I have an idea, Boss Lu. If I can bring you more customers, would you be willing to offer me a commission? Wu Shidao asked with a smile. How would the commission be structured? Boss Lu pondered, smiling as he asked. And how would I know which customers you introduced? You can't possibly linger in my restaurant every day, can you? I have my methods to address that. Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively. As for the commission, I propose 1/10 of the sales amount. For instance, if a customer I referred spends 200 yuan, you would give me 20 yuan as commission. The profit margin for restaurants is generally quite favorable. Typically, the gross profit margin for a dish can reach around 50%, with some dishes possibly yielding even higher returns. For example, certain stir-fried vegetables have a notably high profit margin. However, once labor, rent, utilities, and other expenses are accounted for, the net profit margin decreases. Yet, if the revenue can be increased, the net profit will correspondingly rise. This principle is quite straightforward. The costs for a restaurant are fixed. Daily rent and labor costs remain constant. Suppose a restaurant's daily revenue is 1,000 yuan, with rent and labor totaling 300 yuan and the cost of ingredients being 200 yuan. The net profit can be simply calculated as 200 yuan. Thus, today's gross profit margin stands at 40%, while the net profit margin is merely 20%. However, if today's revenue reaches 10,000 yuan, with rent and labor costs unchanged at 600 yuan and ingredient costs at 2,000 yuan, the gross profit margin would soar to 94%. The net profit margin would then rise to 76%. It is precisely due to this variability in restaurant costs that Wu Shidao proposed a 10% commission. 10% of the sales? Are you suggesting that if the customers you referred spend 500 yuan, you would expect 50 yuan as commission? Boss Lu pondered for a moment, then countered, how about 10% of the net profit instead? Boss Lu, that is quite the jest, Wu Shidao chuckled. While I may not run a restaurant, I understand that the cost of each dish varies, and thus the net profit rate differs as well. I can't just calculate everything like you do, can I? Besides, I am merely introducing customers. If I were to take 10% of the net profit, wouldn't that mean I am also sharing your costs? My own costs are at stake here. Boss Lu beamed. If we split it that way, wouldn't I be at a significant loss? Boss Lu, your costs are yours to bear. That does not concern me, Wu Shidao replied. Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively. If you intend to transfer your costs on my shoulders or expect me to share the burden with you, that can be arranged. However, I would require a 10% stake in your establishment for my acquiescence. Now, how many customers can you introduce? Boss Lu realized that Wu Shidao was far more astute than he had initially presumed. With a shift in tone, he asked, moreover, how much do the customers you bring in typically spend? If the clientele is abundant and their expenditure substantial, then a 10% commission could indeed be considered. Regarding the customer base, Wu Shidao pondered momentarily before revealing a staggering figure that left Boss Lu astounded. The combined student population of Nansen University, the University of Information Engineering, and the Post and Telecommunications University is approximately 50 to 60,000. Does this figure meet your expectations? Boss Lu's eyes widened as he scrutinized Wu Shidao from head to toe, exclaiming, Are you jesting with me? Certainly not, Wu Shidao replied with a smile. Are you aware of an application called an app? All students from these 3 universities are utilizing mine. Boss Lu mulled over this for a moment, beginning to grasp the implications. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he tentatively suggested, You mean to say that you will promote my establishment on your app? This would allow your restaurant to feature on my app. As for the specifics of the promotion, we can discuss that later, Wu Shidao clarified, shaking his head. Let us return to the matter of expenditure you mentioned earlier. My suggestion is that you develop several packages, such as an 88 yuan package, a 188 yuan package, and a 288 yuan package, among others. You could decide the dishes included in these packages. When a student arrives and orders the 88 yuan package, they will present you with a voucher for that package, and you will serve them accordingly. At the end of the month, we can reconcile the commission owed to me. Ah, I see. Boss Lu and Li Xiang both exclaimed in realization. What ingenious mind he possesses. Li Xiang was thoroughly impressed by Wu Shidao's ideas. Boss Lu produced a cigarette, offering it to both Wu Shidao and Li Xiang, who promptly declined. Lu lit a cigarette for Wu Shidao, who took several deep puffs as his mind raced with thoughts. Initially, Lu had merely been curious to listen, but now he felt a surge of excitement. What about the arrangement of the dishes in those packages? After a brief contemplation, Boss Lu looked at Wu Shidao with a hint of hesitation. Wouldn't it be prudent to keep the prices low? Naturally, Wu Shidao nodded with a smile. The packages are merely a strategy to attract customers. You understand that the higher your revenue, the greater your profit. Striking a balance between dish costs and pricing is essential, ensuring that you can earn a profit while also providing customers with the perception of value in the packages. This is the challenge you must consider. He paused, then continued. Given that this is our first collaboration, your apprehensions are understandable. How about this? For the first month of our partnership, I will only take a 5% commission, allowing you to evaluate the results. If you find it satisfactory, then starting the second month, I will take the 10% commission. What do you think? Absolutely. Boss Lu nodded vigorously. I have another suggestion regarding the packages. Wu Shidao continued. No additional fees should be charged for any items included in the packages. For instance, the 88 yuan package should encompass all necessary utensils and napkins, without any extra charges. If there are additional costs, they should be clearly indicated. Otherwise, customers may feel deceived. This sentiment stemmed from Wu Shidao's own experiences in a previous life. Some merchants would only inform you of additional charges for utensils and napkins after your meal, despite the nominal cost being trivial. Yet, it would leave one feeling perplexed. How could a restaurant expect customers to dine without providing utensils? Should they bring their own chopsticks or eat with their hands? Understood, Boss Lu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Wu Shidao assisted him in downloading a group buying app. Boss Lu, I will set up a unique coupon for your restaurant. When you verify the coupons, pay attention to the serial numbers to prevent anyone from using counterfeit vouchers at your establishment. Your coupons will begin with 001. When someone presents a coupon at your restaurant, check the starting number and cross-reference it with the sales count of your restaurant's coupons on the group buying app. Keep a record for verification. Additionally, consider calculating the average number of guests your restaurant receives daily, as well as the peak hours, to determine an appropriate number of coupons to distribute each day. Wu Shidao imparted all the thoughts he could muster to Boss Lu. Why should we calculate the number of guests? Boss Lu inquired, eager for clarification. While he understood the importance of verifying coupons, he was somewhat perplexed by the need to account for guest numbers. Boss Lu, in practical terms, these coupons are designed to enhance your restaurant's revenue, not to siphon off your customers, Wu Shidao explained. If your business is thriving and you're overwhelmed with customers, you won't need my assistance in attracting more clientele. For example, if you typically have a table turnover rate of 3 times during lunch and 3 times during dinner, that single table can accommodate 6 groups of diners in one day. If the average spending per table is around 100 yuan, then when a customer comes in with an 88 yuan package coupon, you effectively lose 12 yuan. Conversely, what if a customer comes in with a 188 yuan package coupon? Wouldn't that mean you gain an additional 88 yuan? Li Xiang grasped the concept and interjected, so in that case, wouldn't it be better for Boss Lu to only issue the 188 yuan package coupons and not the 88 yuan ones? Your reasoning is sound, Wu Shidao chuckled. But as the saying goes, a well-fed mouth and a well-trained leg. If Boss Lu's business is exceptionally robust, it merely indicates that he has a loyal customer base. In such cases, maintaining existing customers is more crucial than enticing new ones. He paused before continuing. Most individuals tend to dine when they are hungry. If a hungry patron arrives and sees that the restaurant is bustling, they might be willing to wait about 10 minutes. However, if the wait exceeds half an hour, fewer people will be inclined to stay. After a couple of such experiences, even if customers think of your restaurant, their subconscious will deter them from returning. After listening to Wu Shidao's explanation, Boss Lu gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Xiao Wu, your analysis is quite astute. Isn't the purpose of business to grow and strengthen?" Li Xiang pundratalot. Even if the restaurant is thriving, surely it still needs new customers, right? A larger customer base is always preferable to a smaller one. Are the coupons of no use at all? What are you thinking? Wu Shidao shot him a glance. If business is truly booming and loyal customers are lining up, then what you need is not coupons, but to open another branch. Li Xiang froze for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh, acknowledging that he had indeed been overthinking it. Boss Lu, what I mean is that you should assess whether, during peak dining hours, if there aren't many regular patrons, say you have 10 tables and an average of 5 occupied during peak hours, then distributing around 20 coupons daily would be about right. Wu Shidao remarked, on one hand, limiting the number of discount coupons can create an impression that your business is thriving and requires crowd control. On the other hand, patrons who dine using these coupons inherently feel they have received a certain advantage, making them more amenable to sacrificing time, such as being willing to wait a little longer. Furthermore, restricting the number of coupons ensures that you do not alienate your loyal customers. What are your thoughts on this? That makes sense. Boss Lu nodded vigorously, his mindset shifting multiple times within a brief span, from initial curiosity to keen interest, and now, an eagerness to proceed. When shall we commence our collaboration? He inquired, his impatience palpable. Is it sufficient for me to merely offer set meal options? Will you also need me to provide some images? Wu Shidao smiled, emphasizing, please refrain from sourcing images online. It is preferable to capture authentic photographs of the dishes served in your establishment. Additionally, consider that once you introduce set meal options, it is likely that your regular customers will also begin to order these sets directly. Thus, you should contemplate how to maintain a balance in your menu offerings. Understood. Boss Lu nodded repeatedly. Li Xiang, feeling a stir of thoughts, hesitated before speaking. After a moment's reflection, he held his tongue. Subsequently, Wu Shidao briefed Boss Lu on their agreement to reconvene in 3 days to sign the contract in detail and to collect images of the dishes. As they left the restaurant, Li Xiang turned back for a moment and quietly remarked to Wu Shidao, "Third brother, you mentioned that regular customers might also order set meals. Might it not occur that these customers would simply order at the set meal price without needing to purchase coupons from the group buying app, thereby circumventing your share?" Indeed, Wu Shidao acknowledged. In Li Xiang's view, had Wu Shidao inadvertently invited trouble? If Boss Lu had not considered this angle initially, his reminder might have illuminated a loophole to exploit. Are you suggesting that I inadvertently alerted him to this possibility? Wu Shidao chuckled. Li Xiang nodded. Even if I hadn't pointed it out, do you think he wouldn't have considered it himself? Wu Shidao countered, smiling. If you can conceive of it, surely a businessman like him would as well. To put it this way, if Boss Lu is willing, he can inform any patron who uses a coupon that they need not purchase one from the app next time. He can simply settle at the coupon price directly. Yes, he could certainly do that, Li Xiang realized, furrowing his brow. But if that were to happen, how could you still profit? Chapter 144. The profit lies in promotion. There is certainly money to be made, Wu Shidao asserted, leading with a conclusion before elaborating. Let us consider the regular customers first. The commission from them is unlikely to be substantial, or there may be a slim chance of earning it once. This probability arises if a regular customer sees the coupon on the group buying app and calculates that it is cheaper than their previous non-coupon price. At that moment, they will undoubtedly purchase a coupon for use, correct? That would yield a single commission. Once a regular has utilized a coupon, Boss Lu can inform them that they need not buy coupons in the future. Should they wish to order set meals, they can simply inform him, and they will be billed at the coupon price. At that point, there will be no earnings from the regular customers. Think about it carefully. Is that not so? Li Xiang pondered and nodded. Third brother, you are indeed correct. Thus, it follows that the probability of profiting from regular customers is quite low, and from the outset, I had no intention of earning from them. Wu Shidao smiled, shifting the focus, and stated earnestly, what I aim to profit from is the promotion funds. Promotion funds? Li Xiang musha, intriga. What do you mean by that? Consider this. If a new customer, having used a coupon, is informed by Boss Lu that they need not purchase a coupon for their next visit, but can order a set meal directly, do you think such a scenario might unfold? Wu Shidao inquired with a grin. Very likely, Li Xiang affirmed, speaking with conviction. In fact, it is a certainty. After all, this approach saves on your commission. We are situated in a university town. Wu Shidao pointed to the nearby Postal and Telecommunications University, where new students arrive annually. Not everyone is aware that set meals are available and quite affordable, correct? That is true, Li Xiang concurred. Theoretically, each new student has the potential to provide me with a commission. Once they become regulars, during their subsequent visits, I would not earn from their patronage, am I right? Wu Shidao continued. Li Xiang nodded again, recognizing the probability of this scenario. Moreover, given the relatively insular atmosphere of the school, word-of-mouth advertising could lead others to dine at his restaurant without needing to purchase coupons from the app. If there are several hundred restaurants on the group buying app, no. Let's say there are 2,000 establishments in Jean City. What do you think would occur? Wu Shidao posed another question. Well, it would likely mirror Boss Lu's situation, where all participating restaurants would attempt to bypass you, seeking to avoid your commissions. Li Xiang reflected before responding. Exactly, and the likelihood of that happening is quite significant. Wu Shidao agreed with a grin. Consequently, a scenario would emerge where, on the group buying app, how could you ensure that others could see your establishment? What do you mean? Li Xiang kariya, puzlat. Wu Shidao produced his phone, opened the group buying app, and pointed to the screen. Observe. For instance, on this page, only 5 restaurants are visible. If you scroll down vigorously, do you think you would remain interested in exploring many more? I would estimate around 50 or 60 at most, Li Xiang conceded. In that case, what must a restaurant like Boss Lu's do to gain visibility among more people? Wu Shidao asked with a sly chuckle. Simple. They must pay for promotion to have their restaurant listed prominently on the first page. Otherwise, I would push their restaurant to the back, and they would struggle to inform others of their so-called set meal prices, wouldn't they? Li Xiang contemplated this and suddenly grasped the implications. I see now. You truly are a cunning businessman. I am not a cunning businessman, Wu Shidao waved his hand, chuckling. The reality is that Boss Liu can definitely attempt to circumvent the coupon system to shed me, and I allow him to play his games. But I will not provide him with additional clientele. Do you recall what my opening line was when I first spoke to him? Something along the lines of whether I would be willing to share profits if I could introduce more customers? Li Xiang Banturat. That was the line, correct? Indeed. Wu Shidao nodded, candidly stating, I made it clear that my primary aim is to introduce him to more customers, which is why this referral fee is what I truly value. The promotion funds. Third brother, is your goal genuinely to collaborate with every restaurant in Jin City? Li Xiang shifted the topic, asking earnestly. To conduct business is to grow larger and stronger. Is that not what you just stated? Wu Shidao smiled and remarked. My plan is to complete the integration of these businesses in Jin City within 2 years. He emphasized the term integration, as his vision encompassed various travel agencies, hotels, and more. According to historical timelines, it was now February 2011, and in 5 months, Alipay would unveil its QR code payment system. With the advent of mobile payments, the expansion of Wu Shidao's business landscape would accelerate dramatically. The emergence of mobile payment not only brought convenience, but also led to a significant shift, as many industry leaders in various regions gradually succumbed to the rise of mobile internet giants, ultimately being absorbed by them. Time was of the essence for Wu Shidao, and the urgency was palpable. His blueprint dictated that by 2013, he must first establish a foothold in Jin City, followed by a nationwide expansion. He essentially had a maximum of 2 years at his disposal. During this period, his singular focus was to continuously generate profits, and further profits. Only by holding substantial financial resources could he emerge victorious in the impending war of attrition, lest his current endeavors become a mere legacy for others. Did you not mention considering expanding the group buying app business to other universities this year? Li Xiang inquirat, sumawat perplexa. Why are we now contemplating the restaurant business? These two plans are not mutually exclusive. Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively and pondered. The fundamental issue is that I am currently in dire need of personnel, particularly capable individuals whom I can trust. That is the crux of the matter. If I were to manage everything myself, where would I find the time? Finding capable and trustworthy individuals? Li Xiang reflected for a moment, and then said, that seems quite challenging. By the way, third brother, don't you have many relatives? Indeed, I have many relatives, but none possess the necessary skills. Wu Shidao shook his head. To truly scale and strengthen the business, I must recruit talented individuals. I do have an idea, Li Xiang mused, suddenly brightening up. What do you think of the students from Nansen University? They surely possess capabilities. As for trust, that's a bit uncertain, but the alumni connection should provide them with an edge over others, right? Nansen University students? Wu Shidao paused, then replied, that sounds promising, but where would we find so many students from Nansen University? Li Xiang chuckled. This year is the second semester of the senior year. Many students are about to graduate. Chapter 145, The Ambitious Plan. Exactly. Wu Shidao's eyes lit up, unable to suppress a smile. He had indeed overlooked the annual graduates of Nansen University. Moreover, further contemplation revealed that this was a university town. While there may be shortages in certain areas, it would undoubtedly be abundant in capable and innovative minds. Upon returning to Nansen University, Wu Shidao parted ways with Li Xiang and returned to the staff building. Sitting before his computer, he examined the data from the Universal Cracking Store's backend. With the supply of the iPhone 4 increasingly ample, Unicom had decisively triumphed in this round of contract phone sales. Consequently, the user base of the Universal Cracking Store had steadily climbed, now reaching a staggering 40 million users. Among iOS users, the Universal Cracking Store had completely eclipsed the 91 Assistant, becoming the sole choice for Apple users. This reality was one even the NetTiger company had to acknowledge. Years ago, they had indeed held a winning hand, leveraging a plethora of pirated app software to dominate the mainstream choices among iOS users. However, subsequent entrants like Peapod and G-Phone market, emerging too late and lacking the richness of pirated apps found in the 91 Assistant, found themselves unable to compete on the iOS front, ultimately seeking growth in the Android market. Ironically, the same piracy that had initially benefited the 91 Assistant later led to its downfall due to the Trojan virus incident, which obliterated its reputation. Moreover, the 91 Assistant's strength lay solely in its app offerings, lacking the jailbreaking capabilities that iOS users valued. This gap allowed Wu Shidao's Universal Cracking Store to seize a significant advantage. With the introduction of the iPhone 4, all previous jailbreaking tools became obsolete, leaving only the Universal Cracking Store to shine brightly. Regardless of how the iOS 4 system updated, the Universal Cracking Store consistently provided a flawless one-click jailbreak. earning it an impeccable reputation among Apple users. Additionally, Wu Shidao's developer collaboration program ensured a continuous stream of fresh apps in the Universal Cracking Store, catering to user demands. While the ever-growing user base further fueled developers' enthusiasm to join the platform. Notably, Wu Shidao imposed no fees on developers and offered rewards for high-quality, popular app creators. Although the monetary incentives were modest, this approach garnered the goodwill of all app developers. Furthermore, users who could afford Apple devices exhibited greater potential and enthusiasm for in-app purchases than many Android users. Gradually, app developers began prioritizing uploads to the Universal Cracking Store to maximize their earnings, causing the 91 Assistant to plummet in public visibility at an almost meteoric pace. For instance, the latest wave of iPhone users only recognized the Universal Cracking Store, having never even heard of the 91 Assistant. Faced with the rapid decline of the 91 Assistant, the NetTiger company found themselves at a loss. Although they later implemented a series of remedial measures, none sparked significant interest, resulting in a tepid market response. In light of this predicament, the NetTiger company had no choice but to pivot their strategic direction, focusing all their hopes on the Android market. They began collaborating with phone manufacturers to pre-install app software in an attempt to replicate the former glory of the 91 Assistant in the Android domain. However, they were well aware that with Apple's App Store in place, pre-installing the 91 Assistant was virtually impossible. Consequently, in the current Android market, the 91 Assistant, Android market, Peapod, and Application Treasure were embroiled in a fierce battle for users, each vying for dominance. In contrast, Wu Shidao's Universal Cracking Store on the Android side maintained a rather laid-back approach, never actively engaging in the fray. Each app store possessed its own share of the market, and none could wholly vanquish the others or seize their territory. In this context, Peapod, G-Phone Market, Application Treasure, and other app stores began to emulate the NetTiger company's strategy by collaborating with phone manufacturers for pre-installed apps, aiming to enlarge their market share. In the face of such circumstances, it wasn't that Wu Shidao was unwilling to compete. Rather, he currently lacked the capital to engage in a money-burning game for user acquisition. The stance of the various phone manufacturers was unequivocal. Any desire to pre-install app software was contingent upon who offered the highest bid. The initial price of 50 cents had skyrocketed to 2 yuan, quadrupling in value, and it seemed likely that prices would continue to rise. With only over 6 million in his account, even if he were to exhaust all his funds, he could merely acquire around 3 million users. Unless he were to act irrationally, he would refrain from participating in such a venture. Wu Shidao was biding his time, waiting for an opportunity. In his perspective, upon the emergence of the 4S model, the price of the iPhone 4 would further decline, leading to an increase in sales. When the user base of the Universal Cracking Store reached around 60 million, the timing would be ripe. His ace in the hole was deceptively simple, the universal Wi-Fi key. Hence, he required a substantial user base and needed to await the rapid proliferation of smartphones before unveiling the universal Wi-Fi key, catching major application stores off guard. Furthermore, it was 2011, and approximately 2 years remained until Baidu's acquisition of the App Store. Wu Shidao's strategy was to expand the market scale of the Universal Cracking Store to its utmost before Baidu's potential acquisition in 2013, thereby maximizing profits. Conversely, the principle behind the universal Wi-Fi key was not particularly intricate. If launched prematurely, there was a risk of other application stores emulating it, which could undermine its effectiveness. After reviewing the back end of the Universal Cracking Store, Wu Shidao opened his drawer and noticed the plaque of Jingshi Technology Studio inside. He pondered for a moment and muttered to himself, "It's time to register a company." This semester, he had several plans to completely dominate the fruit-sharing business among all universities within the university town, to seize all meal-sharing businesses in Jingshi, and, if time and personnel allowed, to potentially establish a presence in hotel and travel-sharing ventures in Jingshi. The ideas were splendid, and the plans grand, yet they needed to be executed step by step, and at a measured pace, for haste could lead to missteps. Most importantly, in his previous life, Wu Shidao was merely a programmer. Although he had gained a head start in this life, he ultimately lacked substantial experience and needed to accumulate knowledge continually. At that moment, while Wu Shidao was deep in thought, Dong Yukai, in high spirits, disembarked from the train at Jingshi Station. He had purposely arrived at school early, intending to pick up Lu from the train station the following day. Chapter 146. Why did she deceive me? For those in the throes of love, a day apart can feel like 3 autumns. This sentiment rings undeniably true. The winter break was not long, barely lasting a month. Yet for Dong Yukai, this month felt excruciatingly prolonged, especially as Lu often displayed a lukewarm demeanor towards him, sometimes engaging in lengthy chats on QQ for 2 to 3 hours. and at other times disappearing entirely for an entire day, ignoring his texts and calls. After 2 or 3 days, she would finally inform him that she had been busy and had no time to check her phone. This left Dong Yukai perplexed, as he could hardly fathom how someone could be so preoccupied that they could not spare a moment to glance at their phone. After all, he kept his phone within arm's reach 24 hours a day, merely taking it out to check for calls or messages. How could she be so utterly devoid of time? Yet at times, people can deceive even themselves. Dong Yukai reasoned that perhaps Yin Lu was with her family and found it inconvenient to answer calls or messages. Or maybe she was out with friends and simply did not hear her phone. In any case, he had already concocted excuses in his mind for her occasional absences. Dragging his luggage into the dormitory, Dong Yukai was somewhat surprised to find that he had anticipated the arrival of his peers the following day. Yet Li Xiang and Zhang Liang were already present. "Bro, when did you two arrive at school?" he inquired, placing his luggage down, puzzled. "Didn't you also arrive quite early?" Li Xiang casually remarked while strumming a guitar, which happened to belong to Wu Shidao. Since he had driven to Jinshe and noticed the guitar sitting idle, he had decided to take it along. Hee, Dong Yukai chuckled vaguely. "I couldn't stand being at home any longer, so I thought it best to come to school early." Zhang Liang exchanged a knowing glance with Dong Yukai, contemplating whether to inform him about Yin Lu. "Here, this is a specialty from my hometown, especially for you two," Dong Yukai said, unpacking some treats from his luggage and placing them on the table. "Help yourselves, by the way. Have Yang Xian and Sanga arrived?" "Lao Lu hasn't come. But Lao San has," Zhang Liang replied. "Have you been on the road long? Are you tired?" he asked, noticing Dong Yukai's fatigue. "About 7 or 8 hours. Not particularly exhausting." "Why do you ask?" Dong Yukai answered nonchalantly. "Perfect. If you're not tired, would you accompany me for a bit?" Zhang Liang said, stretching lazily. "Sure." Dong Yukai responded without much thought. "Where are we going?" "ISNTC Gu coming along?" "I'll pass. I'm worn out from a day of traveling." "Li Xiang Baba these misibili." "Just a trip to the supermarket off campus to buy a few things." Zhang Liang fabricated an excuse, as Dong Yukai organized his belongings. He followed Zhang Liang outside. "Hey, has Jonah arrived?" he asked casually during the walk. Zhang Liang replied nonchalantly. "Lao Wu, want to take a seat here for a bit? Care for a smoke?" Upon exiting the school, Zhang Liang did not lead Dong Yukai to the supermarket, but instead veered towards a nearby park, the very place where they had first gotten drunk. "Have one," he said, handing a cigarette to Dong Yukai, who looked puzzled. "Aren't we heading to the supermarket? Why are we here?" Zhang Liang lit the cigarette for him and himself, took a puff, and, observing Dong Yukai's bewilderment, remarked, "Let me ask you something. Are you pursuing Yin Lu?" "Huh?" Dong Yukai was taken aback, his first thought being, "How does Zhang Liang know? Did Wu Shidao tell him?" Noticing his expression, Zhang Liang continued, "Jonah told me. She said she saw you and Yin Lu together several times off campus, so I figured you were pursuing her." Dong Yukai, realizing the truth, shyly nodded. However, he soon sensed something was amiss. He wasn't naive, and it seemed Zhang Liang had specifically brought him here for this conversation. Awakening to this realization, Dong Yukai blurted out, "Boss, did you purposely want to discuss this with me?" Zhang Liang nodded, taking another drag from his cigarette and looking at him. "Yin Lu might have come to school the day before yesterday. Did you know that?" "What?" Dong Yukai's body jolted, astonished. "No way. Just yesterday, she told me she was still at home and wouldn't come until tomorrow. Did you see her?" "You foolish boy," Zhang Liang sighed, patting his shoulder. "Jonah and I arrived at school yesterday, and when we got here, Yin Lu was already on campus. We even saw her today." Dong Yukai was stunned. "Then why did she deceive me?" he muttered, half to himself and half in inquiry to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang remained silent, regaining his composure. Dong Yukai fixed his gaze on Zhang Liang and asked, "Are you sure you really saw Yin Lu?" He pulled out his phone. Could there be any mistake? Zhang Liang found himself at a loss for words, yet he could empathize with Dong Yukai's current feelings. "No, I need to ask her what this is all about. Why did she deceive me?" A surge of anger welled up within him as Dong Yukai dialed Yin Lu's number. The call connected, but Yin Lu did not answer. "Pick up the phone. I know you're already at school. Why did you deceive me?" Dong Yukai called several times, but she remained unresponsive, causing his frustration to mount. He then sent her a text message. As he felt his phone vibrating incessantly, Yin Lu furrowed her brows, glancing at the screen to see a message from Dong Yukai. "What is wrong, darling? Who is calling you?" The young man beside her had long noticed her phone incessantly vibrating. While driving, he took a moment to inquire. "Is everything all right?" "Nothing much, just a boy who is interested in me," Yin Lu replied nonchalantly as she tucked her phone away, pondering silently. "Who informed him that I had arrived at school?" "Could be Jonah." That was her immediate assumption. "Didn't you tell him that you're already with me?" The young man asked with a smile, reaching out to grasp Yin Li's hand. I've told him numerous times that we're better suited as friends, but unfortunately, he doesn't seem to comprehend. Inlu sighed. Then you should just tell him directly, the young man suggested as he drove into Nansen University, unfazed. If not, I can inform him myself and make him keep his distance from you. No need for that. I'll speak to him later, Inlu replied, concerned that Dong Yukai might be waiting for her at the girls' dormitory. She proactively said, just drop me off at the roadside. I'll walk back. Now that we've arrived, does it really matter about this little distance? He chuckled, not only maintaining his speed, but also accelerating, quickly approaching the number 11 girls' dormitory. Inlu took a careful glance and felt relieved to see that Dong Yukai was not there. She didn't want him to learn of the situation too hastily. In her eyes, Dong Yukai was still a decent backup, at least someone who was willing to spend money on her. Chapter 147. I am doing this for your own good. In matters of love, individuals often find themselves blinded by irrationality. It is indeed a peculiar state. Ever since Inlu ceased answering Dong Yotsai's calls, he had been consumed by a fury that simmered dangerously, resembling a powder keg on the verge of explosion. His thoughts seemed to have abandoned him. All he could do was repeatedly dial her number, vowing not to relent until he reached her. At last, Inlu finally answered his call. Her languid voice came through the receiver. I was asleep. How many times did you call me? Why did you deceive me? Dong Yotsai's voice was laced with indignation. You clearly arrived at school. Why did you tell me you were coming tomorrow? Oh, I had some sudden matters to attend to and came a few days early, forgetting to inform you. Are you upset? Inli's tone was gentle. I am definitely upset. I've been so kind to you, and you lied to me. Dong Yotsai's agitation grew, nearly causing him to leap from his seat. I came to school too, planning to surprise you tomorrow. And here you are deceiving me. Stop accusing me of lying. I simply didn't want you to worry. If I told you I arrived early, you would have rushed here, and I just wanted you to spend a few more days with your parents. By the way, have you eaten? Are you hungry? Inlu inquired with concern, pausing briefly before continuing. Where are you now? I want to find you. I miss you. These words extinguished Dong Yotsai's anger in an instant. Glancing at Zhang Liang beside him, he hesitantly replied, I'm outside. Then I'll come find you, Inlu said. Tell me your location. I'll wait for you at the school gate, Dong Yukai added before hanging up. Zhang Liang, smoking a cigarette, observed a rapid shift in Dong Yotsai's demeanor, from rage to calm and now to impatience, all within mere minutes. It was as if Dong Yukai was playing a game of emotional transformation. Boss, you should head back first. Dong Yukai coughed lightly. Inlu is coming over soon. Zhang Liang suddenly understood and patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. There is something else I'm unsure if I should tell you. What is it? Dong Yukai blinked. I saw a boy with roses driving a sports car coming to pick up Inlu, and they were laughing together. Zhang Liang hesitated but ultimately revealed the information. What? Dong Yukai was instantly taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face. Really? Would I lie to you? Zhang Liang pondered for a moment before responding seriously. To be honest, Inlu doesn't have the best reputation in her dorm. I've heard she has been seeing several boys at once, charming them effortlessly. You should take it easy. Dong Yukai stared intently at Zhang Liang, torn between belief and skepticism. He couldn't fathom how the person he liked could be like that, especially given Li's understanding nature. I should have told you this sooner, Zhang Liang explained, but I was worried you might think I was trying to sow discord. Did a boy really come to pick up Inlu in a sports car with roses? Dong Yukai snapped back to reality, excitement palpable in his voice. Is it true? Absolutely. Lao San and Lao Si both saw it. You can ask them, Zhang Liang affirmed. Dong Yotsai's fists clenched, his face flushed with anger as he breathed heavily. After a few moments, he declared, All right, I understand. I will get to the bottom of this. Zhang Liang, somewhat speechless, could empathize with Dong Yukai's turmoil. He patted his shoulder. Okay, I'll head back now. Just stay calm and don't get too worked up. Not long after Zhang Liang left, Li's call came through. Yukai, where are you? I'm at the school gate, but I don't see you. I'm in a small park across from the supermarket. Come over. I have something to ask you, Dong Yukai said, suppressing his anger. All right, what is it? Inlu feigned ignorance, already suspecting that Dong Yukai might have discovered her association with Wang Yang, especially since Zhou Na had seen him picking her up last time. However, it didn't matter much to her. To Inlu, Dong Yukai's naive romantic notions made him the easiest to deceive. A few flattering words and some small favors would easily have him wrapped around her finger. If she couldn't deceive him, it was of little consequence. After all, she was now entangled with Wang Yang. As she pondered, she leisurely strolled to the small park, spotting Dong Yukai standing there like a statue. She waved at him, recalling how, in the past, he would rush over eagerly from afar. But now he stood still, unmoving. What's wrong? Are you mad at me? Inlu approached him and linked her arm through his. Dong Yukai scoffed, glaring at her, while suppressing his inner fury, coldly demanding. Who is the boy driving the sports car and bringing you roses? Just a boy from another school who is interested in me, Inlu replied, wrinkling her nose slightly as she countered. How did you find out? To avoid suspicion, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Dong Yukai enunciated each word. Where did you go with him? Where else? We just went out for a meal, she said dismissively. Why did you go eat with him? His frustration erupted suddenly, realizing the gravity of the situation. Why are you raising your voice? In Li's expression shifted, revealing her displeasure. What? He is pursuing me, and I refused him. Am I not allowed to have a meal with him? You rejected him, yet still ate with him? Shouldn't I clarify things with him? Otherwise, PLL keep pestering me, and it's quite bothersome. You came to school without telling me, lied about being at home. What do you mean by that? Dong Yukai, didn't I just explain all this to you? You questioned me, but I wonder what your intentions are. What is your attitude? Are you interrogating me? What have I done wrong? Furthermore, even if we are dating, does that mean I lose my personal freedom? Must I report everything to you? Am I not allowed to have a male friend? The two began to argue. You, going out to dinner with others, is simply inappropriate. Dong Yukai found himself momentarily bewildered by her words, and, in a fit of anger, retorted, Then why didn't you tell me about this? I refrained from informing you, fearing that it would only incite your anger. Inlu replied, her tone unwavering. My intention in concealing this from you was to safeguard our relationship from the repercussions of such trivial matters. Chapter 148, Busy. It was only around 11 o'clock in the evening when Zhang Liang finally spotted Dong Yukai returning from outside. As the official start of the academic year had yet to arrive, and with students gradually returning to campus over the past few days, the school had not yet begun to check the dormitories. You're back. Zhang Liang greeted Dong Yukai, meticulously scrutinizing his expression. To his surprise, Dong Yukai did not appear particularly angry. On the contrary, there seemed to be a hint of joy about him. This left Zhang Liang utterly perplexed. Yes, I'm back. Dong Yukai nodded, offering no further elaboration. He simply lay down on his bed, engrossed in his phone, engaged in a conversation with Yin Lo. After their recent quarrel, they had made amends. The reasoning was straightforward. Dong Yukai accepted Yin Lu's explanation that the boy had merely intended to pursue her, and their outing for dinner was kept secret due to concerns that he would become upset upon learning of it. One could only say that the mentality of being in love can be truly bewildering. Of course, Zhang Liang was oblivious to all of this. This burly northeastern man merely thought it sufficient to remind Dong Yukai about the situation. Little did he know that individuals like Dong Yukai, consumed by the throes of romance, often concoct justifications in their minds to absolve their partners. Students began to return to campus in droves, dragging their luggage behind them. The long quiet campus began to buzz with life once more. Wu Shidao was also busy. Li Xiang drove around with Wu Shidao, circling the university town several times before securing a lease on a shop of approximately 60 square meters on the outskirts of a residential area. With plans to expand their business, the previous collaboration style with Liu and Jin Gang could no longer suffice. In simple terms, it was time to formalize their operations. As they prepared to embark on the venture of communal dining, Wu Shidao could not possibly sign contracts with every restaurant in his personal capacity. That would be utterly exhausting. The most prudent approach was to establish a company, draft a contract template, and delegate the task to others. Once the company was to be established, the office address could not be as casually chosen as it had been for the previous studio. After securing the premises, Wu Shidao made a trip back to the agency that had previously assisted with the studio, entrusting them with the paperwork. Following this, he took Li Xiang during the day to purchase various office supplies, verify capital, process official seals, and draft contracts. By night, he was busy coding, adding new modules to the group buying app. In the blink of an eye, Nansen University commenced its academic year. With the return of students, the activity of the group buying app surged once again. Following the previous semester's operations, the business across 3 universities was running smoothly. Although there was a noticeable spike in orders during the initial days of the new term, with Yang Xian's assistance, Li Xiang managed things quite adeptly. As for Hu Bin, there was no need to elaborate. He had already mastered the operations at both universities with ease. After all, the process was not particularly complicated, merely a matter of placing orders, sorting, and delivery. It resembled a modern-day logistics service. Customers who did not require delivery could simply pick up their orders and pay for their fruits, while those needing delivery could rely on couriers to bring their orders to the dormitories, provided they had the necessary funds ready. Wu Shidao only appeared in class during his professional courses, as Professor Wang's lectures were not to be missed. Aside from that, he was nearly impossible to locate. Half a month later, Jingsher Technology Company was finally registered. During this time, Wu Shidao had visited approximately 50 small to medium-sized restaurants surrounding Nansen University and the other 2 universities, signing promotional cooperation agreements with them. Li Xiang also assisted in securing agreements with a dozen or so establishments. As for Hu Bin, Wu Shidao did not expect much from him. Given his penchant for leisure and lack of patience, a trait unlikely to change in this lifetime, Wu Shidao was already quite satisfied that he could manage the businesses at Information Engineering University and Postal University. At present, Wu Shidao felt an acute shortage of personnel, an extreme lack of manpower. The recruitment announcement for Jingshe Technology Company had been posted, seeking 2 accountants, 1 marketing manager, and 1 administrative clerk. He needed to establish a basic framework before gradually filling in the details. Hiring an accountant was relatively straightforward. A woman in her 30s with relevant experience applied. Additionally, Wu Shidao sought a financial director. 2 or 3 candidates had interviewed, but upon conversing with them, he found them rather untrustworthy. As for the marketing manager role, there were many applicants, but none met Wu Shidao's expectations, leading him to shoulder the responsibilities of both marketing manager and promotional personnel during this period. It was a blend of exhaustion and joy. During the day, he attended classes while also finding time to manage business operations and negotiate partnerships with restaurant owners. By night, he reviewed the order status for the fruit delivery service on the group buying app and communicated with Liu, Jingang, Hu Bin, and others. Furthermore, he had to collaborate with a newly hired female accountant to reconcile the accounts daily. After completing all these tasks, Wu Shidao still made time to code and test the upcoming communal dining service features. He wished fervently to be able to clone himself or have an extra 48 hours in a day. After half a month, Wu Shidao had lost several pounds and found his sleep severely lacking. Additionally, Mr. Li from the fruit wholesale market had called him twice, engaging in casual conversation but clearly indicating his concerns. For Mr. Li, each additional day that fruits remained unsold in the warehouse increased his pressure, considering the limited shelf life of the produce and the confined storage space of the cold storage. Wu Shidao decided to delegate this matter to Li Xiang, instructing him to visit the Forestry University to establish a cooperation agreement and open a market for Mr. Li's goods. One morning, struggling to keep his eyes open, Wu Shidao exited the teaching building after completing his professional course, only to encounter Liu Shuangshuang. Hi, he greeted her before preparing to slip away. The communal dining module had already undergone 2 tests, and he planned to conduct a final test today before launching it tomorrow, considering a promotional event across the 3 universities to explain the initiative. Mr. Liu from Weijixiang had already inquired several times. Have you been very busy lately? Liu Shuangshuang stopped him, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing him closely. Her first impression was that, having not seen Wu Shidao for a while, he appeared significantly thinner and fatigued. Yes. Wu Shidao nodded, sensing that she seemed to have something to discuss with him, making it difficult for him to simply walk away. Is there something on your mind? Not really. Liu Shuangshuang paused, then curiously asked, did you truly write those 2 songs? Chapter 149. Do you feel nothing for me? What songs? Wu Shidao was taken aback for a moment before realizing what Liu Shuangshuang was referring to. He nodded. Yes, I wrote them. They're truly remarkable. In Liu Shuangshuang's beautiful eyes, admiration sparkled as she exclaimed, you can actually write songs? How impressive. I've been replaying that song I remember every day lately. Thank you. Wu Shidao smiled politely. I have other matters to attend to. Shall we continue our conversation another day? When will that be? Liu Shuangshuang pressed. That's difficult to say, Wu Shidao replied, caught off guard by her insistence. After a moment's hesitation, he confessed, I haven't thought it through yet. I knew you were just brushing me off, Liu Shuangshuang said, her charming face filled with disappointment. I've been exceedingly busy lately, making it hard to pin down a time, Wu Shidao explained, clearing his throat. All right, I understand. Liu Shuangshuang sighed, nodding slightly. Then I shall take my leave. Wu Shidao smiled at her as he quickly walked away. Liu Shuangshuang gazed at his retreating figure, suddenly resolute. She hastened to catch up with him, calling out, Wu Shidao, what is it? He stopped, looking at her in confusion. Liu Shuangshuang approached him, her enchanting eyes fixed on him, and, taking a deep breath, earnestly asked, do you truly dislike me that much? Not at all. Wu Shidao was taken aback, realizing that she mustered courage to voice her feelings. Then why do you always avoid me? Liu Shuangshuang looked directly at him, her emotions heightened. No excuses or evasions. I can sense that at times, you deliberately evade me. I want to know why. Have I done something wrong? Or is there another reason? Caught off guard by her probing, Wu Shidao's mind raced as he thought. I am not avoiding you, am I? No. Liu Shuangshuang replied, a hint of grievance in her voice. Are you still lying? Last semester, when I invited you, you said you were busy and had no time. Yet when others asked you, you had time. During the new year, I messaged you, and you replied so curtly. It was indeed true. From her perspective, She felt both wronged and bewildered. She had been sufficiently proactive with Wu Shidao, yet he showed no indication of reciprocation. On the contrary, he seemed to be intentionally avoiding her. Wu Shidao pondered for a moment and realized that when she mentioned others asking him, she meant Shen Xiaojing. However, there was no way to explain this, as Shen Xiaojing held a unique and significant place in his heart. Since his rebirth, he had worked diligently to earn money, not only because of his parents, but also to make up for the debts owed to Shen Xiaojing in his past life. During the new year, you wish me well? And I replied, Wu Shidao said, trying to clarify, what more do you expect? Do you truly feel nothing for me? Lu Shuangshuang mustered her courage to ask, her face reddening visibly as she spoke. Wu Shidao was momentarily stunned. He had sensed they had grown too close, hence his attempts to maintain distance. Yet, he had not anticipated that this would not deter Lu Shuangshuang, but rather embolden her to confess her feelings. Indeed, while the question seemed directed at Wu Shidao, it also served as Lu Shuangshuang's veiled declaration of affection. Observing her youthful aura, exquisite beauty, and captivating figure, Wu Shidao found himself at a loss for words. To claim he had no feelings for beauty would be a falsehood. Yet his thoughts swiftly turned to Shen Xiaojing, cooling his heart instantaneously. No, Wu Shidao replied with an impassive expression. In that moment, Lu Shuangshuang felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her flushed cheeks drained of color, her eyes glistening with tears. Biting her lip, she said nothing and fled in a rush. I'm sorry, Wu Shidao murmured to her retreating figure, feeling a pang of guilt, knowing that his earlier words would surely cause her deep sorrow. Just then his phone rang. It was Li Xiang calling. Regaining his composure, Wu Shidao answered the call. Third brother, the arrangements with Forestry University have been finalized. Li Xiang's calm voice came through the receiver. They agreed to provide 25 work-study positions. All right, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Wu Shidao exhaled, relieved. He had not been involved in the discussions with Forestry University, having entrusted everything to Li Xiang after a brief conversation. As his enterprise expanded, Wu Shidao recognized that he could no longer manage every detail personally. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed. No problem. Let's proceed with this plan. I still need to find a location and recruit staff. Later, I will bring them to Nansen University to familiarize them with the processes, Li Xiang added. Let us skip Nansen University. Wu Shidao was about to agree, but suddenly had a change of heart, saying, take them to Information Engineering University or Post and Telecommunications University instead. Li Xiang was slightly taken aback, though he complied, saying understood. I'll aim to have everything sorted within a week. After hanging up, Wu Shidao turned towards the family residence. Today, he planned to conduct the final test on the food and beverage business module. Sitting at his computer, he ran the code on the screen, opened the back end, casually clicked on several orders, and checked the feedback. Everything was functioning smoothly, no issues. Wu Shidao sighed in relief, silently lighting a cigarette as thoughts of Lu Shuangshuang inundated his mind. Do you truly feel nothing for me? Her question echoed repeatedly in his head. Reflecting on their journey from the first day of the previous academic year to their shared meals and Lu Shuangshuang's daily assistance with the group purchasing app, he suddenly realized how vividly he remembered those moments spent together. Why was that? Frowning slightly, Wu Shidao pondered. Why do I recall these events so clearly? My heart only holds Shen Xiaojing. He forced himself to think about Shen Xiaojing. He wondered if Zhao Lei had continued to pursue her. A significant time had passed since the semester began, yet he had not encountered Shen Xiaojing on campus. At this thought, a wave of longing surged within him, compelling him to seek her out. Discarding the half-smoked cigarette, Wu Shidao set off towards the girls' dormitory number 11. Chapter 150, A Misunderstanding. Lu Shuangshuang left in tears. Upon returning to her dormitory, she found that Zhou Na and the others were still in class, leaving her alone. Thus, Lu Shuangshuang lay on her bed, cocooned in her blanket, and cried heartily. She could not quite grasp why she was crying. To be honest, she was not angry at Wu Shidao's indifferent response. Rather, she felt a deep sense of grievance. After all her efforts to be proactive, how could he remain so unmoved? After crying for a while, her feelings of grievance eased considerably. Lu Shuangshuang sat at her desk, picked up a mirror, and scrutinized her reflection, noticing her eyes were swollen. She splashed some cold water on her face, alleviating much of the puffiness, yet traces remained visible upon closer inspection. Standing vacantly by the window, Lu Shuangshuang gazed outside, lost in thought. After the semester, she would enter her senior year. She would soon need to secure an internship, and the next time she returned, it would be to prepare for her thesis defense. Her time here would be fleeting. It was precisely these thoughts that had emboldened her to approach Wu Shidao, for she did not wish to leave university with regrets. A few days prior, while dining with Zhou Na, they had inadvertently discussed the topic. She inquired of Zhou Na, You will be interning next year. Will you miss Zhang Liang? You must, right? Zhou Na, with uncertainty, replied, to be honest, I believe we are quite compatible. Although he is younger than I, he is attentive and caring. Lu Shuangshuang further questioned her. Do you think the two of you could end up together in the future? Zhou Na sighed. Who can predict what lies ahead? It is precisely because of the uncertainty of the future that I feel one must cherish the present and value this final half semester. The phrase cherish the present struck a chord deep within Lu Shuangshuang. She absent-mindedly fiddled with her food using her chopsticks. Observing her demeanor, Zhou Na playfully asked, what is the status between you and Wu Shidao? No progress at all? Honestly, if I weren't with Zhang Liang, I would definitely pursue him. Then go ahead and pursue him, Lu Shuangshuang said, her mind elsewhere. Zhang Liang may not be as accomplished as Wu Shidao, but he treats me well. Zhou Na shook her head. I cannot be swayed by appearances. Besides, they're all from the same dormitory. There is no possibility for me and Wu Shidao. But you're different. Lu Shuangshuang questioned. How am I different? You Haven T dated anyone from their dormitory. Zhou Na couldn't help but laugh. Then quickly composed herself and said earnestly, Shuangshuang, to put it simply, I believe it is quite unfortunate to have not experienced romance during university. They say that campus love is the purest, and once we step into society, it may become challenging to encounter such untainted affection. Everyone tends to become pragmatic. Indeed, it was Zhou Na's words about cherishing the present that touched Lu Shuangshuang, solidifying her resolve to seek out Wu Shidao and engage him in conversation. A silhouette stood beneath a tree across from the dormitory building. Lu Shuangshuang came to her senses and instinctively glanced over, her heart racing. The figure was none other than Wu Shidao. He must be here for me. He must have softened. The thought flashed through her mind, and all previous grievances vanished as she contemplated descending the stairs. Wu Shidao was unaware whether Shen Xiaojing had classes today, but soon enough her class would be over. Even if she went for a meal, she would inevitably pass through this area. Thus, Wu Shidao decided to wait here at the girls' dormitory to see her. However, after just a few minutes, he spotted Lu Shuangshuang slowly emerging from the dormitory, making her way toward him. Wu Shidao was taken aback, having been so preoccupied with thoughts of Shen Xiaojing that he momentarily forgot Lu Shuangshuang was also in this building. It seemed rather rude to simply turn away now, but what could he possibly say to her? His mind raced as he contemplated, watching Lu Shuangshuang approach and halt before him. Her beautiful eyes were swollen, clearly having just cried. Are you all right? Wu Shidao asked, desperately searching for conversation. What made you think to come find me? Lu Shuangshuang lamented. I thought you didn't care about me at all. Wu Shidao was at a loss for words. Heavens, I was clearly here waiting for Shen Xiaojing. This misunderstanding is escalating. Seeing her in such a state, he felt a pang of sympathy and found it difficult to reveal the truth. Doing so would undoubtedly break her heart. Students began to pass by in succession. Wu Shidao glanced at his watch. Classes had already ended. After a moment of silence, he said to Lu Shuangshuang, as long as you're okay, that's all that matters. I just came to see you. I'll be on my way now. Lu Shuangshuang was taken aback and blurted out, You're leaving already? Aren't we having dinner together? Indeed, at this hour? Wu Shidao's arrival naturally led her to assume he intended to dine with her. Wu Shidao's eyes darted about, pondering how to extricate himself without causing her to misunderstand. Just then, he noticed someone lurking behind the trees across the way. It was Dong Yukai. This fellow was peering out suspiciously. What was he up to? Wu Shidao muttered instinctively. Who? Lu Shuangshuang followed his gaze, but Dong Yukai quickly retreated, leaving her none the wiser. Wu Shidao contemplated for a moment, then stepped back a couple of paces to hide behind a large tree. Looking at the bewildered Lu Shuangshuang, he said, I saw our dorm's fifth member. Lu Shuangshuang joined him behind the tree, asking, Who is your dorm's fifth member? The one with the stutter? It's Dong Yukai, Wu Shidao explained succinctly. At that moment, he felt a jolt, squinting as he finally spotted Shen Xiaojing. She was walking shoulder to shoulder with a boy, chatting and laughing, seemingly engrossed in conversation. Who was that boy? Witnessing this scene, Wu Shidao's brow furrowed, his mind racing with speculation, yet he refrained from rushing out to inquire. Upon reaching the base of the girls' dormitory, the boy halted and said something to Shen Xiaojing, who nodded and hurried inside, a sight that Lu Shuangshuang also observed. A thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Wu Shidao was here specifically waiting for her? That seemed implausible. If he were waiting for her, he would have told her directly instead of saying he was just here to check on her. A sense of unease crept in, making her question whether she had misinterpreted the situation, but she endeavored to maintain a positive outlook. Yindu, stop. Suddenly, an irate voice rang out. Lu Shuangshuang instinctively turned toward the source of the sound and saw Dong Yukai leaping out from behind the trees. blocking Yin Lu and the boy at her side. Chapter 151. Dare to Love, Dare to Hate. Wu Shidao instantly recognized the boy next to Yin Lu as Wang Yang, the same one who had driven a sports car to present her with roses before the semester began. Though they had only met once, Wu Shidao vividly recalled his appearance. "Who are you?" Wang Yang, standing beside Yin Lu, glanced at the furious and panting Dong Yukai, then turned to Yin Lu, who wore a frown, saying, "Is he the one you mentioned who has been persistently pursuing you?" Yin Lu hesitated briefly before ultimately nodding in affirmation. This gesture left Dong Yukai momentarily dumbfounded. Yesterday, he had seen Yin Lu laughing and chatting with this Wang Yang as they left together. He had followed them, witnessing them leave the school and drive off in a sports car. Dong Yukai's mind raced with disbelief. How could she still be associating with this boy? Subsequently, he had called Yin Lu, but she had not answered the first time. When he called again, her phone was switched off. This infuriated him, and he had even skipped dinner that night, sulking alone in his dormitory. Of course, what truly drove Dong Yukai to the brink was that after his calls, Yin Lu's phone remained off, and when he called her dorm, Zhou Na had answered, informing him that Yin Lu had not returned. This was the source of his frustration. Early this morning, he had rushed to Yin Li's class to confront her, only to find she was absent. Left with no choice, Dong Yukai waited at the girls' dormitory for her return. Then, he saw Yin Lu and Wang Yang chatting and laughing as they approached. Before laying eyes on Yin Lu, Dong Yukai had already concocted a series of inquiries he intended to confront her with. After all, hadn't she previously confided in him that she felt too shy to decline that boy's invitation to dinner? How then could she have spent the night away? Yet, Wang Yang's words struck Dong Yukai like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly bewildered. How had it come to the point where he appeared to be the one entangling himself with Yin Lu? If he was indeed the one pursuing her, then what was the nature of Wang Yang's relationship with her? However, to his astonishment, Yin Lu nodded in response to Wang Yang's question. "Listen here. I advise you to cease your pursuit of my girlfriend from this moment onward. Do you understand?" Wang Yang narrowed his eyes, fixing a cold glare upon the dazed Dong Yukai, his voice laced with menace. "If I catch you again, or even hear your antics, do not blame me for being unkind. Is that clear?" "Yin Lu, what did you just say?" Faced with Wang Yang's threat, Dong Yukai disregarded him entirely, staring at Yin Lu in disbelief as he inquired, "Am I really the one pursuing you?" "Yes," Yin Lu replied after a moment's contemplation, nodding and speaking in a flat, indifferent tone. "I've already told you before. Let us just remain good friends. Can't you discern my meaning?" Dong Yukai felt as though the very sky were collapsing around him. Gazing at the frigidly distant Yin Lu, he suddenly felt an overwhelming strangeness, as if he hardly knew her at all. "I'm pursuing you?" He let out a bitter laugh, his eyes ablaze with fury as he repeated, "Yin Lu, I'm the one pursuing you?" Seeing his distressed demeanor, Yin Lu felt a twinge of fear and tugged at Wang Yang's arm. "Let us go. You can't leave." Dong Yukai blocked her path, gritting his teeth as he insisted, "Not until we clarify this matter. None of you are leaving today." This scene drew the attention of passing students, who halted in their tracks to gawk and speculate. It was abundantly clear that this was a tangled love triangle, a melodrama that piqued the interest of many onlookers. "Step aside." Wang Yang's expression hardened as he glared at Dong Yukai. "Don't obstruct my path. Who are you calling a dog?" Dong Yukai erupted, his rage ignited by Wang Yang's words. In an instant, he lunged at Wang Yang, consumed by fury. "I'll kill you." Before he could finish his threat, Wang Yang, having anticipated the attack, sidestepped and kicked Dong Yukai sharply at the knee. With his leg buckling beneath him, Dong Yukai lost his balance, and Wang Yang seized the opportunity to land a punch squarely on his face. Darkness clouded Dong Yukai's vision, and instinctively, he retaliated, swinging his fist and striking Wang Yang in the abdomen. The blow caused Wang Yang to convulse in pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and continued to grapple with Dong Yukai. "Stop fighting." A voice broke through the chaos as Wu Shidao rushed forward, wrapping his arms around Wang Yang's waist and forcefully yanking him aside. Wang Yang stumbled, hitting the ground as a furious Dong Yukai charged at him, only to be restrained by Wu Shidao. "Calm down. Let go of me." Dong Yukai howled in a frenzy. On the other side, after regaining his footing, Wang Yang noticed Yin Lu had also come back to her senses and hurriedly pulled him aside, pleading, "Please stop this." Wu Shidao, still holding on to Dong Yukai, shouted, "You need to calm down." He dragged Dong Yukai to the side and, casting a glance at the scowling Wang Yang, added coldly, "You're from another school, right? If you don't want this to escalate, you should leave now." This statement jolted both Yin Lu and Wang Yang into awareness. "Just you wait. Don't let me catch you outside," Wang Yang scoffed, pointing at Dong Yukai and delivering a parting threat. "Keep your distance from my girlfriend." With that, he took Yin Lu by the hand and began to walk away. "Let go of me. Let go." Dong Yukai continued to resist, his eyes ablaze with fury. Shut your mouth. Wu Shidao snapped back at him. Isn't this embarrassing enough? Dong Yukai faltered, momentarily stunned by Wu Shidao's words before he buried his face in his hands and began to weep. All right, enough of this. Everyone, disperse, Wu Shidao commanded, casting a disapproving glance at the crowd of spectators. What is there to see? As he spoke, he noticed Shun Xiaojing and the other boy standing at the edge of the crowd, their eyes meeting briefly before Shun Xiaojing hesitated and turned to leave with the boy. In that fleeting moment, Wu Shidao felt a pang of sympathy for Dong Yukai, understanding the turmoil swirling within him. Lu Shuang approached briskly, observing Dong Yukai with his face buried in his hands. With a sigh, she softly addressed Wu Shidao. You go ahead. I'll catch up with you later. All right. Wu Shidao nodded, leading the sobbing Dong Yukai toward a nearby grove. As they walked, he reassured him, if you need to cry, just let it out, but find a place where there's no one around. Once they reached the secluded grove, Dong Yukai inhaled deeply, wiping his tears as he regarded the impassive Wu Shidao and choked out. Third brother, am I really that pathetic? Why do you say that? Wu Shidao countered, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to Dong Yukai, lighting it for him. He then placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. What makes you feel so inadequate? I don't even know why, Dong Yukai sniffed, taking several deep drags from the cigarette. But I suddenly feel incredibly worthless. I don't view it that way. Wu Shidao shook his head earnestly. I actually think you're quite brave. Brave? Dong Yukai was taken aback, then let out a self-deprecating laugh. Third brother, don't try to comfort me. I feel like a complete fool, being led around in circles by Lo. Really? It's true, he murmured to himself. Because you dare to love and hate, Wu Shidao replied, smoking thoughtfully. Perhaps you were deceived by her, but so what? You cared for her, you treated her well, and you were willing to invest in someone you liked. If you were deceived, is that truly your fault? Chapter 152. Are you satisfied now? Exactly. Dong Yukai pondered over Wu Shidao's words, musing aloud. Is this really my fault? It's not my fault at all. But third brother, I just can't understand why she would deceive me. I was so good to her, and yet she betrayed me. His heart ached with a blend of sorrow and anger. If you can't understand it, then don't dwell on it. Wu Shidao flicked the ash from a cigarette, speaking earnestly. Listen, not everything in this world has a clear answer. Do you understand? If she wanted to deceive you, did she need a reason? No. In fact, I think you willingly allowed yourself to be deceived. What do you mean by that? Dong Yukai asked, perplexed. If you didn't trust her, could she have deceived you? Wu Shidao responded with a question of his own. It was because you believed in her that she had the chance to deceive you. If you had doubted her even a little, she wouldn't have been able to pull the wool over your eyes. Dong Yukai contemplated this and nodded slowly. True. I trusted her too much. Last time, the boss even hinted at it, yet I still chose to believe her. He allowed a heavy sigh. All right. This matter is behind you now. Let it go. There's no need to keep pondering over her, Wu Shidao advised, discarding a cigarette and extinguishing it beneath his foot. In youth, one inevitably encounters a few scoundrels. It's unavoidable. However, consider this a lesson learned. Don't lay your heart bare for someone unless you're certain they're worthy. Until then, it's wiser to be cautious. You're right, third brother. Dong Yukai nodded vigorously. Then, recalling Wang Yang, he gritted his teeth and muttered, damn it, I really want to find that guy and teach him a lesson. That's where you're mistaken. Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively. You must realize that, to a certain extent, you're both victims here. Think about it. While Lo was deceiving you, can you be sure she wasn't deceiving that boy too? I bet she was. That's impossible. Dong Yukai faltered, his mind racing with doubt. She would deceive that boy too? Utilize your astute intellect to ponder this. Wu Shidao chuckled. If Lo were not employing those charming tactics to deceive that boy, how could she possibly navigate her way through various circles so effortlessly? It seemed he had a point. Dong Yukai contemplated for a moment, instinctively nodding in agreement. I had cautioned you about this before. Do you recall? Wu Shidao continued. When you previously mentioned that Lu did not wish to disclose your relationship to others, I sensed something amiss. Yet, even if I had warned you, I surmised you would have dismissed my words as mere background noise. I remember, Dong Yukai admitted somewhat sheepishly. Had it not been for Wu Shidao bringing it up, he would have forgotten entirely. He cleared his throat and remarked, Lu mentioned it was a test for me. A test for you? Wu Shidao chuckled incredulously. Oh, Lao Wu, if any girl dares to speak to you in such a manner again, you must tell her to keep her distance. Remember, in our country, only the Dangs and the people have the right to test you. No one else is entitled to that privilege. I understand, third brother. Dong Yukai nodded. All right then, let us depart for a meal. Wu Shidao emerged from the thicket first, and Dong Yukai extinguished his cigarette following closely behind. Third brother, you go ahead and eat. I'm not in the mood. I'm neither hungry nor inclined to dine. Very well. I shall take my leave, Wu Shidao replied, hastening towards the cafeteria, intent on clarifying the situation regarding the boy accompanying Shen Xiaojing. After a brief delay, upon reaching the entrance of the school cafeteria, he fortuitously encountered Shen Xiaojing and the boy, who were just exiting. May I borrow a moment of your time? Wu Shidao interjected, positioning himself in front of Shen Xiaojing while casting a pointed glance at the boy. The latter, taken aback, exchanged a momentary stare with him. Shen Xiaojing hesitated briefly before nodding, turning to the boy and saying, "You can head back first." "All right, I'll be in touch." The boy replied with a smile, before turning to leave. "Do you have something to discuss?" Shen Xiaojing inquired as they walked together after the boy's departure. "Who is he?" Wu Shidao wasted no time, diving straight into the matter. Shen Xiaojing furrowed her delicate brows slightly, biting her lip gently before responding. "What does his identity have to do with you?" "It matters," Wu Shidao affirmed with conviction. "I am concerned you might be deceived." "Concerned I might be deceived?" Shen Xiaojing repeated, narrowing her eyes at him. "What do you mean by that?" "It simply means I fear for your well-being," Wu Shidao replied. "Thank you for your concern," Shen Xiaojing said, averting her gaze and turning to look elsewhere, her tone cool. "Did you come here specifically to discuss this matter with me?" Wu Shidao acknowledged with a slight nod. "All right, I understand," Shen Xiaojing said in a flat tone. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, she quickened her pace. Wu Shidao was momentarily taken aback, hastening to catch up with her. Observing her delicate profile, he tentatively inquired, "What is your relationship with him?" Shen Xiaojing ignored him, continuing on her way. "I asked, what is your relationship with him?" Wu Shidao pressed on, unwilling to relent. Suddenly, Shen Xiaojing halted, glaring at Wu Shidao. "What do you mean by that? This is a personal matter. Do I owe you an explanation? What is your incessant questioning meant to convey? Am I not entitled to have friends without reporting to you for permission?" "Wu Shidao, what is our relationship that grants you the right to inquire?" Wu Shidao was taken aback by her sudden outburst, rendering him momentarily speechless. He cleared his throat and offered an awkward smile. "You're angry, aren't you?" "Please don't be. I was merely asking." "Does it seem like a casual inquiry?" Shen Xiaojing retorted with a cold laugh. "You come across more like an inspector." All right, I won't ask anymore," Wu Shidao said, furrowing his brow and sighing. "You've been questioning for so long, and now you suddenly choose to refrain?" Shen Xiaojing scoffed. "I don't comprehend what you truly desire." "Xiaojing, I genuinely care about you," Wu Shidao replied, his patience wearing thin. "Fine. I will reveal my relationship with him," Shen Xiaojing declared slowly. "We are merely friends." "Are you satisfied now?" "Friends?" Wu Shidao's heart raced, scrutinizing her closely. "Are you saying it's a romantic relationship?" "Think as you wish. I've told you the truth," Shen Xiaojing replied coldly. "Are you content now?" Wu Shidao felt an icy chill envelop his heart, gazing at Shen Xiaojing's frigid demeanor, an indescribable discomfort settling in, as if his heart were tightly clenched, leaving him breathless. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile that was more painful than tears. "I apologize for intruding." With that, he turned and strode away briskly. Chapter 153, Exhaustion. As he observed Shen Xiaojing's complex emotions upon his swift departure, he found himself unable to articulate the turmoil within him. He had not seen her for an extended period after their conversation on the playground last semester. To be honest, Shen Xiaojing found herself somewhat believing his words regarding the dream. She had carefully observed Wu Shidao's eyes at that time, confirming he was not lying. However, after her breakup with Zhao Lei, during those days of despondency, Wu Shidao had not sought her out nor offered her any solace. Most importantly, throughout the winter vacation, aside from a formal text message during the new year, he had made no effort to reach out. When she had calmed down, Shen Xiaojing reflected on this and realized something pivotal. Although Wu Shidao had spoken of a dream, he had never confessed any feelings for her. This revelation illuminated her thoughts. Perhaps in Wu Shidao's heart, she held some significance, but it was likely only due to that dream. Otherwise, why would he not take the initiative to pursue her? Coming to this understanding, Shen Xiaojing felt a sense of resolution. Yet, she never anticipated that merely growing slightly closer to a fellow villager would prompt him to reappear uninvited. Questioning her, upon returning to the dormitory, Wu Shidao lay on his bed, eyes closed, his mind replaying Shen Xiaojing's frigid expression and her words, "Think as you wish." Contemplating Dong Yukai and himself, Wu Shidao suddenly felt a surge of mirth. Could this be the wheel of fortune turning? In that moment, he experienced a pang of regret. He lamented whether his life would have diverged had he not attended Nansen University. In his previous life, Shen Xiaojing would never have lied to him. Therefore, throughout her university years, She had only ever dated Zhao Lei. Yet, Wu Shidao had witnessed her laughter with that boy and heard her dismissive words. Think as you wish. Let it be. Perhaps you and she are merely fated from a past life. He mused. Feelings cannot be forced. Apologies from a previous life are irrelevant to this one. The Shen Xiaojing of this life is distinct from the one the last. Even you have changed. How can you expect others to remain constant? Countless thoughts danced through his mind, intertwining and shifting. Just then his phone rang. Wu Shidao glanced at the screen. It was the office landline. He lazily picked up. Hello? Mr. Wu, this morning someone came for the marketing manager position. I told them to come back in the afternoon. Will you be available then? Also, there is another candidate for the clerical position. I've scheduled both for the afternoon. It was Zhao Li, the accountant from the company, who called. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Let us have them come tomorrow afternoon instead. Wu Shidao hesitated for a moment before responding. He was devoid of any mood and merely wished to lie down and rest for a while. All right, I understand. Please take care of your health, Mr. Wu. If you're feeling unwell, make sure to get checked at the hospital, Zhao Li said before hanging up. Just as he set the phone down, it rang again a few seconds later. It was Yang Xian calling. Wu Shidao felt a twinge of irritation, but had no choice but to answer. What is it? Third brother, fourth brother isn't here either. The delivery is about to arrive. Aren't you coming to take a look? Yang Xian inquired from the other end. I'm at the family residence. You can manage it yourself. You're familiar with the business processes, Wu Shidao replied bluntly. There's nothing major to worry about. Just keep an eye on the finances and call me if anything comes up. That's all. Without waiting for Yang Xian to respond, he hung up the phone. Immediately afterward, Wu Shidao turned off his mobile. He felt utterly exhausted and longed for a peaceful slumber, wishing to disengage from all matters. As he closed his eyes, memories of the days spent with Shen Xiaojing flooded his mind. They would buy groceries and cook in their rented apartment, stroll hand in hand through the night market after dinner, or walk along the banks of the Yangtze River. During the change of seasons, Shen Xiaojing would pull him along to the mall to select clothes going out of season. Even he had changed from the person he once was. Why should he expect her to remain the same? This thought echoed persistently in his mind. This is a personal matter of mine. Do I owe you an explanation? What does your relentless insistence mean? Am I no longer entitled to friendship? Must I report every action to you, seeking your approval first? Wu Shidao, what kind of relationship do we have for you to question me like this? Shen Xiaojing's words pierced through his heart like 1,000 needles. Indeed, she was right. Why should she explain her actions to him? What had he ever done for her that required her to seek his permission? Wu Shidao silently questioned himself repeatedly. Before he knew it, he had succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he saw Shen Xiaojing adorned in a pristine white wedding dress, standing hand in hand with another on stage, receiving blessings from the crowd. He stood below, powerless. The person beside her appeared to be Zhao Lei. But as he strained to see clearly, the figure morphed into someone else. Desperation surged within him, yet he could not utter a sound. Suddenly, a cacophony of banging noises erupted around him, reminiscent of wedding fireworks or the beating of drums, drowning out his voice completely. No! Wu Shidao finally shouted, awakening to find himself enveloped in darkness. The banging continued from outside. Steadying himself, he realized someone was knocking at the door. He fumbled to turn on the light, shook his head, slipped on his shoes, and walked to the door to open it. Standing outside were the anxious faces of Li Xiang, Yang Xian, and Lu Shuangshuang. Are you all right? Li Xiang exhaled in relief, scrutinizing Wu Shidao from head to toe. What have you been doing in there? The lights were off, and your phone was turned off. We couldn't reach you all afternoon. We thought something had happened to you. Chapter 154, Clarity on Certain Matters. I slept the entire afternoon. Wu Shidao suddenly realized, understanding their tension. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps he had been too exhausted lately. He had merely intended to rest, but had unintentionally dozed off. Good, as long as you're fine, Li Xiang said while winking at Wu Shidao. He pulled Yang Xian along and added, well then, we'll take our leave. You two can chat slowly. By the way, I've already delivered the payment to Zhao Jie for processing, and Hubin's payment has been taken care of as well. Don't worry. Yang Xian glanced at Lu Shuangshuang, who understood and followed Li Xiang out. Are you all right? Lu Shuangshuang looked at him with concern, sensing his fatigue. I am indeed tired. Wu Shidao nodded, turning back into the room. Would you like to come in for a bit? Have you eaten? Are you hungry? Lu Shuangshuang followed him inside, expressing her concern while quickly scanning the room. It had been some time since she last entered, but seeing the disarray reassured her that no other woman had been there. I am quite hungry, Wu Shidao admitted, prompted by her concern. Realizing he hadn't eaten lunch, he checked the time on his phone and saw it was already past 7. Have you eaten? Would you like to join me? Sure, if I remember correctly. Someone owes me a grand meal. I wonder if they still remember. Lu Shuangshuang teased, winking at him. Did I? Wu Shidao pondered, uncertain. I thought I had taken you out once. You owe me 2 meals total. You've only treated me once, Lu Shuang stated earnestly, holding up 2 fingers. And with this meal, you owe me 3. This time, Wu Shidao was confused. What do you mean? Your phone was unreachable all afternoon. I came here to check on you, but ended up helping Yang Xian count money. Shouldn't you reward me with a meal? Lu Shuang placed her hands on her hips, standing her ground. Fine, Wu Shidao said, picking up his keys with a smile. Let us go then. What do you feel like eating? Anything as long as I'm with you, Lu Shuang replied boldly, her cheeks slightly flushed in the light. Wu Shidao paused, suddenly struck by a thought. The words he had spoken to her that morning must have hurt her, just as Shin Xiaojing's words had hurt him at noon. Noticing his sudden silence and distant demeanor, Lu Shuang felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might say something again. But soon, he returned to himself, smiled gently, and said, All right, I'll just have to go without food while you enjoy a feast. Sound good? I'm on a diet anyway, so drinking air is both satisfying and slimming. Lu Shuang replied joyfully, her laughter ringing out. Together, they walked toward the campus, illuminated by streetlights. Lu Shuang glanced at his profile and remarked, I've noticed you've lost quite a bit of weight recently. Is it due to exhaustion? Pretty much. I've been handling everything myself, so it's naturally tiring. Wu Shidao admitted, yawning and self-mockingly adding, I feel I could lie down anywhere and fall asleep right now. Are you selling fruits at other universities again? Lu Shuang inquired. Guessing. No, I've recently embarked on a new venture, Wu Shidao revealed, explaining the catering project he was working on. He shared how he spent his days negotiating with restaurant owners and his nights coding the catering module, all while juggling the fruit business. He truly had no time to spare. You're pushing yourself too hard, Lu Shuang realized, feeling a pang of sympathy. Why are you working so tirelessly? Can't you take it a bit slower? Wu Shidao fell silent, chuckling at himself. Yes, why was he pushing himself so hard? Was it not merely to prove to Shin Xiaojing that her judgment and perseverance were not in vain? Was it not an attempt to make amends for the debts owed to her in past life? Suddenly, Wu Shidao experienced a profound sense of ennui. He nodded in agreement, saying, You are absolutely right. We should take our time. Lu Shuang cast a surprised glance in his direction. What's wrong? Wu Shidao noticed the curiosity in her eyes. It's as if you've suddenly transformed into a different person, Lu Shuang remarked, biting her lip. Is that so? After leaving the school gates, Wu Shidao lit a cigarette and took a puff, speaking nonchalantly. Am I not still myself? Perhaps I've merely come to understand a few things. What have you come to understand? Lu Shuang inquired with curiosity. For some reason, her mind drifted to Shin Xiaojing. Her intuition suggested that Wu Shidao's sudden change must be connected to her. Do you enjoy duck blood vermicelli soup? Wu Shidao shifted the topic. It's nearly 8 o'clock. If we indulge in a lavish meal, I suspect we won't finish before the school gates close. How about we save the feast for tomorrow? Sounds good. Lu Shuang nodded, refraining from pressing further. I particularly love duck blood vermicelli soup. Do you like it too? Not really, Wu Shidao shrugged. I just suddenly felt like having it. And besides, I'm not quite sure what else to eat. Actually, I know Shin Xiaojing loves it, regardless of past or present. The scent of duck blood vermicelli soup always struck Wu Shidao as somewhat fishy. Seated at a roadside stall, he had only taken a few bites before losing his appetite. He set down his chopsticks and observed Lu Shuang, who was using one hand to keep her hair back to prevent it from falling in her bowl, while the other hand deftly maneuvered her chopsticks, savoring her meal. What's wrong? Aren't you eating anymore? Lu Shuang asked after a few more bites, noticing he had already wiped his mouth with a napkin. I felt hungry before eating, but after a few bites, I've lost my appetite, Wu Shidao replied with a shrug. What would you like to eat then? Lu Shuang offered. I can keep you company. Let us discuss that later. I'm not hungry right now, Wu Shidao said, glancing around before standing up. You keep eating, I'll go buy something. With that, he strode toward a nearby stall. Lu Shuang watched him curiously as he conversed with the vendor for a moment, then pulled out some money and returned with an item in hand. What did you buy? She inquired. Wu Shidao handed her a small bag of hair ties. Lu Shuang blinked in surprise before breaking into a smile, opening one to gather her long hair and secure it with the tie. I noticed it would be inconvenient for you to eat, Wu Shidao explained, so I bought you a hair tie. Now you can eat without worrying about your hair falling into the bowl. Lu Shuang nodded, continuing to eat as she asked, What inspired your idea of shared dining? Can you tell me more about it? I've realized you have a remarkable knack for spotting business opportunities. Chapter 155, 10 Requests. Food and necessities are essential every day. In fact, shared dining is akin to shared fruit. It addresses an existing need. Wu Shidao began, lighting a cigarette as he spoke to Lu Shuang. He was unaware that just before noon, he would not have shared such thoughts with her. However, after a series of events, Wu Shidao's inner self had begun to undergo a subtle transformation, especially as he observed Lu Shuang's earnest demeanor, punctuated by her gasps of surprise and admiration. He found himself receiving a modicum of emotional value from her attention. "You are truly incredible." After he finished speaking, Lu Shuang did not hide her appreciation or affection, gazing at him with tender eyes. "I've realized you're like a treasure, always bringing unexpected delights to others. Are you finished? Let's head back once you are," she suggested. Her praise even made Wu Shidao, typically unflappable, feel a tad bashful. He cleared his throat and changed the subject. "I've eaten too much. I'd like to take a walk. I fear if I lie down, I might gain weight." Lu Shuang patted her stomach. "All right." Wu Shidao nodded. The pair wandered aimlessly along the streets outside the school, engaging in casual conversation. "By the way, how is Dong Yukai from your dorm?" "What do you mean? I don't quite understand," Lu Shuang replied. "I mean, is he feeling any better? I really don't know. What do you think of him as a person?" "Dong Yukai? I don't know him well, but I find myself rather fond of people like him. By the way, let me ask you something. From your perspective as a girl, do you think someone like Dong Yukai is a good person?" I haven't really paid attention to him. "But how should I put it?" Lu Shuang pondered before diplomatically replying. Since he was deceived by Yin Lu, it suggests he might be rather innocent. "Innocent?" Wu Shidao chuckled. "What you really mean to say is that he is a bit foolish, right?" "That is your interpretation," Lu Shuang retorted, suppressing a smile. "People are like that." Wu Shidao sighed, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. "One day, many will realize that what they have been searching for all along is simply to encounter someone as naive as Dong Yukai." "How do you mean?" Lu Shuang asked, turning to him with a puzzled look. "Dong Yukai is not foolish at all," Wu Shidao replied calmly. "The reason he was deceived by Yin Lu is that he liked her. Thus, he was willing to believe in her. Perhaps at times he sensed something amiss and had his doubts, but ultimately he chose to trust her." Pausing for a moment, he reflected, who wouldn't he desire a partner who wholeheartedly believes in them and is willing to give everything for them? Perhaps years down the line, as Yin Lu reminisces about the past and Dong Yukai, she might suddenly realize she lost someone who once loved her dearly. Lu Shuang contemplated his words, instinctively nodding. "You make a valid point. From that perspective, it is indeed true." Inwardly, she thought, "I too wish to be a fool, but chose not to voice it." The pair ambled until 9:40 before returning to the school. After escorting Lu Shuang to the girls' dormitory, Wu Shidao waved goodbye as she entered the building. Lu Shuang took out her phone, gesturing towards Wu Shidao before quickly ascending the stairs. Shortly thereafter, Wu Shidao's phone chimed with a message from Lu Shuang. "Today's duck blood vermicelli soup was the best I've ever had." He chuckled, replying, "Get some rest." "Good night." "You too. Take care of yourself and don't overdo it." "Good night," she responded. Wu Shidao stowed his phone, stepping back a few paces to stand beneath a tree. Enveloped in the night's embrace, he felt as though he melded with the darkness. Thus, he quietly gazed at the girls' dormitory across the way. After the events of the afternoon, Wu Shidao had gained clarity on various matters. He realized he had changed compared to his past life, and it was only natural that Shun Xiaojing would transform as well. Perhaps this is what they call the butterfly effect. However, Wu Shidao was determined to try once more. In the darkness, he retrieved his phone, located Shun Xiaojing's number, took a deep breath, and dialed. After a few rings, the call connected, and Shun Xiaojing's voice came through. "Hello," Wu Shidao said. "I'm standing beneath the tree across from the girls' dormitory. Can you see me?" He noticed a curtain in the second-floor dormitory being drawn back slightly. Wu Shidao raised his phone, activated the speakerphone, and said, "Do you see the light on my phone screen?" "I see you," Shun Xiaojing replied calmly. "What is up?" Wu Shidao said, "I like you, Shun Xiaojing. Will you grant me the opportunity to pursue you?" Wu Shidao inquired with utmost seriousness. "What did you say?" Shun Xiaojing was momentarily taken aback, her first instinct being to wonder what madness had overtaken him this time. Wu Shidao reiterated his question. "Are you simply bored? Or are you losing your mind?" After a brief silence, Shun Xiaojing responded. Wu Shidao revealed a bittersweet smile. "You think I am dull and out of my mind?" "Yes." "All right, I understand now," he replied. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled forcefully, articulating each word with deliberation. "Shun Xiaojing, I am earnestly telling you something, so please listen closely." "Oh, go ahead," Shun Xiaojing said, her impatience beginning to show. "In the future, should you encounter any situation where you need my assistance, please do not hesitate to call me right away. I will do everything in my power to help you." Wu Shidao closed his eyes, his mind flooded with memories of their shared experiences over the past decade. "Moreover, I promise to fulfill 10 requests of yours, no matter what they are, without the slightest hesitation or refusal." Even across the phone, Shun Xiaojing could sense the sincerity in his voice. After a moment of silence, she replied, "All right, I understand. Thank you. Good night." And please, never say thank you to me. If anyone should express gratitude, it should be me, not you. After Wu Shidao finished speaking, he hung up the phone, casting a lingering gaze at the edge of the curtain that fluttered in the breeze. Although he could not see Shen Xiaojing, he could discern only a vague silhouette. Silently, he lit a cigarette and suddenly recalled a song he cherished. Forever like the first time I met you, my heart sways. With the cigarette between his lips, he hummed the tune as he traversed the tranquil campus, making his way toward the dormitory. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his face. Chapter 156. Financial supervisor. The following day was Saturday, a day when many university students could indulge in the luxury of sleeping in. Yet, a multitude of tasks awaited Wu Shidao's attention. At the break of dawn, he arrived at the office of Jingsha Technology Company. "Good morning, Mr. Wu," greeted Zhao Li, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, with an unremarkable appearance and a pair of reading glasses. She was diligent and responsible in her work. Upon seeing Wu Shidao enter, she announced, "The financial reports have been placed on your desk." "Thank you, Zhao Jia," Wu Shidao replied politely with a smile. "It's my duty," Zhao Li nodded, then began reviewing the reports on the desk, meticulously cross-referencing them while inputting data into the computer. For her, managing the finances at Jingsha Technology Company was no simple task. It was, in fact, rather complex. Each day, she dealt with the financial transactions of 3 universities, a painstaking and detail-oriented endeavor. She needed to verify the sales figures from the day's group buying app orders, extract the total sales amount, and then reconcile the receivables with Hu Bin and others to ensure everything was in order. The following day, she would need to visit the bank to transfer the previous day's payments to accounts managed by Liu and Jinggang. Currently, Zhao Li had no time to rest, as she was the sole accountant handling these matters. However, Wu Shidao compensated her well, and after completing her morning tasks, she only needed to work a bit until 6:30 p.m. This meant that her afternoons were generally free. She could choose to come in or simply inform Wu Shidao if she decided not to, which made her position relatively relaxed, a fact that Zhao Li appreciated. Most importantly, she perceived great potential for growth within the company. Amidst her account reconciliations, Zhao Li discreetly glanced at Wu Shidao. She recalled her astonishment when she first learned he was the company's owner during her interview. The reason was simple. He was exceedingly young. Seeing a university student embarking on an entrepreneurial venture, coupled with the modest size of the company, had initially made her contemplate withdrawing her application. After all, with her skills and experience, she could easily secure a position at a larger firm. Yet, she had grown weary of the backstabbing and trivialities rampant in big corporations, which had left her emotionally drained. However, upon reviewing her resume, Wu Shidao had promptly informed her that she was hired. Zhao Li remembered asking directly, "What salary can you offer me? Be honest, I want to accept anything below 8,000. Given her qualifications, she knew that any company would start her at a minimum of 6,000. 8,000 is fine, Wu Shidao had replied with a smile. You will be on a probationary period for 1 month, and if everything goes well, your salary will be set at 8,000. Zhao Li was taken aback. She had assumed that a company of such modest stature would struggle to afford her salary. However, once she began working, she realized she had underestimated the situation. Although the company was newly established, Wu Shidao had retained the previous studio's operations, leaving the business of the Universal Cracking Store under its name. Currently, Jingsha Technology's operations centered solely on the fruit business for 3 universities, with daily revenues reaching around 600,000 to 700,000, occasionally exceeding $1 million. While the net profit was not exceptionally high, its stability compensated for that. Upon understanding Wu Shidao's business model, Zhao Li no longer regarded him with disdain. The operational strategy of Jingsha Technology was a masterclass in light asset internet management, wielding enormous distribution channels at minimal cost. Wu Shidao was now planning to expand into new ventures, which made Zhao Li keenly aware that this company could potentially metamorphose into a colossal enterprise in a few years. With her professional experience, Zhao Li was acutely aware that the rapid growth of a company hinged not only on its business model, but also significantly on the capability and ambition of its leader. "Zhao Jia, thank you for your hard work," Wu Shidao said after reviewing the previous day's accounts, lifting his head to smile at her. "By the way, didn't you mention there were candidates coming in for interviews? Well, have you scheduled them?" "Mr. Wu, since you mentioned feeling unwell yesterday, I arranged for them to come in on Monday afternoon," Zhao Li replied succinctly. "All right, sounds good." Wu Shidao nodded, pondering for a moment before asking, "Zhao Jia, you have been working here for about half a month now, right? What positions do you think the company currently needs to fill the most?" Zhao Li set aside her work, reflecting seriously before responding, "Mr. Wu, I believe we should hire another finance person. This is not because I wish to shirk my responsibilities, But because the finance department should ideally be divided into statistical and cashier roles to prevent confusion during reconciliations. Additionally, we need an administrative staff member to handle contracts and organize documents. As for other positions, I leave that to your discretion. Wu Shidao nodded, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk while contemplating. Understood. By the way, what did you think of the candidate who came in for the managerial position yesterday? What was your first impression? I don't think he is a good fit, as he appears to be just a university student, Zhao Li stated candidly. But he mentioned that he knows you, so I didn't press for more details. Knows me? Wu Shidao paused, curiosity piqued, and laughed. What is his name? He didn't say. Zhao Li shook her head. All right, I understand, Wu Shidao said, dismissing the thought. After all, they would meet on Monday. Zhao Jia, as you know, I still have classes to attend, so my time is limited. You are currently responsible for the company's finances, so you can decide on the recruitment for that area. You are more familiar with it than I am. As for the administrative personnel, I'll leave that to you as well. Zhao Li's heart surged with excitement. The implication of Wu Shidao's words hinted at a promotion for her. She nodded and replied calmly, I understand, General Manager Wu. Zhaoye. You have been working here for half a month, and I am quite satisfied with your capabilities, Wu Shidao said, his tone shifting as he smiled warmly. You will take charge of the finance department. Consider yourself the financial supervisor for now, with a salary increase of 1,000 yuan. How does that sound? To encourage a horse to run, one must provide it with ample grass. This insight was drawn from Wu Shidao's experiences in his previous life. After all, why do people come to work? Ultimately, it is to earn money. Thus, it is imperative to increase salaries and inspire motivation through tangible rewards, creating a symbiotic relationship that energizes the workforce. Thank you, General Manager Wu. I will work diligently, Zhao Li responded, her joy evident as she nodded enthusiastically. You may resume your work. I have matters to attend to, so feel free to call me if anything arises, Wu Shidao said before exiting. He headed straight to an advertising and printing shop next door, where he ordered several banners to promote the group dining feature at Nansen University, Information Engineering University, and Postal University. Earlier that morning, the group purchasing app had undergone an update, introducing a new function for group dining. Over 50 restaurants, including Weijixiang, had uploaded their set meal prices and photos onto the app. With a simple click, users could view the group purchase options from these establishments. Pleased with the quality of the banners, Wu Shidao awaited the arrival of Yang Xian, Hu Bin, and a few students engaged in work-study programs. Due to Li Xiang's commitments at the Forestry University, Yang Xian was temporarily in charge at Nansen University. The banners succinctly outlined how to make reservations and utilize coupons, requiring no excessive elaboration. Even without viewing the banners, students could easily understand the information by scanning the app. The sole purpose of the banners was to promote awareness swiftly, ensuring that numerous students learned about the app's new, cost-effective feature. Banners were hung in every conspicuous location around the dormitories of the three universities, and promotional flyers were posted on the first floor of each dormitory. By midday, Wu Shidao, accompanied by Hu Bin and others, visited the entrances of restaurants like Weijixiang to assess the effectiveness of their advertising. Remarkably, all 50-plus participating restaurants were bustling with patrons and students were queuing outside. The results were astonishingly positive. Group purchases were currently appealing to many, especially with this collaborative approach, and numerous restaurants had genuinely lowered their prices. Students found the deals advantageous. Restaurant owners enjoyed increased revenue and enhanced profits, while Wu Shidao earned his commission, an apparent win-win scenario. Yet, Wu Shidao was acutely aware that such a situation would not last indefinitely. In the beginning, as customer traffic surged, restaurant owners were more lenient about sharing profits. However, over time, dissatisfaction would likely arise. They would come to feel that their hard work, coupled with expenses like labor, rent, and utilities, was unjustly overshadowed by Wu Shidao's mere promotional efforts, taking a 10% cut of their revenue. They would undoubtedly devise strategies to withhold that commission. Nevertheless, Wu Shidao recognized that while his app seemed to merely facilitate advertising, the costs of bandwidth for server maintenance and daily operations were substantial. That evening, Wu Shidao reviewed the order status for the group dining module. The backend data for the group fruit and dining services were calculated separately due to differing settlement methods. Today, there were over 100 orders for group dining. While this number appeared significant, a closer inspection revealed that, with 56 partner restaurants, each averaged about 20 orders. However, when dissected further, it became evident that each restaurant received roughly 10 orders during peak lunch and dinner hours. Naturally, some establishments received more orders than others. As for the actual order amounts, Wu Shidao had no desire to calculate them himself. He planned to have Zhao Li handle the accounting at the month's end. For simplicity, He estimated each order at 50 yuan, resulting in over 50,000 yuan in total. In the first month, Wu Shidao had agreed to a 5% commission with the restaurants, transitioning to 10% in the following month. Thus, today's earnings from the group dining service amounted to less than 3,000 yuan. The group dining service required the hiring of sales personnel for rapid offline promotion to capture the entire Jin City market. Wu Shidao opened his notebook and began to strategize. The advantages of such an approach were clear. It would allow the company to expand significantly this year. However, there were drawbacks. If the service expanded too swiftly throughout Jin City, the finance department would need to grow proportionately to manage the financial reconciliations for thousands of restaurants. Wu Shidao recalled that Alipay's QR code payment method would be launched in 3.5 months, on July 1st, 2011. Once that payment system was in place, reconciling finances for thousands of restaurants would become much simpler. He would merely need to send them the QR codes to receive feedback, and a couple of financial staff members would suffice for reconciliation. For now, the immediate focus would be to consolidate the restaurants in the university town. He noted in his notebook the urgent need to establish a finance department, consisting of around 6 personnel, with Zhao Li as the finance supervisor. After jotting that down, he added another note. A business department also needed to be established promptly. Wu Shidao realized he could not personally visit every restaurant in the university town. Such an endeavor would be exhausting and time-consuming. To him, the business department manager must be a capable and trustworthy individual. Otherwise, the operations could quickly devolve into chaos. As he contemplated his options, Wu Shidao furrowed his brow. He found Ubin's temperament lacking in steadiness, often hasty and short-sighted. While he trusted Li Xiang's capabilities, he was currently engaged in business development at the Forestry University and would need to maintain oversight there. Yang Xian was even less suitable. After mentally filtering through his acquaintances, Wu Shidao suddenly had an epiphany, slapping his forehead in realization. How could I forget about Nansen University? Indeed, Li Xiang had previously mentioned that many seniors would soon be returning to campus in preparation for their graduation theses. He found it hard to believe that all of them had secured jobs. Even if they had, Wu Shidao resolved to find ways to recruit a few of them. Wu Shidao recalled that someone was coming to interview for the manager position on Monday, claiming to know him. Who could that be? He had been busy all day today and had long forgotten about the matter. Now, as it suddenly came back to him, Wu Shidao grew increasingly curious, eager to discover the identity of this individual. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long for the answer. At 2 o'clock on Monday afternoon, Wu Shidao arrived punctually at the office of Jingshe Technology Company. As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by the sight of a young woman, perhaps in her 20s, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, her hair tied back in a ponytail, casually dressed, seated at a computer poring over documents. "Hello. May I ask whom you are looking for?" she inquired, glancing at Wu Shidao. He was momentarily taken aback, but then realized she must be the new recruit brought in by Zhao Li. It seemed Zhao Li was quite efficient. He thought with a smile as he made his way to his own computer. "Where is Zhao Li?" he casually asked. "Zhao Jie will be here shortly." "Hey, what are you doing?" "Those documents belong to our company. Please do not browse through them indiscriminately." Upon noticing Wu Shidao had taken a seat at the computer and was flipping through a stack of documents, she rushed over, pressing down on the papers in his hands, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "I am Wu Shidao," he replied, suddenly remembering he had not introduced himself yet. "Wu Shidao, I don't know you." The young woman furrowed her brows, pondering for a moment before decisively asking, "What is your position?" "He is the company's president." Zhao Li's voice chimed in as she entered the room, offering a smile to Wu Shidao. "Wu Zong, let me introduce you. This is Lu Ying, our new finance recruit from this morning." "Huh? You are Wu Zong?" Lu Ying appeared momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she stammered, "I'm sorry, Wu Zong." "It's quite all right." Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively, offering her a gentle smile before turning to Zhao Li. "By the way, what about the candidate for the managerial position? He should be arriving today, right? I just called him. He said he is on his way and should arrive shortly." Zhao Li explained. Lu Ying returned to her position, sneaking a glance at Wu Shidao and thinking to herself, "He is surprisingly young." "All right, understood." Wu Shidao nodded, continuing to peruse the financial reports that Zhao Li had organized, which pertained to the fruit sharing and catering business. Since transactions with the Lu and Jin gang were conducted daily, along with account receivables managed by Hu Bin and others, Zhao Li was required to prepare a financial report each day. This was unavoidable, given that the Lu and Jin gang had limited resources and with the volume of shipments, weekly or monthly settlements were currently impractical. However, Wu Shidao estimated that in about a month, their capital should be sufficient to support around 3 days' worth of shipments, at which point they could slightly modify the payment settlement cycle to alleviate the workload on the finance department. Last semester, Wu Shidao had personally managed these tasks, so he was fully aware of the tedious nature of the work. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sound of knocking from outside. Shortly thereafter, a young man dressed in a black suit and a white shirt strode in confidently. Who are you? Wu Shidao looked up, scrutinizing the newcomer. Certain he had never encountered this person before. The young man's gaze swept over Zhao Li and Lu Ying before finally settling on Wu Shidao, who was also assessing him in return. He spoke, I'm here to apply for the managerial position. Upon hearing this, Wu Shidao felt a flicker of familiarity in the young man's voice, as if he had heard it before. Are you Wu Shidao? From Nansen University? The young man inquired. Locking eyes with him, Wu Shidao nodded, intrigued. What is your name? The young man's expression was somewhat complex as he extended his hand. Wu Shidao shook it and heard him introduce himself. I'm Dong Jianwei, from Post and Telecommunications University. Dong Jianwei? Wu Shidao was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he had speculated about several individuals, but he never anticipated that the person would be Dong Jianwei, whom he had previously dealt with. Surprised? Dong Jianwei noticed Wu Shidao's astonishment, a hint of pride swelling within him. Didn't he expect it would be me? Wu Shidao admitted, indeed, I did not anticipate it would be you. What do you think about my application for the business manager position? Dong Jianwei asked earnestly. When I visited your company last time, I casually inquired about the business, and I found it rather familiar. Moreover, I believe I can handle it. I understand the aspects related to school collaborations as well. Exactly. During my time as the student council president at Post and Telecommunications University, I personally discussed the group buying app with Hubin, so I'm well acquainted with the business process and model, he added confidently. Indeed, you do understand, Wu Shidao nodded thoughtfully. However, according to protocol, you are currently in the internship phase, correct? Dong Jianwei nodded. Then why not pursue internships at other companies or enterprises? Wu Shidao chuckled. My establishment is rather modest. Post and Telecommunications University is certainly not a second-rate institution. As the student council president, Dong Jianwei could easily secure internships at larger companies or enterprises. Dong Jianwei glanced at Zhao Li and Lu Ying. Zhao Li was focused on typing away at her keyboard, while Lu Ying observed him with curiosity. Their eyes met for a moment before Lu Ying pretended to resume her review of the documents. Shall we discuss this outside? Dong Jianwei coughed lightly, seeking an excuse. Perhaps have a smoke? Sure, Wu Shidao agreed without hesitation. As they reached the company entrance, Dong Jianwei took out a cigarette, offering one to Wu Shidao and lighting it for him. With a sigh, he remarked, Wu Zong, back then, when you handled things that way, I received a disciplinary action. To be honest, I've also been to 2 other companies, and when their HR saw the disciplinary note on my resume, they inquired about what had happened. Are you implying it's my fault? Wu Shidao chuckled, gazing at him. Last year, I indeed harbored quite a bit of resentment towards you. Dong Jianwei replied candidly. But it was only for a brief period. I eventually came to terms with it. It was my own folly for wanting to showcase myself. Had I not desired to stand out, you wouldn't have acted that way. Congratulations on your clarity. That is commendable, Wu Shidao smiled. You must understand, my intention was never to harm you. It was merely that you obstructed my work. Moreover, the disciplinary action was not my doing. Your realization of this point is something I genuinely admire. Chapter 159, You Are Hired. Wu Shidao spoke truthfully. From Dong Jianwei's perspective, knowing that this company was founded by Wu Shidao and still daring to apply speaks volumes about his character, distinguishing him from the majority of ordinary individuals who would never consider such a move. This demonstrates his courage. Additionally, Dong Jianwei openly acknowledged his own mistakes. The combination of these 2 factors made Wu Shidao appreciate him even more. Of course, it could not be ruled out that Dong Jianwei might be seeking to sabotage him. However, since Wu Shidao was aware of this possibility, Dong Jianwei would likely consider it as well. In such circumstances, Wu Shidao chose to believe that Dong Jianwei would not take such actions, knowing full well that he would keep a watchful eye on him. Thank you for your appreciation. Wu Zong, do you believe I am capable of securing the position of business manager at your esteemed company? Dong Jianwei inquired earnestly, discarding the cigarette, but I have recently launched a new business. Are you aware of it? Wu Shidao smiled, posing the question. That would be the catering group buying initiative? Dong Jianwei tentatively inquired. Ever since he aspired to join Jingshe Technology Company, he had been keenly attuned to the developments surrounding the group buying app. Upon the launch of the dining group buying initiative on Saturday, he was quick to observe and delve into its particulars. Indeed, Wu Shidao nodded, subsequently asking, Are you familiar with this initiative? What are your thoughts on it? I have conducted a thorough examination of the activity, Dong Jianwei replied earnestly. I believe this business possesses vast potential, capable of being expanded nationwide. If managed adeptly, it might ultimately wield significant influence over the survival of certain restaurants. Oh, this piques my interest, Wu Shidao remarked, intrigued. Could you elaborate? Over the past few weeks, I have conducted meticulous research, Dong Jianwei continued. After the launch of the group buying app, numerous fruit stores surrounding Nansen, post and telecommunications, and information engineering universities have either closed or transferred their leases. While some attribute this to pricing, I contend that price is merely one aspect. The core issue lies in the disappearance of their customer base. Dong Jianwei expounded. This is the true reason behind the closure of fruit stores. Much like certain shops in tourist areas where a bottle of water costs 8 yuan, they continue to thrive because the foot traffic sustains them. As long as there is a steady flow of customers, these shops can survive. The pricing becomes secondary. Wu Shidao regarded him thoughtfully. You are quite correct, he affirmed. I have been contemplating the dining group buying business lately and have arrived at some conclusions. Firstly, dining differs fundamentally from fruit. For instance, the taste of a banana is distinctly banana, and no one would mistakenly claim it tastes like an apple. But dining is different. Dong Jianwei interjected. Everyone has varying tastes. A dish may be deemed delightful by some while others find it unpalatable. As the saying goes, many tastes cannot be reconciled. If we were to implement a rating system, 5 stars for delectable restaurants and 1 star for the less enjoyable, then undoubtedly, the number of patrons selecting 1-star establishments would diminish significantly. Wu Shidao felt a spark of recognition, recalling a concept akin to dazhong dianping. In fact, dazhong dianping was established quite some time ago, yet its growth has been relatively conservative, which has led to its lag behind Meituan and other group buying platforms. Presently, dazhong dianping has not penetrated Jin City, but your ability to draw such parallels from the dining group buying initiative demonstrates that you, as the student union president, possess considerable insight. If the group buying app develops rapidly and manages to encompass the entirety of Jin City, with a population exceeding 10 million, if 3 million users engage with the app, over time, if one restaurant receives a 1-star rating while another garners 5 stars, the 1-star rated restaurant will inevitably lose a significant customer base and face closure. Of course, this presupposes that both establishments offer similar dishes, such as hot pot, and are thus in competition. Dong Jianwei asserted with conviction. That may not necessarily be the case. Wu Shidao chuckled. For instance, if we have 2 hot pot restaurants, one an established century-old venue and the other a newcomer, and we rate the former 1 star while the latter receives 5 stars, what might the outcome be? From a realistic standpoint, the established restaurant undoubtedly has many loyal patrons, whereas the newer one lacks such a base. Mr. Wu, if we rate the newer establishment 5 stars and recommend it, we would thereby direct a continuous influx of customers its way. In reality, reputation holds significant weight. As more individuals dine at the new restaurant, they will likely endorse it. Consequently, as recommendations increase, the older restaurant will experience a decline in its customer base. Dong Jianwei elaborated seriously. In this dynamic, the older restaurant may ultimately face demise, akin to the fruit stores, due to substantial losses in patronage. Moreover, we are presently in the mobile internet era, and in the coming years, the speed of information dissemination will only accelerate. As smartphones become ubiquitous, information resources will reshape our lives, and our star ratings constitute a form of information resource, just as the group buying app does. Are you suggesting the concept of big data? Wu Shidao inquired with a grin. Yes, big data. Dong Jianwei's eyes brightened in admiration. You have articulated it succinctly, Mr. Wu. Do refrain from flattery. I'm not one for compliments, Wu Shidao shrugged. This notion isn't original to me. A gentleman named Toffler proposed the concept of big data back in 1980. After a brief pause, he extended his hand to Dong Jianwei, smiling as he said, "Welcome to Jingshu Technology Company, Manager Dong." Dong Jianwei was momentarily taken aback, then elated, firmly grasping Wu Shidao's hand and exclaiming, "Mr. Wu, does this mean I've been hired?" "Indeed," Wu Shidao affirmed with a nod, releasing his grip and adopting a serious demeanor. "However, there are matters I must address with you beforehand." "Mr. Wu, I am all ears," Dong Jianwei responded, sensing the gravity of the conversation. "I acknowledge and admire your capabilities. Although you're youthful, so too am I, and Jingshu technology is also in its infancy. There is a saying, the future belongs to the youth." Wu Shidao fixed his gaze on him, continuing, "Yet, precisely because of our youth, certain matters require discussion before action is taken, rather than making unilateral decisions. Naturally, within your scope of authority, there will be matters requiring your judgment, but for those exceeding your purview, I hope you will consult me first. Is that agreeable?" Chapter 160. You must be born in the year of the tiger. Dong Jianwei comprehended Wu Shidao's intentions clearly. "Rest assured, Mr. Wu," he nodded solemnly. "One cannot step into the same river twice, experience is the best teacher, and I will heed the lesson. Since you are here for an interview, it suggests that you recognize and have faith in the prospects of Jingshi technology, Wu Shidao stated candidly. If you can demonstrate that you are a capable individual who can create value for the company, I will fulfill your requests and grant you a share in the company, provided, of course, that you can indeed generate value. He had essentially thrown a tantalizing prospect Dong Jianwei's way. Understood, Dong Jianwei affirmed with a vigorous nod. By the end of this year, specifically December 2011, I aspire to expand the dining group buying initiative throughout the entirety of Jin City. However, prior to September, we should aim to cover the university town comprehensively. Wu Shidao shifted the conversation, assigning work tasks to Dong Jianwei. April is fast approaching. After a moment of contemplation, Dong Jianwei expressed his concern. There are still 6 months until September, yet only 4 months from September to December. Does that not seem a bit rushed? Moreover, the university town is relatively small. I believe we need not spend half a year here. Approximately 2 months should suffice for full coverage. He was puzzled by the timeline. Wu Shidao was awaiting the launch of Alipay's QR code payment system in July, a detail he could not yet disclose to Dong Jianwei. The dining group buying service had just been introduced, and it was still uncertain what challenges might arise in its operation, whether for merchants or consumers. Wu Shidao fabricated a rationale. Thus, this 6-month period will serve to observe potential issues and identify solutions, allowing us to fine-tune the business model before broadening our reach, thereby averting complications later on. Ah, I see. Dong Jianwei was suddenly enlightened, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. It was evident that General Manager Wu had meticulously considered every detail. Manager Dong, the realm of work is an entirely different matter compared to academic pursuits, Wu Shidao remarked, patting him on the shoulder. Before embarking on your tasks, it is essential to contemplate all circumstances as thoroughly as possible to avert potential issues and conserve time. Now that you have officially stepped into society, you must swiftly adjust your mindset. After a brief pause, he earnestly continued, I have indeed extended an opportunity to you. Let me be clear, during the 3-month probation period, if you perform commendably, you may be considered for early confirmation. However, should your performance falter, an early departure could be in your future. Appointing an undergraduate as a business manager carries its own risks, so I sincerely hope you do not let me down. Rest assured, General Manager Wu, I shall not disappoint you. Dong Jianwei replied confidently. In many respects, his confidence stemmed from Wu Shidao himself. If he could achieve success as a fellow student, why could he not? With your arrival, the business department of Jingshi Technology is officially established. You will serve as the manager responsible for recruitment, as you will be leading them in their future endeavors. I believe you are best suited to determine the type of individuals you wish to hire. Manager Dong, I have entrusted you with this authority, Wu Shidao said, subtly shirking responsibility while articulating his points eloquently. Your salary during the internship will be 3,000 yuan as a base plus commission, which will be a fraction of the revenue from the restaurants you negotiate with. You are free to decide how to set the salaries for other employees and how many to recruit. Please submit your proposals to me within this week. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. Dong Jianwei was taken aback by the extensive authority granted to him. The entire business department was now under his management. Very well, let us return. I will introduce you to your colleagues. Wu Shidao entered the office and gestured toward Zhao Li and Lu Ying. This is Sister Zhao Li, our financial supervisor. And this is Lu Ying, our new clerk. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Li and Lu Ying instantly understood that Dong Jianwei had successfully secured the position. This is Dong Jianwei. He will be our business manager, albeit temporarily, during his 3-month internship. Wu Shidao glanced at Lu Ying and said, Lu Ying, please assist Manager Dong with the onboarding procedures. Sister Zhao, please record his salary of 3,000 yuan plus commission. Manager Dong, keep track of your commissions and ensure that you document your business dealings with Sister Zhao and Lu Ying. Otherwise, it may become unclear later, and you wouldn't want to miss out on your commissions. Understood, General Manager Wu. Dong Jianwei smiled and glanced around the office, tentatively inquiring, General Manager Wu, what about my workstation? Lu Ying, tomorrow please procure an office setup, including a desk and computer, and have Sister Zhao reimburse you. Wu Shidao replied, checking the time. All right, take some time to familiarize yourselves with each other. If anything arises, feel free to call me. I shall take my leave. As he stepped outside, Wu Shidao felt invigorated. No wonder everyone relishes power. It was as simple as speaking a few words and letting others handle the tasks. This sensation was truly delightful. He resolved to expedite the development of 2 additional features. As he walked, he pondered the implementation of a review and rating function for the dining sector. If it weren't for Dong Jianwei's reminder, he might have taken much longer to conceive the idea. Indeed, he had been preoccupied with various trivial matters. leaving little time for contemplation until the company's structure was gradually established, allowing him a much-needed moment to breathe and think. Suddenly, he realized that he must extricate himself from the whirlwind of busy work to leverage his strengths. His greatest asset was his clear understanding of the direction in which the mobile internet era was evolving. Effectively utilizing available resources to seize opportunities was paramount. While deep in thought, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Lu Shuang calling. He answered casually, "What is up? Is there something you need? Can't I call you unless something is wrong?" Lu Shuang retorted playfully, her tone tinged with a hint of affection. "Of course you can." Wu Shidao smiled, glancing at the time. "Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to a sumptuous meal." "Really?" Lu Shuang exclaimed with delight. "How about we have steak again? Are you a tiger? Why do you enjoy meat so much?" Wu Shidao teased. "Indeed, I'm a tiger. Are you afraid of a fierce female tiger?" She shot back. "Have you forgotten my surname? It's Wu, right? So what? I have a connection to Wu Song." "What connection?" "Wu Song is a warrior, not a tiger." "Exactly. While Wu Song battles real tigers, I can't even manage to fight a fake one." After a playful exchange, Wu Shidao spotted Lu Shuang walking out of the school. She wore a gray jacket over a white short-sleeve shirt, paired with black leggings and white canvas shoes, radiating youthful exuberance. One must admit, her beauty shone through any attire. "Shall we go?" Lu Shuang said, approaching Wu Shidao with enthusiasm. They hailed a taxi, provided the driver with the address, and sped off. "Why do you enjoy steak so much?" Wu Shidao casually inquired. "Didn't you say I'm a female tiger? Isn't it normal to like meat?" Lu Shuang replied with a playful glare. "Are you really a tiger?" he asked, laughing. "Indeed, I once had my fortune told. They said I have a strong fate and am a husband killer." "Are you scared?" Lu Shuang said with utmost seriousness. Wu Shidao chuckled. "In that case, I suppose I'll have to wear Nike from now on." Both Lu Shuang and the driver burst into laughter. "Young man, you have quite the sense of humor," the driver remarked, still chuckling. Just then, a familiar melody resonated from the taxi's radio. Both Wu Shidao and Lu Shuang paused in surprise. The tune was unmistakable, and they were both well acquainted with the song. As the introduction played, they immediately recognized it. This is Gene City Radio FM 996 MHz. It is now 6 o'clock in the evening. Welcome to our music voice program. Today's first song is from a new group named Xiangdao Zhuidao, titled I Remember. This is a song dedicated to mothers, wishing all listeners and mothers around the world good health and happiness every day. Suddenly, the music volume increased. I carry luggage heavier than my body, drifting into the depths of the Nile. Indeed, it was Li Xiang's voice. The car fell into a profound silence. Wu Shidao noticed Lu Shuang gently nudging him. He turned to see her mouth agape, pointing to the taxi's radio, a mixture of surprise and curiosity evident in her expression. "What's going on?" Wu Shidao shook his head, indicating he was equally puzzled. As the song transitioned into the chorus, the taxi driver began to hum along. "Excuse me, when did this song start playing on the radio?" Wu Shidao inquired after the song ended. "What?" The taxi driver, not fully grasping his words, casually remarked. "The music program has been playing every afternoon lately. What I mean is, when did it start airing?" Wu Shidao reiterated. "Perhaps last week?" The taxi driver finally understood his intent, paused for a moment, and replied, "I can't quite recall, but it should be a new song, and it's rather pleasant." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, it's nothing." Wu Shidao smiled subtly. Beside him, Lu Shuang's beautiful eyes darted around as she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Why don't you tell him it's your song?" A delightful fragrance wafted from her, filling Wu Shidao's nostrils. He inhaled deeply and murmured, "Low profile." Lu Shuang stifled a smile, realizing that Wu Shidao likely wouldn't reveal it. After observing him for more than half a year, she noted his consistent modesty. He never boasted or flaunted his achievements, unlike some boys who would go to great lengths to announce their accomplishments to the world. "When will you release a new song?" As they settled into the restaurant, Lu Shuang chewed on her steak while eagerly gazing at Wu Shidao. "I want to hear your new song. What you heard before was sung by Li Xiang, not me," Wu Shidao casually remarked as he ate. "I know, which is why I said I want to hear your new song. Since you two are in the same group, shouldn't each of you sing a part? Why is it that we only hear Li Xiang's voice and not yours?" Lu Shuang inquired, puzzled. "I sing in the harmony part," Wu Shidao chuckled. "Does that even count?" Lu Shuang retorted, exasperated. "I sing mediocrely, so I prefer not to attract attention," Wu Shidao replied nonchalantly. "I don't believe you." Lu Shuang huffed in dissatisfaction. At that moment, a man and woman entered from outside and sat at the adjacent table. Wu Shidao felt a sense of familiarity with the man and instinctively glanced a few more times. The man noticed someone was watching and raised his head, his gaze meeting Wu Shidao's. It was him. Wu Shidao quickly recalled the individual. It was none other than Wang Yang, the rival of Dong Yukai. Wang Yang, deep in thought, clearly had not yet recognized who Wu Shidao was. What's wrong? Lu Shuang noticed Wu Shidao's expression and instinctively turned to look, soon spotting Wang Yang, whose eyes brightened greedily upon seeing her. That guy, I feel like I've seen him before, Lu Shuang remarked, her brows slightly furrowing. He.s. Lu's boyfriend, Wu Shidao replied cheerfully, but that girl isn't Lu. Oh, Lu Shuang was taken aback and then chuckled softly. Any thoughts? Wu Shidao wiped his hands. Men are all fickle-hearted. Lu Shuang cast him a sidelong glance, her tone laden with meaning. Just then, the restaurant door swung open, and Lu stormed in, her face frosty with anger as she marched directly toward Wang Yang's table. Wu Shidao suspected she had been lurking outside. Otherwise, how could she have arrived so promptly and headed straight there? Lu is here, Wu Shidao whispered, grinning. At that table behind, Lu Shuang, upon hearing this, no longer turned around. Moments later, they heard Li's familiar voice. Wang Yang, what do you mean by this? Who is she? Wu Shidao was unconcerned, openly watching the drama unfold. Clearly, Wang Yang was caught off guard by Li's sudden appearance, displaying a hint of panic as he fumbled for words. Who are you? Lu sneered at Wang Yang's demeanor, then directed her gaze at the girl opposite him. I'm his girlfriend. Who are you? The girl initially frowned at Wang Yang, then calmly replied to Lu, what is it to you? Girlfriend? Lu looked maniacally, grabbing Wang Yang's arm. She asked your girlfriend? What does that make me? Tell me, what do you want? Coming to his senses, Wang Yang's expression darkened as he glared at Lu. We broke up. Didn't I make that clear? Broke up? Did I agree to that? Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she confronted Wang Yang. You just had a fight with me the day before yesterday. And today, you have a new flame? Wang Yang, your ability to change faces is astonishing. If it had been someone else, Lu would not have minded. For she had dated several boys in college and occasionally maintained ambiguous relationships with multiple at once. However, this time, she had invested heavily in him. Wang Yang came from a well-off family, and Lu knew that if she could hold on to him, she would not have to worry about life as necessities in the future, even if she couldn't guarantee great wealth. Despite having dated several boys, Lu understood the importance of knowing when to be generous and when to hold back. Only those willing to spend on her could gain any advantages, and even then, it was limited to mere kisses and touches, nothing more. Her goal was clear. She needed to find someone wealthy. Excuse me, everyone, a waiter hurried over, politely addressing Lu and the others. If you have any issues, could you please resolve them outside? We prohibit disturbances here, as it affects other diners. Wang Yang, I'm leaving. Once you've sorted out your business, come find me. The girl, feeling embarrassed, stood up, grabbed her bag, and quickly exited. Wang Yang hesitated, but ultimately did not call her back, his anger boiling beneath the surface as he forcefully removed Li's hand and glared at her coldly. Yinlu, have you made enough of a scene? A scene? Ha! Wang Yang, are you accusing me of causing trouble? Lu was now fully committed, glancing at the girl who had brushed past her. When you were coaxing me, convincing me to sleep with you, why didn't you think I was causing trouble? Now that you're done, you start labeling me as such? The girl shuddered slightly at Li's words, pausing momentarily before hastening her pace. Shut up. Wang Yang had not anticipated that Lu would dare to bring this up, his face turning crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense? Lu looked mockingly. What? Didn't you sleep with me? Who was it that sweet-talked me in a bed? What charming words did you use? Excuse me, could you two please resolve your issues outside? The waiter, now visibly distressed, repeated his request. I'm sorry. Wang Yang stood up, addressing the waiter with a dark expression, then turned to Lu. We're going outside to talk. He strode swiftly toward the exit, and Lu wiped her tears as she followed him out. What a pity. Wu Shidao lamented after they left. The show is over. However, Lu and Wang Yang did not walk far. Through the large floor-to-ceiling window, they were still visible. I feel like you're reveling in their misfortune. Lu Shuang shot him a disapproving glance. That is not quite accurate. One might say that karma catches up with the wicked, Wu Shidao replied comfortably, leaning back in his chair, intrigued as he watched Lu and Wang Yang's confrontation through the glass. Lu Shuang, having previously refrained from looking, now observed the unfolding drama. It was evident. Wang Yang yearned to depart, yet how could Lu permit such an easy escape? Wu Shidao and Lu Shuang could only observe as Lu fervently tugged at Wang Yang's clothing, her expression animated as she incessantly spoke. Regrettably, their ears could not capture a single word. However, it was evident that Wang Yang's countenance grew increasingly grim. Suddenly, he forcefully liberated himself from Li's grasp, followed by a resounding slap that struck her face. This blow left Lu momentarily dazed, standing there in shock as she gazed at Wang Yang. In an instant, he retrieved a bundle of cash from his pocket and flung it at her face, the crimson bills dancing through the air before cascading to the ground. Without a backward glance, Wang Yang turned and departed. Lu, slowly cradling her face, sank to the floor, her body trembling violently. Witnessing this scene, even Lu Shuang, who typically held disdain for her, suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. Casting a glance at the nonchalant Wu Shidao, she tentatively suggested, "Should we go and check on her? Do you think anything will happen? You go. Or shall I?" Wu Shidao withdrew his gaze, and upon seeing her worried expression, he offered a faint smile. "I suspect she may not want to see you at this moment." Lu Shuang pondered his words, realizing he had a point. If she were to comfort Lu now, it would only confirm her awareness of the earlier incident. How would Lu be able to face her in the dormitory afterward? Alas, men are truly not to be trusted. Lu Shuang sighed, her emotions in disarray. The nature of the altercation between Lu and Wang Yang was not lost on her, gleaned from her fragmented observations. "Must you paint all with the same brush?" Wu Shidao chuckled, half jokingly and half seriously. "I believe you're not the sort to be unreasonable or unable to discern right from wrong. Take Li's situation, for instance. Is it not a case of her own making?" "What do you mean by that?" Lu Shuang inquired. "It's quite simple. Although one cannot claim that Lu is well-versed in the ways of men, she is certainly no naive girl." Wu Shidao commented nonchalantly. "Lu must surely understand Wang Yang's intentions in approaching her. So why did she allow herself to fall into such a predicament? Is it not of her own volition? One seeks wealth, the other seeks pleasure. Naturally, they would find common ground. Surely, Lu could foresee the outcome, yet perhaps she overestimated her ability to control Wang Yang." Lu Shuang contemplated his words for a time, before finally sighing. "You are not wrong. However, regardless of the circumstances, seeing her like this makes me uneasy." "That is simply a testament to your kindness," Wu Shidao remarked, gesturing for her to look outside. "See, she has taken the money and left, has she not?" Lu Shuang paused, instinctively glancing outside, only to witness Lu wiping her tears while gathering the scattered bills from the ground, then departing in the opposite direction of Wang Yang. "What do you think I am contemplating?" Wu Shidao asked, observing her furrowed brow. "What?" Lu Shuang snapped out of her reverie, curiosity piqued. "I am pondering whether Li's actions were deliberate." Wu Shidao stated earnestly. "Consider this. She was able to accompany Wang Yang to this location, which implies she must have seen or at least been aware of that girl's presence beforehand. Why stir trouble at this moment, if not for a specific purpose? Are you suggesting she was after money?" Lu Shuang exclaimed in disbelief. "Why not?" Wu Shidao countered. "I just don't see her as that kind of person," Lu Shuang replied, shaking her head vigorously to express her disagreement with Wu Shidao's hypothesis. "Your perspective is merely your subjective judgment, not an absolute truth." Wu Shidao observed her astonishment, deducing her thoughts, and continued. "Consider it from another angle. If a woman values money, what would she choose when faced with a dilemma between love and wealth? The likelihood is she would opt for money. Now, if she discovers that she must choose between financial gain and a faltering relationship, especially if her boyfriend has already strayed or expressed a desire to part ways, would she attempt to salvage the relationship or seize the opportunity for monetary gain? The chance of reconciliation is already slim." Lu Shuang hesitated before responding. "I don't know." Wu Shidao chuckled lightly. "In such a scenario, I believe she would choose money, knowing that recovery is futile. Rather than lamenting her losses, it would be wiser to seize the opportunity to secure some financial compensation." Lu Shuang contemplated his analysis, her fork shredding the steak into small pieces. After a while, she remarked, "There is some merit to your reasoning. Yet I am reluctant to view her in such a light." "That is likely because you have a personal connection with her," Wu Shidao shrugged. "Do you always assume the worst of others?" Lu Shuang lifted her gaze, scrutinizing him. "Not at all. I simply prefer to be realistic. Or perhaps I refrain from overestimating others," Wu Shidao replied with a smile. "I believe it is better to see the good in people," Lu Shuang asserted. "Many malevolent individuals exploit such mindsets to perpetrate their misdeeds." Wu Shidao summarized, "In any case, harbor no ill intentions, but remain vigilant against them." At that moment, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Hu Bin, and he answered casually. "Old Wu, what is on your mind?" Hu Bin's voice came through, somewhat agitated. "How could you appoint Dong Jianwei as the business manager?" He had learned of this development while settling accounts with Zhao Li at the company earlier. "What is the issue?" Wu Shidao replied with a grin. "Isn't he our adversary? Are you truly at ease with him?" Hu Bin sputtered, "Incredulous. Aren't you concerned he might betray you? Dong Jianwei is no fool. He knows I will be cautious. Therefore, the principle of the enemy of my enemy is my friend applies here. He will likely be more compliant." Wu Shidao chuckled. "Is that how you see it?" Hu Bin inquired. Indeed, Wu Shidao detected an undercurrent of discontent in Hubin's tone. After a brief pause, he added, by the way, I forgot to mention, this semester you are to develop 2 capable individuals at your school. Next semester, you will delegate the tasks you currently manage to them. What? Hubin exclaimed, clearly taken aback. What about me? What will I be doing? Next semester, you will oversee the dining business in the university town, Wu Shidao replied cheerfully. But didn't you assign that to Dong Jianwei? Hubin asked, bewildered. Enough for now. If you still don't understand, come find me at the family building later. Wu Shidao said, growing weary of the conversation. I'm dining out and cannot chat. What the heck? Hubin exclaimed, old Wu. Have you become so inflated with ego that dining takes precedence over business? Do you realize your tone is reminiscent of how Dong Jianwei used to speak to you? Is it? Wu Shidao mused, chuckling as he considered the comparison. Perhaps it does sound somewhat similar. All right then, let us end it here. We'll discuss it further in person. Who called? Lu Shuang asked with curiosity. A high school friend, someone I'm quite close with. Wu Shidao diverted the topic. Are you busy? Lu Shuang set down her knife and fork, nodding as she said, I'm full. If there's nothing pressing, let us head back. There's no rush. Wu Shidao glanced at his phone and replied, I'll send him a message to meet me at 8:30, so we can spend a little more time together. He then sent a text to Hubin, confirming the arrangement. Shall we take a stroll? If we get tired, we can always grab a cab back. What do you think? Lu Shuang felt a surge of joy as she perceived Wu Shidao was considering her feelings. That sounds wonderful. Wu Shidao nodded in agreement, having no objections. The pair meandered aimlessly along Zhongshan Road, their bodies closely aligned. Lu Shuang chattered incessantly like a little bird, while Wu Shidao occasionally chimed in, more often simply smiling at her. Why are you always smiling? Initially, Lu Shuang hadn't noticed, but soon she became aware. I was just recalling the first time I met you last year. Wu Shidao chuckled, teasingly remarking, I remember you were welcoming new students, sitting there with an air of aloofness, as if you were off limits. Really? Lu Shuang pondered and laughed, brushing her hair back. Perhaps that's true. Not perhaps. It was definitely like that. You seem like you didn't want to say a word, Wu Shidao teased. But now, you're practically a chatterbox. How rude. Lu Shuang playfully swatted him, explaining, I hardly knew you back then, so how could I possibly have much to say? Besides, I still recall you trying to shake my hand to gain an advantage. That was not an advantage, Wu Shidao retorted earnestly. It was merely a polite greeting, all right? Do you know what my first impression of you was? Without waiting for his answer, Lu Shuang continued, I thought you seemed quite mature. But after spending time with you, I realized I'm actually older. Yet in your presence, I always feel like a child. That's quite normal, Wu Shidao mused inwardly, acknowledging that he was indeed older. By the way, noticing his silence, Lu Shuang shifted the conversation, gazing at him expectantly. What was your first impression of me? As I mentioned, my first impression was that you seemed particularly aloof and unapproachable, Wu Shidao replied with a grin. Anything beyond that? Lu Shuang smirked. No other impressions? Wu Shidao's gaze instinctively fell upon her legs. The black fabric was already slenderizing, and with Lu Shuang wearing fitted pants, her long, delicate legs were strikingly accentuated. Lu Shuang noticed his gaze and felt her cheeks heat up, playfully admonishing, what are you looking at? Yet, she felt a thrill of delight inside. I'm admiring your legs, Wu Shidao admitted candidly. Aside from the aloof impression, it was your legs that caught my attention. I thought to myself, with legs like those, you could be a car model or a leg model, and I wondered how many rolls of film you'd end up destroying. You smooth talker, Lu Shuang exclaimed. Her face flushed. I didn't realize you could be so lewd beneath that serious facade. A man who isn't a rogue is simply not developing normally. Wu Shidao defended himself. Experts claim that scientific research shows that men benefit from gazing at beautiful women daily, which contributes to both mental health and longevity. Puffed. Lu Shuang scoffed, rolling her eyes. Today's so-called experts are just spouting nonsense. They're all just brick experts, if you know what I mean. No, Wu Shidao asserted with a serious expression. This time, I stand with the experts. Lu Shuang laughed heartily, while Wu Shidao found his attention drawn to her subtly swaying form. He suddenly felt a dryness in his throat, clearing it as he withdrew his gaze, pondering, I never noticed she had such a lure. They continued their leisurely chat as they strolled through several streets, neither feeling fatigued, exchanging a myriad of trivialities. It wasn't until darkness enveloped the sky that Lu Shuang suddenly realized, oh no, is it getting late? Isn't your classmate supposed to meet you? We should hurry back. I almost forgot about that, Wu Shidao replied, checking his phone and noting it was already 8 o'clock. He quickly waved for a cab to return. Do you think your classmate will be upset? Lu Shuang asked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Time flies too quickly, Wu Shidao casually remarked. According to the theory of relativity, Time flies when you're with someone you like, which is why we say a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Lu Shuang felt a rush of joy, silently gazing out at the passing streetlights, catching a glimpse of her own beaming smile reflected in the glass. Upon arriving at the school and dropping Lu Shuang off at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, they encountered Zhang Liang and Zhou Na. Zhang Liang paused momentarily upon seeing the two, his gaze flickering between them with suspicion as he blinked, and asked, "What a coincidence. What are you two up to?" "Just escorted her back to the dorm," Wu Shidao replied, glancing at Zhou Na. "You two? What a coincidence. I am as well." Zhang Liang seemed to grasp something, revealing a knowing smile as he inquired, "Are you heading back to the dorm today? I have something to attend to, so I want to be returning." Wu Shidao waved his hand and told Lu Shuang, "I'll be on my way. Be careful on the road," Lu Shuang called out with concern. Wu Shidao turned and walked briskly towards the family dormitory, as Ibn had already called to urge him. "You should head back too," Zhou Na suggested, linking her arm with Lu Shuang as they walked, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Where did you two go on your date?" "It wasn't a date. We just went out for a meal," Lu Shuang insisted stubbornly. "Oh, I see, just a meal, is it?" Zhou Na teased, noticing the uncontainable joy on Lu Shuang's face. "What time is it now? A meal lasting this long? Shuang, you've changed. You're learning to tell little fibs now." Meanwhile, back in the dormitory, Zhang Liang found Li Xiang, Dong Yukai, and Yang Xian lounging on their beds, either playing on their phones or reading. He cleared his throat loudly, standing in the center of the room and knocking on the table. "What is going on? Is there something up?" Li Xiang and the others put down their belongings, turning to look at Zhang Liang. "I have an announcement," Zhang Liang said with a sly grin. "It seems the third one is involved with the female demon." "Involved? What do you mean?" Yang Shuan asked, bewildered. "What do they possibly be doing together?" "What do you think a man and woman do together?" Zhang Liang said with a smirk. "Kissing and holding hands, perhaps." "What?" Yang Xian exclaimed, finally understanding. "Is that true? Did you see it?" Li Xiang inquired with curiosity. "Were they being affectionate? In the little woods?" Dong Yukai pressed for details, facing their eager gazes. Zhang Liang waved his hand. "I didn't catch any affectionate moments. I only saw the third one escorting the female demon back to the dorm." "I thought you witnessed it firsthand." Dong Yukai's interest waned, and he laid back down, picking up a nearby book. "Hey, guess what I just thought of?" Li Xiang chuckled. "What?" Zhang Liang asked casually. "Mr. Lu Sun once said, the Chinese are like this. Upon seeing short sleeves, they immediately think of white arms, which leads to thoughts of nudity, and then." Li Xiang laughed heartily at Zhang Liang, concluding, "I've come to realize Mr. Lu was quite correct, and you, my friend, are particularly adept at making associations. Get lost." Zhang Liang, coming to his senses, chuckled and chided. "Am I truly that sordid? It's almost as if you saw nothing at all, merely witnessing the third brother escorting the enchanting maiden back to her dormitory, and then returning to regale us with your vivid imaginings." Li Xiang, with a grin, reclined once more, picking up his phone to indulge in some distraction. "A person like you, if placed in an ancient army, would surely have faced execution 10 times over, a quintessential purveyor of false military reports. Did you not agree that I would come and find you at 8:30? Upon seeing Wu Shidao return, Hu Bin's first remark was one of irritation. "I've been waiting for you for 5 minutes. It's not as if it's been 50 minutes. So why the haste?" Wu Shidao, chuckling, withdrew his keys, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Hu Bin followed closely behind and, eager to inquire, asked, "You mentioned over the phone that I should hand over the fruit segment to someone else next semester. What am I supposed to do then? Are you aware of what Dong Jianwei is specifically responsible for?" Wu Shidao countered with a question. "What do you mean?" Hu Bin echoed, equally bewildered. "Just look at yourself. When will you rid yourself of this impulsive nature?" Wu Shidao tossed him a cigarette, lit one for himself, and leisurely remarked, "Dong Jianwei oversees the dining segment. I instructed him to secure all eateries around the university town before the upcoming semester, specifically by September 1st. "Oh," Hu Bin nodded, only to ask again, "And then what? Aren't you worried about him?" Wu Shidao smiled, flicking the ash from his cigarette, and casually replied, "Once he has secured all the businesses around the university town, I'll have him manage the entire Gene City operations while transferring all university town responsibilities to you. Doesn't that seem quite ideal?" "Goodness." Hu Bin's mouth formed an O as he gazed at Wu Shidao in astonishment. "Is this truly your plan? What other option is there?" Wu Shidao shot him a glance and chuckled. "Didn't you just say to keep an eye on him? Let him lead the charge while you enjoy the spoils from behind. It's simply perfect. Isn't it? It is indeed perfect." Hu Bin scratched his head, contemplating, and expressed some concern. "But will he be agreeable to this? He is here to work, not to ponder his preferences," Wu Shidao replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, In comparison to the entirety of Jean City, how vast is the university town? One must possess ambition. If you grant him management of all markets in Jean City outside the university town, would he be pleased? I believe he ought to be quite content. That's a fair point. Hu Bin chuckled, taking a satisfied drag from his cigarette, propping his leg up in a show of pride, and tentatively remarked, Old Wu, if he successfully manages the entire Jean City operations in the future, can I take over again? That depends on your capabilities, Wu Shidao replied earnestly. Hu Bin, we've known each other for many years. Allow me to impart a piece of advice today. Ponder it carefully. Go ahead, Hu Bin, noticing his serious demeanor. Instinctively straightened his posture, his smile fading. The purpose of running a company is to generate profit, not to play house. Just as you envisioned. Having Dong Jianwei toil in the front while you reap the rewards from behind is feasible, completely so. Wu Shidao stated somberly. However, this comes with the prerequisite that your abilities must be sufficient. Otherwise, I would not entrust you with management. Do you understand? Yes, I comprehend, Hu Bin nodded, candidly admitting, I indeed oversimplified my thoughts earlier. Given our relationship, I trust you. Yet, you cannot expect to coast through life relying solely on that. Wu Shidao took a drag from his cigarette and continued, of course, if all you aspire to do is coast, that is acceptable. I can only find a position suitable for your abilities in that case, provided you are willing to work with me. Old Wu, rest assured, Hu Bin said seriously, I will certainly not hold you back. Wu Shidao acknowledged with a sound, then shifted the conversation. Regarding matters at the Universal Crack Shop, you must remain attentive. You cannot be a hands-off manager. You must recognize that our entire foundation rests upon the Universal Crack Shop. Do you understand? Oh, Hu Bin paused, scratching his head. Isn't it on the group buying app? He appeared puzzled. Our foundation is indeed on the Universal Crack Shop, not the group buying app. Wu Shidao, uninterested in elaborating further, waved his hand dismissively. Enough of that. It's getting late, and your school will soon be closing. Hurry back, and remember what I've instructed you. Rest assured, after you briefly mentioned it over the phone, I contemplated 2 candidates. Hu Bin quickly replied, these 2 are quite diligent. Let us not discuss this matter further. Wu Shidao interrupted him. This task falls entirely on your shoulders. Whom you select is your decision alone. However, should any issues arise, I will not hold them accountable, but will come directly to you. Understand? Think about it. With nearly 100 work-study students across 3 schools, alongside the Company S segment, how could I possibly manage everything? This is all your responsibility. Got it? Understood. Hu Bin nodded, standing up. All right then, take care and I'll be leaving. After seeing him out, Wu Shidao didn't even bother changing his clothes, collapsing onto the bed with a long sigh, rubbing his forehead. So exhausting. From his perspective, Hu Bin was a trustworthy friend, familiar from both lives, and Wu Shidao naturally wished for him to assist. Yet, this fellow was growing far too slowly. Reflecting on Hu Bin's failed marriage post-graduation, Wu Shidao murmured, it seems that both men and women must endure a failed relationship before truly maturing. Indeed, Wu Shidao's arrangements were also motivated by self-interest. He needed to leverage Hu Bin to counterbalance Dong Jianwei. It was imperative that his subordinates did not band together, forming a unified front. Otherwise, what would he do if they conspired against him? Meanwhile, in dormitory 102, the lights extinguished. It was time for lights out, and the dormitory supervisor was always punctual, down to the second, in cutting the power. In the darkness, Dong Yukai groped about, stuffing his books beside the bed, closing his eyes in preparation for sleep. Recently, after facing setbacks in romantic endeavors, a melancholic Dong Yukai had taken to frequenting the library, borrowing various books to peruse as a means of diverting his attention. Suddenly, in the dark, his phone emitted a sound, and his first thought was, could it be another overdue notification? It shouldn't be, since he ceased contact with Inlo. Aside from mobile notifications about overdue payments, no one had messaged him. Curiosity piqued. He reached for his phone beside the pillow and glanced at the screen. It was a message from Inlo. Although he had deleted her details from his contacts, her phone number was etched in his memory, clear as day. After all, he had purchased her phone card when he bought her the phone. Are you asleep? Upon seeing her message, a wave of suspicion washed over Dong Yukai. Since that day, they had both tacitly refrained from contacting one another. What could this late-night inquiry mean? Before he could unravel his thoughts, another message from Inlu arrived. How have you been lately? I miss you. Those words stirred a ripple within Dong Yukai's heart. His fingers hovered over the phone as he contemplated a response, only to suddenly realize that he didn't know what to say. Previously, I must apologize. I should not have deceived you. You are a good person who has treated me with such kindness, yet I failed to cherish it. Such is human nature. Only after loss do we come to regret it. Inla sent him another message. The words conveyed both a sense of cherishment and remorse, prompting Dong Yukai to entertain a thought. Is she expressing regret? After some contemplation, he cautiously replied, What do you truly mean? Shall we reconcile and return to how things were before? Can you forgive me and grant me another chance? In Li's response was nearly instantaneous. Dong Yukai was momentarily taken aback. Then, frowning, he scrutinized her messages for a while before suddenly coming to a realization and replying. What? Were you dumped by him? Chapter 166. Just promise me one thing. In the girls' dormitory, Inlu lay on her bed, reading Dong Yotsai's message, which clearly reeked of schadenfreude, nearly causing her to fume with indignation. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she suppressed her anger and carefully crafted another message to Dong Yukai. I have broken up with him, and I am feeling quite miserable. I miss you and reflect on your past kindness towards me, realizing how foolish it was to believe in his sweet words. Yukai, can you forgive me? Upon reading her message, Dong Yukai could hardly contain his laughter. It was evident she was attempting to use him as a backup. After pondering for a moment, he replied, I miss you too, but I'm afraid you might deceive me again. I assure you, Yukai, I swear I will never deceive you again. I was in the wrong before. Upon seeing his message, a smug smile crept onto In Li's lips as she mused. Wang Yang, did you really think that without you, I would be unwanted? With just a flick of my finger, I could have any number of suitors. Unless you promise me one thing, I will find it hard to believe you. You name it. As long as you are willing to forgive me, I will agree to anything. Upon reading In Li's message, Dong Yukai smiled slightly and quickly sent a reply. If you are willing to run naked around the playground, I will believe you. Confident In Lu was instantly taken aback upon reading his message. After a moment, she realized that Dong Yukai was clearly toying with her. Perhaps it was to prove his capabilities or to show Wu Shidao that he was indeed competent. In just 2 days, Dong Jianwei solemnly presented a meticulously printed plan to Wu Shidao. This document encompassed the conceptual framework for the business department, including the scale of personnel, salary, and bonus mechanisms, and the promotion and development of the shared dining business. The shared dining initiative, as a new venture for the company, starkly contrasted with the previous focus on developing business within university campuses. The shared dining business should shift from its prior campus-centric promotional strategy to encompass the entire university town, including residential communities, shopping malls, and supermarkets, among others. Particularly, residential areas should be the focal point for promotion, as local residents possess a stronger purchasing power compared to students. Moreover, our culture has long been entrenched in dining gatherings, which are essential for conducting business, maintaining relationships, and socializing. In contrast, students have a weaker capacity for spending on dining and participate less frequently, typically during weekends or holidays, often in small groups. Thus, the promotion of the shared dining business should target society at large rather than just the campus. Wu Shidao read slowly and meticulously. In truth, he was well aware that students lacked the spending capacity and frequency of engagement compared to the residents of the university town. However, he chose not to inform Dong Jianwei of this, instead gauging whether Dong Jianwei would arrive at this conclusion himself. It appeared that this fellow indeed had some merit. Your plan is excellent. After reviewing it, Wu Shidao picked up a cigarette from the table and tossed one to Dong Jianwei, who stood nearby. He then noticed Lu Ying frowning disapprovingly, playfully admonishing them. Wu Dong, could you two step outside to smoke? Sure. Wu Shidao shrugged and exited with Dong Jianwei. Standing outside, he lit a cigarette for Dong Jianwei and cheerfully remarked, It seems I did not misjudge you after all. Thank you for the compliment, Wu. Dong Jianwei took a puff of his cigarette, having been observant of Wu Shidao's expressions throughout the discussion. He had seen a hint of surprise from Wu Shidao and tentatively asked, Well, did you previously believe that the promotion of the shared dining business should target society rather than schools? Wu Shidao nodded. Flicking ash from his cigarette, the meals in university cafeterias aren't expensive. While the shared dining packages are affordable, for most students, the distance is a deterrent, and many are too lazy to venture out. Moreover, dining together every day isn't practical. Hence, the business was intended from the outset to step outside the campus and into society. You are absolutely spot on, Dong Jianwei concurred. Speaking of laziness, that is indeed true. While it may be somewhat better in the girls' dormitory, many boys prefer not to go to the cafeteria, relying on roommates to bring food back, either too lazy to get out of bed or too engrossed in gaming. Regarding the personnel for the business department, you suggested 10 to 20 individuals. A point I disagree with. Wu Shidao nodded, then shifted the conversation. I believe 5 would suffice. Seeing Dong Jianwei about to argue, he raised a hand to forestall him and continued, Allow me to finish. My intent is not to cut labor costs, but because the university town's area may indeed be too large for 5 people. I understand your thought that having more people would accelerate promotion, but Wu Shidao paused before continuing. The area may be vast. Yet have you calculated how many dining establishments there are? Dong Jianwei was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head and admitting, "I haven't paid attention. But there should be at least 200 or 300, right?" Wu Shidao chuckled softly. "You should take a stroll around and see for yourself. Let me tell you, there aren't many dining places. All combined, it doesn't exceed 200. So few?" Dong Jianwei expressed confusion. "There are many around the university. Precisely because there are so many around the university, the number in the surrounding residential areas is consequently diminished." Wu Shidao discarded his cigarette, but, gesturing towards the nearby shops, "Take a good look. In this community alone, there are fewer than 10 restaurants. The rest are pharmacies, barbershops, and small supermarkets. If you were to hire a dozen or 20 salespeople, there wouldn't be enough commission for them to share." He paused and summarized, "Dong Jianwei, those willing to work as salespeople are typically motivated to earn money, not just to pass time. You must provide them with a vision of potential earnings to inspire them for promotion. With 5 individuals plus yourself, you can earn more within the university town. Additionally, a lean team is easier to train effectively. After September, when you expand citywide, you can hire more staff as needed." Chapter 167, Doubling Revenue. "You are right, Wu. I had indeed considered poorly." After hearing Wu Shidao's analysis, Dong Jianwei nodded, fully convinced. "No need to be humble, Dong. Your considerations are quite thorough as well." Wu Shidao chuckled. "While this mutual flattery may seem trivial, it has its moments of necessity. The facts speak for themselves. Dong Jianwei's ascent to the student council president is a testament to his capabilities." In the subsequent days, Dong Jianwei gradually brought in 5 sales personnel, all of whom were graduates of the University of Posts and Telecommunications. Wu Shidao mused internally whether Dong Jianwei was attempting to establish a telecom gang. The fact that these esteemed university graduates chose to join a nascent company like Jingshe Technology to pursue sales could indirectly attest to Dong Jianwei's capabilities. Zhao Li also recruited 3 finance staff, resulting in a noticeable crowding in the office. Fortunately, the sales representatives typically did not linger in the office. They merely needed to sign in during the morning and attend a work report in the afternoon. Wu Shidao did not impose strict attendance requirements. Those truly committed to their work would complete their tasks on time regardless of attendance, while those seeking to slack off would merely waste time in the office. Li Xiang independently managed the fruit sales business from Linya University. Boss Li from the wholesale fruit market made several calls, and, unable to decline his hospitality, Wu Shidao and Li Xiang found themselves attending a grand banquet, which also included the Liu couple and Jing Gang. While Wu Shidao could have excluded the trio, given that Jing Gang had previously had a slight disagreement with Boss Li and the Liu couple was considered a competitor, he understood that the news of their collaboration would eventually reach them. Rather than conceal it, it was better to be forthright. Privately, Wu Shidao provided a brief explanation to the 3, acknowledging their long-standing partnership and the respect due to them. Otherwise, it might provoke some discontent. Jing Gang, known for his straightforwardness and preference for transparency, appreciated this candidness. The Liu couple responded amicably, and it was imperative to diversify suppliers to prevent any single entity from monopolizing the market. Wu Shidao was acutely aware of the efforts he had invested in building the current business scale and market. Thus, he approached matters with cautious diligence. The commercial operations during this period were systematic and methodical, progressing smoothly in accordance with Wu Shidao's plans. Additionally, a small incident occurred. Zhou Nan from the AI Lu studio in his hometown called Wu Shidao to inform him that the 2 songs they had composed together had unexpectedly gained traction online, garnering over 2 million streams on QQ Music alone. This revelation took Wu Shidao by surprise, as the songs had only been promoted through the music broadcasting stations of 3 universities in Jingshe. He had become intrigued after hearing the songs on the radio during a taxi ride, prompting him to search the internet for more information. It turned out that after the initial promotion at the universities, students began to enthusiastically recommend the songs on campus forums and other online platforms. Coincidentally, a host from the Jingshe Music Radio, who enjoyed discovering new songs during her spare time, stumbled across I Remember, captivated after just one listen. She played it several times during her show, leading to a favorable response and numerous requests from listeners to air it again. This serendipity resulted in a growing audience for the song, which spread further through word-of-mouth recommendations, achieving modest popularity without any concerted marketing efforts. Before long, mid-April arrived, bringing with it a surge of discussions online regarding the 100 group battle. Group buying websites such as Tuangu, Gong, Meituan.com, and Lasso.com began various promotional operations, albeit still in the exploratory phase of online group purchasing. Thanks to his unique advantage of rebirth, Wu Shidao bypassed the trial and error stage that these platforms were currently navigating and directly entered the phase of mature operations, achieving profitability ahead of them. The business department established by Dong Jianwei was operating with remarkable efficiency, primarily due to the advent of a new dining sharing model that attracted many young individuals around the university town eager to try something novel. Compared to the older districts of Jingshi, the demographic surrounding the university was predominantly youthful and receptive to innovative ideas. Moreover, the dining sharing concept proved to be practical and economical, allowing patrons to sample popular dishes from various local restaurants at relatively low prices. While the current advertising efforts for the dining sharing service were confined to the restaurants near the university, many customers from the older districts still frequented these establishments. After all, society is interconnected and people move fluidly, especially in this internet age where information spreads rapidly. On weekends, many young people from the older districts would gather with friends to dine in the university town, much to the delight of the initially skeptical restaurant owners who had partnered with Wu Shidao. Take, for instance, Boss Lu from Wei Zhixiang restaurant. After a month, he calculated his earnings and was pleasantly astonished to find that his revenue had more than quadrupled compared to before, particularly on weekends from 11 o'clock onward. The restaurant would experience a swift influx of customers, allowing for the first turnover of tables by noon. In total, he could turn the tables 7 to 10 times a day. However, alongside his astonishment, Lu felt a pang of regret. According to the cooperation agreement he signed with Jingshi Technology, he had to share 5 of the revenue generated through discount coupons, which amounted to approximately 7,500 yuan. Starting next month, this would rise to 10. If the revenue remained this high, he would be parting with 15,000 yuan. Lu gasped, feeling as though a piece of his heart had been ripped away. When Wu Shidao initially approached him to discuss the partnership, Lu had thought that as long as more customers were drawn in, a 10 share was acceptable. But now, Lu found that 10 was simply untenable. Previously, during quieter business periods, he sometimes barely earned 10,000 yuan after accounting for all costs. Now, a mere conversation could result in him losing over 10,000 yuan monthly. And if business continued to flourish, he would be losing even more. Lu conveniently overlooked the limitations of his restaurant's size and capacity. In truth, the current revenue was nearly at his maximum. Without raising the average spend per table, it would be challenging to surpass this threshold. At that moment, a voice from outside caught his attention. He looked up to see Wu Shidao entering with a smile. "Hello, long time no see. Indeed, it's been a while," Lu replied, perking up and inviting him to sit down. He poured a cup of tea for Wu Shidao and engaged in small talk. "It's been quite some time since we last met. Recently, I've been chatting with other restaurant owners nearby, and everyone praises your ingenuity in devising the dining sharing concept." "It's been rather busy," Wu Shidao chuckled. "In the internet era, one must adopt an internet mindset to conduct business." As he spoke, he shifted the topic. "Boss Lu, although I haven't visited your establishment recently, I've been monitoring your restaurant through the back end of the group buying app. Your business is thriving. It seems I have you to thank for that." Boss Lu feigned humility in response. "Boss Lu, our finance department has calculated your revenue figures," Wu Shidao remarked, sipping his water as he handed a sheet of paper to Boss Lu. "This data, compiled and printed by Zhao Li, details the usage of your coupons and summarizes your revenue figures. According to our previous agreement, your share for this month amounts to over 7,000 yuan. You must have your records as well, right? Please cross-reference and see if there are any discrepancies." Boss Lu picked up the sheet and scrutinized it carefully, while Wu Shidao leisurely sipped his tea. After a few minutes, Boss Lu put down the summary and nodded, saying, "Yes, it's correct. Please wait a moment. I will fetch your payment." Wu Shidao smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. From his wallet, Boss Lu withdrew a stack of cash, counting it with a heavy heart. And once finished, he turned with a forced smile, presenting the money to Wu Shidao. "Please verify it." "All right," Wu Shidao replied, without hesitation, counting the money in front of him before producing a receipt for Boss Lu to sign. "It's necessary to account for everything since the inception of our company." Once Boss Lu signed the receipt and it was securely stored, Wu Shidao grinned at Boss Lu. "As per our prior agreement, starting this month, your share will be at 10%. I understand," Boss Lu replied, momentarily taken aback, then tentatively suggested, "Wu, could we perhaps lower this percentage a bit? To be honest, 10% of the revenue is rather substantial. If it could be adjusted to 10% of the net profit, that would be ideal." He paused, adding, "I've discussed this matter with a few other restaurant owners in the vicinity, and they all feel it's a bit excessive." "Boss Lu, if we were to consider net profit, then this conversation wouldn't be feasible." Wu Shidao chuckled, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to Boss Lu, jesting. "You business folks always complain, saying, 'Oh, we're not making money, just scraping by.' If you're not making any profit, how can we discuss sharing net earnings?" Boss Lu chuckled awkwardly as he accepted the cigarette, saying, "You truly have a sense of humor, Boss Wu. Well, I have other matters to attend to, so I want to linger here. I'll come by another day to sample your culinary skills, Wu Shidao remarked as he stood up, bidding farewell before departing. He had come specifically for this purpose. The payment methods in their prior agreement included two options, either cash payment or a bank transfer to the company account, followed by the submission of a remittance receipt. However, during the first month, nearly all merchants opted for cash, as they found visiting the bank tedious. Consequently, Dong Jianwei had to lead a team of salespeople to collect the cash for accounting. In the afternoon, after Dong Jianwei returned and spotted Wu Shidao in the office, he immediately pulled him outside for a smoke, lamenting, "These merchants are incredibly troublesome. Some of them take the summary data provided by Sister Zhao and spend ages reconciling it. That's the better scenario. Some outright claim the figures don't match and bicker endlessly, all in an attempt to reduce their payments." Wu Shidao, amused, replied while puffing on his cigarette, "Let us print a copy of the company S account for them. Next month, we'll simply call them and instruct them to transfer funds to the corporate account, then have them bring the remittance slip to Sister Zhao. If anyone is unwilling to bank transfer, we'll cease cooperation with them." "Actually, I've been thinking along those lines already," Dong Jianwei exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "This will save us a great deal of trouble. You need to make sure they experience some initial gains first," Wu Shidao said nonchalantly, flicking ash from his cigarette. "Have there been any complaints regarding the service fee now set at 10%? I haven't mentioned this to you yet, Boss Wu. I inquired with a few salespeople today, and the consensus is that nearly everyone is complaining. Only 3 or 5 restaurant owners have not voiced discontent." Dong Jianwei, still smoking, expressed his dissatisfaction. They failed to realize that if it weren't for our promotional efforts bringing in customers, would they be making such profits? Could their revenue have doubled? Human nature is indeed like that. Wu Shidao chuckled. Most people can only see their own contributions while overlooking the efforts of others, especially when it comes to matters of profit. "Boss Wu, I've had a thought," Dong Jianwei interjected. "Do you think they might band together to demand we lower the service fee percentage?" "The likelihood is quite slim," Wu Shidao replied, shaking his head. "At most, they may resort to underhanded tactics. For instance, from this month onward, any customer using a coupon in-store might be informed that they no longer need to order coupons online. They can simply enjoy the coupon prices directly at the restaurant. What should we do then?" Dong Jianwei inquired, his expression betraying that he had anticipated this scenario, but remained silent to gauge Wu Shidao's response. "During this period, your sales team has nearly covered the surrounding businesses. Haven't they?" Wu Shidao countered with a question. Dong Jianwei hesitated, but eventually nodded. "From this month onward, let the salespeople take a temporary break and come to the office daily to monitor changes in the back-end order quantities." With a smile, Wu Shidao continued, "Then identify the restaurants where the order numbers have significantly declined compared to last month. We'll reduce their recommendations on the group buying app. By the way, I completed the rating function you mentioned earlier, and will update the app shortly." After a pause, he added, "After observing for a week, we'll compile the data. For restaurants with a noticeable decline in orders, we'll cease recommending them, while those with stable order numbers will receive increased promotion. Let them ponder where the issue lies." Chapter 169. The bonus is distributed. "Understood, Boss Wu," Dong Jianwei nodded, though his mind was sharpened with caution. In his view, Wu Shidao remained as he had always been, insidiously cunning. The rating function module had already been developed, and it could easily be utilized as leverage against those who might attempt to engage in underhanded dealings. Yet, Wu Shidao chose not to reveal this weapon, opting instead to focus on changes in back-end order numbers, a strategy that directly targeted their Achilles heel. Moreover, it would leave those restaurant owners clueless as to the root of their issues. For when the time came, one could simply state that the recommendation mechanism operates on a straightforward principle. The more orders a restaurant receives, the better its cuisine is perceived to be, thereby earning the favor of most customers and ensuring a prominent position on the app's homepage. Conversely, a restaurant with fewer orders may simply not align with customer tastes, thus necessitating a lower ranking. In this manner, those restaurant owners attempting to play tricks would find themselves at a loss for words, left to silently suffer the consequences of their dwindling order numbers, fully aware of the reasons behind their decline. As they continued smoking, the rest of the sales team gradually returned. Wu Shidao tossed a cigarette but aside, cheerfully announcing, "Let us head inside for a meeting. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to dinner." Upon hearing this, the team beamed with delight. These salespeople were graduates of Postal and Telecommunications University, recruited by Dong Jianwei to embark on this entrepreneurial venture together. They had been working for a month now, and overall, they were quite satisfied with their experiences at Jingshi Technology Company, particularly with the workplace regulations. Every day, a simple check-in suffices. As for the nature of the work, it remains relatively uncomplicated, primarily involving the promotion of a group buying app around the university town. The crux lies in the commission structure. Those who secure partnerships with the collaborating stores earn commissions, with no upper limit. Upon receiving the restaurant revenue data compiled by Zhao Li, the first task for these salespeople was to calculate their potential earnings. Initially, when Dong Jianwei brought them to Jingshe Technology Company, few regarded this fledgling enterprise with favor. However, upon discovering that the group buying app was indeed developed by Jingshe Technology, their opinions swiftly shifted. After all, Dong Jianwei had garnered a rather questionable reputation during his time at school, leading most students to harbor a cautious skepticism towards him. Yet, the group buying app was a different matter entirely. These university students were among the first to experience it firsthand, and their receptiveness to novel concepts was at its peak. After engaging in fruit group buying, they were now eager to explore group dining experiences, filling them with anticipation for Jingshe Technology's future. Regarding the performance this month, I personally feel quite satisfied. Wu Shidao addressed the assembly, a gathering he would have found unimaginable in his previous life. Facing so many scrutinizing eyes would have left him anxious, perhaps stuttering like Yang Xian. However, in this life, as the scale of business gradually expanded and the number of diligent students increased, Wu Shidao had become accustomed to it. Thus, in addition to the commissions due, he announced a bonus of 500 yuan for each individual. Now, I would like to invite manager Dong Jianwei to come forward to collect his commission, Wu Shidao said, turning a cheerful gaze towards Zhao Li. He had previously discussed this matter privately with her. After all, to encourage the horse to run, one must provide it with fodder. Furthermore, it was crucial for everyone to compare their earnings. By having Zhao Li publicly disclose how much each person earned in commissions and bonuses last month, it would serve to motivate others. Manager Dong's total commission and bonus for last month amount to 10,650 yuan. Please come up and sign for it. Zhao Li announced while counting out a stack of bills. Dong Jianwei approached with a smile, and once Zhao Li finished counting, she handed it over to him. You can count it if you wish. No need, he replied, accepting the money and signing, adding with a grin, Sister Zhao would never shortchange me. I'm more concerned about giving you too much. Zhao Li chuckled in response. The sales team, including Lu Ying, watched Dong Jianwei with envious eyes. In an era where the average income hovered around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, earning over 10,000 was a coveted achievement for many. Moreover, this was merely Dong Jianwei's commission and bonus, excluding his salary. Zhao Long, your commission and bonus for last month total 8,760 yuan. Zhao Li began to read out the figures one by one. The least fortunate salesperson received a salary of 7,000, while the highest earned around 9,000. Once the money was in hand, everyone beamed with joy, except for Lu Ying. She, receiving a fixed salary, looked enviously at her colleagues who had nearly surpassed 10,000 after bonuses and salaries, momentarily wishing to join them in pursuing sales. Everyone, seeing you so thrilled. I must temper your enthusiasm, Wu Shidao said, clearing his throat and adopting a serious expression as he gazed at Dong Jianwei and the others. The room fell silent. Puzzled looks exchanged among them. This commission structure is a one-time occurrence. It will not be the same next month, he stated with gravity. Then, he shifted his tone. Because the agreements we signed with those establishments will increase to 10 starting next month, your commissions will double. Laughter erupted in response. You startled me. Wu Zong is indeed correct. Such commissions are a rarity. The realization dawned upon everyone. All right, Wu Shidao continued after the laughter subsided. From today onward, I would like everyone to take a brief respite. Our task this month is to identify and rectify any shortcomings. You all understand that when restaurant owners consider the prospect of paying us double the commissions next month, many will undoubtedly feel a pinch in their wallets. As such, they will likely devise ways to withhold what rightfully belongs to us. Wu Zong speaks the truth. We've considered this issue long ago. The salespeople chimed in. Silence. Dong Jianwei interjected, adopting a serious demeanor as he surveyed the group. Let Wu Zong finish. In light of this situation, we cannot permit them to engage in covert scheming. Wu Shidao reassured them with a smile. Rest assured, we have methods to remind them. Here is the plan. He shared his strategy for adjusting recommendations based on order fluctuations. Finally, I urge you all to remember, this is merely our reluctant response. From our perspective, we hope that the merchants will cooperate with us, enabling them to profit alongside us. However, human nature dictates otherwise, and we cannot prevent them from attempting to seize what is ours. Thus, we must contemplate ways to achieve a win-win-win scenario. Chapter 170, the first team-building event. Indeed, from Wu Shidao's viewpoint, he wished to avoid situations like that of Boss Liu from Weiji Xiang, who engaged in underhanded tactics. Yet, he felt powerless to stop it. After all, who wouldn't he want to maximize their earnings? However, any actions that compromised Wu Shidao's interests were utterly unacceptable. Nonetheless, in business, who doesn't yearn for greater profits? Thus, Wu Shidao would merely reduce their recommendations, but unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of severing ties with the partners. It was time to harness the wisdom of the collective. Wu Zong is correct. Dong Jianwei seized the moment to echo. We should devise a strategy to foster a win-win-win outcome. That's quite a challenge. Wu Zong mused one salesperson thoughtfully. Achieving a win-win might be possible, but a win-win-win scenario seems daunting. Precisely because it is difficult, I urge you all to contemplate solutions, Wu Shidao responded, beaming. You are all graduates of a prestigious institution. Solutions are born from the collective intellect. I have faith in you. After all, flattering words cost nothing, and Wu Shidao was not one to skimp on praise. No ruse. I merely propose a concept for consideration. The specifics will require your thorough deliberation. Glancing at the time, Wu Shidao smiled. It's getting late. I've made dinner reservations at a restaurant. Let us all dine together, marking our company's inaugural team-building event. I hope everyone will be present for each annual gathering to come. Aside from Zhao Li, the others were all in their 20s, with little interest beyond enjoying themselves. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Wu Shidao, as the boss, found himself the target of enthusiastic toasts from the group. Reluctantly, he began to play coy, saying, "Don't just praise me for working hard. Zhao Jie and Lu Ying work just as diligently. You should toast to them as well." As he spoke, he poured drinks for Zhao Li and Lu Ying, earnestly stating, "You two have worked hard. Here, essay toast to you both." With Wu Shidao taking the lead, the others naturally followed suit. After a few rounds, Zhao Li also began to play coy, realizing she could not resist. Despite their varying capacities for alcohol, the younger ones quickly felt the effects. Lu Ying, however, was quite generous, welcoming all toasts, and after a few drinks, her complexion blossomed like a peach blossom. Wu Shidao, apprehensive about overindulging, proposed a visit to KTV for some singing, which garnered unanimous agreement from the group. Thus, they excitedly arrived at KTV, securing a spacious private room, and began taking turns to sing. "Mr. Wu, I raise a toast to you," said Lu Ying as she settled close beside Wu Shidao, the fragrance of her presence wafting into his senses. Unlike the female students at Nancy University, Lu Ying's attire had evolved beyond youthful innocence. While not overtly seductive, it exuded a distinct femininity. Wu Shidao lifted his glass, clinking it with hers, and advised, "Drink sparingly. Don't overdo it." "It's fine, with Mr. Wu here. There's nothing to worry about," Lu Ying replied, downing her beer in one go with great bravado. Observing this, Wu Shidao also finished his drink, only for Lu Ying to refill their glasses once more. "Aren't you going to sing?" Wu Shidao, feeling a slight headache, attempted to redirect the conversation, jokingly yet earnestly stating, "I wish to hear you sing. These raucous fellows are giving me a headache. Since Mr. Wu wishes to hear me, I shall sing a song," Lu Ying said with a flirtatious glance, rising with a smile to retrieve a microphone from one of the staff, pausing the music momentarily. She surveyed the room, her gaze ultimately resting on Wu Shidao, as she cheerfully announced, "Mr. Wu has expressed a desire to hear me sing, so I will dedicate a song to him." "How about a duet then?" "Let's do a love song," suggested Dong Jianwei, prompting a chorus of encouragement from the others. "I'm easygoing. Anything works, but I wonder if Mr. Wu is willing," Lu Ying chimed, her enchanting eyes locked onto Wu Shidao. "Let's go with Hiroshima Mon Amour," Wu Shidao proposed after a moment of contemplation, confidently taking another microphone from Dong Jianwei. Eagerly, the onlookers switched to the chosen song. As the music began, Wu Shidao commenced singing, surprising Lu Ying with the unexpected quality of his voice. She cleared her throat lightly, determined to match him. It must be said that Lu Ying had her own talents. Anyone who dared to showcase their vocal skills at KTV was either remarkably skilled or utterly tone-deaf. The two sang in perfect harmony, rendering Hiroshima Mon Amour exquisitely, eliciting continuous applause from Dong Jianwei and the others. Wu Shidao, unsure if it was a figment of his imagination, felt as though Lu Ying was subtly sending him signals while singing, her body occasionally brushing against his intentionally. To the onlookers, it appeared that she was simply swaying to the music, yet Wu Shidao sensed an underlying intention behind her movements. "That was delightful. Let us have another," someone exclaimed, evoking a sense of coupledom in the air. Following their duet, Dong Jianwei and the others began to cheer for more. "Never mind, I'll compete with you," Wu Shidao chuckled, returning the microphone to Dong Jianwei and taking a seat nearby. Lu Ying soon joined him, raising her glass and gazing at Wu Shidao with soft eyes. "Mr. Wu, your singing was truly impressive. I had no idea you could sing so well. Is it true that exceptional individuals excel in every regard?" "I can't drink anymore," Wang Shidao waved his hand dismissively. I'm just an ordinary person. You are far too humble, Mr. Wu. Luing replied with a playful smile. Noticing that Wang Shidao had stopped drinking, she downed her beer in one go. You ought to drink less. Mixing liquor and beer will surely lead to drunkenness. Wang Shidao remarked casually. When you return home, don't let your boyfriend witness your drunken antics. I'm single. I don't have a boyfriend. Luing shot back with a playful glance. Mr. Wu, do you have a girlfriend? At that moment, Wang Shidao's mind flashed to Shen Xiaojing, followed closely by Lu Shuangshuang. Despite their frequent interactions, neither had broached the subject, yet to outsiders, they appeared as a couple. No, Wang Shidao replied after a moment's thought. I also don't have a boyfriend, Luing said, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, before seamlessly transitioning the conversation. Mr. Wu, what do you think of me? This question was cleverly posed. Having previously stated her single status, Wang Shidao pondered that if he responded positively, it might be misconstrued as flirtation, leading Luing to believe he had romantic intentions. Conversely, a negative response could come across as disparaging. These thoughts flitted through Wang Shidao's mind as he smiled and said, I believe you are a good employee. Luing was momentarily taken aback, just as Zhao Li approached, rubbing her temples and saying, Mr. Wu, it's getting late. I'm feeling a bit tired and would like to head home. For Dong Jianwei and the others, staying out all night was manageable, but for someone of Zhao Li's age, it was less so. Everyone, please quiet down. Wang Shidao stood, clapping his hands, prompting someone to pause the music. It's getting late. I propose we call it a night. Let us save the fun for our next gathering. He scanned the group, cheerfully adding, let us plan to enjoy ourselves even more next time. When will that be? While some felt a sense of unfinished business, the boss had spoken, and the group had no objections. Next year at this time, Wang Shidao replied with a grin. From now on, let us designate this day as our annual team-building day. By next year, our company will have expanded, and we want to settle for a casual gathering. It will be in a far more splendid venue for our annual meeting. At this point, he painted a vivid picture. By then, all of us present today will be in attendance, and everyone will have received promotions and raises. Excellent. The crowd cheered enthusiastically. In stark contrast to the jubilant employees of Jingshe Technology Company, Boss Lu of Wei Jixiang lay in bed, tossing and turning. Unable to sleep, he was troubled, contemplating the commission he owed Jingshe Technology for the month. The thought of the booming business that evening only intensified his discomfort. This cannot continue, he decided, rising from bed to light a cigarette, taking a couple of deep drags while contemplating. This feels like working for someone else. Indeed, he felt as though he was now merely a worker for Jingshe Technology. Although his earnings had increased, shouldn't that money rightfully belong to him? The notion of sharing his hard-earned profits with others left him exceedingly displeased, especially since Jingshe Technology had merely signed a contract with him, returning only to collect payments. After finishing his cigarette, Boss Lu resolved, since he refused to lower the commission, I'll have to take matters into my own hands. In fact, as early as last month, he had begun covertly making adjustments. When students arrived with discount coupons, he would inform them that for future set meals, they could pay at the coupon price without needing a coupon. Initially, he had been cautious, fearing discovery by Jingshe Technology personnel, so he only mentioned it to repeat customers. Even if he were caught, he could easily argue that they were longtime patrons. However now, Boss Lu was determined to act freely. By noon the following day, patrons began to trickle into the Wei Jixiang restaurant. Boss, can we use this coupon? A young couple inquired as they entered. Are you looking to order a set meal? Mr. Lu replied with a cheerful smile. If you opt for a set meal, you don't even need the coupon. For instance, the 88 yuan couple set meal is priced at just 85 yuan without the coupon. Is it cheaper without the coupon? The couple expressed their surprise. Indeed, Mr. Lu nodded, maintaining a subtle smile. You could discard the coupon without worry. Then, let us return it. The girl said immediately to her boyfriend. All right, he responded nonchalantly. It's just a matter of a quick operation on the phone. It's very convenient. Subsequently, any customer who inquired about using a coupon was informed by Mr. Lu that the price would be lower without it. Using the coupon required a 10 commission to be paid to the Jingshe Technology Company. Thus, the 88 yuan set meal would yield only 79. 2 yuan to Mr. Lu, making it more profitable for him to charge customers just 85 yuan. Mr. Lu was quite pleased with this tactic. Little did he know, several hours later, Wu Shidao discerned the underlying issues from the back end. The primary concern was Mr. Lu's rather unsightly approach to business. Currently, the food and beverage partnerships were limited to restaurants around the university town, totaling merely around 200 establishments. Previously, Mr. Lu's restaurant had seen coupon usage ranging from 30 to 60 daily. Yet today, not a single coupon was redeemed. Moreover, the back-end order records indicated that the number of returned coupons for Wei Jixiang reached 37 today. Wu Shidao gazed at the back-end data for a moment and sighed in resignation. He had anticipated such resistance from restaurant owners regarding commissions, but Mr. Lu's Weijixiang was the most egregious case. Initially, many businesses were indifferent to the 5 commission since they had not yet felt its impact. But once their sales improved and it came time to pay commissions, the tangible loss of real money would prompt them to devise ways to evade the commission in order to retain more profit. From the back-end data, it was evident that today, as orders for the food and beverage platform had dropped by approximately 40 compared to yesterday. Previously, daily orders had reached around 7,000, but today they amounted to just under 4,000. This marked a significant and stark contrast. Among the nearly 200 partner restaurants, at least half had begun to engage in underhanded tactics, with Weijixiang being the most outrageous, having a 100 rate of coupon returns. Other restaurants, while experiencing noticeable changes, such as a decline of 30 to 60, had not reached such extreme levels. This could only serve as a warning to others. Wu Shidao muttered to himself, promptly adjusting Weijixiang's recommendation rating to 0, which meant it would no longer appear on the food and beverage recommendation page. A customer would have to browse through 200 restaurants to find Weijixiang at the very bottom. Simultaneously, on the newly launched rating feature by Wu Shidao, Weijixiang's score plummeted to 0. 1. Chapter 172, Rating Mechanism. Wu Shidao categorized the scores into increments of 0 and 10. He had not yet activated a customer review function. Thus, the score's high or low was entirely determined by the system. The scoring rules were quite straightforward and based on the quantity of coupons used. For instance, if a restaurant consumed 10 coupons in a day, their score would increase by 0. 1. If they had consumed 10 coupons yesterday but used none today despite being operational, their score would decrease by 10 points. However, if they consumed 5 coupons today, only 0. 1 points would be deducted. Consuming just 1 would incur a 1-point deduction. Conversely, if they consumed 10 yesterday and 20 today, the score would increase by 0. 2, but would cease to grow upon reaching 9 points. If the restaurant maintained a consistent consumption of coupons over the next month, the score could accumulate to 99 points. In essence, while the system operated on a scale of 0 to 10, acknowledging that perfection is unattainable, the maximum limit was set at 99 points. Restaurants scoring above 95 would enjoy benefits, such as being prominently featured when the food and beverage page was opened. Those above 9 would see their positions randomly fluctuate within the top 50 recommendations. Restaurants with scores below 9 would be listed lower, with those scoring below 5 relegated to the very bottom. Wu Shidao's rating mechanism was not overly complex. Simply put, the more coupons a restaurant consumed daily, the more visibility and recommendations they would receive, which in turn would attract more customers. If a restaurant failed to utilize coupons, they would, like Weijixiang, be relegated to the end of the list. In this way, those who engaged in deceitful practices would ultimately lose their opportunities for promotion and exposure. Should these restaurants manage to retain their loyal customers, it could be seen as their achievement. Wu Shidao would not interfere. However, from a business perspective, only by continuously attracting new customers could they convert them into loyal patrons and subsequently expand their operations, such as opening new branches. In contrast, Mr. Lu's approach of enticing customers with prices lower than the coupons might yield short-term gains, but in the long run, losing exposure and promotional opportunities would effectively reduce his pricing power. For instance, when Mr. Lu initially introduced the meal sets on the platform, he priced 6 dishes at 108 yuan, but after incorporating the platform as discount, he lowered the price to 88 yuan to attract more customers. Later, in an effort to avoid the 10 commission, he further reduced it to 85 yuan. However, after Wu Shidao adjusted his restaurant's rating downward, Mr. Lu found himself devoid of a substantial influx of new customers. Only sporadic walk-ins and old patrons remained. For the occasional walk-ins, Mr. Lu could still maintain the price of 108 yuan for the 6 dishes, but for his returning customers, he had to reduce the price from 108 yuan to 85 yuan. If the number of returning customers continued to dwindle, his revenue would decrease, leading to a subsequent decline in net profit, a realization he would surely come to in due time. Why have the customers been dwindling in recent days? At first, Mr. Lu had reveled in his little scheme, but within just 2 days, he began to sense something amiss. Not a single customer had mentioned the coupons during their visits. Most were regulars, who would inquire if the prices were still cheaper than the coupons. Mr. Lu would naturally nod in affirmation. Yet the foot traffic had drastically declined compared to before. What could possibly be the cause? Boss Lu was somewhat perplexed. Deep down, he harbored a strong aversion towards the group buying app, which is why he had refrained from opening it. However, after much contemplation, unable to discern the underlying reason for his disdain, he decided to explore the app to uncover what was amiss. To his astonishment, He found himself confronted with an unfamiliar interface. As he scrolled through the dining section, he noticed that his establishment was conspicuously absent, which finally aroused his suspicion. Next to the restaurants, there were peculiar numbers like 89 and 91. Curiosity piqued. He clicked on one of the restaurant pages and soon grasped the significance of these numbers. They represented ratings. Upon searching for his restaurant's name, it promptly appeared, and he was utterly aghast to find it bore a paltry score of 0-1. How could this be? In a state of bewilderment, Boss Lu pondered for a moment before dialing the number for Jingsher Technology. Hello, I'm the owner of Wei Jixiang Restaurant, the establishment collaborating with you on group dining. I wish to inquire why the ratings for other restaurants are in the 8s and 9s, while mine is a mere 0-1. The voice on the other end belonged to Lu Ying. She had been briefed by Wu Shidao regarding the intricacies of the rating mechanism. Hello. The scoring mechanism works as follows. The more coupons are redeemed, the more it indicates that customers are inclined to dine at that restaurant, indirectly suggesting that both the food and service meet their expectations, thereby ensuring a steady stream of repeat customers. Conversely, restaurants that do not redeem coupons may imply a lack of popularity, and thus, they receive no rating. Lu Ying continued to elucidate in layman's terms. For restaurants with exceedingly low ratings, the group buying app reduces their recommendations and visibility, which naturally results in customers being unable to find your establishment. If they cannot see it, they certainly will not visit. She then added a rather pointed remark. In this case, you need not worry about the 10 commission as stipulated in our original agreement. We only require a share of revenue generated through redeemed coupons. Chapter 173, A Parting Shot. In truth, Lu Ying could have refrained from such a remark. However, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, as Wei Jixiang was the only restaurant among the past few days that had accumulated a staggering 100 cancellations. Thus, she was keenly aware of the situation and had anticipated Boss Lu's inquiry. Why has my recommendation and visibility been diminished? After Lu Ying's straightforward explanation, Boss Lu pondered for a moment and came to understand the reason behind the sudden, steep decline in patrons at his restaurant. Its root lay in the score. My apologies. It is not us who have reduced your recommendations and visibility. Rather, it is the system that adjusts based on the score, and we do not intervene manually. Upon hearing Boss Lu's exasperated voice on the line, Lu Ying felt an overwhelming sense of amusement. And what gives you the right to assign my restaurant a score of 0-1? Boss Lu exclaimed in frustration. Lu boss, we do not assign scores. It is the system that automatically generates ratings based on established rules, Lu Ying calmly explained. If a restaurant previously redeemed around 20 coupons in a day, but suddenly experiences a 100 cancellation rate, the system will automatically deduce that there is an underlying issue and will consequently lower the score to 0-1. What kind of issue? I know my restaurant best. How could there possibly be a problem? Boss Lu protested, feeling a pang of guilt at her insinuation. Please do not fret. We are unaware of any specific issues. However, the system's rule states that if a restaurant sells 20 coupons and they are all subsequently refunded, it leads the system to suspect that there may be fraudulent activities aimed at artificially inflating ratings, Lu Ying clarified. The purpose of the group dining initiative is to assist more people in discovering affordable and quality dining options. We firmly oppose any potential cheating, as we must remain accountable to consumers. Thus, we do not condone rating manipulation. At this point, she found herself stifling a laugh. Indeed, all these explanations were relayed to her by Wu Shidao. Lu Ying believed her reasoning to be flawless, leaving Boss Lu in a state of helplessness, voiceless in his grievances. As for the reasons behind the coupon cancellations at Boss Lu's restaurant, that was of little concern. What mattered was providing a cogent explanation for the situation, attributing the decline in rating to suspicions of fraudulent activities aimed at boosting the restaurant's score. This assertion left them speechless. So, what must I do to elevate my restaurant's score? After a moment of silence, Boss Lu asked with resignation. The system rates each restaurant based on the volume of coupons redeemed daily, Lu Ying stated, suppressing a smile as she spoke earnestly. Therefore, the most effective and direct way to improve your score is to increase coupon redemptions. In simpler terms, the more frequently customers dine at your restaurant and the larger the groups, the higher your rating will rise and, consequently, the group dining app will enhance your visibility and recommendations. I understand that, Boss Lu replied, contemplating. But the issue is, my rating is already at 0-1. According to your previous explanation, hasn't the group dining platform ceased recommending and promoting my establishment? Under such circumstances, customers will not be able to see my restaurant. So how can they possibly redeem coupons? He perceived the situation as having devolved into an inescapable deadlock. The group dining platform had halted its exposure and recommendations, which meant no customers could see his restaurant, thus preventing any coupon purchases. Without coupon redemptions, the score could not improve. With a score of 0-1, He was unable to gain visibility and recommendations from the group dining app. In this tightly interwoven set of rules, he found himself ensnared in a stalemate. Indeed, unless customers actively search for your restaurant on the group dining app, they will not be able to see it, Lu Ying confirmed. Recalling what Wu Shidao had told her about strategies to break through such situations, she felt an overwhelming admiration for his insight. However, there's a method to change this situation and improve your score in the system. What method? Boss Lu inquired eagerly. After losing the recommendations and visibility from the group dining app, he finally recognized its significance. He had grown accustomed to a bustling restaurant filled with patrons. And with the sudden plunge in customers, he found it hard to adapt to the sparse trickle of walk-ins. Proactively guide customers into your restaurant and encourage them to redeem coupons. This will gradually improve your score in the system, Lu Ying stated nonchalantly. What do you mean? Boss Lu was left somewhat bewildered. Let me provide you with an analogy, Lu Ying said, suppressing a chuckle as she explained patiently. For instance, when customers visit your restaurant, you can encourage them to actively search for your establishment on the group dining app, purchase coupons, and then use those coupons to settle their bills. This way, your restaurant will begin to redeem coupons once more, and naturally, the system will update its rating. I understand now, Boss Lu finally realized, nearly exclaiming in frustration. This tactic is quite underhanded. In that instant, he could almost envision Wu Shidao's grin. Indeed, this is Wu Shidao's ace in the hole for dealing with those who engage in underhanded tactics. In establishments like the Wei Zhixiang restaurant, the rate of coupon returns has astonishingly reached 100. It requires no contemplation for Wu Shidao to deduce that the patrons who purchased these coupons were subsequently persuaded by Boss Lu to forego their coupons upon entering, allowing them to settle their bills at the coupon price or even at a rate lower than that of the coupon itself. Such practices are inconsequential. Should Wei Zhixiang wish to continue its collaboration with the group buying app, it would be regrettable to inform them that their previous low ratings have resulted in a significant drop in their score. To improve their rating is a straightforward endeavor. Future patrons must be encouraged by Boss Lu to purchase coupons from the app and then utilize them for payment. This means that to continue receiving recommendations and visibility from the app, Boss Lu must first demonstrate goodwill by sharing profits, thus proving his sincerity for continued partnership. One must remember, first impressions hold immense significance. If colleagues in an office were to suggest dining at Wei Zhixiang, and one were to search for the restaurant on the group buying app, encountering a mere score of 0.1, their immediate reaction would be predictable. The answer is self-evident. Upon witnessing such a dismal rating, it is only natural to assume that the restaurant's cuisine is mediocre, or that its service is exceedingly poor. After all, how else could such a low score be justified? Naturally, those who do not utilize the group buying app or are loyal patrons of Wei Zhixiang might not harbor such thoughts. However, for those who do use the app, a rating of that caliber could effectively deter the restaurant from attracting new clientele. After all, subconsciously, no new customer would willingly venture into a potential disappointment upon seeing such a low score. Currently, the group buying app has not yet evolved into a national giant. However, the day may come when it becomes a dominant force in the industry, at which point the majority of people will instinctively check the app for ratings before deciding where to dine. The terrifying implications of the rating system will then become manifest. Consequently, for individuals like Boss Lu, Wu Shidao's strategy is clear. Any underhanded tactics will result in an immediate cessation of recommendations and visibility, compelling them to experience the ramifications of losing the app as a source of business. If they choose not to proactively utilize coupons to recover their scores, that is inconsequential. For Wu Shidao understands that not all individuals will engage in sincere collaboration. Conversely, those merchants who maintain a stable and slightly increasing volume of coupon orders will receive abundant exposure and recommendations. After operating in this manner for a little over a week, data from the app's backend indicated a gradual recovery in coupon order volume, stabilizing at approximately 6,000 orders daily. Following this, fluctuations within a narrow range commenced. Wu Shidao recognized that they had nearly reached a limit. As April drew to a close, with the imminent arrival of the May Day holiday, many students had begun to prepare for either travel or returning home. Wu Shidao placed a call to Hu Bin, inviting him to meet. How have things been on your end lately? Upon their meeting, Wu Shidao scrutinized Hu Bin before inquiring with a smile. It's been manageable, though quite exhausting, Hu Bin replied, lighting a cigarette and taking a drag. I've been smoking more lately. Managing is genuinely tiring. Only now do you realize? Wu Shidao chuckled. He empathized with Hu Bin's fatigue. In his previous life, where he toiled tirelessly, he had not grasped this sentiment. In this life, he truly comprehended that establishing a successful company and making a mark in the world is far from the simplicity one might envision. After all, Each individual is a living entity with their own thoughts, not a robot dutifully executing commands. Yes, Hu Bin sighed, lamenting. The two managers I trained always seem to seek minor advantages. Of course, they haven't tampered with the finances, nor would they dare, but fruits incur losses. And these two have been secretly pilfering the designated waste to sell to others. Oh, is that so? Wu Shidao's interest was piqued, and he asked with keen curiosity, why haven't you mentioned this before? How did you handle it? Such trivial matters. What could be done? Besides, you've entrusted me with full authority here. If I were to report every little issue, it would surely overwhelm you, Hu Bin chuckled. I merely mentioned it to them, turning a blind eye as long as they don't engage in any other dubious activities elsewhere. It can be considered a small perk for them. They are competent, after all. Aside from this minor issue, they manage everything else quite well. Currently, I can't find suitable replacements. Otherwise, they would have been dismissed. You handle that well. Wu Shidao praised him, smiling. Old Hu, perfection is a myth. Everyone has their flaws, but do keep an eye on the fruit losses. You might inform them that any remaining stock can be handled at their discretion. Whether they wish to gift it or sell it, let it be their choice, as it can be considered an additional benefit. This must be communicated directly to them to prevent any habitual inclination towards mischief. Any significant greed often begins with minor transgressions, and caution is warranted. Hu Bin took a moment to contemplate before nodding. You're right. By the way, you must have summoned me for a reason? You are correct. Wu Shidao shifted the conversation. Do you recall the matter I previously discussed with you? Are you referring to taking over the catering business? Hu Bin raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Didn't you mention waiting until September? We're only in early May. An unforeseen complication has arisen. Circumstances are beyond our control. Wu Shidao inhaled deeply, his tone serious. Have you been following the recent commotion online regarding the 100 group war? The group buying websites like Lasho, Wowo, and Meituan? Hu Bin nodded. I've seen the news. It seems they share some similarities with our group buying app, although they appear to focus more on the online aspect, while our app integrates both online and offline modalities. Your approach seems to be a step ahead of theirs. Some group buying websites are beginning to experiment with offline models as well. Indeed, Wu Shidao affirmed, elaborating. They've started to establish a presence in nearby markets like Hu City and Jin City. This realization dawned on Wu Shidao only after a conversation with Dong Jianwei yesterday. He recalled how, in 2011, a plethora of group buying websites had emerged like mushrooms after rain, leading to the gist of the 100 group war. However, since many of these platforms have yet to identify a clear direction in their competition, they remain in a state of exploration. Yet, Jin City has already seen the emergence of Meituan and Lasho, albeit still in the promotional phase under the previous online purchasing model, which is enough to prompt Wu Shidao to remain vigilant. Thus, he resolved that he could no longer afford to wait for the advent of Alipay QR code payments. He must take proactive measures to capture the market in Jin City. Otherwise, if Meituan and Lasho clarify their direction, the group buying app risks falling into a passive position. Both platforms, such as Lashes and Meituan, are underpinned by capital eager to enter the fray. However, Wu Shidao finds himself devoid of such backing. Should these entities identify the potential of the group buying app model and swiftly capitalize on it, Wu Shidao would inevitably confront an onslaught from capital forces. At that juncture, his options would be severely limited. Either acquiesce to capital investment or become a target of ruthless financial pursuit. Thus, Wu Shidao's intention in summoning Hu Bin today is to entrust him with the now stabilized university town operations, allowing individuals like Dong Jianwei to venture forth and explore markets in Jinshe and its neighboring cities.